John and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First and goal at the 1, straight I formation. They'll give it to Williams at right guard.
Goes out.
Fumble. Who's got it? The Cowboys recovered a fumble at the 1.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's another Cowboys Monday with a Cowboys-Bears ticket giveaway for the Tolos. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. It's a Cowboys Monday with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. Joey is running things behind the board as always. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on as the Cowboys take care of the Detroit Lions in the second half. RJ 24-6. And I was driving around last night listening to Chris Arnold and Kevin Gray after the postgame show, and CA said, and it's hard to argue, that was probably the turning point in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Jamal Williams fumbling at the 1 after Micah Parsons tracks down the Lion, and you probably got a fortunate spot. The Hockey Hawk, Mr. TV star Gavin Spittle.
Were you guys there at the same time on television?
We were.
Yeah.
I turn around and I'm like, what are you doing here? And
Hey guys, it's just, I'm just being a good teammate.
No, he was coming in to record.
Man, that's awesome.
He's going on television, but he was texting us.
Yeah.
And I didn't really think about it at first until he brought it up. Dan Campbell not challenging that as a touchdown. And I do think that the runner came up short. I don't think it was a touchdown.
I do think he came up short, too. I think his point, and I think he made a good point, that they may have spotted it at like the 6-inch line where Goff, who's big kid, he can just sneak it in, and that's a different game. Now, knowing Goff, he probably would have fumbled it on the way there, but, I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, he probably could have
Absolutely. So right there, you get fortunate that the ball carrier, the tight end, I believe it was, doesn't score. You get fortunate that Dan Campbell doesn't challenge.
Yeah.
You get fortunate with the spot, and then Jamal Williams loses his first fumble in 6 years, and Anthony Barr recovers.
Because up until that point, Detroit's offense wasn't, they weren't putting points on the board, but they were moving the football. And that would have given, I think that would have given them the lead, right? The 13-6 or something like that. It would have, look, that was absolutely the turning point. And, that was game over at that point. Even though they got the ball back, it was still game over.
24-6, I think, a little bit misleading.
It was a little misleading. This wasn't the greatest, if you want to style point it.
Yeah.
It wasn't the greatest performance by the team. The defense was, good again.
5 turnovers.
Yeah.
5 turnovers. And look, after
all the second
it was all in the second half. After everything that happened yesterday in the NFL and everything that happens every single weekend, you take the win. You definitely be happy about it, but you can nitpick, especially offensively, protection, the return of Dak Prescott. But look, the Cowboys get the W. It looks like a dominant one on paper. We know it wasn't. They were down 6-3 at the half. The amount of people who forgot that they were down 6-3 at halftime.
I forgot.
The crowd did not. They were booing. Chiafalo hit me back on social media, and I was like, when did the boos start here? And he goes, they've already began. But this defense with 5 turnovers that they caused.
Well, I mean, the second half, they really came after him. They started pressuring Goff, and that was what we talked about. You can, if you pressure him up the middle, he, he'll see ghosts, if you will. And then, that's exactly what happened because, Detroit plays a lot of, I don't want to say cowardly football, but, for an alpha.
Well, Dan Campbell,
they love to run.
I remember a lot of times, fourth down.
Yeah.
He's been going for it earlier
He goes for it. He goes for it a lot. I love that. But he puts himself in position to have fourth downs because of the play calling on first or third with some of those runs. Man, I posted this on social media. If the Cowboys ran, the Lions had gotten, I think it was their first down of the game. First possession of the game. They do a really nice play action, and they throw a pass to the left side, first down. The next drive, they go run on first and then second and down 7 and third and 7. I was like, man, if the Cowboys had that series, I would be destroying them.
So Diggs gets an interception. Zeke scores off of that to make it 10-6. And then Jordan Lewis with an interception where Lewis ends up hurt on the play. And Zeke with the nail in the Lions' coffin.
Prescott under center. Pollard motion right. Handoff Elliott. Burrowing on the left side. Wait for a signal. Touchdown. 2 for Zeke. Touchdown Elliott.
17-6, and that ended it. Hendershot on National Tight Ends Day. If I have to hear that it was National Tight Ends Day one more time.
They weren't talking about football players. They're talking about butts.
Huh?
A tight butt.
They were?
No, I don't know. I can't. I have no confirmation on that
didn't
one.
hear Romo talk about that whatsoever. Romo was talking about what happened at the end of the victory formation, which I tried to do on television last night. Hopefully, Texas William does not find that from NBC5. But Dak gets his first touchdown pass of the year with Hendershot in the end zone. 19-25 for 207, 8.3 yards per pass, a touchdown, no picks. He was sacked twice. The QBR is a 55.
You know, that's QBR surprised me because I didn't. You know, I was trying to figure out how they were going to grade this because he didn't throw a ton of passes. You know, 25 is more than I thought he actually threw while I was just watching the game, and then 19 is more than I thought he completed.
Right.
While watching the game, and that's where everything can be misleading. Eyes can be misleading, stats can be misleading. You can sit there and watch a game and think the guy played terribly, and then look at the numbers like, oh wow, okay, maybe he didn't play all that bad. I was surprised that the QBR was there. I
tweeted it was a bad first half.
It was a very bad first half, and I thought the team didn't help him out either with some of their play calls. They put him in really bad positions to be second and long, and that's not something you want.
And then Kellen Moore was catching all the fan criticism with these third and shorts that I think previously Zeke was 6 for 6 on coming into this game. It was automatic. The dirty yards.
Third and short's a great down to run on. It is. Third and short. It's good running down. Don't run outside necessarily.
Which they did.
But more often than not, third down, it's okay to run third and short. You pick those yards up, get those dirty yards, and, punish the other team, and let's go. Move on to first down, which is not a great running down.
So 5 turnovers in a half. First time since 2001. 5 turnovers in a half. Are you kidding me? Trayvon Diggs. We talked about Jordan Lewis. And how about the Cowboys player of the game, which was named on the postgame show, the rookie, Sam Williams, RJ, coming out of nowhere in 12 snaps, did that amount of damage. So props to the front office and props to the rook for stepping up because he was a problem.
Yeah, he was a force. They're churning out defensive guys right now. They really are. Donovan Wilson came out of nowhere, right? They churned him out. Obviously Micah became a player that nobody suspected. He is so impactful to the game with his ability to rush the passer. And then Sam Williams. They got guys all over the place.
Hit it, Sam.
Back goes Goff. He's flushed out. Here's Sam Williams. Boom. Fumble. Sam Williams picked it up. He took it away from him. And Williams rumbles down to the 10.
Yeah, he didn't pick it up. He just took it out of his hand. I didn't even think that ball hit the ground.
Sam Williams stepping up. Defensive player of the game, just outright Cowboys player of the game. We'll get to your star ups, star downs at 6 o'clock. What did y'all think of the formula? What did you think of Dak's return and the formula where they're going to rely on the run? 32 carries for $139 on the day, 4.3 per carry, and 2 touchdowns on the ground with Zeke. So star up, star down at 6. The Dak return, the offensive formula at 620. Bobby Belt, Brad Sham, Nick Eatman, and a Cowboys-Bears ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour. So tune in for the Expressway. They have opened as a what point favorite over Chicago?
9.5.
10.5.
Okay.
10.5 point favorite over the horrific Bears.
I would take the Cowboys by a milli. A milli. I don't know how the Bears even in the field.
You didn't bet this one, though. Detroit.
I had Detroit plus 7.
Detroit plus 7.
Yeah, which was looking great for 3 quarters.
Yeah, absolutely. Truckwreck.com. Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. We're live on the Fan Cam. We're live on Twitch, and we are live on YouTube. How was Dak feeling with the return from the hand injury? And does Zach Martin know what time it is? We take you inside the Cowboys locker room, and the World Series is set. We just have to wait 2 years for Game 1. It's a full Monday edition to recap the entire weekend, leading with the Cowboys over the Lions. A Cowboys Monday, just getting started with Sean and RJ.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's going to be a Cowboys Monday, and there will be winning time. 5 o'clock hour, we're giving away Cowboys tickets. Tune in for that.
our scheme adjustments. My message really talked a little bit about last week, the third quarter in last week's game. And I just felt like we needed to pick up the tempo. I thought when we went to a no-huddle offense there on that first drive there, it was obviously very productive for us. So, I think the pace of the game increased, the intensity increased, and our players did a phenomenal job delivering with the big plays.
So there's Mike McCarthy, our Friday friend, after the Cowboys' 24-6 win over the Detroit Lions. Much more subdued than McCarthy inside the locker room. There was a lot of post-game celebration. We got to talk about what happened in that huddle. I
don't know what that was.
Maybe we'll reenact it.
Okay.
You be Zeke. You do the Zeke part. I'll do the Dak
I didn't
part.
see. All I was focused on was Dak's hip thrust. I couldn't focus on anything else.
Oh, you got to go. You go back and
All right, go back
and check out Zeke. Maybe we'll reenact it on the fan cam if enough Tolos want us to do so. But you're gonna have to be Zeke. I tried to be Dak last night on NBC5, which Andre Jackson, one of our top Tolos, just got the replay of that. Unfortunately, this was McCarthy with the rest of the team. You got Zach, you got Dak, and you got a Cowboys party.
Hey, obviously, great win, man. Hey, third quarter, that's our quarter. Yeah. So, hey, big plays, great job. Way to get after the football. Sweet, all the way through. Most importantly, Zach, what time is it? For the first time ever, doing 255! Hey, enjoy this day, enjoy this one, man. But hey, let's get in tomorrow, let's clean it up, make sure we're continuing to get better each and every day. So grind on 3. 1, 2, 3, grind!
So it's only 3:15. No,
it's
only 2:55. KG and CA last night were talking about how this game was just flying by. When you're sitting there at 6-3 at halftime, you're gonna go fast.
I thought it would be plus also the Cowboys had 25 early down runs in this game, and that'll help this one out.
Yeah.
But like when you usually punt a lot, and there was plenty of those, you would think the game was going to drag by. All the TV timeouts, commercial breaks, yada yada yada. But it was a needed speedy game, especially the way the first half was. You didn't want to see more of that.
What's your breakdown of the celebratory huddle?
Okay, so, man, I'm not sure I could say on radio what I think Zeke was actually trying to do there, but that was I've seen some of that in I wouldn't call them TV shows, I call them videos.
Ryan, are we allowed copyright wise to put that on the fan cam? Are we allowed to replay what was happening in that huddle? Go to Texas Williams' Twitter account because I don't think he'll sue us. I don't know if it's copyright, but let us know if we can get it up there on the fan cam. So Dak was doing like the Zach Martin offensive lineman move, and then it looked like he was doing kind of a toe touch maneuver with the legs kicking out.
Yeah, he was. And then Zeke's on the ground. Oh, well, I still don't know what the heck Zeke was doing.
Imagine like a ice luge where you're taking shots.
Yeah.
And the luge goes like all the way to the ground.
Yep.
Zeke dropped to his knees
he did. Yes,
in order
he did.
to take it in.
Yes, he did in order to take it in. Man, this is... I still can't for the life of me figure out what the hell Zeke was doing. Dak, I think Dak was just being an excited little kid out there. Still a very weird dance. That's not a dance I ever want to see him do again. I mean, if they're going to win every game, and in order for him to win every game, he's got to do this dance, and Zeke's got to do that on his knees thing. I'm hoping it was like a beer bong.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that's what he had. That's what he was like, pretending he had in his hand.
No one drops down to their knees for a beer bong, though. You just hold it up.
You do, but sometimes
with the plastic tube.
Yeah. But sometimes so other people can hold it up. You get down to the one knee.
Okay.
If you've ever gotten iced, you got to get down on one knee. If you ever got iced, which we need to ice Joey. I don't think Joey's been iced in a while.
Here's number 4 talking about the return in his. We can do it with coffee. We can make him do a beer bong of coffee. Burn his esophagus up. Here's Dak talking about his first game back.
Yeah, I felt great. I felt comfortable with everything. Thumb definitely didn't bother me. Wasn't a thought in my head. Felt like after a few throws, I was back into it. And that drive before halftime, I felt like I made a few that just said, "Hey, we're good to go. Don't think about anything again." And so I felt fine. But this is about the team. This is a great team win. This is what I've been watching for the last 5 weeks. This defense, the special teams, and just us playing complementary football. And it was just it's just great to be back and be a part of it.
So there is Dak Prescott on his return. A Dak grade What's your grade for Dak's return at 6:20 this morning? And what do you think of this formula? And what were you honestly saying at halftime? You're sitting there, you're driving in the car, listening to Brad and Babe. You're watching Romo and Nance on television. Maybe you're at the stadium. How many boos were there? Hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. And this was a 10-6 game heading into the fourth quarter. Is this the formula? I think this is a perfect example of the discussion.
Of a hell no.
We're going to get into it at 6:20.
Yeah, let me drop a formula that has me trailing going into the fourth. What a formula.
They were up. They were up going into the fourth 10-6. 10-6.
10-6. Sorry, yeah.
But we were down 6-3
You get the point. You get the point.
I get the point. I get the point. We'll get to it. But the World Series is set. And
thank God it's over.
Game won by the losing teams in both series. The LCSs finish up, Choppy, 8-1.
8-1.
You get a sweep in the American League, which we'll get to in just a second, but it was, I hate it.
Oh, such a fun scene.
It is, you know exactly what I'm going to say, the electricity in Filthy.
Pitch, Harper hits one in the air, left center field, back it goes, Harper, the swing of his life.
Woo!
Man.
That gave me goosebumps, man. There's just nothing better than just the camera angles, the scene. I love zooming out of first base when that batter is making the round of the bases, and then you go to the 3 or 4 different, the red shirts and jerseys jumping up and down in Filthy as the Philadelphia Phillies finish off the Padres in 5.
That was a maniacal scene in Philly. Like, this team was under 500. They fired their manager 50 games into the season.
Yeah.
They were under 500 for a large part. They got a little hot.
This kind of like Braves fluky from last year.
I mean, the Braves won the East last year. They had won the division like 4 years in a row.
Yeah, but it still kind of felt like they weren't a favorite. Like going,
they weren't a favorite. The Dodgers were a favorite. The Astros were a favorite. The Braves the previous year, the COVID shortened season. They had gone to the NLCS. They were up 3-1 in the Dodgers. They went to 7 games. So this is way, way more of a fluke. This is like out of nowhere. There was a point in this season, June, July, even August. If you said the Phillies are going to be in the in the World Series, I'd be like, what? The Phillies? No way. But guys, Bryce Harper, I am he, as Mike Lerber would say. I am he. He was a force going into yesterday. He had 10 extra base hits in this playoffs, 9-game hit streak, 4 homers. He was a monster in these postseasons, and it was such a good. I loved it for Bryce. Baseball needs Bryce in the World Series. I think you need a guy that's got. I mean, everybody knows who Bryce Harper is. Okay, this isn't. Everybody can pick Bryce out. If you show a picture of Bryce Harper, people who aren't even baseball fans can say, "Oh, okay, I think I've seen that guy before. I've heard this name before. I know who he plays for." That's what baseball needs.
Meanwhile, the Yankees didn't even get a game as they get swept by the armpit.
2-2 to Bregman. Here's the pitch, swing, and a drive to right center field. That's a base hit for Bregman. The Astros take a lead, 6-5 on the bolt from Alex.
And that was the game winner on Astros television, 6-5. Houston. So now we're set with the Astros and the Phils. How much are they freaking out in New York this morning?
I think the fact that they got swept, they're probably freaking out less because I think nobody cared because the tickets went down to $7 for last night's game.
No.
That was the get in the door price. That was the cheapest ticket. It was now $7. They went from $200, the cheapest ticket, to $7 in 24 hours.
Wow.
Maybe a little more. But yeah, they were just overmatched. Houston's just a better team. They're the best run organization in sports, I think. They are their daddy. There is no doubt about that. Every single Yankee player should be wearing a pink daddy hat today. We'll call her daddy kind of thing, right? Just wear a pink daddy hat. That's what the Astros are. They are 100% the Yankees' daddy.
Meanwhile, a mini sweep for your other teams in the Metroplex. What the Mavericks did to the Memphis Grizzlies with Christian Wood again. Oh my, was that impressive. And the Stars keep scoring. The Stars score 5 more in a win over Montreal. So This was an amazing local sports weekend. We got Mavs W, Stars W, Cowboys W, and Bruce Bochy officially hired by your Texas Rangers. We're going to get to that in headlines. No other better place to celebrate it all than right here on your home of the Rangers and America's team. Star up, star down. 877-881-1053. Hit us up. Your Cowboys report card with star up, star down next.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's. MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And second down and a long two. Goff with play action back to throw. Deep ball down the left side. Intercepted. It is Diggs at the 15. Up and running to the 18-yard line. And did he pick a good time for that? Wow, did they need that.
One of the 5 Lions turnovers in the second half. The Cowboys go on to improve to 5-2. Still third place in the NFC East. 5-2 feels really, really good. After you take out the Detroit Lions 24-6. It's a Cowboys Monday. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. It's time for Star Up, Star Down on DFW Sports Station. Hit us up with your Cowboys report card and your review here on Sean and RJ. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Diggs had an earlier pass breakup. It was a 3rd and 7. Goff started off with completions to 5 different receivers. They scored their first road points in 17 drives.
Right, because they got shut out by the Patriots on the road.
Yeah.
And then, I'm trying to think of their previous game on the road, I think it was Minnesota, which they had a lead, and as the radio guy for the Lions said, they should have gone for it on 4th down. They didn't. They missed the field goal, and then all of a sudden, Minnesota comes right down the field, short field, gets the game-scoring touchdown.
So the Diggs interception sets up the Zeke touchdown. Pollard rips one off for 28 on that drive. On the 82 yards on the drive, 54 were on the ground. 54 of the 82 yards on the ground. That made it 10-6 Cowboys. I thought the Cowboys, and there's going to be a lot of Tolos who say, about time. I thought the Cowboys got the benefit of the refereeing and the officiating yesterday. They didn't review the Diggs interception? Well, I thought they were supposed to review all turnovers. What happened to that? And then they're sitting there talking about that it's not going to replay review. That was a 50-50 one to me. I could not tell how much the ball made contact with the ground to allow Diggs to bring it in, but it's a break for the Cowboys that they apparently didn't feel the need to review it, to replay it. Man, I have a Lions friend. Yes, I do. I have a Lions fan just lighting me up. We get screwed every year. Jerry put in the call to Goodell at halftime. Welcome to life as a Lions fan. And RJ, it just felt like 2 or 3 calls that were iffies went the Cowboys' way. The spot on the Williams fumble, we talked about that to start the show. Sam Williams slam, that's a penalty. Sam Williams is unhinged, even though he was the Cowboys player of the game from our radio station. The linebacker on Hendershot got called for the interference. That was a 3rd and 4. And there was an interference from the Lions linebacker on Hendershot. I thought that was an iffy call, but people were saying that makes up for a month's worth of not calling holding against the Cowboys all in one afternoon. Star up to the referees.
Yeah, now Gene Steratore, he had to stick his nose in this thing on social media.
What'd he say?
He goes, about that Diggs play. He goes, I'm surprised that play was not stopped for a formal, detailed review.
Yeah.
For a catch to be made, the ball can touch the ground, but the player must have firm control. It does not appear Diggs does, in my opinion. And he was the head referee on the Dez catch, so he knows quite a bit about catches.
Yeah.
And so I'm surprised they didn't review that thing. They
have an obligation to at least review it.
They have a mega obligation to review this. There's no other way to sugarcoat this.
Look, Cowboys also got fortunate. Amon-Ra St. Brown leaves with a concussion, and DeAndre Swift did not play. One Tolo hit me up. Why is Romo talking about their weapons, their injured players so much? Because those 2 guys are their best weapons offensively. It's a humongous deal. It's a break. I can't stand it when teams don't take advantage when the other team loses. I think against the Raiders last year, they lost a D lineman. I think they may have lost Waller, and there was a couple of Raiders that got hurt, and they still ended up winning the game. I can't stand that. I'm like, that is a humongous break. Amon-Ra St. Brown has been torching the league to start off his season. DeAndre Swift, a very nice start. Both of them ended up out. DeAndre did not dress. But St. Brown, good player.
Yeah, he's a good player. So Swift. Swift was averaging like almost 8.5 a carry to start the year. He was just a monster, and to not have them, big deal.
Here's Mike McCarthy on the Cowboys' defensive performance in the second half.
Definitely. I mean, that's really part of the fabric. I feel like we've created last year, and our defense really just was tremendous here in the second half. So, the ball extraction was obviously a huge factor in the game. I mean, really at halftime, you just look at the statistics and the way the game was going. It was an evenly played game. The big play opportunities were pretty equally distributed and executed. So, but the big plays were huge for us in the second half.
These terms that Mike
ball
comes
extraction, QB school,
right? It's like what's a custodian?
The sanitation engineer.
Yeah,
something like that.
Ball
custodial engineer.
Custodial.
So it used to be janitor.
Yeah.
Garbage man used to be garbage man. Now it's sanitation engineer.
The ball extraction from Mike McCarthy talking about the 5 second half turnovers. Star up to Trayvon Diggs and the referees. Thank you all.
Yeah, look, Diggs deserves one for that. This was an interesting game from that standpoint because the Lions possess quite a few good weapons on offense. And I thought the defense as a whole was just tremendous. This game, I love Dan Campbell. This game was about Dan Quinn and his defense, and that defense continues to come to play every single week. Literally every single week they come to play. Doesn't matter who the offense that they're going up against. Doesn't matter how potent they are. Doesn't matter what the kind they are, except for Philadelphia. That's it, And I assume Baltimore would give them problems just because, the same style-ish as Philadelphia, running quarterback.
Bobby Belt throughout the entire week kept saying that the Cowboys locker room was so pissed off after the Eagles game. They're like, all right, watch. Some people think Detroit has an explosive offense. We're going to go ahead and be ticked off. McCarthy was asked how much Filthy motivated these guys.
Well, really, self-scout's the biggest motivation for us every week. I mean, and that's why we take the time on the front end of the week to make sure we go through it, regardless of the outcome of the last game. So that's the only way you grow. It's the only way you improve from your last contest. But also the fact of the matter is we need to continue to grow the youth of our football team. And I am just so proud of our rookies and our young players, the way, the opportunities that they've had so far this early in the season, but more importantly, how they're delivering. There's some big plays out there by young guys today. So, but yes, they had a lot of respect for Detroit's offense. I mean, this was an extremely productive offense coming in here. So, to get 6 points at halftime and hold them to no points in the second half was huge for us.
So the Lions, who are lighting up the league throughout the first 4 weeks, score 6 points in their last 2 games.
Yeah,
shutout against the Patriots, 6 points against us yesterday.
Yeah, and they ran the ball effectively. They were averaging almost 5 yards a carry. They still ran the ball pretty well. And they only had 5 incompletions the entire game. And then, a couple picks, but they didn't put the ball on the ground.
These completion percentages on both sides
very
are
high.
very, very high.
Very, very high. And they weren't dinking and dunking in this one either. I'm going to look here. Oh, wow. No. Oh, wait, that was first half. Okay. Yeah, no, they weren't dinking and dunking for the most part in this game either. Because Dak averaged over 10 yards in terms of his average depth of target. And then Jared Goff was a little bit lower than that. But still, neither one of them was, Goff was a little low. He's about 6.
And Dak, after the game, said, I don't know why they continue to kick to him, but we got to give a star up to Turpin time.
Fox hits an end-over-end spinner. Turpin, no fair catch at the 8, right to the 10, little hole to the 20, speed at the 30, gets a block 40, turns left 50, knocked down at the 41 of Detroit. 42-yard punt, 51-yard return to Sean Elliott. The Lions safety saved a touchdown.
And that was the longest return in the league this year. Turpin, 52-yard punt return, stands as the longest punt return in the league this year. Very disappointing they didn't get any points. So Turpin ran it back to the Lions 41. Star up to him. Star down for not converting it into anything. No points after Aiden Hutchinson beat Terrence Steele with that spin move. They got nothing out of it.
No, he has to.
Hutchinson looks pretty good.
Hutchinson looks like a monster. He looks like a really good find Not fine. It was a second overall pick. You don't find that. You pick that. But he looked really, really good. But I'm with you, man. Turpin, look, he's a weapon, a game changer. The problem is, how many opportunities do you get as a return man? You get a couple a game, but most of these return opportunities aren't even opportunities.
Yeah. Because
you're going to be forced into fair catching it because these punters are just so good. And these guys just run down the field so fast. So you'd love to see him be able to do that. And I can't believe that was the longest return of the year. But he's an absolute weapon.
All right, star up, star down. Truckwreck.com text line. Hit us up with your review of the game. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line for your Cowboys report card.
All right, there's one star up that I agree that I have on written down for myself. It's Tony Pollard.
Yes.
Tony Pollard had another solid game, nearly 7 yards a carry.
First down from the end zone. Prescott out to Pollard to the 5, 10, first down, 15, and out of bounds.
He also had 2 for 26 through the air, including one that went 19 yards. I mean, he was just a really solid player. To me, he's the best running back on this team. Now, does he get the dirty yards that Zeke can get? Because Zeke's a little bit bigger of a back. Maybe not. 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. You might want to put Zeke in there. But if you're going to run on early downs, it better be through him.
Pollard with 12 for 83. That's 6.9 a carry. His longest was 28 yards. 12 for 83. Zeke was 15 for 57 on the ground. The Cowboys as a team ran it for $139 in all. So those are a lot of the star ups. Of course, Sam Williams is our player of the game. We named him that at 5:30. But I got to give a star up to Micah Parsons. Okay? This is going to be Tank Lawrence cut 2, Joey. Don't forget about the effort that Micah gave in order to set up Jamal Williams' fumble the play before.
Yeah, man, it was huge. They was, bringing the ball downfield, and for Micah to have that type of energy and effort on that play to stop him on the 1 yard line just gave us another opportunity to get the ball, and all thanks to God because we got it.
That was huge. So Micah Parsons then at the end, I don't know if he gets credit for the sack on the forced fumble. Cowboys had 5 team sacks. Micah forced 1. Cowboys recover it. That ended up being the 5th turnover of the game. Some of the star downs, the 3rd and 1s. The 3rd and shorts. Kellen Moore is getting called out by a lot of Tolos. Pollard was stopped in the 4th after the fumble. They ended up, at that point, they were 1 of 7 on 3rd down, RJ. They ended the game 3 of 9 for 3rd down. They had 4 times they did not convert 3rd and 2 or less yesterday. Short yardage. Coming into this game, it felt like everyone said the Cowboys were automatic in short yardage. I think Zeke was 6 for 6 in those situations coming into the game. Yesterday, 4 times they did not convert 3rd and 2 or less. So the 3rd, the 4th and shorts got exposed a little bit yesterday.
They did. And I'm going to go back and look on which ones and how many of those were runs versus passes on 3rd short. Because, like I said, 3rd short is generally a pretty good running down. But their early one with Zeke with in the first quarter, for 3rd and 1, he ran to the right end. Remember, he got pushed out of bounds, I think, and a good play by Okuda, lost 2 yards.
People just want Zeke to get it on a fullback dive on 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. That's all that social media wants. And again, he was 6 for 6 into those situations. When they run it outside, when they try to do anything really, really creative, people get furious with Kellen Moore lighting up my timeline at least.
Which I think we need to, that's a little bit unfortunate. What do we want? We want him to be creative. And then when he gets creative, we complain about it.
You're too fancy.
Well, the hell? Which one is it?
Yeah.
Do you want him to be creative or do you not want him to be creative?
And then when those things work on a 3rd and 1, the riskier plays, if you throw it deep, people think that it's amazing. It's an amazing genius move.
Right. Oh, for sure.
Creativity. They never saw it coming.
I'm looking so far. It looks like on 3rd and 1, the Cowboys ran on every single 3rd and 1 in the entire game. Which is what
you normally want.
That's okay. Nothing wrong with running on 3rd and 1. I was just surprised that they didn't even throw the ball.
So star up, star downs on the truckwreck.com text line, and we need your Dak grade. Give me your grade for Dak's return, And look, you were up 10-6 starting the fourth quarter against the Lions, the worst defense in football. Are we sure this is the formula that we want? Are we sure KNC? Are we sure Newey Scruggs? That great, and is this the right formula as we continue the Cowboys Monday next?
Let's get you over to Zero Res.
RJ is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
All three tight ends. Farniak in front of Elliott. Give it to Elliott. Plowing. Right side. Touchdowns. Zeke. That woke the crowd up a little bit.
Run game and defense. That is the new Cowboys formula that they want and that many Tolos want as well. Cowboys beat the Lions 24-6. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Let's grade Dak's return, and let's also talk about if this is the style that you want them to implement moving forward. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. So, I don't know. I've decided that talking about Dak Prescott is no different than talking about politics. It causes the same level of insanity. People are cult members. They're dug in cult fanatics. Yesterday at halftime, I said, awful first half for Dak, and things are going to get turned up pressure-wise if they don't play better. They were down 6-3 to the Lions at home. Now look, rusty, going to be rusty. A lot of debate. There was a lot of debate.
That was to be expected,
Of course, and fair. There was a lot of debate over the first pass. Noah Brown. Was that Noah Brown's fault? Was the ball high? I thought it was a little bit high, but I thought Noah definitely could have caught that. There was another pass that he threw a little bit behind Gallup. It was on the opposite shoulder pad than it should have been. And Dak threw a couple of balls into double and triple coverage. There was one awful throw into triple coverage. Lucky the Lions didn't pick it off. And there was another one with two defenders around. And the crowd was booing. And I understood them booing. But you have these Dak heads, these cult fanatics who are psychos. I'm talking about like some local bloggers that go nuts and they go insane. And they're like, you just hate Dak. You're trying to be the Skip Bayless of DFW. You never give him credit. Guys, I honestly just try to go quarter to quarter, game to game, and just react to each throw. On this show, for the past 5 weeks, we have said that Dak Prescott needs to be the quarterback of this team. That Dak has MVP ceiling potential. If he plays like he did in the first half last year, I have said multiple times, the Cowboys can win the Super Bowl. Okay? But people don't want to hear that. They just, again, like a political discussion, it's one way, you're dug in, and you go crazy. And the amount of backlash and response I got after saying that was an awful first half, I said, okay, I'll rescind the word awful and say bad, poor, not good. But man, I want you all as my friends, you couple of bloggers. I want you as my family members that you can be losing 6-3 to the Lions and be up 10-6 and you're still acting like you're watching a Hall of Fame performance. I feel like it's like another universe that I'm living in. It really is. Dak ended up 19-25, 207, and a touchdown. He took 2 sacks. I give him a C+ grade overall.
Yeah, I would probably do C+, B- somewhere there. He was efficient. I'll give him that. He was safe. Even though his depth of target was way higher than I expected.
Not in the first half. You said it was 14 yards.
14. His average pass went 14 yards in the air. That was the biggest in the NFL by 4 yards.
So does EPA and all these plays take into account like the interception that was dropped?
I think it takes into account everything.
Okay.
I don't think there's a thing that it doesn't take into account. A lot of these places won't give you their like formula or methodology.
Yeah.
Because they want to sell, they want you to buy their service. It takes everything into account. And for example, if you run the ball on first down or you have an incompletion or a sack on first down, you're second down, 2nd and 12. All right. And now you're at 3rd and 7. That creates a higher leverage play. So it may boost your result there a little bit more, your number there a little bit more because of the time and score and down and distance and such like that. So that's why he may have got, because look, they had 25 really down runs. I don't think they put him in a very good position to succeed with that. You get behind the chains a little bit, and that's why their offense sputtered for until Detroit turned it over 5 times.
Yeah.
The offense wasn't doing much. I think a lot of that was because, as Garrett would say, they were either behind the chains or they were, they were in second and third and long.
Star down penalties were a problem early on.
Yeah, they were.
They had 4 early penalties, and as Bobby Belt tweeted out, Cowboys' offensive line was not doing him any favors. The Lions had 3 quarterback hits in their last 2 games combined. They picked up 4 in the first half alone. So offensive line-wise, discipline-wise, penalty issues. But look, you had 3 points at halftime against the Lions.
Yeah, the Lions' defense did not look like the worst defense in the league to me yesterday. Either they did something in the bye week to fix things.
Right.
Their tackling I thought was fantastic. They were a much better team. They can't intercept the ball to save their lives. Yeah, they wouldn't know an interception if it bit them in the butt. But, I'll say this on both sides. And I'm talking about politics. I'm going to both sides the hell out of this thing here. You weirdos out there who want to use this Dak game as like this referendum, like he's like amazing, like, oh my God, look at these numbers, he was fantastic. You're as bad as the people who would sit here and praise Cooper Rush for having this game, but trash Dak for having this game. You really are. All right. This was not a great game. This was not a poor game. This was a knock some rust off game for me. If Dak has this game 3 weeks from now, I'll have it. I'll really kind of go in on him. But like today, it was like, okay, let's get the rust off.
Yeah.
You got to win. Be safe. They were safe yesterday.
Yep.
I don't like this formula. I don't like this game plan. I will say this: if this is what Dak is, then that's the formula that you have to use.
What do you mean if this is what he is?
Just a mid-tier player.
Like yesterday's game?
Just a mid-tier player. If he's a mid-tier player, then that is the formula you have to use. If he's not a mid-tier player, then you can't use that formula because that formula is going to get you beat by a real football team.
Here's Dak on when he felt like he settled in a little bit yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I think once I made some throws and I knew as I said, my thumb was good and I felt like I had the spin back that I've had and the confidence. Some of those throws were just overconfident in a sense. And, I've got to guard against that. Just because sometimes it can lead to turnovers, and that's the last thing I'm trying to do is put this team in a bad position because I'm overconfident. And as I said, when you have a defense like this, understand, just continue to go through the reads, take a check down here and there, and it'll pay off.
Bite your tongue, young man.
Yeah, let me say one more thing to the Dak lunatics that were lighting me up yesterday. I don't want this formula. I don't want this KNC, Newey Scruggs, Bill Parcells formula.
God, spare me.
Run the football, play defense. I don't want it. If I hated Dak Prescott so much, I wouldn't want them to throw it to win. You morons, and I'm talking to you, Connor, Blitz's, Burgers, whatever it is, the rest of you Dak head cult members. I want them to throw it to win, even though Dak, I thought, had a bad first half. I don't like being down 6-3 at halftime to the Lions, and I don't want 10-6 relying. This is what I was trying to argue with Newey last night, because Newey, is ultimate results guy. I was like, this is like...
He thinks winning 6-3 is the right formula to win. It's crazy.
I was like, I don't want the San Francisco formula while Dak is under this contract. And he's like, they were just in the Super Bowl. And I said, yesterday took 5 turnovers. If you can look me straight in the face and say, yeah, this is the formula, just let the defense win it. 5 turnovers has not happened since 2001. The first time and a half since 2001. It's not sustainable. It's too dangerous. It's too close.
Way too dangerous.
I don't want it.
I don't want it either.
I want to throw. Let me say it one more time for the dum-dums. I want Dak Prescott to throw to win these games more often than not.
Yep. Look.
Yesterday, I get it. Rust, Lions, safer, conservative. 24-6 is a deceptive final score. I'm sorry.
It is a deceptive final score. And listen, the other thing is, yeah.
And I do, for the record, think Dak is capable, obviously, of much more than yesterday. You could see in some of the play calls, I know Nick Eatman's going to focus on that first one because he keeps talking about Dak movement versus rush. Roll out left.
Dak gives you nothing with his legs right now. Don't even bring that up. Dak, he might as well just be a fullback. He that's the problem. He gives you nothing with his legs post-injury. Nothing. And that's a problem. That's a problem for him because that was a major part of his game. So Nick can come in here and say, "Oh no, he doesn't give anything with his legs. He just doesn't.
Well, they tried to just. My point was they're just trying to roll him out on the first.
Yeah,
play.
that's great. I would. I love
Noah Brown incompletion.
Yeah, I love that they're trying to. He just doesn't give you. He doesn't offer up. He's not fast. He's a slow plodding guy now. It's just the way it is.
Yep.
But you can have that San Francisco formula. The problem with that San Francisco formula is that formula doesn't make the postseason consistently. Now, does it succeed when you get there? Absolutely. But your number one goal every year ain't to win the NFC Championship, ain't to win the Super Bowl. It's to make the playoffs. You can't do anything of that unless you get there. And the most predictive and stable way to make the postseason is to throw the football. That's a fact. We have data on this. It's a fact. Now, when you get there, different story.
I also
totally agree.
I also am not going to win multiple championships. Like
No, and I don't want to win one.
I could win one.
Yeah, I don't want to win one.
You can win one.
I don't want to win one. I want to win 5.
Yeah.
And the Buffalo Bills.
And I thought, and for the other Dak heads, the Cowboys are telling you to your face that they don't think Dak is the best option for their offense, for their football team. Your $40 million quarterback, they're telling you with this formula, you nut jobs, that he's not option 1. It's defense 1, running game 2, and your boy number 3. They're telling you right in front of everyone's face. I don't agree with it.
Yeah, I hate it.
I don't agree with
hate
it. But it seems like Dak has gotten the message. If you listen to him during these 5 weeks about what he learned, and I also thought he was pretty interesting with Tracy Wolfson after the game on CBS.
Well, Dak, you said you got it done. 5 turnovers certainly helped your offense. For you being back out here, though, how was it?
It was great. I mean, this was a great team win, though. This is what I saw in these last 5 weeks, what our defense is capable of doing, what this team's capable of doing, just having each other back, playing complementary football. It was a tough game. Every game's tough in the NFL, but we were able to get it done, and those turnovers definitely paid off.
How did you feel in terms of getting back into a rhythm and also with the thumb?
I felt fine, honestly. After the first couple of throws, I wasn't thinking about the thumb. Got in the groove there. Ball was coming out good.
Is this the way that you guys have to go and win going forward? Feed off your defense and run the football? Is that the formula?
I think this team's capable of doing a lot of things. That was just one way of winning right there. I think we'll open up some more parts of our offense. This defense will continue to do what they're doing. And it's about playing complementary football.
You got your first touchdown pass of the season. Did you have to convince the offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore, to let you throw that one?
Actually, no. I thought it was going to be pretty cool to leave this game without throwing one. I'm sure fantasy owners are upset, but it's about winning, and that's all that matters to me.
Appreciate it. Congratulations.
Thank you, Tracy.
That was Dak on CBS. How about that quote? I thought it would have been pretty cool to leave this game without throwing a touchdown pass. Choppy, they have brainwashed him with the formula.
They have brainwashed him. Oh, good gosh. Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, I can't. By the way,
they turned him into Philly Sims.
They did. The fan text has said, by the way, you guys have screwed up. 3rd is not Dak. 3rd is punting. Remember, Jerry said defense, running the ball, and punting. Those are the top 3 things we want to focus on.
That's right.
I
disagree with it. I'm not hating on Dak.
Yeah.
I have a question on how explosive and lethal the offense can be still with Dak at quarterback, but I want to lose finding out that way.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't know how many more times I can say it.
We saw. Look, the San Francisco formula. What did it do? What did it do yesterday?
Pat Mahomes woke up.
Down
Down 10.
So, and this is the problem. And this is the problem the Cowboys and every other team is in. Right? There are really right now in the NFL this year, at least, like we're looking at. There's 2 teams that can sit there and say we are the favorites to win the championship every year for the next decade. And that's the Chiefs and the Bills. As long as you have Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, you're going to be in the top 4 or 5 favorites every single year. The rest of you in the league, you've got to either find the next Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen, or y'all get to play for one title every now and then when your defense has its career year at the same time that your quarterback has his career year. That's the formula.
I agree.
That's the formula. Otherwise, like the Chiefs, defense doesn't matter. The Chiefs' defense is like 30th in the league. Okay, does it matter for them? No. Why? Because they have Patrick Mahomes. Now the Bills, they happen to have the best defense in the league.
Now someone would counter back and say, if we don't have Mahomes or Allen, so why are you copying the formula? to play devil's
Well,
advocate.
it's because it's the most stable and efficient way to win. But like the reason to copy the formula is because like even a mid-tier passing attack is still
better than
the top
tier
rushing
attack.
Yeah, and that's just kind of it's I know it sounds hard to grasp, but that's just throwing the ball is just so effective.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. What else happened inside the NFC East, and how much better is the NFC looking after the big dogs had their embarrassments yesterday? Hey, Cowboys Monday for the 6 a.m. club continues on the Fan.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters, the place to watch all the football action, all the baseball.
Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Giants have it first and goal with the ball almost on the goal line. Barkley in a one-back set. Jones will go over center. Offset eye right. Jones keeps it. Pushes into the line. No signal yet. Touchdown Giants! And with 5:22 to go in the ball game, the Giants have the lead.
Giants apparently had Emmitt Smith and Barry Sanders yesterday. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Here's what we have coming up. Bruce Bochy's press conference, 11 a.m., right here on the station, your home of the Rangers. His first interview in the Metroplex is going to be with KMC, and Chris Young is going to go on G-Bag plus the Mike McCarthy presser. And in the 7 o'clock hour during the Expressway this morning, we're giving away Cowboys-Bears tickets, more Cowboys tickets for Sunday to be given away at noon and 5 p.m. So everything to thank you. Thank you to Miller Lite as well for hooking us up with the Cowboys tickets that we can give to the Tolos. So this is where things stand in the NFC, Ralph James. Filthy was off. They're 6-0. The New York Giants are 6-1 after the play at the 1-yard line. Christian Kirk, please get in. Trevor Lawrence finds him. The Giants defense converges in order to preserve the victory. The G-Men are 6-1. The Vikings are 5-1. The Cowboys are 5-2. The other heavyweights, supposedly, in the NFC, the Rams, 3-3. San Francisco had the Chiefs turn it up on them. The Bucks and Packers at 3-4. That's where things stand in the conference. Well, let's talk about the Giants, RJ, first, as they had Saquon and Daniel Jones go over 100 yards on the ground rushing.
Yeah, Daniel Jones' legs are they're a force. He's really, really good.
No Giant quarterback since, I'd like to see this stat for every franchise. No Giant quarterback since 1946 has run for 100 yards in a game.
Was that Y.A. Tittle? Who was it that did it back then? Yeah, that's a long time ago, man. His legs are a weapon. They really are. I don't think he's the greatest passer in the world, but they're playing solid football. There's nothing you can take away from them. I don't trust them. I don't think they are worth a dang. Either they're beating bad teams, but 6-1 teams make the postseason, and you're going to wind up seeing the NFC East with 3 playoff teams this year. Who had that on their bingo card?
Nobody.
There's going to be 3 teams. There are going to be 3 teams from the division to make it.
Are you buying into the New York Giants yet?
No, I'm not buying into either New York team. Even though both New York teams are...
How about the Jets with another win? They beat the Broncos, who did not have Russell Wilson yesterday. Not that mattered at all.
That mattered. Nope, didn't matter at all. But I don't buy into either team. I think the Jets might be a little bit better just because I think more of Zach Wilson. Or I should say I have more upside hope for Zach Wilson than Daniel Jones. But I don't buy either team. I don't think either the Giants or the Jets are remotely a title contender.
I'm not
but
buying.
They're both playoff contenders. I don't think you can take it away from them yet.
Sorry, I'm not buying the Giants. Every single one of
they're gonna make the playoffs though.
Probably every single one of these games. They're like the first team either ever or since God knows when to have all of their first games decided by one possession.
They're the opposite of the Lions. The Lions lose 1-score games at a rate that is just troubling. And they already of their 5 losses this year, 4 of them by 1 score. And the Giants are the opposite. They win all these games by 1 score. They're going to beat Bill Barnwell's team next year.
Yes.
They're going to be Bill Barnwell's team to fall off next year because of the amount of 1-score victories.
No doubt. Best start to a Giants season since 2008. 6-1. They had 4 wins last year. Christian Kirk down at the 1, and the G-Men continue. Oh, that was bitter. Saquon looks good, though. Man, Chris Arnold was throwing out some Barry Sanders comps to Saquon last night. Moves-wise, I guess you could say he's the closest to Barry, but it's still not in any same discussion or category. But Saquon Looks fantastic. He goes over 100 yards again. And
it's amazing what health can do. Right? It's amazing.
And a little bit better offensive line that they've been waiting for forever.
Sure, absolutely.
Right?
No doubt about a little bit better offensive line. That's what they got right now, though.
So the Commanders probably doing some second guessing over their quarterback situation after Taylor Heineke came in and did this with the Packers visiting D.C.
RPO again. Heineke going to take a shot towards McLaurin. Near sideline. It's caught! Touchdown! Touchdown, Washington!
That was the call on Commanders radio. It looked like Green Bay was going to have 2 defensive scores to start off this game. They got one. The second one was waved off. Matt LaFleur was going crazy. RJ, this is the first time that the Green Bay Packers did not convert a third down since 1999. Rodgers gives the best memes as he's had the sideways helmet one where he's looking at the sideline like this. Let me find the camera in here. Like this. And then yesterday, it was head straight into the ground while they were trying the desperation on the final play. So Taylor Heineke and the Commanders win. Green Bay has lost 3 straight for the first time in 4 years. Aaron Rodgers is 0-4 playing in D.C. I was shocked by that.
It's stunning.
Stunning.
Considering his entire life, the Washington Commanders or football team or Redskins, whatever team that were at the time, have been awful. Like, that makes absolutely no sense.
After the game, Rodgers tried to do an RELAX. He said, I'm not worried. I'm not freaking out about this team. In fact, this could be the best thing for us because now we have a short week against Buffalo. Sunday Night Football. Sunday Night Football? Why would that be a short week? I got to double check that. Maybe it's on Amazon. I'll have to look. But Packers, Bills, and Aaron Rodgers was trying to spin it to the positive, saying he's not too worried about his team. They should be worried. But I think Tampa Bay is the team that needs to worry the most. Tom Brady getting shut out in the first half again. The loss of the day, the most alarming one of the entire day. Tampa Bay losing to P.J. Walker and the Panthers. New coach theory.
New coach theory.
Sean and RJ, new coach theory with Steve Wilkes in for Matt Rule.
21-3 though. That's a problem. 21-3 is somebody is either dead on the field, like where they've completely fallen off, and I don't know that he has.
Some of his balls, he was looking like McNabb with some of these skip pat.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah, he started off his back foot. It's almost like, the offensive line is telling him, hey, we don't appreciate what you've not done here. We're just going to sit here and let you die.
And Mike Evans was wide open on that dropped bomb. That was the most yards of separation in the NFL this year. 11 yards of separation. He ran over the defender. The defender fell down. Evans drops the bomb. Last time Brady fell below 500 this far into a season was 2022.
2002.
2002. I'm sorry, 2022.
It was 20 years ago.
It was 2002. Last time that Tom has been below 500 this far into a year. They've now gone 8 straight games without a first quarter touchdown. That's extending the longest streak in Tom's career.
So that goes back to the Rams game last year in the playoffs. Ha! Right? That goes back to the Rams game in the postseason.
They were a 13-point favorite against Carolina, which had lost 12 of their last 13 games. Tom's biggest upsets in terms of point spreads, 07 to the Jets, 12.5-point favorites, 2012 to Arizona, 13.5-point favorites, and 2019 to Miami, 17-point favorites. He lost as a 9.5-point favorite last week.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They did to Pittsburgh, right?
Green Bay and Tampa Bay.
I think I'm more scared. I think right now if I'm Tampa,
I am too.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's because
of Tom's
age. I think it's just. There's a lot of things going on there. I think a lot of Tom's off the field stuff is creeping in on him, and this is the most laser focused athlete of my lifetime. I think outside of maybe Tiger Woods. And I'm not sure that Tiger would beat him in that. I think he will. But I think it's the most laser-focused athlete team sport athlete in my life.
I'm telling you, I've not seen him smile this year. I don't think his face can smile with all the Botox or whatever he's getting injected into his cheekbones.
I agree, man. Something ain't right.
Have not seen it.
Something ain't right.
No fun at all.
Mm-hmm.
I want a reporter to ask, not after a loss, but Tom, just in general, are you having as much fun as all your other seasons? And I guarantee you he'd give a decent answer on that. Let's see, maybe Jim Gray, that little weasel, will ask it tonight with the Let's Go podcast.
Let's go. This is Let's Go. The Let's Go podcast.
By the way, speaking of the national media, thank you to the playmaker, Michael Irvin, Bobby Belt, Jane Slater, getting us mentioned on the NFL Network yesterday. And when they played the clip, Michael came back and goes, those are my boys, Sean and RJ. Thank you, playmaker.
Yes.
For the national shout out. And the Tolos for letting us know. And Newbie Scruggs for having me on NBC5 last night to try to do the Dak dance. I wanted Newey to do the Zeke part. He wasn't having it. No part.
No, he didn't want to get on his knees.
He didn't. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. And then real quick, while we're talking about Tampa Bay, RJ, what was that with Mike Evans after?
So
then we get back to the Cowboys and headlines in 5 minutes.
NFL fans are kind of losing their minds right now, upset. Mike Evans, after the game, was walking into the tunnel, and somebody on video, a woman by the name of Sheena Quick, a Panthers beat writer, shared this video on her social media saying, I didn't know refs get autographs after the game. Apparently, Mike Evans is walking down the tunnel, and the referee asked for his autograph?
Yeah.
His name is Jeff Lamberth. He's in his 20th NFL season. The speculation is that he's retiring at the end of the year, and he maybe just wanted to do that.
I think it's a bad look.
I think it's a bad look. I will say this.
Because I have to assume throughout the game, you know you're going to be asking this player for an autograph afterwards. And
yeah, maybe.
I would have to lean towards that favoring that player versus not favoring. That's my opinion.
I would assume so. I'm also going to assume this. Jeff Lamberth is not the first referee to ask for an autograph. He probably wasn't the only referee to ask for an autograph this week. And he won't be the last. I bet you this happens all the time. Now, they probably don't do it in the tunnel. What they probably do is they probably send something to the locker room.
Yeah.
And have you sign it. So it's a bad look, but I won't go, be that upset about it because I am going to assume this happens all the time.
877-881-1053 to hit us up. You know we're going to take your Cowboy calls at 8 o'clock this morning. Brad Sham, Nick Eatman, but we got headlines and the Expressway with Bobby Belt and your next chance to win Cowboys tickets. We're sending you to Arlington on Sunday, and we're talking about the Cowboys beating Detroit next in headlines. But first, were you talking about the Eagles' nest?
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First and goal at the 1, straight I formation. They'll give it to Williams at right guard.
Goes out.
Fumble. Who's got it? The Cowboys recovered a fumble at the 1.
Play of the game. Micah Parsons helped set that up. Tank Lawrence gave him his credit afterwards, and Dallas takes advantage of the Lions turning it over 24-6. The Cowboys win. This is a Cowboys Monday with Sean and RJ. Another ticket giveaway. We're going to send you to Arlington on Sunday for the Bears game this hour. You turn it on, leave it on for the Expressway, and we're sending you to the next game. Lions with 5 total turnovers. Second half, 4 possessions, 0 points, 2 giveaways in 5 snaps. Micah Parsons helped set it up the play before. Dan Campbell did not challenge. I think at the very least he gets a closer spot. Maybe that sets up a Jared Goff QB sneak. And Jamal Williams fumbles for the first time in 6 years.
Yeah, and that was your game. I mean, that was the turning point at least. Lions would have most likely gone in to score. I thought he should have absolutely challenged. Again, I'm with you. I don't believe it would have been a touchdown, but I do think that they would have put that ball.
I wonder, that's a very interesting discussion, right? So your replay people up top are telling you, all right, coach, he didn't get in. I wonder that second thought of the ball closer. I bet 8 out of 10 coaches don't challenge it because you're going to lose the challenge. You're going to burn the timeout because you're not getting the touchdown, but they move the ball a little closer.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. Can you not challenge the spot?
Yes.
So you recognize we're not going to get in. We're going to challenge the spot.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, and maybe they wouldn't have lost the challenge there. That's interesting. What if they challenge the spot and they actually see that he's in the end zone? Does he lose the challenge? Does he lose the challenge there? I mean, who knows, right?
Right.
But it's I thought it was a mistake on Campbell's part, and I thought that was the big turning point where, you know, maybe it is a QB sneak by Jared Goff. And who knows how that game changes from there. You know, because after that, you know, do the Lions turn the ball over as many times as they already had at that point? Or, you know, are they not playing catch-up and being forced to throw, allowing the Cowboys to pin their ears back? I mean, that was a crucial play.
This final score is a little misleading. You're down 6-3 at halftime to the worst defense in the league at home. They were booing in Arlington. You were barely up going into the fourth quarter. But they relied on the defense, and the player of the game, at least from this radio station, Sam Williams, the rookie, in only 12 reps, had 2 sacks, 3 tackles, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery, and a body slam. Mike McCarthy talked about the rook making plays.
Outstanding. I thought Sam is a excellent example of one of our rookie players, our young players, playing big today. So very proud of Sam. He had some learning experiences early in the year, and I think the last 2 weeks he's flashed big time with his opportunities.
Absolutely. Formula-wise, they ran the ball 139 yards on the ground. Pollard had 12 for 83. Zeke 15 for 57. Dak was rusty early on. I think some of his numbers feel a little misleading at the end. 19 to 25. Like, he and Goff had 11 total incompletions, and it did not feel like either played that well. Goff was 21 of 26. If you look at that, you're like, oh my gosh, only 5 incompletions. Yeah. I think that's misleading. Dax, I think, is a little misleading. 19 of 25. And the Cowboys want to do this. This is the formula now. Dak was asked afterwards, you prefer this versus airing it out?
I really don't care how it gets done. A win's a win. I thought it was going to be pretty cool to leave out of this game without a touchdown, honestly, and that's just kind of where my head is right now. I know how talented this team is. I know what we can be. It's not about me. It's about all of us, and I'm just trying to make sure that I play my part and make sure I put this team in the right situation each and every play and just make the most out of whatever situation I'm given.
Choppy, it appears as if he has received and absorbed the message of the formula. The big question for us is the formula the right one? Is it correct?
Yeah, I don't believe that is the correct formula. But I mean, if they don't believe that Dak is a good quarterback anymore, if they don't think he's a top 10 quarterback, and they think he's a mid-tier guy, then it does become the right formula. This is the wrong formula to use with an elite quarterback. Yeah, this is you are shooting yourselves in the foot if you've got a great quarterback and you use this formula. But if they don't, if Dak is not that dude, then it might be. Because you can't win the way you want to win with a guy who is a souped-up Cooper Rush, if that's what he is. This is the kind of formula you win with Cooper Rush. This is not the kind of formula you win with a $40 million quarterback.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, post-injury, we still don't. We've got 2 sets of samples post-injury. We had the first 6 games of last year, then we got post-calf injury. And this year we've got nothing.
I still don't know.
We have no, we really don't have any kind of idea what he is right now. I mean, he didn't play in the preseason, and he played 3 quarters. He wasn't very good. And then he played yesterday, 5 weeks after the injury, and he wasn't very good.
I think one thing is pretty clear, and I was listening to Chris Arnold, Kevin Gray in the postgame last night, driving around to Fort Worth, and Chris was talking about the energy in the locker room. You got Zeke being selfless. You got Dak saying, I think it would have been pretty cool not to have a touchdown pass at all.
Oh, man. It'd be so cool.
Here's Dak on the Cowboys' current bond.
Not to say in these past years we haven't had that, but it's impressive just how we've built on that every year that I've been here to where we are now. It's huge. And I mean, not only just on offense, but on defense. And I mean, you see a guy like Micah Parsons chase down that screen right there and get the guy down at the 1-yard line and then boom, fumble the next play. Just relentless efforts. And our motto this year was resilience. And you can just see that. You turn on the film, you'll see that. In a close game all the way through, nobody budged, nobody blinked an eye. Everybody knew that we're capable of winning this game and made a few plays there. And we're able to pull away right there at the end, and it's a special team to be a part of.
We'll get back to the boys at 7:20 with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Elsewhere throughout the NFC East, the New York Giants won again. They go into Jacksonville and stop Christian Kirk on the 1-yard line. Giants win 23-17. I got this Giants fan who keeps chirping me on social media. How's it feel, Dallas? How do you like third place, Sharif?
Oh, simmer down.
I said, bet me. Bet me the next time they play. Crickets. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I
mean,
mean,
the Cowboys are better than the Giants.
They already showed that when they played them. Like, they're just a better football
with a backup quarterback.
Yeah, it's like just stop. Like, the Giants are going to go to the playoffs, and that's great. Accept it. Like that's what they are. They're gonna go to the playoffs. They're not a playoff. They don't deserve to go to the playoffs. They are, because the NFL has a stupid rule where you have divisions. And those things are dumb. But no, all joking aside, the Giants have far exceeded expectations this year, and they have played tremendous football. I don't believe they're very good.
Now I'm just hoping for extensions. That's what I'm hoping for. DJ and Barkley, go ahead and sign them up. The Commanders beat the Packers in D.C. Green Bay loses again. They fall to 3-4. Their last 3 games. Losses, RJ, to the Giants, Jets, and Commanders. No one on earth, when the schedules came out, had them losing 3 straight games, or any of them. Giants, Jets, and Commanders as DC. And I was rooting for DC to win this game because I'm looking at the Cowboys versus the Packers at the top of the NFC standings. Commanders win 23-21. Sunday Night Football. I thought the Dolphins were going to drop about 35 on Pittsburgh. Ended up being a 16-10 game in Tua's return. But how about the game in San Francisco with Christian McCaffrey making his debut? San Fran jumps out to the early start against Mahomes and the Chiefs, and then Patty woke up.
Chiefs have 3rd down and 6 at the San Francisco 45. Kelsey is in a tight slot that same way. Time to throw over the middle. Juju Smith-Schuster wide open, 25-20. Jukes the safety. 10 gets a block. Angling near side pylon. Touchdown, Kansas City. It is yards after catch all day long. A 45-yard touchdown reception by Juju Smith-Schuster.
McCaffrey, first 2 touches, 19 yards. 1 for 10, 1 for 9. San Fran's up 10. Wham! Kansas City wins 44-23. Mahomes throws for 3. So that's around the NFL. We'll get back into it during the Expressway here as we're giving away Cowboys, Bears tickets for Sunday. Thanks to Miller Lite, the World Series is set already. We got to wait till Friday because you had a sweep in the American League. The Astros finished off the Yankees last night, but the real electricity, unfortunately, isn't filthy.
It's up to Austin Nola. Suarez fires. Pop fly. Right field. Segura's out. Castellanos on. And the Philadelphia Phillies are going to the World Series.
Of course, Castellanos had to catch it.
Of course he did. That place was electric. Good gosh, what a crowd.
I love that. I love those atmospheres no matter where it is.
Yeah, I really do. It's so fun out there, man. That is so loud. They were having a great time. Bad weather. It was raining. They had ponchos out and everything.
They don't care.
They don't care, dude. They do not care. Great atmosphere. Nobody had Philadelphia the World Series in June. Nobody. Not even the Phillies thought that was possible. Well, they had fired their manager 50 games in-ish. But here they are. It was tremendous performance by them all postseason. Bryce Harper wins the MVP of the NLCS. So deserving. He's got 5 home runs over the postseason. He's got something like 12 extra base hits. A 10-game hit streak now. Like, the guy is just... And I'm happy for him because he hadn't been to the World Series on his own, right? Because the Nats went when the year he left.
Yeah.
And, he is every bit as good as he's advertised. He really is. When he's on, there's very few people in the sport better than him.
Bruce Bochy, hired by the man. I love the word. I think the number one word, I think you used it. This just feels credible. I love that word.
It's a credibility.
I love that word for this hiring, and I love the timing of it for the Rangers. It just feels credible.
Yeah. I wonder. I need to. Have we seen the money?
I haven't.
I haven't seen the money either. Generally in today's Major League Baseball teams are going for cheaper options at manager, $900,000, $1 million, $1.2 million. Dave Roberts is like the 10th highest paid manager, barely making over $1 million. It's been the impact of managers more felt in the PR department on the field. The Rangers though they needed that PR hit, boost. Bruce
Bochy's press conference 11 a.m. this morning. Then he'll hop on KMC for his first radio interview in the Metroplex. Chris Young has been talking. Mike McCarthy presser. Chris Young will hop on with G-Bag. We got you covered on your home of the Rangers. More great news in DFW. Mavs destroyed the Grizzlies at the AAC. Christian Wood is 2 for 2 in terms of being impressive. The Stars put it on Montreal 5-2. What happened in college football?
All right, let's see. TCU stays undefeated. A 10-point win over K-State.
No coach.
38-28. Oklahoma State 41-34 over Texas. Baylor tops KU 35-23. Texas Tech 48-10 over West Virginia. Cincy 29-27 over SMU.
All my teams are winning.
Yeah, UT San Antonio 31-27. They beat UNT. Let's see. How'd those Aggies do? They lost 30-24 to South Carolina. There's a problem here, Sean. When you lose to South Carolina, history shows you lose your job as a head coach. Muschamp, Fulmer, Mullen, the year they were fired, what do they all have in common? They all lost to South Carolina. That ain't good.
Headlines on a Monday as we get you ready for the Expressway here on Sean and RJ. And in order for us to thank you, we want to hook you up with Cowboys Bears tickets brought to you by Miller Lite. That ticket giveaway also going to be given away at 12 o'clock during KNC, 5 o'clock with G-Bag, a Cowboys ticket giveaway, and Bobby Belt inside the Cowboys locker room on a Cowboys Monday after this.
Let's get you over to Zero Res. Get that carpet clean. Clean way, green way, Zero Res way. No soaps, no chemicals.
Here they come. Goff rushed, throws it over the middle. Intercepted by Jordan Lewis at the 50-yard line. Taken down then by the wide receiver, Kennedy. Oh, the clutch play by J. Lou, and he is limping badly.
Brad Sham with the call. Sham will join us at 8:40 this morning. We're going to give away Cowboys-Bears tickets for Sunday. Cowboys already a 10.5-point favorite. That's coming up this hour in the Expressway. Just listen for the cue to call. And thanks to Tolo D, who just sent me this. Unfortunate timing. As Michael Gelkin tweeted, Jordan Lewis suffered a fourth-quarter foot fracture when tackled during the interception return. So, J. Lou with the fantastic play, part of the 5 turnovers. Let's get to Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt joining us on the Cowboys Monday here on your home of America's team. Bobby, do you feel better about the Cowboys, the same, or worse after this Lions win?
I mean, better. Why wouldn't I feel better? You know, you have the best defensive performance of the year in terms of a scoring front and the 5 turnovers, all of them in the second half. You've got your quarterback back. There was some rust there in the first half, but generally found his rhythm in the second half. I don't think it was an exceptional performance anywhere across the board, really, for any one position group or anything else. But that's kind of what's impressive about it, is that you weren't really exceptional anywhere and you won by damn near 20 points. And so I still think that this is, a team that's trending up now that the quarterback's back and they're about as healthy as they've been all year, except, now with the Jordan Lewis injury, that's a bit of a setback. But overall, I think I feel pretty good about where this team's heading.
What was it like in the locker room?
Dak would not stop screaming. Honestly, he was yelling off the field. Jane's interviewing Trayvon Diggs afterwards. Dak just starts running by and starts screaming yeah, and gets to the locker room and he's screaming and he's, smacking Tyler Biadasz. He gets into the locker room. He's still yelling on his butt.
Oh, it's a big
right. Choppy. I think you knew that. You just wanted me to say it. Gets into the locker room, starts yelling. We're into the locker. Locker's almost done, and Dak finishes out of the shower. Everybody's pretty much finished up, just kind of, walking out. And Dak's just by himself over by his locker and just starts screaming again. And so, he was the first one there in the building. Most of the other players got there around 9:15 yesterday. Dak was there at 7:45.
Oh.
And so I think he was just eager to get there, eager to get back on the field. This was bugging him. This was bugging him to be out. And I think you can tell how excited he is to be back, how relieved he is to be back and get back out there on the field. And, it's funny. I think the only thing that I'm a little not concerned with, but questioning if it's really the best thing for them is the fact that you've got Dak back this week. He's going to get another chance to find rhythm, and then you're going to hit the bye. And I kind of wish that the bye wasn't so close into him trying to find his rhythm coming back.
All right, I want to play this clip from Ed Werder. I didn't understand this. RJ, you texted me about it yesterday. This is Ed Werder on ESPN's pregame talking about Dak choosing Detroit.
Dak Prescott personally chose the Lions to be the opponent as he returns from a 5-game absence following surgery to repair that fracture on his passing hand. Cowboys playing at home, playing against a 1-win Lions team that's allowed a league worst 34 points a game and the most points in franchise history through 5 games.
What does that mean, Bobby?
I don't know. I'm going to have to ask Ed what that means because
what does that mean?
I don't. I think you're telling me that if he would have been medically cleared to come back against Philly, he'd be like, no, thank you.
Right.
Come back against Detroit.
Right.
I think, like I said, he was pretty irritated. And look, I love Ed. He's saying that from somewhere, and he talked to Jerry on the sideline before yesterday's game. So I don't know. Maybe Jerry said something like that to him. I think that Dak was clearly, as we just mentioned, he was pretty eager to get back out there. I don't think he would have, slow played it at all in order to get a certain opponent. That's not really Dak's competitive nature.
It's not really anybody's, is it?
No. Well, maybe some people. Maybe Lamar Jackson wants to come back and play somebody that he'll be better than 9 completions and 120 yards against. I don't know. But that's different. You're talking about a running back who's being asked to throw. And so you got to pick your opponents a little better.
Getting his side swipe in, Bobby Belt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, every time. I think we should just do the whole segment on Lamar Jackson next Monday.
Give me a grade for Dak's performance, or just his return. You can factor in rust and coming back, and however you want to grade it.
B. I think it was a B. I think that in a vacuum, was it his best performance? No. I also don't think he hurt you by any stretch. I think he had 2 really bad throws in the game.
Yeah.
And they were back to back, and it was when they were putting 2nd and 20 and 3rd and 20, and he was trying to take shots. But other than that, I mean, I know people said, oh, the one to Noah Brown was too high. The slant to Michael Gallup was a little behind him. Could those throws have been better? Yes. Are those passes that those guys both should still catch? Yes.
Yes.
Those 2 things can be true. And so, I think you look at, he came out in the second half, was incredibly efficient. If not for the Noah Brown drop, overthrow, whatever you want to call it, I mean, he's 7 for 7 to start that game, and he closes the game 10 for 11. And so I think that you saw a guy efficiently trying to work back. And we talked about it on Friday, right? First play they were going to draw up was going to be a play-action boot, and he was going to look for it, and that's one of those throws that they try to get him comfortable with. But overall, I think knocking off the rust, just trying to work him back into a rhythm, that's going to take time with the receivers. Taking that into consideration, I think it was a B.
I think he got credited with an on-target pass on the Noah Brown one.
Yeah.
I don't think on the Gallup one he got credited with an on-target pass.
Bobby,
yeah, I don't think the Noah Brown one is one that Broadus had said that he's like, quarterback's got to make a better throw. And it's like, yeah, I understand it. It could be better. But you also, when you hear Dak explain the play afterwards, is that he wasn't even looking for Noah, and it was just kind of something that, oh, Noah's there, let me throw it. So it wasn't even like part of his progression. And so I think that he just, when you're freelancing like that, occasionally it doesn't connect the right way. But ultimately, Dak can throw that better, and Noah Brown's got to make that catch.
Bobby Bell in the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ, recapping the 24-6 win over the Lions. It feels like Dak has bought in to this defensive and then run game philosophy. Were you getting that from him afterwards and him talking?
Yes, I don't think he's ever been an opponent of it. I don't think he's ever had a defense really that he can lean on the way he can now. This run game is still, I'll be honest, they had a really great drive after the Trayvon Diggs interception. Zach Martin and Terrence Steele did a phenomenal job that entire drive, opening up lanes for Tony Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott. But overall, I kept having the feeling, I had this discussion with Broadus, that it shouldn't have been that difficult to run the ball as much as it was during the day.
Yeah.
They had more issues with it than they should have. I think the running game is okay. I don't think this is some great running game that we can just eliminate the pass. They're going to need a quarterback to keep them in some of these games because the running game isn't going to be enough.
Yeah.
But the defense is one that you can rely on, especially if they're going to get turnovers. If they're able to start pairing turnovers with just their general stinginess and the way that they're able to buckle down and tighten up when teams cross the 50 like they do, then yeah, I think that you can play things a little bit more conservatively if you want. But to me, you look at some of those throws Dak made, the one where he rolls out and off 1 foot, drops it to CeeDee Lamb between 2 defenders. That's the difference Dak can make for this team.
Yeah.
And extend drives and put pressure on defenses. And so I think that as he finds this rhythm, as he returns to normal, he's going to lean on the running game a little bit more. That you saw them do that yesterday. Let's get the running game going. Let's get him some easy targets. Let's get him some soft looks. And then as the game progressed, they were letting him take more shots. In fact, you looked at it, I don't think he threw a pass from out of the shotgun until the second quarter yesterday. And he didn't really start throwing them out of the shotgun until the 2-minute drill late in the second quarter. So I think they were just trying to get him comfortable under center and get him some soft looks in the flat. And as that progresses and he gets that rhythm back, I think you'll see them start shifting the offense a little bit more to take advantage of what he can do.
Let's talk about Sam Williams' story a little bit. I had heard some things early on that were pretty concerning over Sam's maturation, some concerning issues. We see him kind of fly off the handle with plays on the field in terms of getting penalties. Was not flagged for the power slam yesterday, but he was the post game.
That was quite the suplex.
He was the post game show's player of the game. Just recap Sam Williams' journey so far.
Sam Williams was a guy who started at community college. He's had some off the field issues leading up to the NFL draft. The Cowboys did a lot of homework on him. I mean, there were a lot of individuals who went to Oxford, Mississippi to investigate. All right, is this what character issues do we have to worry about here? Cowboys ultimately felt comfortable with him. Dan Quinn felt comfortable with him. But there's going to be a little bit of growing pains in terms of him learning to come into being a pro. But you'll see it sometimes with not just the slam yesterday that didn't get flagged. He's gotten flagged for some chippiness already this year, and you see opponents get like really frustrated with him. I think they like that, though. Remember, that was something we talked about a lot this offseason, that the Cowboys wanted toughness. They wanted that intimidation factor. They wanted that physicality. And so he'll bring it. He'll bring it like that. And he's an incredibly advanced pass rusher in terms of, what guys who come into the league usually have in their toolbox. And he's somebody who will play the run really well. He knows how to get off of blocks. He knows how to, keep contain, set the edge. He knows how to do all that. And so I think that Sam Williams is somebody that's really starting to come into his own. You're starting to see that effect of, Dan Quinn, the work that he's poured into him, the work that Aiden Dirty's poured into him, and his own skill set and maturation that's coming along. But it's a process, like anything. And gosh, I'm starting to sound more like Mike McCarthy.
Jason Garrett.
Oh, yeah, it's more.
No, that is not process as Jason Garrett, but it's just like anything is the Mike McCarthy staple. He will say that 10 times in a press conference if you listen.
Well, definitely.
And,
Definitely is his crutch word.
Definitely, obviously, guys.
Ball extraction.
That one a little bit.
Turbo.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's ripping that off of Dave. That's just Dave Campo. It's a rip off of Dave
extraction.
right there.
I want to test McCarthy during the bye week with his other phrases that no one else says in football. What other phrases does he have?
Ball extraction.
The one that Green Bay people told me he said all the time, and I've only heard him say it once here in Dallas, is they said he used to say convenient criticism all the time. That he'd say, "Well, I think that's convenient criticism," and I've only heard.
I like that one. I'm gonna start using that one myself.
Yeah, he said at the combine about Kellen Moore's play calling.
But are you going to start down for Kellen on these third and shorts? Let's talk about the third and shorts.
Look, I think that Brian's trying to make the argument, and this is something we need to figure out. It's probably a McCarthy Friday walk-off question, or you guys can ask him at Friday at 6:30.
Or you can. You'll be in for Choppy.
To do today.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. I'll be there. But Sean, you can ask because he loves you. Y'all are besties, and the question about Brian thinks they were trying to break up some tendencies. So like instead of handing off the ball to Zeke on the up back, they're pitching it out to Pollard just to put something different on tape.
Yeah.
And show defenses like we're not just going to hand it off here. But I think you still can change up your tendency by just handing it off to Tony Pollard and let him run up between the tackles. Like you don't have to get cute like that. I don't understand why early in the game a lot of it was let's run Pollard in between the tackles and let's run Zeke to the edge, which was how they were running the ball in the first half. And that's a bit of a confusing approach given what their skill set seemed to be. I think Pollard's more adept running in between the tackles than Zeke is running outside at this point. But there's I had some questions about the way they approach things in the running game, the way that they called things. This is 2 weeks in a row now where I felt like they've gotten too cute in short yardage situations. There was the short yardage situation in the second quarter where I thought they were indecisive and they couldn't figure out what they wanted to do, and they were like, "All right, let's go for it on fourth down." And then they were laking up to the line of scrimmage, had to call timeout, and went, "Never mind, we just wasted a timeout in order to take a 22-yard field goal." So I didn't love the way that they approached some of these, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1, and they were really good at that in the early part of the season. But the last couple of weeks, that's been an issue for me, and I don't know if that's a Kellen Moore thing trying to break tendencies, like Brian's saying, or they're just getting a little too cute with things, and it's the DJ Khaled, congratulations, you played yourself meme. But that's kind of been a frustrating aspect, I think, for them, and something that I think bears questioning to Kellen Moore today, and to Mike McCarthy this week is just what's y'all's thought process on this? Is there a little bit of getting a little too cute instead of just doing what you do best, just hand off the ball and try and get it between the tackles?
I do wonder how many teams actually do that. If it's or that's just like one of these like kind of old school thought process cliches. Like no team is gonna do a worse play call just to get something on tape, are they? They're gonna pick up the first down.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so in those situations, and that's the thing Brian says. Brian said he thought they were confident they would get it doing that, but they were also trying to do something different. They thought, we've set guys up. They'll really crush it on this. A good example, you remember in 2016, they were always running that jet sweep to Lucky Whitehead?
Yeah.
And they that one time where they set up the jet sweep at the snap, and they faked it to him against Pittsburgh, and then they threw the screen to Zeke, and he went 77 yards for a touchdown. And so that's something where when you put something on tape often enough and teams start to prepare for it, you can kind of go the other way and take advantage of that. But I don't think that was the time to do it. I don't think running outside on a 3rd and 1 after you were already stopped on an outside run on 3rd and 1 was the best use of your play calling there, your play calling sheet. But teams will not so much necessarily put things on tape, but teams in blowouts especially will start sometimes running some different things out of different formations just so they can, skew data a little bit. Where it's when they start looking at what do they run out of this formation, the raw data numbers that teams review, they may see passes in there and stuff like that aren't actually applicable because they're running them in different spots in the game where it doesn't matter as much.
You have any other star up or star downs?
I think star up, like I said, the Zach Martin, Terrence Steele run blocking on that drive out of the second half was to me the biggest thing in the game yesterday. That was the biggest credit to them being able to kind of turn the tide. Obviously, the DeMarcus Lawrence punch out was a big deal. Star down, Noah Brown was not great, and it wasn't just the drop. You had the fumble, you had the illegal block in the back on the Peyton Hendershot catch that then set up that 2nd and 20 where Dak threw those 2 YOLO balls. And so that was frustrating, but overall, I think being able to see them sustain drives yesterday, that was encouraging. They had 3 drives of at least 65 yards or more. That's the first time they've had 3 drives of that length all season. And I think you're starting to see everybody kind of finding their rhythm, coalescing, and becoming a true team. And with the health that they have right now, I think that they're going to be peaking at the right time.
Thanks, Bobby. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
I love you all, and Lamar Jackson for MVP.
I will say this. You're on a Lamar roll right now, Chopper. We do have to admit it. Since September 25th, he has not thrown for 220 yards. That's awful. 218, 144, 174, 210, and yesterday he was 9 of 16 for 120 against the Browns. Now, you're going to have rushing numbers, right? He's going to run for 60 a game, but not throwing for over 220 in 5 weeks and 6 of 7 as he was 213 against the Jets. Bobby's on a roll right now.
Look, he had 180 yards total. Dak had 205. And one of them played the worst defense in the league. And the other one didn't. You going to tell me you want Dak over Lamar Jackson? No, you don't. You don't. Neither does Bobby. Bobby can come up here all the time he wants and say that he does. He doesn't. And I'm president of the Dak fan club. But one has the ability to be an MVP, and the other one wears number 4.
Well, Dak is Bobby still on there? Okay. Is he gone, Joe? He must be because he's not rebutting.
Joey.
There he is.
I'm right here. I'm absolutely right here. I will take Dak 11 times out of 10 against
Bob,
Lamar.
I'm a huge Dak fan, but come on, be fair. Be fair.
One of them's a quarterback. The other isn't.
You just don't like quarterbacks that run. That's why you don't like Jalen Hurts.
I don't like quarterbacks that can't freaking throw, Chop.
But he's fine. He's fine. Is he a better runner than a passer? Sure. That's not a problem.
Who do you think is a better thrower between?
For all we talk about how
the positions change. This isn't 1999 anymore.
Okay, fine. Let's just talk about them as weapons. Is Lamar Jackson winning a bunch of playoff games? Is Lamar Jackson showing out and doing a bunch of different things? You can absolutely shut down Lamar Jackson. If Dak Prescott had a season like Lamar Jackson had last year, nobody's talking about it. My gosh, and everybody likes to go to, 16 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, but man, his shoulder was hurt. He's having this. And then it's like, okay, but Dak went 37-10 last year with a calf strain, and everybody's like, not good enough. Doesn't matter. You got to write that off.
Someday you'll stop looking at TD to interception ratio. We'll teach you.
The double standard is ridiculous. By the way, I forgot to ask, is Anthony Brown still the best corner on this team, Chop?
I don't know.
I know the answer to that. I just wanted to ask.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Bobby Belt will be in now. Cut him off, JoJo.
I love you all. Bye.
Bobby will be in studio Thursday and Friday. co-host of O'Brien Broadus on Wednesday, as Choppy is going to get a few days off. Truckwreck.com text line is open, and so are the phones for the giveaway. 10th Tolo right now to call. 877-881-1053. You're getting Cowboys-Bears tickets for this Sunday, brought to you by Miller Lite. Thanks to the bosses. Thanks to Miller Lite for hooking us up with the tickets in order to say you're appreciated. 10th caller right now, 877-881-1053. You're going to Cowboys-Bears on Sunday, courtesy of Miller Lite and 105.3 The Fan. If you don't get the tickets right now, you can get more at noon and then 5 p.m. So set the phone reminders if you're in and out of being a Tolo. Noon, ticket giveaway, KMC, 5 o'clock with the G-Bag Nation.
Man.
So there we go.
Absolutely love.
That's awesome.
That give, absolutely. Trucker.com text line. Man, they are lit. They are litty right now.
Okay.
Dak can't throw either. Lamar has regressed his MVP season.
He what?
Regressed since his MVP season.
Okay.
Y'all complain about weapons for Dak. What weapons does Lamar have?
None. Mark Andrews, that's it.
Lamar might be able to throw better than Dak.
But how much of Lamar not having weapons is guys not wanting to sign there? Hollywood Brown, Michael Irvin came on the show.
Tried?
What?
Have they tried?
Have they not tried to get receivers?
Have they drafted him in the first round? Have they, signed him in the offseason? I mean, guys are going to take money.
You tell me the Ravens can't sign a free agent receiver, like they haven't tried to sign somebody. They spend the least on the position, but we asked Michael Irvin, Tua, Hurts, Lamar. Like when we asked him, Lamar Jackson was playing like the MVP, and he said he would rather play with Tua first. Michael Irvin said that.
Well, it's because they're going to throw it 50 times.
Okay.
And that's the difference that you and I have an opinion. Like,
well, you don't even know what my opinion is.
Yeah, your opinion is that they don't throw because they don't throw. That's an indictment on Lamar, and mine is they're using his strengths to his advantage, allowing him to run. Rush yards count. Rush yards count from a quarterback.
They do.
So if you throw for 200 yards, but you rush for 60, you had a 260-yard day. It's no different than a 260-yard pass.
Do you believe that the Baltimore Ravens think that he is a great passer?
I think they think he's a better runner than a passer.
Right.
And that's okay.
I was responding to the person on TV who said he could be Mahomes. That was my response that day.
Yeah, he can't.
I'm trying to remember who said that. I can't remember who said it.
Take his credential away.
Yeah,
he can't be Mahomes. Nobody can be Patrick Mahomes. That's just the way it is. You can't be Patrick Mahomes when you're not Patrick Mahomes. But he is the reason that they run is because he's just a better runner than he's a passer. That doesn't mean he's a terrible passer.
Who do you think is a better passer between Dak and Lamar?
I think they're about the same.
Okay.
I think they're about the same, and I think that Lamar's obviously a better runner.
Is Hurts beneath both as a passer?
I think so.
Agreed.
It's too early to tell long term, but yes, right now, absolutely.
Two best throws from Dak yesterday. He had a beautiful one to Lamb, and then another nice touch pass to Schultz. I thought those were his two best throws of the day.
That touch pass was fantastic. I don't know how his knee's still on. I thought he was going to rip his PCL off again. But
Schultz?
Yes, poor guy. Woo.
All right, let's take you around the rest of the NFL. Cowboy calls at 8. Cowboy calls at 8 o'clock where we open it up to you at 877-881-1053. But speaking of the Ravens, they were playing yesterday, and here's what happened with them.
Gus Edwards alone in the backfield. He'll get the carry left side. He's got a hole. He's going to walk in. Touchdown, Ravens. The boss is back in the end zone, and the Ravens have taken the lead.
Ravens end up beating the Cleveland Browns 23-20. Baltimore is 4-3. Amari Cooper check. He had 3 for 74. 3 for 74, 25 yards a catch for Amari. No touchdowns. All right, let's talk about some of the other games that we have not spoken on. We talked about Carolina over Tampa Bay. Joe Burrow was going insane yesterday.
Yeah, he was.
If you had Joe Burrow, you probably won fantasy. The Atlanta Falcons have been playing close games. Well, here's Burrow coming out and going crazy. First quarter, 13 of 15 for 196 and a touchdown. That was the first quarter The passer rating was 141. The Bengals were up 21-0 on the Falcons, and they end up blowing away Atlanta 35-17. Joe Burrow going to be up there for Offensive Player of the Week in the AFC. He threw for 481 and 3. 481 and 3. We talked about the NFC contenders. We talked about the NFC East. Hideous game. I was thinking yesterday, you could have given me tickets to this. I would not have gone. Tennessee beats Indy, 19-10.
They won 4 straight.
Have they?
Tennessee. They started 0-2. They won 4 in a row.
Jets over. I'm happy for the Jets. I'm really happy for the Jets. They go into Denver and win 16-9. The Jets are 5-2. The Broncos fall to 2-5 as Brett Rippon was playing quarterback.
Brett Rippon from?
Don't know.
Boise State. Yeah. You could have paid me. You could have paid me to watch this game, and I wouldn't have turned this on. The free tickets, I wouldn't watch this if it was in my neighborhood.
Josh Jacobs, I love this guy. There's been some questions about Josh Jacobs falling off. Is he going to be out of favor? He's gone off for 3 straight weeks. Yesterday, he had 20 for 143 and 3 touchdowns as the Raiders improved to 2-4. They dropped the armpit to 1-4. And you know who we have to give a lot of credit to? We may have to apologize a little bit. Pete Carroll. The Seattle Seahawks
Can't believe this.
Are in first place, y'all. They beat the Chargers 37-23. Is this the second most surprising outcome of? No, it's got to be third.
It's the Panthers most surprising.
Panthers
right?
is 1, Commanders 2, and then Seahawks over the Chargers. The Seahawks are 4-3. Maybe Pete Carroll does know how to coach.
Yeah, maybe he does.
Wow.
When is the Justin Herbert
criticism?
Heat? Yeah, because it's all going on Brandon Staley. But because we love the arm talent, which I hate that term, but we love the arm of Justin Herbert. But when is that heat going to happen? Sooner or later, you think it will.
It should. In this game, he was 33 of 51 for 293, 2 touchdowns and a pick. His QBR was a 27. Geno's was a 60. I'm happy for the Jets. I'm happy for Geno Smith.
Happy for Geno in Seattle, absolutely.
Seattle is 4-3.
I still don't consider them a threat. But they're, like you said, they're in first place. They're in a good position to make the postseason. The NFC, you got to struggle in the NFC to find 7 worthy teams. There's a handful of them at the top.
Yep.
And then you got to struggle to find 7 teams. The AFC is just loaded. Loaded. You got to struggle to find 7 in the NFC.
And then tonight, Patriots-Bears.
Oh, God. Ugh.
I cannot watch Bears games. I want to see what New England is going to do at quarterback. Mac versus Zappy. But the Bears, the Cowboys are already 10.5-point favorites against Chicago. 2-4 is the Bears record.
What an awful game. We have been screwed with these primetime, non-Sunday games this year. The Monday and Thursday games, dude.
The Bears are the only team in the NFL who have not hit triple digits in points scored. They've scored 93 points.
Do they have a bye?
93 points. They're 2-4. No bye.
No bye.
93 points. The next lowest scoring team is Denver at 100.
Man,
they're worse than the Broncos offense.
And their offense, and I don't know. I have no idea if Justin Fields is going to be a good player or not, but they ain't doing him any favors with how they're running their system. They're barely letting him pass. He's doing like 11 passes a game. Like, let the guy go. See what you got. Find out, man. Don't go out there and throw 11 passes. It's not like he's Lamar and Hurts and runs all over the place.
How about some of these trade stories that came out over the weekend?
All right. Now, this one,
as Jerry told KMC on Friday, no, as of right now, it could change in 30 minutes. No one out there that they're interested in. I think he tried to dodge an Odell question yesterday in the postgame, saying, I'm not going to start that. But that was Jerry on with KMC Friday, owning the Robert Kraft story. He admitted it was true.
Yeah.
He admitted the Robert Kraft story was true, and he sounded genuinely surprised. He sounded genuinely surprised over the Dan Snyder details. And I had 2 people hit me up. 2 people hit me up saying, Jerry is pretending with this Dan Snyder stuff. he is a little bit more aggressive behind the scenes in terms of going at Snyder or what he thinks versus the way he is portraying it publicly. Like, I really don't know. I don't have any problems. I don't know where this is coming from. Media driven. 2 people in the know hit me up and said, this is a bunch of BS. But he owned the Kraft story.
Yeah. The trade things, real quick. Which one do you want? You want the Broncos or the Panthers?
Let's go with Brian Burns.
All right.
And I focused a lot on Brian Burns yesterday after this story came out.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people had to Google Brian Burns. There is a report out there that the Eagles have made calls regarding Brian Burns. And the trade deadline is November 1. But the report is that they offer. Now this guy has got his 5th-year option already exercised, which means next year he's going to make $16 million. There's a report out there that the Eagles they want to trade for him, and that the Eagles have offered 2 first-round picks.
2.
There's no way. Howie Roseman doesn't offer 2 first-round picks for a defensive lineman. That's just not going to happen. I don't see that happen. Not from Howie. That's kind of counter to what he would.
Carolina rejected 2 firsts.
Yeah, I don't know what's crazier with that or that Carolina said no.
It's Carolina saying no.
There's no way Carolina says no to 2 first-round picks for a guy that's going to make $16 million next year. Then they're free agent.
Yeah, he's 24, and he's going to get a massive extension this offseason.
Yeah.
First-year player out of Florida State.
Now, they also are saying that that the Carolina's rejecting offers and overtures for DJ Moore. That's the guy they want to build their team around. Okay, You know what? Like good, tremendous wide receiver, yada yada yada. There's no way that a guy who's about to be paid bank in Brian Burns is going to be turned down for 2 first-round picks.
And what's the other one real quick in Denver?
Broncos have been fielding calls for both Jerry Jeudy and Bradley Chubb. They've received multiple trade inquiries about Chubb and Jeudy. Oh, and KJ Hamler, who's the wideout that slammed his helmet down.
They're going to blow this up already? Are they already admitting that the Russ thing is a mistake and over?
This is a very odd thing to do if you've got Russell Wilson, who you signed to $235 million to up and trade away a wide receiver that's averaging 17 yards a catch.
It is now time for your Cowboy calls. Line them up on the Diamond Factory hotline. You take over the show. You're star up, star down. Grade Dak's return. And is this the formula that you want Mike McCarthy to move forward with? 877-881-1053 right now. 877-881-1053. Your Cowboy calls on Sean and RJ to continue celebrating on a Cowboys Monday next. But first,
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Goff under center. There's some play action. Rush from behind, sack. Donovan Wilson on the safety blitz from the blind side. Got there a heartbeat ahead of Dorrance Armstrong.
How can you not love Donovan Wilson? That sack set up a 3rd and 15. Romo said a touchdown was there. That Diggs had gotten beat. A touchdown was there, but Donovan Wilson came in with the sack off the Dan Quinn scheme. Cowboys beat the Lions 24-6. This is where we turn the show over to the Tolos on the Diamond Factory hotline. Hit us up, 877-881-1053. Brad Sham will join us at 8:40 this morning. Let's celebrate together on this nasty, messy Monday. Look at that outside.
Pretty disgusting.
Boone in Dallas, start us off. Boone, you're live on The Fan.
Hey, in the words of the great Jimmy Johnson, how about them Cowboys?
Yeah,
no, honestly. Yeah, I'm going to definitely good team win. The O-line, they definitely held it together, kept Dak upright. D-line, way to cause that pressure. Hey, shouts out to the secondary. The unsung hero is Donovan Wilson. Hey, looking up ahead of the schedules with the bye coming up out to Chicago, I just want to see the Boys come out of that bye with momentum, with 2 wins. And Dak, I just want to see to get us to the Super Bowl. I want Jerry to get him another one. So I'm a Tolo. I'm on my way to work. I'm having a great day. I'm in a good mood because it's a Cowboy Victory Monday. You guys have a great week.
Hell yeah, brother. Right back at you. Thank you so much. You could hear the car door open or the seatbelt was not on as Boone got us started off right. That was a great call to begin things. Let's get to Alton in Temple. Alton, you're next up on Sean and RJ.
I'm a Tolo. Me and my family. Hey, star up, star down. I know this is what we're talking about Dak's return. I tell you what, guys, I think it's a dangling star. It's a dangling star right now. It's too early to criticize Dak on his performance due to the fact that this is really his first full game back.
Yeah.
After injury. So I tell you what, we definitely can judge him up and down on next week. Facing the Bears. That's my 2 cents from a distance. Y'all stay easy.
Back at you, brother. Thank you for the phone call. I'll ask you the question that I asked Bobby. Y'all can answer it. Take it wherever you want, Cowboys related, on the hotline. Did yesterday make you feel better, the same, or worse about the Cowboys?
I think it's too soon to tell. I hate to say that. Just because, they got the quarterback back, which is all you need.
Well, then your answer can be the same.
Yeah,
my answer is the same.
No,
I feel the same about them as I did during the course of this winning streak. I picked them with the points. I wasn't scared of the Lions scoring a ton. I knew the defense. I've never liked Jared Goff. I knew the defense would shut them down. And I still have questions about the offense, and it is fair for Dak to be rusty in his return. But you were down 6-3 at halftime, and you were up 10-6 heading into the fourth quarter against a team who should be much worse than you. I feel the same about the Cowboys. Outstanding defense. I'm not sure what the offense is going to be.
I'm not sure what the offense is going to be either, but that's kind of why I'm holding off on this. I want to see what Dak is, 2-3 games from now when he's not sitting here throwing. What's he got? He's got 50 passes this year. That's it, right? Like 50 passes this entire season, and they're spread out over 6 weeks. when you factor in the fact that he didn't play in the preseason, there's a rust factor. And that didn't go away. And, that's not going to go away maybe in 3 weeks because they got a bye coming up after this next game, right? So it kind of sucks. It really does. I can't give you a straight answer on that yet, simply because, I need to see what Dak is going to be when he has, gone through more than just 50 passes in a month and a half.
Russell in Dallas. Russell, you're up next on the home of the Cowboys. Go ahead, boss.
How y'all doing? Good morning, y'all. Good morning, Sean and RJ. I'm glad to be on the show, man.
Morning, thanks.
My start up will be like the whole defense, honestly, because for holding the Lions to 6 points that whole game and having them not score anything that second half, that's amazing. And at first I was like, we do need to improve our run defense because they was running on us like crazy that game, and I really wasn't enjoying that. My start down, and I'll put that more in the middle because I know he's just now coming back, is Dak Prescott, man. The reason, I heard this morning, y'all was talking about how people are saying that, they'll give Cooper Rush the praise for that performance this game and hate on Dak for it. The thing I agree with that on is because Dak is getting paid that $40 million. And, he's going to be rusty when he first comes in. But,
yeah,
man, you getting paid $40 million to do what you just did. We could get Cooper Rush to get paid dang near minimum and do the same thing. What's the point of paying you $40 million for that?
Fair question.
Well, yeah, that's the issue. Like if you don't need to pay the quarterback $40 million and the thing is, yesterday, if Cooper Rush had that same game, you'd be in here singing his praises.
Yeah.
Dak has that game, and everyone's like, well, he's trash. Okay, he's not trash. Some of the advanced metrics show that he had a better game than the eye test saw.
Yep.
Which
I think some of the EPA stuff had him as like the third best quarterback yesterday.
I think he finished like 7th in completion percentage over expectation. And then some of the other ones. Now there was EPA. Actually, EPA he was 3rd.
Yeah.
Which is it's a per play. It's based on passes, rushes, and penalties. So when he was, I don't really know how they quantify that. Like, did you force the DPI? I don't really know how they quantify that. But completion percentage over expectation, he was very good as well. Joe Burrow was the best quarterback yesterday in the league. Then Mahomes.
Yep. And
then, from efficiency, this is just from a EPA and efficiency standpoint, then Dak was right there. So he was 3rd in that. But, some of those, it's tough to, see it and then read it.
Dallas and Princeton. Dallas, you are live with Sean and RJ at 105.3 The Fan after a Cowboys win.
Morning, fellas. Tolo.
You appreciate it. Thank you.
I just want to say I love this special teams unit. I mean, Anger, Turpin, Maher, we're winning the field position battle, getting points, and I think they are the best special teams unit, and they helped this team out tremendously. Thank you.
Thank you. 52-yard return for Cavante. That took it to the Lions 41. They didn't cash in with points. That was the longest return in the NFL this year. He's going to break one. Now, Gavin Dawson went overboard when he said we have Dion at returner, but I got to give Dawson preseason props. He said it on G-Bag that they got something electric back there. That was the point of his Dion comparison, and Dawson is right. Every time, it is exciting every single time this kid touches the rock. And Dawson was on that early. We made fun of him a little bit when you invoke the name Dion, but it's only a matter of time, and he's lethal back there. I wish he got involved a little bit more offensively with his speed, with some of the touches. Kenneth and Waxahachie. Kenneth, you're next up on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm extremely hopeful with Dak coming back. He looked a little rusty. Some of the times when he dropped back and it was a three-step drop back, the defense got in his face pretty quick, and I think he panicked. Turpin's awesome. He's kind of unorthodox as a punt returner. That when he stopped and froze after catching that punt, reading the defense, and then he took off. I think he's going to do very well. And the team coming off of a bye after being shut out the week before, and you don't allow them to score a touchdown, that's huge.
Yes. Agreed. Don't forget they were coming off that bye, as Kenneth just reminded. You're supposed to come out fresh. You're supposed to go ahead and have some new tricks in the bag. Nothing.
Their defense apparently, had some new tricks in the bag because their defense, they didn't have a defense prior to this one.
Right.
And their defense was actually, I was kind of impressed by their defense. And who knows what would have happened, with that game, with the offense, had they not fumbled at the one. That would have completely changed the complexion of this contest.
Layman in Denton. Layman, you are live on the home of America's team. Go ahead, boss.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You're live on the air.
Hey, it's Raymond.
Raymond, sorry.
All right, well, look, this is what I want to say to all the Dak haters, man, okay? This man just came off an injury. We're all human, okay? So there's going to be rust. There's going to be, a little bit of scares, whatever, man. But the point is we won. I remember when, we went to the Super Bowl, we faced the Bills. Man, we were down 17 points, man, and we came back and whooped some butt. So, we're in the NFL. It's any given Sunday. Everybody just relax, man. And we got the win. Dak is going to do great, man. So, hey, and I'm a Tolo. Hey, whenever KMC comes on, I'm a Toto. I turn on and turn it off, man. Hey, I mess with y'all, man. For real.
Thank
y'all
you.
are right.
Thank you for the call, Ray. What was that? What was that last part? Turn it off and what?
Oh, no.
That was Ray. Ray coming in strong with the Sean and RJ love. I didn't even catch the total last part on KMC. Look, he said everyone needs to chill. I think everyone is chill. I'm actually, one of my big takeaways from yesterday, I'm actually surprised everyone is so positive and not angry. This is like an amnesia game, in my opinion. People have forgotten they were down, They were down 6-3 at halftime. People have forgotten it's a 10-6 game. People have forgotten that Dak had a bad first half, in my opinion. I know people went nuts on me. The Dak heads on Twitter, the cult members went nuts on me. I think this has been like 90%, 95% positive this morning with the total feedback, and I'm a little bit surprised by it.
Well, I mean, that
was a misleading final score.
I believe it was a misleading final score.
Like Jamal Williams fumbled, and at the end, it was a clock-killing touchdown. Now, Noah Brown also fumbled. You were going to get points off of that.
It probably should have been 17-13 going into that final drive.
Right.
That's
Against
a much
the
closer game.
Lions.
Right, who
At
have
home.
played competitive games all year. So they've covered. This is the first game they didn't cover as a dog all season. But on the Twitch here coming in, why would we be angry with an 18-point win? That's just one of the comments.
Yeah, because I didn't think it felt like an 18-point win. It was 10-6 starting the fourth. That's not an 18-point win. But it is the NFL. The Buccaneers, the Packers, these teams are looking horrible, awful. And Detroit has been competitive, so be happy with the W overall. Christy and Redo. Christy, you're live with Sean and RJ.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be chirping for chirping this morning too. The little guy is just absolutely freaking amazing. I think they called lightning in a bottle on that one, and they lucked out. But I'm not going to be overly critical of Dak just yet. I think if it had been a game-deciding drive and he fluffed on me, then I would have been a little bit more nervous.
Yeah.
But I don't want everybody to forget that. Look at what he's throwing to. These guys need to get better separation. We need some stickum on CD's hands, and we got to get Gallup back in the game because I'm not sure why he took a break. So let's give him a minute, and let's remember that he's not out there throwing the three superstars.
Thank you for the call, Christy. And you talk about great return games for Prescott. Detroit and Chicago. You talk about get healthy games. It worked out perfectly in terms of knocking off the rust. Michael Gallup did not have a catch. He did not have a catch yesterday with 2 targets. John in Arlington. Jonathan, you're next up here on DFW Sports Station.
What's up?
What up?
Hey, man, I'm a little upset, man, in terms of with Tony, man, or the announcers on that interception with Trayvon, man. They're trying to say that they saw it. It looked like, it may have hit the ground or, whatever it may have been. I didn't see that. So you got people all on social media up and down. Oh man, that was a game changer. This, that, the third. And it's like,
Jonathan, you didn't think it was 50-50 at all with the Diggs pick?
At all.
Wow. So you agree with them not reviewing it?
No, not at all. Not at all.
All right.
On the different angles on the different angles on the replay, man, it looked good to me, man.
Okay.
I mean, it's still worth reviewing. That's the point.
Yeah.
Like whether or not it was like the right call or not, you should review all turnovers. And I know they do. They do anyway. They do in New York, and they probably gave it a quick little look and said, "No, you got it." And if they did, then they did. And then you accept that call. Gene Steratore, they're one of the longtime ref who's no longer an official anymore. Now is he on CBS, I guess? He said he put on Twitter, "I'm surprised the play was not stopped for a formal, detailed review. For a catch to be made, the ball could touch the ground, but the player must have firm control. It does not appear that he had it, in my opinion."
Feels like the Cowboys got some of the referee breaks, some of the officiating breaks. All right, let's finish with a few more calls. We got Vic, Julius, Neil, Nick, Marcus, a couple more Tolo Cowboy calls, and how excited is RJ for the Rangers' new manager, all that, then Brad Sham right here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to QC.
You need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Play action fake. Prescott's going to throw it in the end zone to Peyton Henderson on National Tight End Day for his first professional touchdown.
There you go, National Tight End Day, and Dak Prescott throws his first touchdown of the regular season. The Cowboys win 24-6. This is Sean and RJ on your home of America's team. A few more Cowboy calls, then Brad Sham, and we'll go around the rest of the NFL. The Rangers get a new manager. I'm really excited about it. Bruce Bochy's press conference at 11 o'clock this morning. Then he'll hop right on with a KMC masterpiece for his first interview in the Metroplex. Rangers GM Chris Young will go on with G-Bag. Adam in Dallas. Adam, let's celebrate the Cowboys win. You're live on the Fan.
Appreciate it. Thanks for taking my call, Tolo Nation.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just hitting this with the other side of the argument. I'm more of a gambler, and I watch these games to bet. I hate to say that, but I love the Cowboys from Dallas, and was kind of let down a little bit yesterday. I actually better versus the Lions. I feel like those two calls we got literally won us the game from that turnover that they almost scored the touchdown, and that interception definitely didn't seem like an interception. Did you guys think we got a little bit lucky that game, or what do you think?
I thought that the Cowboys got the benefit of the calls if you had to pick one of the teams. And look, man, the Jamal Williams thing was lucky.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Well, first off, the fact that the player didn't score was a little bit lucky. Like, I thought he was
the tight end, you mean? The tight end?
The tight end,
Yeah.
right. That Micah, to his credit, tracked down. But, right, not scoring, and then Jamal Williams fumbling right after that first time in 6 years, that was lucky.
Yeah, when a guy hasn't fumbled in 6 years.
I mean, anyone fumbling on the one is
for
lucky.
sure. I mean, yeah, you can't.
Did he run into his own guy? I thought Bobby said Tank knocked it out, but I heard CA last night on the postgame talk about his own guy hit it out. I didn't see.
Was earlier in the game, right, where the tight end's leg, remember, his foot got kicked up, and they recovered that fumble. I don't remember him getting knocked out by his own guy on that 1 yard line, though. Maybe he did, but I mean, that's when you fumble at the one, especially when you haven't fumbled in 6 years. I mean, you can't bank on that. You can't bank on that at all. So that was pretty fortunate, because if they get that, it's it's 13-10, and then the Cowboys score and make it 17-13. But how does the rest of the game go? Do the Cowboys, are they able to pin their ears back? Are they able to get the same kind of pressure, same kind of interceptions and fumbles the rest of the way? Maybe not. It's the predetermined fallacy, the predetermined hit, or the predetermined outcome.
But all the hustle points should go to Micah Parsons, who talked about this defense after the game.
Yeah, in terms of finishing, never giving up the goal line, creating that turnover, just dominating the second half. It obviously definitely shows glimpses. It shows what we're capable of, where we're heading, and that's a great way to get things back on track.
Vic in Jersey, listening on the Odyssey app. Vic, you are live on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm a Tolo from up north, dealing with all these midget fans and Eagle fans and all this nonsense.
All right.
I got to star up for them rookie tight ends. Who needs Schultz? Get him out of here. Another thing, I got to star up for the rookie linebacker. Slipping my mind right
Sam
now.
Williams, DN, yeah.
Sam Williams. And can we get rid of Van Der Esch, please? He's the weak link.
That's everybody.
Guys, that's all I got.
Thanks for the call, Vic. Don't use the M word anymore. Butch in Philly. Butch, you were live. You thought we'd have to censor the Philly person. Not that, right? Jersey, too. You have to censor all of them as well. Butch, you're next up on Sean and RJ.
Fan and RJ. Hey, how you guys doing? Yeah, this is Butch from Philly up here in Pigeon country up here. They got their chests out, but I tell you, I'm very proud of our team. I like our team, and what kind of gave me a clue of their mindset when they went down 20-0 to the Eagles last week. They didn't quit, and if you think of that play yesterday with Micah running down that tight end, that shows you a lot about their character and I like the way the team is. I like the way their mindset is, and I'm gonna ride with them until the wheels fall off. And when the wheels fall off, I'll still be riding with them.
Thanks for the call, Butch. Appreciate it. Except for butchering my name. I should change the one letter in your name and see what happens. Neil in San
Oh, I see what you did there.
Neil in San Antonio. Neil, you're next up on the Fan. Go ahead, boss.
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I don't know what everyone's complaining about because the game played out what you should have expected. I mean, Detroit had a bye week, and so they had 2 weeks to prepare. That defense didn't look like a last-place defense because they were really hitting. But then also, Dak needed time to, get his rhythm back. Now, I am a Dak lover, but I am kind of fair with the criticism and stuff.
Yeah.
That he gets paid all this money. I don't mind if he's going to come out with a 15 for 24, 23 performance, but there's 3 or 4 throws that he is going to have to make during the game that has to be game changers.
Yep.
And the throw to Schultz, the throw to CeeDee Lamb, those were 2 throws that Cooper Rush could not make.
Agreed.
And he probably wouldn't have tried to make. And if he would have tried it, he would have got picked off like he did in Philadelphia. Also, at the end of the day, we should be thankful for these wins because it could be worse. We could be Buccaneer fans or we could be Packer fans.
Yep.
And one last thing. Sean, what happened with your neighbors this weekend? Did you have to go over there and smoke them out? All right, fellas, have a good one.
Thanks for the call, brother. I wasn't there Saturday night.
You weren't, but Friday you were.
I was in Justin. Friday night, they go hard Saturday night.
Okay.
Saturday to Sunday, 3 to 7 a.m.
Oh, they're off Sunday.
They're
they're
no, they sit in the yard and chill, but the music isn't crazy. They're more mellow. But I wasn't around Saturday night. I was at a wedding in Justin. Shout out to Andrew and his lovely new wife. So I wasn't there, but I asked the nanny who slept over, and she said she didn't hear anything. I think they left town. They were away from their house. I saw them packing up the car Friday.
I invited them over.
Did
you see the we had the rave lights going at Casa de Chop on Saturday?
Did you?
Oh, big time. Oh, baby.
That was for the meat parade that you invited in to try to get your friends set up. Nick and
meat parade.
Nick and Grapevine, you've been waiting. Nick, you're live on Sean and RJ after a Cowboys win.
How about them Cowboys?
Yeah, baby.
Yes, sir. First, I want to start off by saying prayers go out to Lewis.
Yeah, he's gone for the year.
He's gone. Yeah, I saw that. Prayers go out to him and his family. But yeah, I just want to say I'm still impressed with Dak. You know, I love Dak. He's our quarterback. He's
What grade you give him for yesterday?
How to 1 from 10? I give him a 6.
Okay.
I give him a 6. You know, mainly because he had some wide open passes, wide open receivers. He should not have been missing. But good job for Zeke being able to come back from that hit.
Yeah.
And yeah, how about them Cowboys? And by the way, over the weekend I found out I have a little Cowboys fan on the way.
Oh wow! Congratulations, man. That's
Thank
fantastic.
Y'all have a great Cowboy Monday.
You too. Y'all be safe out there driving in this mess. Marcus in Fort Worth. Marcus, you're live on the Fan. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What up?
Yeah, I listened to y'all case on Dak, and I totally disagree with it because y'all basically saying to drive the Lambo like it's an everyday vehicle, and that's the wrong way to use Dak Prescott because y'all said last year yourself when we led the league in rushing attempts, he was the leading MVP candidate. And in 2014, Romo was also his most efficient when we ran the ball behind Murray. We also had the same thing in 2016 when we ran the ball the most behind Zeke. So if you want to help all your quarterbacks, don't treat the Lambo like it's an everyday vehicle. You treat that vehicle like it's a pleasure vehicle that you take out when you need it and you prolong it and you get more wins out of it.
I love the analogy.
If you want, I will use. If you want to use the 2016 campaign as the one, that's fine. I would caution against using 2014 that way. They were able to run the ball the way they ran the ball because they were guarding against Tony passing the ball. They didn't want Tony. The defenses made a concerted effort and a choice. We ain't letting Tony beat us. He's too good. We're going to give DeMarco Murray and the running game, basically go ahead and run it. We're not going to let Tony beat us. 2016, that was a different story. That was Zeke and that offensive line, going up against a brick wall and absolutely running through it because they didn't really fear Dak the way that they feared Tony in 2014.
All right.
Totally different, I think.
Julius, Virginia Beach. Julius, you're next up with Sean and RJ.
Good morning. It's actually Julian, like RJ's kid.
Julian. Okay.
Hey, let me ask you this, Julian.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I have what is your nickname? What do they call you? Like instead of Julius, if they don't call you Julian, what do they call you?
Jules.
Family calls me Jules. Friends from high school call me Juju.
Juju.
Whoa.
Okay. See, so my kid's baseball team, the parents call him Julie. And I wanna smack them upside the head. Call my kid
your own
Julie.
team?
My own team. They call him Julie.
I don't agree with that at all.
Then they started calling him Juice yesterday, and I'm like, now you named him after a murderer. Maybe we don't know. Potentially not. I don't know. I'm not saying he did. I'm just throwing that out there.
Go ahead, Jules. You never know what you're gonna get, man. You never know what you're gonna get.
Absolutely, I love it. Solo every day.
Thank you.
Throw me off there. Star down real quick. And AB and Anthony Brown, star down. It's his first. He's been decent all year, but it's star down as far as today. So is Noah Brown. I give Dak Prescott a C+ for the game. But my biggest critic is Kellen Moore play calling. What threw me over the top was the second to the last or the last drive. We give CD a reverse to be cute. You lost 5 yards when we could have just ran the ball up the middle, sideways, whatever. I'm just not feeling his play call. It's been going on for the last 2-3 years. I think it's time to go for him. But overall, great win. Dub is a dub. We're going to keep it moving.
Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Jules hitting us up on the Odyssey app. Let's catch up with the voice of America's team, Brad Sham, next to talk about the 5-2 Cowboys right here with Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to a number one air in the
At the 48 of Detroit, play action, Goff is sacked. And it was Sam Williams who got in there leading a charge. And Williams with the Cowboys' second sack of the day.
And he did all that damage in just 12 snaps. He was our Cowboys player of the game. This is Sean and RJ on a Cowboys Monday as they beat the Lions 24-6. The voice of America's team, Brad Sham, joins us every Monday at this time on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Brad, who was your player of the game?
That's a good one because there was so much mediocrity in the first half, and then there was kind of a lot of wealth to share in the second half. It's one of those games, Sean, that I think it really turned on a couple of plays. So I would probably say Trayvon Diggs because I thought he changed the game with that interception.
Why didn't they? Aren't they supposed to review turnovers?
I thought they looked at it.
All right, on TV, no offense, but on TV.
I know you don't listen to our broadcast. That's okay.
Come on. On TV, they were saying, oh, they're not even going to take this tour. You know I don't like Jim Nance now, but they weren't.
After last week,
they
that's
weren't.
right.
They were like, but they're not even going to take this to a review. That's what I thought they said on television. I was pretty stunned over that. Did you think it was a clean pick?
Well, you always have to look to see when it's at that angle. A lot of his interceptions involve getting your hands up underneath the football. And so, especially from our angle live, it really was something we knew they would have to look at again. But the first replay we saw, Babe and I both said, "Oh, that's a catch. There's nothing to see here. Go along, citizens."
So their process, though, is that regardless of whether it's a formal review or the official on the field goes to the monitor, someone will look at it regardless.
Yeah, yes, and I think Sean did ask me that. You are both correct, which I don't know how often that happens, but here we are. You're both correct. It's automatic. Any scoring play or any change of possession is automatically reviewed.
Can you take us through Sam Williams' rookie year so far? Just watching him at practice, stuff you've been hearing behind the scenes. Not a guy we talk about every single week, but I think we should this morning. What have you seen or heard about Sam so far this season?
I think the biggest they knew what the physical ability was. That's why they drafted him in the second round. They knew he was really explosive. There were some questions about his maturity. And I think that from preseason games, if you look back, he had a couple of 15-yard penalties. And, even yesterday, when he picked the running back up and dropped him in what seemed like an obvious penalty situation, and they didn't call. I was more surprised by that than by the Diggs thing, that they didn't call that. But nonetheless, he has played in games with more maturity. And the part of practice that would be important for us to see to corroborate that, we don't get to see. But when you talk to people who are there, they say, yeah, he is clearly growing. So I think that the physical skills, the explosiveness, he's got a real high football IQ. He is in the right place more often than not, and when he's not, he seems to be a really quick learner. And I think he also has, Dan Quinn's a pretty good teacher. I think we've established that. But the biggest thing about him, I think, is that, and he said this, I talked to him after the game, he said this himself, the game is beginning to slow down for him a little bit. So when that happens, they don't have to think. It's so funny that you always talk about, and it doesn't really matter the sport. We want smart players, but we don't want them to think. And what that means, I think, is that they want them to have the ability to understand and learn, but then when it comes time for the speed of the game, you don't have time to stop and think about it. And any sport, I believe, would tell you this. You have to have that learning so deeply embedded, burned into your hard drive that you can now just react. And that's what the game slowing down means for him. There was some talk, especially during training camp, that he might be a little weak in run defense, and that came from some people who had seen him in the SEC. And that might have been true for the first couple of times he was out, especially in preseason. But I remember a few plays, and he hasn't, as you said, just not yesterday, he hasn't played that many snaps. But he's a pretty good run defender, and he gets to where he's going real fast. And then he's very, very strong. And the more games he has like that, the more plays he makes, then the more confidence he'll get. It's another anomaly to me. We think of all professional athletes as being confident. That's why they're there. They're the best of their group.
Yeah.
But when they get to the professional level, everybody's good. And suddenly they're playing with a whole bunch of guys who are as good or better than them. And so they really have to have a lot of confidence. His grows every time he has opportunities to make plays like that, and does. And so I don't think he's even scratched the surface. And the next few years should be really interesting. But he was definitely impactful. He got noticed yesterday.
Brad Sham here on 105 through the Fan via the Diamond Factory hotline. Were there some boos at halftime, down 6-3?
Sure. It's a Cowboys crowd. Of course there were.
Do you not think the boos were justified?
I think it might have been a little premature. Okay. I mean, I think they didn't play well, that's for sure. I believe you'll find me, if you go back and listen to it, I believe you'll find me having said that their play on third down was somewhere south of atrocious. But can we have just enough patience to get through a half? I mean, let's see. When McCarthy last week, Sean, was talking about timing and mechanics and that kind of thing, that what we were seeing was what he talked about. You cannot simulate playing any position, but especially quarterback, with the decisions you have to make at the speed you have to make them, with everything that's flying at you. You can't make those. You can't get that practice except in a game. You can't do it in practice. It has to be in a game. So I saw a couple of your tweets later. I thought you might have been a little harsh, but not that much. I mean, I'm willing to cut the guy some slack if you think about it. Prescott, I'm talking about.
Sure.
Now. I mean, he had not played. It wasn't just that he hadn't played in a month. I mean, he played 3 quarters and poorly then since the season started. So you have to go back to last year when he's playing in a game, and that it is not advocating for playing him in preseason. I do think that is foolhardy. The way the rules are, but I mean, it just means you're going to have to be a little patient. Fans don't want to be patient, so they missed a few opportunities in the first half, and I will not, until I go back and look at some of the tape. I won't know how I feel about what I think was called. Remember, he can change what's called based on what he sees. So, I mean, he clearly wasn't great, but you'd have to admit that he got better in the second half. And I'd be very disappointed if he didn't play well next week and continue to get better every week. So booing that is, to me, typical of the fans at Cowboy games. And it wasn't widespread, but as you said, did I hear that? Yep, you heard it. And I thought that was a little premature.
Would you have a grade for his game?
Just gut feeling, RJ. I would say you could give him a B-. He didn't throw an interception. Mm-hmm. He probably threw a couple of balls. And if you said I'm giving him a C+ because there were those 2 or 3 that went into contested areas, all right, I wouldn't fight you on that. But certainly, he's fortunate, as Cooper Rush was, that he's got a defense that's playing like it's playing. And so you can play to that. And hopefully they've all learned from the wisdom of that, because the time will come this season when he is going to have to be dynamic. Right. He is going to have to make some plays. I would just encourage people to look at how the team that he came back into, the offensive team, is different from what it was the day he got hurt. That's a big growth area, this playing together, young guys who had never played. getting Gallup back, and Gallup is still getting his I'm really all the way there sea legs. Now, sometime after the bye, they'll re-inject James Washington into that mix. And I just think that the offense will continue to improve. It will absolutely not be at the rate that anyone listening to us wants to see it, but it will continue to improve. And at some point down the stretch, or if they're fortunate enough to make the postseason, which I think there's reason to hope for, he's going to have to accelerate. He's going to have to make some plays. He's going to have to be the reason they win. But on the road to that, in the next 10 weeks or however many it is, let all of them, him, coaches, everybody learn the lesson. You've got a good defense. Play to the defense. Run the ball. Play to the defense. Don't be foolhardy. Don't try to hit a 6-run homer because it's not necessary. And then I believe that by the time they need it, that he will be in a position to make some of the plays, and it'll probably happen sooner than that, actually, but he'll be in a position to make some of the plays that you're paying him for.
You got a player show?
Yes, we do. It's the last show we have at Concrete Cowboy. He's you may have heard of him, Ezekiel Elliott.
Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. Brad Sham every Monday at this time, celebrating another W right here on The Fan. Did you grow up a Bears fan?
I did grow up a Bears fan, yeah. Got over that in 1976.
Yeah. What are your friends in Chicago saying about this team?
Oh, the Bears fans are, look, Chicago sports fans, we're talking about Northern Rust Belt, old city, goes all the way back to the 20s, not this new stuff that starts in 1960 or 72 or 80 like our teams, right? We're talking about all the way back.
Yeah.
They are, and in Chicago, they are so accustomed to abject failure that they get a little bit beaten down by it. So I read the Chicago Tribune every day, and they don't. It's just a question of when the failure will come and how it will manifest.
So very positive.
They don't,
all right.
Someday and that's every team. Someday they will be really good, well-rounded all the way around. Matt Eberflus might be able to do it for him. He's a good coach, but you got to have players. I talked to Dan Campbell yesterday, and he knows he doesn't have the players yet. I just asked him, and I love Dan. I said, do you have the tools that you need? I'm not talking about players. Are you being put in a position where you have the tools you need to succeed? He said, I am. I said, okay, that's all I want to know. And I would like to know that about Eberflus. But Bears fans don't expect anything good ever.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Hi.
Brad Sham with Zeke tonight. What Tony Romo had to say about the Cowboys. And we have some PFF grades on America's team after the win. Final hour on a Cowboys Monday next. But look, there's no doubt we are in the midst of a challenging economic environment.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, obviously, great win, man. Hey, third quarter, that's our quarter. Yeah. So, hey, big plays, great job. Way to get after the football. Sweet, all the way through. Most importantly, Zach, what time is it? For the first time ever, it's only 2:55! Hey, enjoy this day, enjoy this one, man. But hey, let's get in tomorrow, let's clean it up, make sure we're continuing to get better each and every day. So grind on 3. 1, 2, 3, grind!
That was the celebration inside the Cowboys locker room. Look, when you got a 6-3 game at halftime, 10-6 after 3, and you're running the football, the game is going to fly by. The Cowboys were happy about it. It is fist pump time on the fan cam. It's a Cowboys Monday here on Sean and RJ after the 24-6 win over the Lions. We're celebrating on DFW Sports Station. Hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. This is the way the NFC looks now. Eagles are 6-0. They were off. Giants are 6-1. They keep Christian Kirk out of the end zone at the 1-yard line. Giants are 6-1. Vikings are 5-1. Cowboys are 5-2. Rams were off. They're 3-3. Everyone in the NFC West is now trailing the Seattle Seahawks. Props to Pete Carroll, who we have been shredding for a couple of years right here on this show. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are 3-4. They can't score early on. They can't score at all. They lose to Carolina. The loss of the day. The stunner of the day, 21-3 with P.J. Walker at quarterback and their interim head coach Steve Wilks. And then the Green Bay Packers lose their third straight game. And this was to the Commanders with Heineke at quarterback. They are 3-4. The Bucs are 3-4. And San Francisco, they were up 10-0 on the Chiefs, then got blasted by Mahomes, going to different weapons now. Hardman got going. Juju's getting going. San Fran is 3-4. If only we could take care of, get the Giants out of the way.
Yeah.
And get Philly a loss. We're in the driver's seat.
The Giants will get themselves out of the way as the season progresses. Nothing to worry about there. They should be pushovers. And then we just got to take care of business. You got to beat Philly. You got to split with Philly, and then go 5-1 in the rest of the in the division altogether. And, we'll see what happens.
All right, I wanted to create a little separate column for Tony Romo's notes. Anything jump out during the broadcast for Tony? Or you couldn't hear it at the bar?
Well, I mean, that was tough. It was on, but it was tough to hear. These baseball games, man.
Tony wanted them to keep running the football. That's what he kept stressing. He's like, look, you got the worst run defense in the league, one of the worst defenses. Keep running the football. Tony Pollard showing the explosion. No one has said this. I feel like I'm living in opposite world watching this game. I actually kind of blame Zeke for getting hurt with that play.
Really?
Because he's not elusive.
No, he's not.
He was right. There's one person I thought of during this. It was Bassick. I was like, there's only one person that could agree with me. It's Bassick, because Zeke's running full speed, but there was no stop. There was no shimmy. There was no shake. There was no move. He's just running full speed, can't get out of the way, and then ends up taking that shot to the lower leg. But, man, I instantly knew that he was going to come back. And I drafted Zeke in fantasy because he's going to go ahead and put up numbers, but he was able to go ahead and come back. But this is Cut 4, Joe, with Zeke showing that toughness and I think a lack of elusiveness.
2nd and 10 at the Detroit 39. Lions lead 6-3. Prescott in the gun. Option pitch to the right. Elliott, first down right sideline. Spilled at the 25. 14 for Zeke.
And he ends up getting banged up, but he returns. On the Zeke touchdown drive, 54 of their 82 yards were on the ground. That is what Romo wanted. He called out Dak's riskiness a little bit, called it out a couple of times. He threw one ball into triple coverage, one ball into double coverage. I think there was a crossing route where he said that's a little bit too risky. And then he went into pressures versus sacks, which I know was going to make you very happy. Talking about not being the end-all, be-all with the sack number, but it's about the pressures. And the Cowboys ended up with 5 of the sacks. Micah Parsons at the end. Sam Williams, our defensive player and player of the game. So that was what Tony Romo was harping on. Those are my observations, but he really wanted the Cowboys to keep running it at the Lions.
You can run the ball all you want. You can. If you want to be up 10-6 going to the fourth quarter, you can do that. You can play that formula. I don't want to play that formula. That's a scary formula.
I agree.
Especially when you should have been down 13-10 after the touchdown. But they fumbled on the one. You can't count on a fumble happening like that.
Or 5 turnovers.
Or 5 turnovers for that matter. You maybe count on 1 or 2. You bank in one a game, 2 a game, maybe. Not 5. Can't bank 5 into a game. And you got to offset which the ones that you're going to turn over. You're going to have a turnover. It just happened to be on a fumble that the guy went end over end, which I'm not going to sit there and say, "Oh my God, what a tear!" No, I mean those things happen. You're gonna lose the ball, and then you're gonna get the ball back, and hopefully they even out in your favor over the course of the year or over the course of the game. But if you want to go play that style and you want to be up 10-6 going in the fourth quarter, man, knock yourself out. It's a dangerous way to live.
Dak was asked if he feels like this team has taken a ton of pressure off of his shoulders.
I don't know if I would have felt it without being able to watch these guys for the last 5 weeks, honestly. And everything happens for a reason. And so, this time that I had off, it was a blessing. Coop did an amazing job, obviously, of keeping us in this position. And once again, just the defense and the team, just playing complementary football. So it was important for me to see that and to recognize that. No coming back. Don't try to do too much. We've got a hell of a run game. We've got a defense that can make turnovers, can get touchdowns themselves, and a great special teams that's aggressive, and a kick return game that's – I don't know why people keep kicking it, but it's great. It's great just to be a part of. And as I said, I'm just trying to play my role and make sure that I put this team in the best chance to win each and every game.
So there's Dak giving Turpin his props, and it sounds like he is buying into the formula. It sounds like he's made multiple comments.
It does.
We talked about last week, and then he sat there after the game with Tracy Wolfson, said, I thought it would have been cool if I ended up with no touchdown passes. So I think this is what's laid out. Now, look, the answer, Brad Sham was right. The answer is you're going to have to win in different ways from game to game. You're going to get involved in shootouts. You're going to fall behind 13-0. You're going to have to make plays in the air. But on the chalkboard, Dallas Cowboys identity, we now know they want to go defense, run game, quarterback, maybe special teams, then quarterback. But
because they want to punt. Right, you got to throw that in there. They want to run first, and run the ball, and then punt. That's what Jerry wants.
But Dak Prescott at the highest on the list is 3. That's the highest on the list for the way that they want to win.
And that might be an indictment on him and how they feel about him. I didn't think he played terribly yesterday.
I give him a C+. No one that I respect, and I sent many text messages after the Dak heads, the cult members, were acting like I was crazy. They said he was the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL yesterday. No one that I respect came back with a grade higher than C+. I'm going to go off those people versus the cult members.
Yeah, I mean, I could think C+, B-.
Yeah.
He was fine. He was safe. He was relatively efficient.
It's funny to me how the picks that should have happened get magically left out of it. I love that people do that. Where it's 21-25. Well, he definitely should have had 1 interception. The Noah Brown fumble, obviously not his fault. They were going to get points out of that. And look, it's fine for him to be rusty coming back.
Totally fine. And they did him no favors.
But for you Dak heads, the Cowboys are telling you that he's not the man. They're telling you this with the formula that they're trying to implement.
You're right. They had 25 early down runs, 26 early down passes. That's a great way to put your quarterback in a position to fail. Great way. Just terrible from a play calling standpoint to have that many early down runs in a game where your quarterback is rusty. Now, I get that's what they wanted to do, right? They wanted to make sure they took some pressure off him. But their thought process of taking pressure off him actually put more pressure on him. Because now you've got 2nd and 8 or 3rd and 7. Well, that's putting your quarterback in a position to fail.
And you're getting booed at halftime. And I have to disagree with Brad. I don't care that the fans booed at halftime. You're down 6-3 to the Lions. Stop. That's ridiculous. I don't care if it's his first game back.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about for the team to get booed.
He still holds the ball too long. He may be more of a mid-tier player than a top-tier player. At least that's, but we don't know. Like, there's a lot of season left that he is going to have to get time to, get reacclimated and knock the rust off. If you believe in that, I believe in it. I know you believe in it.
How could you not be rusty? If you take off for this radio show for 8 weeks,
I should be refreshed.
You should be refreshed, but you're going to be rusty. If you're gone for 8 weeks and you go back and do something, you're going to be a little bit rusty. You got PFF grades coming in?
I do.
All right.
I do. Offense or defense?
Let's start with the defense. They're the ones who deserve it.
Why do they ever? Okay. The number 1 rated defensive player was?
Sam Williams.
Sam Williams.
Player of the game.
I think this is
12 snaps.
I think this is his second straight week as being the highest graded defensive player, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he was the highest graded rookie. I think last week
You're
was
right.
rookie.
Yeah. So 93.3.
Wow.
Next up, Micah, 90.5.
Now, did Micah get credit for that sack at the end? Because they were like, where's the sack? Where's the Micah sack?
He did not get credit for the sack
Cowboys
on stats. He only got credit with 1 sack.
Okay.
He's supposed to have 2.
He did have a sack. They had 5 as a team.
Yeah. Where was I? Oh, yes.
You were about to say Trayvon Diggs 3.
No.
Oh.
No, he's close. He's close. Jordan Lewis was 3.
Okay, and Jordan Lewis out for the year. Liz Frank, according to Calvin Watkins, with the injury that he suffered off of the pick.
So you had 3 elite players. Williams, Micah, and Jordan, all 88 or above. Then Diggs is next with a 77. He had a 27 tackle grade. Really dinged him. His coverage grade was a 76. His run defense was a 67.9. He was in on that tackle where the Lions player fumbled after his tight end kicked his leg up and caused him the fumble early on in the first half.
Thanks to Corey Majors. He texted us some clarification on that.
Then we're talking about the different one. You're talking about one on the 1 yard line.
I was just getting into Corey props, even if it wasn't accurate.
Then Hooker with a 68, and then Tank with a 67. Okay, so that's the top 5 defensive players yesterday.
All right.
Offensive. Let me go on over here.
Pollard's
4th with a 74.8.
Okay.
Well, he's really 3rd. Jason Peters got number 1. He only played 9 snaps.
All right.
So it just they don't do a total. It's just if you played 1 snap and you had 100 grade, then you got 100. Welcome back, Zach Martin.
Oh,
the highest graded starter with a 76.9. Then Dalton Schultz second with a 75.2. Then Pollard, and then Lamb with a 73. Zeke with a 72.1. Badiz with a 70.8.
Man, he got a big butt slap afterwards from Dak.
He did.
I think that was Dak in the hallway.
Hendershot with a 70. Connor McGovern 68. Tyler Smith 65.8. Dak with a 63. Let's see. You go further down the list. Gallup was second to last, 46. Not a good game for him at all. Terrence
He didn't
Steele,
have a catch.
No, he only had 2 targets.
You blaming Dak for the back shoulder? It wasn't a back shoulder. It was on the wrong shoulder pad to Gallup, and then
the pass interference one was that?
No, I don't know. It was the only one where Gallup was thrown to. It was on the other shoulder, and then the Noah Brown play to start off. Who are you blaming?
Dak on the Gallup one.
Okay.
And then Noah Brown on the Noah Brown one.
All right.
And I think that's how. I think they called the Gallup one an uncatchable pass, and the Noah Brown one they graded that as a catchable ball. So it's one that should have been high. It should have been caught.
All right. Apparently the locker room was lit.
Liddy.
They were loving life afterwards. Nick Eatman was in there. Let's go inside the Cowboys locker room and figure out what they were doing. What were Dak and Zeke doing with that huddle to end the Cowboys win? Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com is next. But first,
Scott in the gun. Will give it to Pollard up the middle to the 20. First down, 10. Still going 5. And they tackle him at the 3.
Brad Sham with the call. Tony Pollard, explosive. Zeke with the toughness. They line up behind that run game again, and they beat the Lions 24-6 as the Cowboys Monday on Sean and RJ. Cowboys run it for $139. Tony averaged 6.9. Zeke 3.8. And we heard that the locker room was very fun. Nick Eatman was there from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, Nick. What was it like in that locker room afterwards?
Well, I mean, obviously they're pretty excited, and Zach Martin that's his little tradition about getting excited after these noon games. So I guess there's a lot to do on Sunday afternoons after games, and a lot of time to do it. But obviously with the win and just the way they won, I mean, they won. I wouldn't say. I mean, it was complimentary football. I wouldn't say it was a complete game all the way around, but it was. They pulled away and they did what they had to do.
Excuse me, Bobby.
Wow. I've been there.
Yeah, I'm sitting here looking on Twitter and social media. Nick, when you sit there and look at this game, you're down 6-3 at the half. What were you thinking after the second quarter?
I mean, I was thinking this is borderline embarrassing here, and the only reason it's borderline because you got a quarterback that is coming back from an injury, and you knew it was going to be that way. I mean, but. It just I was having some doubts on, how good this team really is, especially on offense. And they're still there. I mean, the offense isn't great at all. It's just an average offense, but the defense is completely amazing. When especially in a game like that. Now, obviously, we saw what happened in Philly last week, but I think for the most part, the defense carrying this team, special teams is pretty good. If not really good, but the offense is just stagnant, and that's kind of what I was thinking was, what do they need? I mean, do they need better receivers? Do they need a better quarterback? Do they need a better explosive running backs, a better play caller? I mean, it's just like all of the above. I mean, you're just kind of scratching your head. And while they eased some of that in the second half by scoring and kind of opening things up a little bit more, you still know that there are problems there on offense.
Your column on DallasCowboys.com is, "Hey, Dak, this is your new look Cowboys. Explain, please."
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is the way that this team is going to be. This is new for him. It's not really new. We've seen it now the last few games, and I'm not acting like, Dak was off in the corner, like in a coma. I mean, he's seeing what's going on. It's just that this is kind of new for him, and the first time he's had to play this way. And I think that, don't mess it up. You don't need you to go out there and try to be that aggressive at all times. There's going to be times where, yes, you'll have to do that. Like in the Philly game, they needed a little bit more of that. But I think for the most part, in a game like that, just keep staying the course. Your defense is better. Your defense will keep giving you opportunities. And, I think as he gets into more of a rhythm, then, they'll score some more points and they'll maybe have a chance to blow some teams out, because this schedule it sets up for it. There's a lot of teams they should be blowing out here in the next, I would say, 7 to 8 games. And I think as the offense continues to do that, it will. But I think having the days of Dak has to go win the game, I think those days are past.
Yeah, I understand. I understand, like doing this formula yesterday, first game back, but like they don't want to be up 10-6 going in the fourth quarter most days, right? Like they want to have a much better performance.
100%. I mean, you want to have a better performance. You don't want to fumble on the one. You don't want to, you don't want to miss field goals. Not that they missed any, but I'm saying you don't want to just miss opportunities, have penalties that set you back. Of course, if you go into, Minnesota. And even in Green Bay, Minnesota. I'm not trying to skip the Bears. The Bears will be a tough game in their own right, especially if the RPOs are in play.
A tough game.
The Bears?
Yeah.
I think it'll be I mean,
they're horrible.
I think. Okay. I mean, what are the Lions? I mean, was that not a tough game? I mean, I think it'll be a similar type of game. I think it'll be a similar type of game. I think that they'll win. But I think it'll be a similar game. You're dealing with
an athletic quarterback. I think the Bears are, they're a gritty team with pretty good defense, especially against this offense. The crowd will be half Chicago fans. I mean, I think it'll be one of those games. It'll be
okay. Hang on a sec. If you're talking like that against against the Lions and the Bears, does that say something about the Cowboys?
Yeah, it says their offense really isn't that great, and the offense isn't going to pull away. I mean, we talked about it the other day. As bad, they just blew out the Lions or beat them by 18 points. Okay, 18 points. The Lions have played one less game, and the Lions have still scored more points than the Cowboys. That offense has still scored more. Cowboys aren't scoring points right now. We'll see if they can find a rhythm. But I mean, you watch the Bears, mercifully, Bears in Washington on Thursday night. I mean, the Bears defense keeps them in the game. They're not that bad on defense. Their offense is struggling, but I just don't see a scenario where the Cowboys would absolutely blow them out of the water. I don't see them doing that to anybody right now.
And now this is going to force us to watch. Now we have to watch tonight for the Bears preview since they face the New England Patriots on Monday Night Football. Nick Eatman joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about Sam Williams, Nick, what you've seen from him since he was drafted in that game and that performance yesterday.
Well, he reminds me a lot of, this is all obviously on the field, but he reminds me a lot of Randy Gregory in the way that he's got freakish talent. What you worry about with him is sometimes a little too aggressive. I think he's had a lot of penalties there on, late hits and stuff and hitting the quarterback, and different crew on Sunday probably calls a penalty for him dumping that running back like that, which I think could have been a big play in the game.
Yeah.
And he probably should have been flagged for that. And he said afterwards, I didn't even know that was a rule. Another problem, but that's okay. But he kind of reminds me of that type of player, and I would kind of throw Donovan Wilson in there as well. Like they're reckless at times, a little too much, but that ability also helps them make big plays. And he's really coming on strong and very similar to Micah in a lot of attributes, and he says the right things too about just trying to learn from Tank and learn from Micah and those guys. And if he continues to do that, man, I mean, what a weapon he could be, especially because he comes in fresh and hungry and all that. Just another guy that Dan Quinn has to unleash on the offense.
What were your other storylines or players who jumped out in this one?
The guy that's interesting to me is Steele, Terrence Steele, because at times in the game he had some issues with the first round pick. Obviously, Hutchinson, spin moves and all that. Pass blocking is not the best there, but as a run grader, him and Zach Martin on that right side, it was like that one drive. But there was a couple other plays. I mean, just walls off defenders. So that's you look at a guy like that and you think, man, he's got so much talent on one end, and the other part you get, you kind of got to. I think they're going to have to help him at times when you're facing some speed rushers, but he's kind of a tough person to evaluate. That was one guy. Another guy too that I just don't think is getting enough credit, which is amazing because he was an All-Pro, is Trevon Diggs. Yeah. I think that having him on the outside, like with Micah doing his thing and Tank and all those guys, but man, I really think he is such a great player. Now, quick, name the receivers that were playing for the Lions.
Yeah,
St. Brown for a minute.
Huh?
St. Brown
for a minute.
Got hurt, Jinx.
Yeah, for a second, and then but I mean, Megatron wasn't out there. I mean, it's a little different, But even when he does, to his credit, when he does face those guys, I think he holds his own more than anybody. So, and we'll see. I mean, the Bears, I don't think present that challenge coming up. The Packers have, one guy maybe, but that's kind of their issue. I know the Vikings do, so that that will be fun coming up here in a few weeks. But I think Trevon Diggs is playing really, really good. Gets his third pick, and on a play that not many receivers on this team is going to make. I mean, he's just got the ball skills. It's just ridiculous. I thought that type of game is one where Leighton Vander Esch shines a little more. When that type of game, with a run first type team, he kind of flies around a little bit. He got caught up in a couple of screen passes, but for the most part, I thought he was pretty active there. And then, the Jordan Lewis injury is tough. I mean, obviously missing him. He's a slot guy. We'll see what Deron Bland can do. We'll step up with him. But, to get an interception on a nice play and then for that to be the last one of the season, that's a big blow.
You mentioned about Diggs in this game. He said to us that he prefers to go up against the big dudes, right? The DK Metcalfs, the super tall guys, jump ball guys. But then he goes out and he dominated McLaurin. He's done well against little smaller players. Which one do you think he's actually better at?
That's why I think he's good. I mean, I think he's a good corner. I think he can do both. I mean, you got to remember who he's chased his whole entire life. He's chased Stephon Diggs around since he was like 3 years old. So and he's kind of a little-ish guy. I mean, I wouldn't say he's a big guy. I wouldn't say he's, Waddle, but I mean, he's kind of in between. So I think he's learned how to do that. He does have pretty good upper body strength that he can kind of hang in there with the big guys and length to go jump with them, but also, quick enough, I think, to handle the shifty guys. I mean, I don't know if we want him against Tyreek Hill all day long, but who would you want, to take him? So those guys are training for the Olympics probably. So no, I just think that's what makes Diggs a really, really good corner. I don't care what the grades say. I don't even know what they're saying this year. I did see a stat. I think it was PFF that said that he leads the league in most snaps without a missed tackle. That's what it was.
Oh.
Most snaps on the field without one missed tackle.
Wow.
So it's not like he's getting a ton of reps. It's not like you're a middle linebacker. They're getting run at every single play. But they do run at him quite a bit. And so they don't have him with a missed tackle this year. And I know that there's been some kind of talk about how he plays the run, but doesn't miss them, And that was kind of Deion's thing, honestly. Deion got a bad rap for not really wanting to go do it. But he really would he would make the tackle. Just it wasn't something you would put on an NFL Films hit tape.
Hey, but great feelings, great mood, great times, right?
I think so. I do. I mean, you're 5-2. Think about it like this: it doesn't matter if Dak played or not. If you took this schedule and you said, "Hey, look at who they've got to face the first 7 games. They're going to be 5-2." You would take it all day long. And so I think this team should get credit for being a 5-2 football team. They're, for all the adversity that they've had to deal with so far. Here they are sitting here in a really good spot. They've faced the toughest part of their schedule. I'm sure they would like to take on the Bucs again now. After what we saw the other day or what, they put out there, but I don't think they want to take the Bengals right now. I mean, and the Giants, who knows? I just really, who knows? They're a 6-1 team, and I thought the Cowboys, dominated them all game long. But maybe that's what the Giants are. Maybe that's what they're sitting here at 6-1, where they don't look pretty, but they find a way to hang around or they find a way to win is what they're doing. So maybe I should start giving them a little bit more credit. But watching that game, I thought Dallas was head and shoulders above the Giants on the road with Cooper Rush. I thought they were way better. So that Thanksgiving game is going to be a lot of fun.
Thank you as always, brother. We'll talk to you on Wednesday.
Okay, sounds good.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Built for Texas, built for you. Let's crosstalk with KMC on this messy Monday morning and get you ready for the new manager of the Texas Rangers. 11 a.m. presser on KMC. Then he'll hop on the show for his first interview in the Metroplex. That's crosstalk on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford, though, in Terrell, the all-new store located right between I-20 and Highway 80. Take the short drive, located just minutes from the Metroplex. Short drive over to Terrell to save a lot more. If you're looking for that.
hits an end-over-end spinner. Turpin, no fair catch at the 8, right to the 10. Little hole to the 20. Speed at the 30. Got to block 40. Turns left 50. Knocked down at the 41 of Detroit. 42-yard punt. 51-yard return to Sean Elliott. The Lions safety saved a touchdown.
Longest punt return in the NFL this year now belongs to Cavante Turpin. Cowboys beat the Lions 24-6. It's a Cowboys Monday, but we got a ton more going on, especially KMC at 11 a.m. Corey Majors, what's coming up?
Man, let me make sure we get all of this in line here. We do have tickets to the Cowboys.
Fact.
That is coming up during the lunch rush today, or the expressway if you want to. And then also we do have the Bruce Bochy introductory press conference at 11. Ray Davis will speak. I'm also told that that CY will be speaking. That's Chris Young, Kevin, as we know him. And then at some point, Bruce Bochy will be hopping on with us, and we will have a 1-on-1, 3-on-1 Mike Bassick special with Bochy. And then Stephen Jones is joining us after the victory yesterday. So a very busy day today for us. And Sean, I wanted to point out, we had some numbers that we were trying to figure out would be good for Turpin by the end of the season. If he did this, it would be amazing. Mike and I were trying to figure this out. Kick returns, if he was averaging like 28.8 and he got 2 touchdowns, punt returns 13.5 and 1 touchdown would be awesome. And I don't know exactly where he is right now on those averages, but he's pretty close to it.
It feels like he's been awesome.
Yeah, he's been awesome.
Got to give Gavin Dawson credit. We laughed at him. He's not Dion yet, but we got to give him some credit.
Right, he's been an impact player for sure.
He's fun. You have to stick around when they kick to him.
And you could hear it like 10 yards into that punt return, the uh-oh.
Yeah.
Or like the let's go.
I wish they could get the ball in his hands like offensively a little bit. You know what I mean?
We talked with Mickey about that last week. He has to be more than a bit, right? Like more than a sweep guy. He has to be something that he's an impact and then scares people.
And can we all agree then, if you are going to bring him on offense, don't immediately run the play for him that everybody knows you're going to play. You're going to run.
Yeah.
That's something we can all agree on, I would hope.
All right. After yesterday's win, Kevin, you feel better, worse, or the same about the team?
Does it bother you if I say the same?
It doesn't. My answer is the same.
I think I'm about the same. They won, and I'm stoked. And you hope to see more going forward as Dak gets more into the flow.
Which answer bothers you?
No answers bother me. It's your opinion.
Oh, okay.
No opinions bother you.
You wanted an opinion that bothered him?
I was like, whichever one bothers you the most.
What bothered me yesterday is the Twitter assault that I took after saying Dak had a bad first half.
He did.
That's what happens on Twitter.
Dak is no different now than talking politics.
He had a better
just
second
to make
half,
you feel
though.
better. I put Luka's off to a great start this season, but he has to stop the complaining to the refs. The Mavericks are up by 30, and he is having an S fit. And I'm just like, and Derek Holland agreed with me as before. Is just like, man, he's just got to calm down. And people are like, everybody complains about the refs. You need to move on. Your basketball takes are horrible. I'm like, he's having a great start to the season. I just need he already has 1 technical, and somebody said, until he gets his 15th technical, I'm not worried. I'm like, wait, you have to pick up 14 to like worry about the 15th, and he's almost picked up a second technical in his second game. But people just can't take it if they love somebody. And I don't even know if the people that are Dak lovers or Luka lovers are even watching the game sometimes. I'm like, were you watching the game? And I think some of them don't even watch.
You think?
Now football's different because it's easy to watch 17 games.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Really, if you're a Dak fan, it's easy to watch about 10 or 12, right? You know what I'm saying?
And
Oh, wow. I see what you did there.
And I have advocated for this team to win or lose with Dak throwing. So, but people are psychos. People are, there's a couple of lunatics. It's these couple of wannabe media people who are the worst at it. And I mean, just
name names.
Lunatic. I'm not even going to give them shine or any credit because they don't deserve it.
Do you engage with them then, or
I
you
try
just
a couple
see
times.
their?
I see it a couple times.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, I'll back off the word awful first half. Bad first half, in my opinion.
I agree.
But people want to skip the should have been interceptions, like the ones that he threw into double, triple coverage. And again, I'm not saying an overall statement on him.
Right.
I want them to throw first. But the Cowboys, the same Dak defenders can't grasp that the Cowboys themselves as a team are telling you that Dak is not that guy.
Okay, can I ask you a question about that? And this is like maybe just a broader sports and general question is...
Like, I'm disagreeing with the Cowboys on Dak.
Okay, do you think whenever you put out that opinion or that like thought about the half that people think that is your overall opinion?
Yes, because people are stupid. Okay. Because honestly, you can't have a political discussion, and I love having balanced discussions. Like,
Sure.
let's take from this, let's take from that. Not everything is great on the buffet. Not everything is terrible.
Sure.
Like, it's not an overall opinion. Like, it's just game by game, quarter by quarter, throw by throw. That's a great throw. That was a great quarter. That was a bad quarter. That was a bad half. People can't compute that because
They won the game.
Those people are stupid. They honestly have a lack of ability to sit there and pick and choose from conversations and balance. It's got to be totally black or totally white because they're dumb.
Or people just totally want to be right.
Or they just totally want to be right.
That's kind of what I think. Yeah. You know, a long time ago,
like your candidate can't be perfect in all areas.
Right.
And you can't have a conversation with anyone to say, I really like that so-and-so does this, but I hate that he does that.
Yeah.
You can't. It's impossible.
Because then
that is Dak Prescott with that conversation.
You'll get shouted down for, what do you expect this person to do? And I'm like, but I'm on your side.
Right.
I think any popular player.
We just focus on Dak more because, like,
right now it's the football season.
About.
But like I just said, like if I say Luka's awesome, I love Luka. I'm spending thousands of dollars on his shoes, tens of thousands of dollars on his cards.
But he needs to fix the refs.
But he needs to mature with the refs. They're like, you're a moron.
Right.
And you're just like,
you're a hater.
All right. I don't know what to say. I mean, Jason Kidd believes the same thing too.
Of course. It's like when I go to pick up my kid at school, I said, I want you to start off telling me the bad.
Okay.
I don't want to hear, I know he's not perfect. I know he's not an angel. Why isn't he talking as much? Does he share? Does he have a temper? How's his sleep? Don't sugarcoat it. I want to know.
Yeah.
I want to know. I don't want my head in the freaking sand with it. Give me the good and give me the bad. Let's balance.
And you are definitely in the minority there because there are obviously so many parents that are like, well, my kid would never do anything wrong. And I always think as a parent, you should be able to identify your kid's flaws ahead of anybody.
How could you not? You live with them.
Yeah. Like whenever people would say things about Brandon, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds right. Mm-hmm. He was talking again in class and I was like, sorry about that.
I think Brandon's a great kid, by the way.
He is a great kid, but that was an issue when he was. That was definitely an issue when he was younger.
Mike, why is Bruce Bochy taking this job?
Well, first of all, the relationship with Chris Young, right? So he has first, you want to have a great relationship, and then supposedly he's physically healthy. He left the Giants because he was in bad physical health. I believe it was his knees. It might have been hips, but I think it was his knees that were killing him. And he just felt like, I just physically can't do this anymore. Just being at the park. I know sometimes standing around, just think about sometimes when you have to stand for an hour and a half straight, like how your back and your knees and everything, you start watching a kid's baseball game. You're just like, if you're standing there because the seats are horrible.
Yeah.
And even those Major League dugout seats, they can't be that comfortable.
I stood the whole time for a wedding ceremony Saturday. It was awful. I was like, get this over with.
And so he's had...
Were you thinking that
while it was going on? They didn't have seats?
No, they did.
Oh, okay.
But my mother-in-law was like, no, for a Catholic wedding, you stand the whole time. And I was like...
During the mass.
I've never stood the whole time.
Catholic weddings are insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
congrats, Andrew.
So I think he's physically healthy, physically ready to do this. And let's face it, when you're a lifer and he's a lifer, you can't go away. You'd rather do this. You realize when you go away, you'd rather die doing this than enjoy retirement. Most people can't enjoy retirement when they're a lifer at something.
But if I'm his agent, am I not saying, yo, man, like it has me wondering if he had no other options. Why would you take the Rangers job?
And I hope I'm sure he'll be asked about this. And if he doesn't, we'll ask him about it. He said, I took this job and I had options because I really believe in this franchise. And this is the worst stretch this franchise has ever had.
How else would it be if he goes, no, I literally had no other call.
I mean,
it was this or nothing.
This is it.
I don't know.
I was sit at home. I just wanted to be Tom Brady and not stay at home with the family.
I feel like we probably wouldn't get to interview him more and they'll shift the weekly show to somebody else. But
like, I don't know how to say this. it feels like Bruce Bochy's like too good for us. That's why I love.
Okay.
That's why, for real. That's why I love the hire.
Yeah.
RJ said it. In the email last night. He's like, this just feels credible.
We outkicked our coverage.
We outkicked our coverage. Is that a crazy take?
JD always hired managers that had never been managers before. Like, I mean, Wash was never one.
Like
Bannister,
we're
yeah,
getting
none
the
were.
manager of the most recent dynasty in Major League Baseball.
Mhm.
Does that sound like something that we like?
It's not a
should
JD
get?
move, and that's
Yeah,
why
the most
JD's not here.
We're about 2 weeks away from the most recent dynasty being the Houston Astros.
Yeah. They
Why you got to mess up?
Well, and that's what I'm going to ask Bochy.
Shoot.
I'm going to ask him when Bochy comes on. I'm going to say, you are you're coming into the division where you have a dynasty in their prime. They're not even close
to being over.
leaving
It's
this.
crazy. It's crazy. Like they are so far better.
It's like the Eagles
than everybody else in the American League.
Kidding.
The hell are you
It's
doing?
not even close. There's not even like the team that was second
Giants
in the league had 100 wins wasn't even allowed on the same field as them this past week.
They have 7 starting pitchers. And Verlander's going to be a free agent. They're going to re-sign him, and they're going to have to take 2 guys that would be your number 2 and number 3 in your rotation that are their number 6 and number 7.
Nolan effect. All right, we have Stephen Jones and Bruce Bochy. I was just trolling the last minute. Don't freak out. Don't freak out.
You just gave a speech about how people will freak out.
I'm just joking. Bruce Bochy, press conference.
Ticket giveaway.
Right here on this show. Cowboys ticket giveaway and Stephen Jones. Enjoy a Cowboys Monday. Continuing with more winning on your home of the Rangers as well, right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Play action fake. Prescott's going to throw it in the end zone to Peyton Hendershot on National Tight End Day for his first professional touchdown.
That's right. One half of Fergus shot getting work done right there. The Dallas Cowboys are victorious 24-6. A multifaceted question to start off your day. 877-881-1053. Dak is back. What did you think of his return performance, as well as how many more quarterbacks did the Cowboys face this season that are better than him? Is it just one? Could it conceivably be zero?
I haven't looked that far ahead, Kevin. You tell me the answer.
I think it's at most one. And
I'm going to go with zero then.
I think we need to have a
You're always high on
conversation
quarterbacks.
about what the hell's happening in Green Bay right now.
So you're saying that Dak had a good game?
So here's where I go back and forth. I thought he was fine, but the analytics people have told me that he had the third best game of any quarterback in football.
The whole game?
Over the weekend,
Okay.
which
probably better than Burrow and Mahomes for sure. They only threw for 400-something yards and a whole bunch of touchdowns. But analytically, that's stupid.
And that's the part that somewhat perplexes me. But I thought he was fine, and that's about it.
What quarterbacks did you just mention, Mike?
Herbert? Burrow and Burrow and Mahomes. If I said Herbert, I'm sorry. Burrow and Mahomes.
Did both of those quarterbacks win?
Yeah.
That's all that matters, baby. That's all that matters at the end of the day. How he got there doesn't matter as much as just the fact that you did get there. And Dak did it. It was the second half, Kevin, that brought him up.
Sure.
Like the second half, 10 for 11. That's nice. That's efficient. That's an efficient quarterback.
Really
103 yards. What? But yeah, 9.4 yards per attempt. I like that. He didn't need the touchdown. He still looked eyeball test. He looked better in the second half.
Did you feel a tiny bit sad for Tony Pollard on that touchdown?
A little bit, yeah. Okay. Come on, Tony. But yeah, no, the fact that he got the touchdown, like that pads it a little bit, feels good. But there is like, if he hadn't done it and you were like 3 weeks later, he gets his first touchdown, you're like, man, is he in a touchdown drought? But he gets it, and that's great, good, fantastic. The team wins 24-6. That's huge. The way that they managed. Exactly what we said, Kevin. That is the formula. What we saw is the formula. The first half wasn't great, but Dak was good in the second half.
Now, I think this is a good point. And this is kind of what my takeaway was. I thought this overall slate of NFL games this weekend was kind of disappointing. And from the, from the 806, to be fair, there was a lot of terrible quarterback play yesterday. And so people are dug in on their sides one way or another. Like, you saw all kinds of stuff is like, that's why Dak's the man, that's why he's the best, and everything like that. And like, rock on if that's for you. And then immediately I see from the 972, Dak is ass. And then also said I'm a paid Cowboys employee, which, oh man, let me know when those checks start coming through, because a baby is expensive and I could definitely use them. But yes, absolutely not. That last part is absolutely inaccurate. But I would hope more often that we could find a consensus between he's the best and he's ass. Like, surely both sides see that their opinion is wrong, right? I guess not right.
No, not at all. No side will cede that because they're arguing with each other. And if you kind of find that middle ground, though, like that, there is a really good middle ground there, Kevin.
I agree
that he is a quarterback that can keep you on time, and he's better than Cooper Rush. I don't want to really start that debate, because you feel, when Sean asked earlier, do you feel better, worse, or the same? I feel better because I have Dak instead of Cooper.
Okay.
And if called upon, in the fourth quarter to go make a big drive, or if I want to go out there and really rip it and let it go against a good team, a good defensive team like the Eagles. I think Dak can do that, as opposed to where I did not believe that Cooper Rush could do that against the Eagles, and we were kind of proven right there. So I feel like Dak can win a game against the Eagles, whereas I think that with Cooper Rush, we have a lot of other things we have to work on. But he even said multiple times after the game last night, look, I know what the formula is. I got to keep this thing on time. I got to keep it on schedule. We got to just keep moving forward. And Kevin, the other factor that I may get a little more caught up in, I want to get more statistical information so I can prove people on this.
Oh.
If something does happen where you get a false start or a holding, I think Dak can overcome that. I think Dak can, and Romo mentioned that a couple times yesterday, is you want this, but you have to have a quarterback that whenever those situations pop up, you can say, okay, we can pick up a 1st and 20. We'll be able to manufacture something here.
Quick question, since you brought him up. Do you think Tony Romo is still talking this morning about how that wasn't an interception by Trayvon
Probably
Diggs?
so. Probably so.
He's like, hey, I know the ball never hit the ground, and he definitely had control, and nobody reviewed it. Or
he's
they
at
did
Frisco
review
at that beautiful golf center, the PGA, and he's hitting balls right now.
I think
he just went on and on about that.
The most important factor to me from yesterday, Kevin, and I know there was a field goal attempt where I was like, I bet Kevin's furious right now that they didn't go for it on this one. But I also thought, but maybe Kevin understands. They didn't go for it because they trusted the defense.
Sure.
And Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore and Dak Prescott, I feel like in that game and in the future now, they look at this defense and they go, we can trust them. We just got to get our points and stay close.
Okay. I'm okay with that as long as in the future they also trust understanding where they are in the field and don't call that timeout.
Okay.
All right.
Yes. I agree.
It's a 22-yard field goal. They're like, well, we got to call a timeout because the play clock's almost up. Why?
Because they wanted to go for it, Kevin. I know, they wanted to, and they were like, hold on. We got to be smarter than this.
Okay. Well, they need to have that conversation and be like, hey, we're not going to go for it. I think maybe we should. Hey, we're not going to go for it. And then once they decide that, you're like, oh, no, the play clock's about to run up. Who gives an F? Now it's going to be a 27-yard field goal. That's still closer than an extra point. Just let the clock run out and then kick it from 27, and you'll be just fine. Now, I will point out that it does seem like there's a whole lot of people who are ready to settle in the middle of, no, he's solid. Mm-hmm. But then the thing that people get caught up with is the money, which I 100% understand that because somebody texted in, are you saying that Dak is an overpaid bus driver? But there's nothing I can do about the money. Do I have general issues with the way the Cowboys negotiate? Sure, I definitely do. But also, this was his first game back after 5 weeks. I know he set the bar high for that season opener against Tampa last year, not this one, but last year when he was out for most of the season, then he came back and he looked great straight away. That's not what we got this time, but I thought he was solid, and I don't think that's the end of the world. I get it. You went up against a god-awful defense, and you would have hoped that things would be better.
Who played above their heads, by the way. I thought the Detroit Lions played a lot better than things that I'd seen earlier in the season.
And that's the difficult thing for people to discuss and assess, right? Did they play above their heads, which is an option for sure, or it was because the Cowboys' offense was bad and blah, blah, blah. Those are the things. If you think that Dak is great, he still played great, and the Detroit defense played above their heads. If you think Dak stinks, he stunk against a terrible defense. There does not seem to be a whole lot of room in between for a whole lot of folks.
You got to win with your quarterback coming back for the first game.
And they did.
And all he can do is get better from here and shook off some rust, and everything's going to be fine against Chicago.
How sure are you about that?
I'm 100% sure that he will be better than he was in this game by the end of the season. This thing will evolve by the end of the season back to what we expected from it offensively, and now to add to it, you have a defense that you feel is a lot better than it was last year.
You have to give him time. He had to go a month without touching a football because of his thumb, so he had a bad first half. He had a much better second half. I'm not saying he's turning into Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow or any of those guys. He's not. He's not that good. He's not that talented, but he is good. He's just not that good. And so when I watched him yesterday, I thought, okay, I mean, I shouldn't have played him in fantasy football, but my guy said pick him.
Right.
And I did. And I was like, you probably need to give him another week. And he'll probably, look, the Bears are JV, right? You get to play a JV team on Sunday. So you're fine there. But I think you give him next week, you give him the Chicago game. And then if he plays like he did yesterday against Green Bay, against Minnesota. I know Green Bay has major issues, but then you're probably a little bit in trouble. But I think that he's going to play a lot better. You just have to give him time to get back into rhythm, get back into the timing, get back into NFL
Footwork,
game
for
mood,
sure.
and he's going to be fine. He's going to be the good quarterback that the Cowboys have.
Hey, you don't say that about Dak. You can't
Okay.
just say he's good. He's either great or he's trash.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that. And Reggie, I think you sent these along to like further the conversation. These are the stats that I made reference to that I don't think like match a lot of people's perceptions of what they saw. So if you look at quarterback efficiency, Dak is way above the expected efficiency line. And if you look at EPA, he was third yesterday, behind only Mahomes and Burrow. And that's why I made reference to analytics people would tell you that he was the third best quarterback on the field yesterday. And I understand all that. Sometimes there's this weird argument about like, oh, you just don't understand the numbers. No, I totally understand the numbers. But when you're watching the game, you're playing the worst defense in the league, and with 5 minutes to go, you have 10 points. Like, that's also factors in for people who are just watching, and they're like, yeah, no, I know. And we started that awesome drive that salted the game away, and that was tremendous. But also, like, I was watching the game, and we had 10 points in the fourth quarter against a team that hadn't given up less than 26 or 27 points all season. That's where people have a tough time reconciling. I saw the efficiency numbers, totally understand it.
Yeah, I want at some point to be that team, Kevin, that you're like they have all the confidence in the world in everything they call. Hey, as soon as Dak drops back, you're pretty much it's going to be one of those 28 of 32 type of days for him. Like, I'm looking forward to whenever they get back to something like that. And if need be, 35.
What an astonishing completion percentage
35 for 40. I'm looking if he I want that again. It didn't happen yesterday, and it's gonna be a time when it's called upon. I don't think he's gonna fail miserably at it because that's not what Dak does. Traditionally, in the history of Dak, he doesn't fail like that. And at the same time, he isn't Patrick Mahomes, but somewhere in the middle. But the middle ground of this team is where they're best. That's where this team is at their best when everybody's involved. I mean, we talk about basketball having energy when the football has some energy. Football has it on the offensive side when your running backs are getting their game and your wide receivers are getting their game. And then it has it on the defensive side. Look at what the Cowboys defense did yesterday getting the ball. That's insane. Like, this is again, 5 turnovers. And, I mean, I still think that Micah should have another sack added onto this thing.
Agreed.
But then they're just, it's too much. It's when Mike McCarthy says complimentary. That's the kind of football they're best at right now.
Do you know the last time they had 5 turnovers forced in a single half?
Super Bowl season?
Super Bowl 27 against Buffalo.
You said they could never do it again.
I pretty much have.
I mean, that's fair. And to be fair, if you told me, will this defense get 5 turnovers in a half, I would be like, in a half? That's a lot. And so I probably wouldn't have gone with that either. So I wanted to run this down real quick.
Hold on,
okay.
stop.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Dak is a good 25 to 29 million a year. That's fine. If I'm the coach, I don't care how much he's getting paid. I got to figure out how to score points.
Yeah, you can't make your decision and be like, I got it.
The coach doesn't walk out there and go, you know what? He makes $40 million, so let's throw 40 times today. That's not how he does it. The coach looks at the team and says, how can we beat the opponent today? Not how much does my quarterback make versus how much the other quarterback makes. That has nothing to do with it when the coach steps on the field. And if you want to sit there and say, hey, you know what? We pay all of our players the exact amount that they're worth so that they can get their stats and everything. That's fine. Do you want to go try and win in the playoffs and Super Bowl? Because that's what they're trying to accomplish more than anything else. Jerry might be like that. Jerry might be going, hey, go pay. I'm paying this guy a lot of money. Go make some plays. That's not what the coach is trying to do.
A couple astonishing things. Like, I will say they could have had more points on the board, save for the Noah Brown somersault. I get why you would also put your arm down to try to brace yourself after you did a whole flip in the air, but that's part of the reason the ball came out. Dak said afterwards the thumb didn't bother him, which is that if you're looking for a super positive thing going forward, that's super positive. And also when you combine the regular season and the postseason, that throw that we played the clip of, that was Dak's 150th passing touchdown of his career. Pretty stoked about that. And I know that we will talk with Mickey about this in just a second, but on the bad news front, has nothing to do with Dak, is Jordan Lewis did in fact suffer a Liz Frank foot injury. supposedly he got surgery last night. So they're moving. They're like, let's not waste any time. We know what happened. We know what needs to be done. So could be a little bit until you see Jordan Lewis again. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Maybe get some more updates about a couple of those injuries next right here on a Cowboys Victory Monday on 105.3 The Fan.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Permapeer.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good rainy morning.
Indeed. And I got to ask a couple of potentially injury-based questions. Have you heard, if it is in fact accurate, that Jordan Lewis, Liz Frank, went ahead and had surgery last night? That is a quick process.
Yeah, it is, but it's a pretty serious, painful injury, so the sooner you get it done, the better off you are. And since they finished the game before 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
That was a quick game, wasn't
I know.
it?
You looked at I don't know if you looked on DallasCowboys.com, the little celebration they have in the locker room afterwards.
Yes, I loved it.
What time is it, Zach? It's 2:55. That's pretty funny. And I guess I didn't realize at the moment that it was that early, and they were all in the locker room by then. So, yeah, pretty good.
Were they rushing them to get out of the locker room so they could go get a head start?
You know what? They kind of, they cleared out of there pretty fast after a victory. But, yeah, gosh, Jordan Lewis, that's too bad. And he heard it on that play, right?
On the interception.
On the interception, yeah.
So,
and it's a pretty painful thing, and it takes a while to recover from.
Is it most likely that that's a wrap for him for the season?
Yeah,
then?
I would think so. I mean, we're talking broken bone, and it's in a real delicate spot. It's a probably 5-6 month rehab. So it's a tough. You know how that injury got named?
Oh, was it like Steve Liz Frank broke something in his foot or something?
It was some sort of French general or something.
Oh,
and it's an injury they used to get riding horses in the war.
Oh,
because your foot's in the stirrup, and the pressure is on the top of your foot, like on the arch.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Look at that, Mickey teaching you something today,
I had
Kevin.
no freaking clue.
You didn't know you were going to walk into work today and learn something new, huh?
I definitely did not.
About Mr. Liz Frank.
I definitely wouldn't have guessed that.
Is Bland your best option there?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, that's what they did previously, right?
Yeah.
And he played well. I mean, your only other option, if you think Joseph is ready for full-time duty at left corner, and then you can put Anthony Brown in the slot. So there's different ways, and you could change it up in game too by how things are going. But I think right now, Deron Bland kind of earned that opportunity to get in there and do it. And once again, it's another indication of young guys getting reps early in the season, because you never know when you're going to need them midway through the season. And so it'll be interesting to see how well he does.
Now, I hope this makes sense, and I don't want it to sound negative whatsoever, is the pass rush didn't look as dynamic as in the past, and then they still finished with 5 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, and 3 fumble recoveries. If I was an opposing quarterback, I feel like that would be horrifying to me going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, teams do not want to get in those situations, and Detroit was trying real hard with how much 2 and 3 tight end formations they use to be able to run the ball enough to keep Goff out of some passing situations, some, third and long situations, which can blunt your pass rush if you're throwing short, you're throwing quick, get the ball out right away. And, we saw what happened when he had to hold it, right? When he wanted to go down the field, he either got himself in trouble or he threw the ball into trouble. And, it was a pretty good game plan. And it's fine if you're winning 6-3 at halftime.
Right.
It's fine if you're at the 1 yard line, you're ready to go in to take a 13-10 lead to start the fourth quarter. But once you start getting behind, or you get behind the chains, or getting holding calls against you, which this might have set a record. I would like to know the last time the opponents have had this many holding calls against the Cowboys, because they just don't seem to get them called, right?
Right.
I thought Micah Parsons had a great quote about, you threw a flag? Really? Guy says, yeah, there it is on the ground. And it's like, oh, okay, because I get held. He said, I get held 50 times a game, exaggerating, but he's right.
That would be amazing if the game just stopped down because on every play they were just throwing a flag.
A flag because there's holding. And they probably could, too.
That was last Thanksgiving's game.
Yeah, right, exactly. So, but no, they made plays, and that's what this league is about. You have to make plays, and you have to make them at key parts of the game. No more so important than the effort Micah Parsons gave on that screen pass to bring down Wright at the 1 yard line.
And that speed level is one of the reasons, Mickey, we just got this text, and I want to get your breakdown of this. Longtime Tolo found out after the game that I'm going to be a dad. It's my first kid. If it's a boy, I think we're going to try to name him Micah.
Yeah,
you approve of that, right? Especially when we saw him top out at like 21 miles an hour.
Yeah, I still like to know how they do that, right? How do they measure that? Come on. How long does that take, too?
Are you questioning the legitimacy of those stats?
Explain. Somebody's got to explain to me how they do it, right? When do they start the clock and when do they finish the clock, right? But he was fast, and once again, that's why you take Micah Parsons with the 12th pick in the draft. He's a football player, right? Not a linebacker. He's a football player. And if you go back and look at it, he rushed the quarterback on that play, by the way, and he thought he was going for a sack, and then he realized, oh, no, wait a minute, this is too easy. Something's up. And he was at the 26-yard line, and Wright was catching the ball at the 21. And he had to, from a dead stop, turn around and start chasing. Yeah. And I went back and looked at it again, and Wright was at the 13, and Micah Parsons was at the 18. And by time Wright got to the 4, Parsons was at the 5. I mean, he caught up instantly and then drags him down, and he didn't know that he tackled him. If you look at the quote he said afterwards, he said, I thought he scored, and when they were lining up, I thought they were going for 2 there for a minute, right?
Wow.
Yeah. And so, I think if you go back and the replay they had on the pylon cam kind of showed his knee was down and the ball wasn't quite breaking the plane yet. Now, they put it at the 1. If they put it at the half-yard line, I wouldn't have argued with it. And then I think it became a big issue in the Detroit locker room afterwards when Dan Campbell had to ask, well, why didn't you challenge it? And his response was, well, I was waiting for the call up top, and I never got it, like the guys that watch it.
See, I also feel like in that situation, this is what would get me in trouble with the media, because I understand that question, but if I'm Dan Campbell, I'm probably sitting there and I'm like, I don't know. I also just assumed that our running back wouldn't fumble the ball when that's his only job inside the 1.
Well, here's my point. You got the second leading offense in the National Football League. They're third in rushing offense, right? I believe that's right, or scoring. And all you got to do is go 36 inches in 4 plays. I think I'd take that chance, right? What's the probability? I want somebody to give me the probability on that of scoring.
Will you accept really, really
good? Really high?
Likely. Yeah.
And then your guy hit the pile, and it was kind of weird how he went down, right? It was awkward. He just kind of crumbled straight down, and then he doesn't have the ball. And what is the probability of fumbling the ball in that mass of humanity, and it trickles underneath right to Anthony Barr? All he had to do was wait for it to come to him.
I'm going to say 100% because that's what happened, and
right?
I saw it. But in retrospect, I would have placed that very, very, very low.
I mean, think about it. He doesn't make that play. DeMarcus Lawrence doesn't make that play. They're 13-10, right, with about, 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. They're losing.
Yeah,
I wanted to ask about that specifically, Mickey. The DeMarcus Lawrence has, I probably say, 3 to 4 unsung plays a game that people just they take for granted. But he's one of those guys that he makes something special happen. Would you say the number's higher, or would you say that's pretty accurate?
No, you're pretty good because he has 3 tackles in the game. Well, probably 3 big tackles.
Yeah.
And then he has the forced fumble and a fumble recovery.
When he broke the offensive line in half on that forced
Yes.
fumble.
You can't put a, how do you put a price on that value, right? On that performance that he does. And then even Sam Williams, right?
Let's talk about it.
So here's his line. 3 total tackles, 2 sacks, 2 tackles for losses, 2 quarterback hits, a forced fumble that I recover fumble, right? And he only played 14 snaps.
Yeah.
And for some reason, I thought he played more because it seemed like every time I looked out there at left defensive end, he was there and Lawrence was in at tackle. So maybe they were in pass rush situations in that. But how about that for that kid? So, and I guess he was fortunate he didn't get penalized for dumping that running back on the ground.
I was a little surprised. I have to admit, like, we've talked about some of the penalties and how they're stupid and everything. That was one where I was like, oh, that could cost them. And they're like, you're fine.
And he's done things like that before, right? Late hit out of bounds or whatever, or a similar thing. I think he did it to a quarterback. But good thing it wasn't the quarterback, because if it's the quarterback, he would have got flagged, right?
For sure.
But again, it's another young guy. Here we are, 7 games into the season, and making plays and coming along. And a lot of people were going, well, where's that second-round pick? Well, there's your second-round pick. Oh, by the way. And the first-round pick was out there also. So, these last 2 drafts, you're starting to see a lot of these younger guys step up and become pretty integral parts of a defense that was, in the end, awfully good. And when you look back, even though Detroit was moving the ball, they ended up making plays. And what's that, the 6th opponent now with no more than 1 touchdown?
Yep.
And so you got 5 wins out of all that.
I mean, I love to hear it. I don't care what Corey says.
Yep.
And then,
Just kidding, Corey.
and then I don't know what your guys' opinions have been on Dak's performance, but I think I pointed it out on Friday. It was going to take a while.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
You don't just miss all that time and basically have one padded practice and one real, kind of full blast practice, and then go out there and automatically see things. And I think at first, the first pass, okay, they didn't make it simple on him. You got to roll out to your left and try to throw on the run. But I bet they practiced it, 10 times, and he probably hit it 9 out of 10. But there was some things I don't think he saw down the field. And when that happens, normally your best friend out there is your tight ends, right?
Yeah.
And the tight ends end up catching 8 passes for 61 yards and a touchdown. And he had a choice of 2 tight ends to throw the touchdown pass to. So I think he settled down the second half. He was 10 of 11 for 103 yards and 1 touchdown. So I didn't take the time. I will when we finish, since I just thought of it, to figure out what that quarterback rating was for just a half. I bet it's like in the 130s or 140s for sure.
I think it was 113.
No, I thought that was the half
for
or the
second
game?
half. I think it was 113.
13 for the half.
No,
it was for the game.
Okay, I'll have to go back. Somebody did post that up earlier. I'll go grab it for you.
That was for the game, which was rather amazing when you sit out, your first game in 6 weeks, and you end up 113. And you looked at it, and and he admitted, he goes, there were a couple times I think I had a little too much confidence in myself on some of the throws he made. Because there were some of them, right, you sucked air through your teeth going, ooh, I don't know about that one. Especially the one he completed to Schultz down the hash.
136, Mickey.
136?
Yeah, it was
Good
136 for the second half.
Yeah, I was close, right?
Yeah.
I said 140. Anyway, I think, now this week it'll be a normal week, because last week was a short week because of getting back so late from Philadelphia. They didn't really practice like they normally would have on Wednesday. So he'll get a full week this week and a full game to go back and see, what he saw and maybe what he didn't see of his wide receivers.
Thank you very much, good sir. We will see you again tomorrow.
Okay, talk to you guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Cowboys have been focusing on being better on third down. How did that go against the Lions? Talk about it next right here on The Fan.
First, let's talk about Southwest Chrysler Dodge.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP, plus they still pay full market value for your trade. So find your roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Here's a handoff to Elliott. Big hole on the right. He hurdled the guy to the 45 and then taken off his feet by Okudah at the 48-yard line. That's old Zeke.
So much for that bad knee.
And Jeff Okudah getting work done in terms of all those tackles yesterday.
Where would they like that game really could have been cracked wide open if Okudah hadn't shown up the way he did, because that dude was everywhere for them.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. And I know normally we've talked about with Trayvon Diggs before. I was like, if you're better at coverage than tackling, I can live with that. But yeah, Jeff Okudah I thought was really good. Now, I wanted to focus on a specific aspect of the game. Like, the Cowboys win, they're 5-2. That's freaking awesome, and I'm stoked about that. That doesn't mean, though, that we can't look at a couple aspects that you're like, I still wish that this part was a little bit better. Now, before the game, Mike McCarthy said the goal is for the whole offense to be better. Fair enough. Now, I think like anything in the league, you get what you emphasize. That is why we've been emphasizing third down. Now, he went on to say, it's like, we also pay attention to first and second down because we don't want to find ourselves in bad third down situations, which makes sense. But he said, we're emphasizing third down. Going into the game, the Cowboys converted on 32.1% of their third downs.
Is that good?
No,
All right.
That is not good. That was 29th in the league.
But in the last 3 games, they've converted 35.29%.
That is still not great.
All right.
And you would like to see that be better.
Better than the Yankees putting the ball in play in a championship series.
That is an excellent point.
We're better than Green Bay in this game, though.
That, you know what?
How many did Green Bay convert this week?
I'm not looking at the number, but my feeling would be 0. It cannot really be 0.
They converted 0% of their third downs this week against
Jordan
Washington.
Love time.
Yeah.
There you go. Actually, I do have a question about that at some point.
When Aaron Rodgers said maybe this is what's best for us, do you think he was thinking a new quarterback for Green Bay is what's best for them?
Yeah.
And this gets us in that direction.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So, for the Cowboys yesterday, here's the part that is still concerning to me, is they were 3 for 9 on third downs yesterday.
That's not good.
No. So that's like slightly bit better than 32.1% because you're sitting right at 33.3%. But it's still not good. And perhaps more concerning than any of that is the Cowboys did not convert on 3rd and 2 or less 4 times. That's never going to cut it.
Zeke was 100%, they said, at converting third downs. Third and one situations.
Yeah.
And he was not able to do it much yesterday.
Did it bother you that I know it's not all the plays. In my mind, it was all the plays just because of the ones that didn't work, that they decided to kick the ball so far out to the edge on those short yardage situations?
Yeah, and I'm guessing they're thinking that Hutchinson or whatever edge they were going to attack was the best approach there. That guy is undisciplined and likes to pursue in and gets a little too far. But it didn't work out because the linebackers were really prepared yesterday to go up against the Cowboys offense. So, yeah, that just didn't work out.
And then Hutchinson did single-handedly blow up that other third down with his sweet spin move on Terrence Steele. I got nervous for a second when Steele gave up that sack and also had another false start penalty. I was like, oh no, This is about to be the Tampa Bay game all over again. I did not think it was. Maybe yesterday was not the most shining example for our offensive line.
Our tackles weren't great yesterday.
Yeah.
Our interior was actually a lot better than our tackles, which has been kind of the opposite for
They'll
us.
look better this upcoming week. I know that.
Yeah.
You're not a big fan of the Bears?
They get to play like a JV team.
I mean, and I already saw, I thought, was it like 10 and a half points that they're favored going into this game?
I have first pick this week. I guarantee you I'm picking the Cowboys unless it gets up to 19 and a half.
What? 19?
If it goes to 19 and a half, I'll be worried about picking the Cowboys.
Okay. All right. Well, something to look forward to on that part. And we might actually get a Betting with Bassick update in just 1 second. But this is concerning to me, and I know it goes back to how people decide to divvy up the blame and the credit sometimes fascinates me. But there was a lot of, at least on social media, shade going in the direction of Kellen Moore, especially on some of these third down plays. And then it still flummoxes me that if you're going to bring in Turpin, you immediately run the reverse play for him instead of letting him sit there for a second when everybody knows that, like, hey, I bet they're going to run a reverse with him.
Yeah, and I do wonder if the Cowboys had this philosophy with Cooper Rush of, running the ball so frequently, and that's going to evolve at some point, Kevin, I believe, which I think will put you in better short down situations, maybe on second down. I mean, like, that's the hope, is that you're not in. I mean, look at the first drive. First play of the game, what do? Roll out that was a failure. I don't care who you want to blame. I said that it was a missed throw by Dak, and I feel like that play specifically is an easy pitch and catch, and it was too high for Noah Brown. I know it hit him in the hands, but that doesn't mean that it was an easy pitch and catch there. Okay,
is that a perfect example of, depending on what side you are, that's how you interpret it?
And that's what my Twitter got feedback on. That play, missing that throw or not catching that pass, whatever you want to say, that failed the whole series.
Right.
Because then the next play they run the ball. And then you're in a 3rd and 8 situation immediately, and now Dak's so you were off schedule. Like that, you were not on time the way you were supposed to be. So I'm hoping that the ability to kind of, as Dak grows back into the position this year, that you're able to pick up bigger yards and bigger chunk plays on other downs than your typical, hey, we're running on first or we're running on second. Maybe we got a play action here. We don't know. And then, third down, let's just get first down. Hopefully. And you could see it, Kevin. I think it was, you could see that the yards per throw, the air yards, were superior to what you've been working with Cooper Rush. You're pushing the ball downfield more, which means the defense is going to be a little more spread out, which means on each individual play, each individual series, you should have a little more space to work with when you have Dak out there. Now, he's got to complete those passes, though.
I agree.
Otherwise, that's not going to work.
I agree. And then, what I kind of wish would happen on some of these is I wish the Cowboys would make a decision on some of these things before third down. Because I feel like too often the Cowboys judge things in a vacuum after the success or failure of their third down play, where not every time, because certainly sometimes, like if you get sacked, then you need to rethink your plan and everything. But sometimes, like when they kick it out to the edge on 3rd and 2, and you're like, why was that the play call? I wish, depending on where they are in the field, like let's say they're at midfield, give or take. You go into the third and 2, and you just relay real quick. You have 2 plays to get 2 yards. Instead, I feel like we're like, hey, let's kick it out to the far right side. Oh, we lost half a yard, or we just got back to the line of scrimmage or gained half a yard. Well, now we have to punt. Instead of going, hey, guys, you got 2 plays. We're going for it because we need to, depending on the game, the flow of the game. I realize there are situations where you would obviously just punt, but I wish there were more situations where they could kind of look at it on the whole and be like, you got 2 plays. Get me 2 effing yards. Now, whether or not we would always be successful, who the hell knows?
I love this text, Kevin, from the 469. Let's talk about how Pollard did all the work yesterday and Zeke just vultured his touchdown.
That's why I asked you. The touchdown pass that Dak threw.
Yeah.
It's nothing against Dak. Did you feel bad for Tony Pollard? Because he felt like he put in a lot of work yesterday. And they're like, hey, hell of a job. Here's your gold watch. We'll send you on your way.
Hey, we need to get Dak this touchdown. You'll have plenty of opportunities on another team to get a touchdown.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I did feel bad for him on that. But while there's lots of positives to take from this game, this is a spot where I hope that the Cowboys can find a way to be more effective. If it's just a matter of you do not think the offensive line is doing a good enough job blocking, I would certainly listen to that. If it's a matter of sometimes Zeke does not get the tough yardage the way he used to, I think I would listen to that as well. Or if it's a matter of you think Kellen Moore calls ridiculous plays that are not suited to the strengths of this offense, especially in third down and short yardage situations, I would be willing to listen to all that as well. But this feels like something that's going to catch up to you at some point. It's not going to be against the Bears. I would certainly concede that. But at some point, I think it's going to catch up to you.
I agree, but I don't think that this team is going to be doing – the offense is going to be the same by the end of the season. That's my argument towards that is – right now, with the way that they're playing football, it should. And that's what Choppy gets so hey, you shouldn't be playing this style of football. He's probably right. If you can play the Mahomes style of football, you can do that. It's going to keep you out of those types of situations more often than it's going to put you in them.
And then also,
then you're more of a threat on third down.
Sure.
Right? Like now they're like, oh,
Yes.
crap, we have to drop back in coverage because that quarterback's been eating us up all day.
Also, did you see and did you think it was hilarious when the ref got hit in the head with the football? Now,
I didn't see it.
Oh my gosh. It wasn't on purpose because the dude immediately ran up. By the way, it like looked like he might get in trouble for trying to apologize because he ran up and like tried to put his hand on the ref's shoulder, like tell him, hey, sorry about that while he's making a call. And another referee came swooping in and it looked like he was like, hey man, don't touch the official. And he was like, no, I was just trying to apologize for throwing the football and hitting him in the head. I thought it was hilarious.
Did he do it on purpose?
I don't think he did it on purpose. I really don't. And then this is a great
You're
point.
going to call holding on my team. I'll just hit you in the head with a football.
I don't think that is how that played out, but who the hell knows? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Texas Rangers have a new manager. We will hear from Bruce Bochy, the GM, the owners, and so much more as part of the Texas Rangers press conference next on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
All right.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the Texas Rangers presser coming up in just a minute. But wanted to shout out because somebody texted this, and I think that's a great point. You know whose offense is awesome? The Dallas Stars. And that is true. The Dallas Stars are victorious yet again. They are now 4-0-1 on the season. By the way, just to show y'all's point about people complain about everything, I was watching that game on Saturday, and I was like, if you're not watching the Stars, you really should, because they're stomping folks out. And somebody goes, hey, dumbass, they just lost a game. And I was like, cool. They lost in overtime, and they have the best record in the NHL, and they have scored at least 4 goals in all of their other games. So
that's a lot of goals.
Awesome.
But why did they lose that one game?
Yes. I mean, did they? There's a variety of reasons for that, but I will tell you why they won this last game. Joe Pavelski. He surpassed Brett Hull as the oldest player in franchise history with a hat trick at 38 years, 103 days old, 3 goals,
and an
assist.
Yeah.
And yes.
Yeah.
So 4 points in the game, and the Dallas Stars, just to start this season,
if I
have been
nickname him Joe
phenomenal.
Paul, would that be bad?
Oh, we're ready to go for the Rangers right here on The Fan.
With that, I will turn it over to our Executive Vice President and General Manager, Chris Young.
Good morning. Thank you, John. I want to thank everybody for being here on a very special day for the Texas Rangers franchise. I think as we look around, we can all see so many members of our organization here to show their support and excitement for our new manager, Bruce Bochy, including players, coaches, staff, alumni, and front office members from both the business and the baseball ops side. Thank you all for being here and for the contributions to this process that you've each have made, whether directly or indirectly. I'd also like to thank our ownership, Ray Davis and Neil Liebman. Ray, you played an integral role in this process, and very grateful to the support you've given us. As I start here, I want to first recognize Kim Bochy, Bochy's wife. Kim, when we saw you in Nashville, I said to you that you're equally important in this process to us. And we know the sacrifices that you and your family make, and we're extremely grateful to have you and Bruce both as members of the Texas Rangers family. Two months ago, we decided that a new voice was needed in our dugout. At that point, we began an extensive and thorough process within the front office to define the criteria we felt was most important in selecting our next manager. That required a lot of reflection of where we are as an organization, what we have done well, where we need to improve, and how we intend to achieve our goals of building a championship caliber team that our fans deserve. Ultimately, the overarching objective was to find a manager who creates a positive environment that gets the best out of everyone, including players, coaches, staff, and the front office. Now, there are a lot of attributes that go into this, from communication and collaboration, setting high standards, accountability, empowerment, humility, amongst many more. Additionally, organizational alignment with our core values and vision is equally important. And of course, the ability to prepare, strategize, and effectively manage games is a critical aspect of the job. After weeks of defining the criteria and internally vetting numerous potential candidates, we landed on an initial short list of names. I am extremely grateful to say we were able to hire our top choice, a man whose leadership and success in this game speaks for itself. As you know, I had the opportunity to play for Boch one season, and in that year I was able to see firsthand how impactful his leadership style was. I am extremely confident that Boch is the right person to lead our organization on the field, and I'm looking forward to partnering with him as we embark on what I believe is going to be a great era of Rangers baseball. With that, I could not be more excited to introduce the next manager of the Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy.
All right. We're working on getting the feedback right here with Bruce Bochy being introduced. I promise this wasn't just a presser so we could hype up Chris Young's
That was a really cool speech by Chris Young.
But he was reading from a piece of paper.
I'm all pumped up to go play baseball this year.
Are you?
Yeah.
We are so excited that we have found the manager as I read off of this piece of paper to tell you the thing.
He was giving you a go up to the rooftops and shout it out kind of situation, Kevin.
You should go up to the rooftops and
that's
shout
not
about
that's not what I was getting out of that.
Manager.
And then he was also, it was like, today, and you could hear the echo and everything.
All right, we got him back. It's Bochy time.
Thank you very much for those comments, and I'm going to thank all of you for coming out here today. First of all, I mean, it's an honor and a privilege to be putting this jersey on, and so a big thank you to Ray Davis and Chris Young for making this possible. You know, when you step back from the game for a little bit, that gratitude meter shoots way up when something special like this happens. So again, I can't tell you guys how grateful I am to be here. Now, I know some have asked why. Well, the simple answer is I miss this game. There's so many things about the game I miss. In the dugout, the competition, being on the team, and but beside that, I said if I'm going to jump back in the fire, it had to be the right fit. And after our many conversations that CY and I had, that was pretty evident. I mean, we talked many hours about the team and the culture that he wanted to create, and I was in. I could see and feel the passion, commitment that he has to building a winning culture here and bringing winning baseball back to the Ranger fans. So I was all in on that. And then I had a chance to chat with Mr. Davis, and he shared the same vision, and the rest of his staff. And what I really appreciated was how connected they were, and the same overarching theme was to it's time to play winning baseball here, and they had enough of the losing. So again, that's why I'm very excited to be here. I'm also excited to be here to work with this team. Now, I know they didn't have the season they had hoped, but I tell you, man, when I look at this team and I look at the core players and the deep system and the vision that CY has, I got excited. I just see tons of potential for next year and years beyond. And so I can't wait to be a part of it. And I'm excited to work with all the players that are here today. I can't thank you enough for being here. It means a lot to me that you showed up, and so thanks for that. I look forward to working with you and getting to know you and making some memories. I go back quite a few years, but this is where I started my career in this state. So I'm going to say it's good to be back in Texas. I love Texas, and so it's exciting to be back here. I'm looking forward to, just getting to know this community and the fans. I know I've seen, I don't want to go back then, but I've seen how excited and how much they care about their Ranger baseball. So I'm excited about that. I have family here too, so that's a plus too. So I get to spend more time with them. I do want to talk about this building we're in. I mean, you're talking about incredible. It's the first time I've been here. I'd been to the old ballpark, but they gave me a tour, and just amazing what they've done here, the clubhouse. And so I'm looking forward to coming to work here every day. And you can't have a better place to create this winning culture that I know CY wants to create and inspire these players to want to come to work every day to get better. And so we're very lucky to have this kind of venue. I do have to say there was one box I did have to check off, and that was my family. And I have two adult sons, and boy, they were all in. They're so excited about this. Now, I will say, my wife Kim was a little bit. I had to convince her a little bit more, but after conversations with Chris and Ray and the group, she's here. And so I can't thank her enough for getting on board and being excited about this. Now, there are some other people I would like to acknowledge here. I see a lot of the front office. I really look forward to getting to know you, and I hope we develop that culture to where you're comfortable coming up to me, and so we can get to know each other. So that's important to me. It really is. Also, in this game, in our business, your ability to recruit and develop great talent, it's critical to your success. And I know that we have our scouts here, they're having their meetings, so I want to thank you guys for being here. I know you're here for a week, so I look forward to getting to know you, talk to you, and find out more about our players. So that's going to be exciting for me. And probably the last thing I'd just like to say, I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to help bring a championship here to Texas. And I know we have some work to do, but I can tell you I'm all in on this. So to the front office, to the players, to all the fans, man, let's do this together, okay? Thank you.
We got to kind of get to start to see names and faces. So we'll start with right here with Emily. Right behind you.
Hi, Emily Jones, the Rangers dugout reporter.
I know who you are.
Amy G said to tell you hi.
Hi.
There had to be a lot of questions that you had. I'm sure the interview process was a two-way street. What questions did you have about this organization that you felt like you got the answers to ultimately say yes to this?
Well, I think more than anything, Emily, I just wanted to know their vision. I know the year didn't go like they had hoped, but I do know the investment that they made last year and to get these core players, and that was important to me, is where they thought they were, what they thought they needed, and how passionate. I think we have a hurricane coming in right now, but anyway, that was important to me, just to see the direction and what they thought. And like I said, you just feel it when you talk to CY. I know he grew up here. This community means so much to him that he wants to get this turned around in the worst way.
Jeff Wilson with Rangers Today.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Jeff Wilson, Rangers Today. You said there's a lot of work to do. So what's first on the list? What do you think is the most pressing thing that has to get straight?
I'm embarrassed to say. Can y'all hear?
Yeah, I can't hear.
We're working on it.
I didn't hear the question.
Oh yes, if we have a lot of work to do. Well, these are things we're talking about now, and we will continue to talk, and it's going to happen right after this press conference. We're going to get to work on it, but I think it's fair to say we're looking to build the pitching, strengthen that. We've talked about adding a bat, things like that, but again, we got a great core here, and but there's some pieces to add, and these are things we're talking about.
Bruce, Newey Scruggs, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
With NBC5, can you go back to 2010 when you won your first World Series and what you thought the experience was with Ranger fans and coming here in Arlington?
God, I missed the last part. Oh yeah, and that's what I was talking about earlier. I had seen from the other side. I've seen these fans in the frenzy and how excited they were about their team, and what great fans they were. I know it didn't turn out like you had hoped here in 2010, but I got to experience it, and and they were wonderful. You know, they were into their team, but very respectful. They love baseball, and you know, obviously it was a great moment for us, but and for them. You know, I think anytime you get the World Series, you know, that's what it's all about, and so it's good to to know and have a little feel about how much they love baseball here.
Bruce, Mike Ducey with Fox 4, welcome.
Thank you.
Wanted to ask you about the difference in day-to-day responsibilities of a manager now compared to when you started managing in the big leagues. What kind of adjustments you've had to make, and possibly the kind of adjustments you'll continue to have to make in this job.
Yeah. Well, I think it's fair to say this game's evolved, and you know, you get added departments, and you know, you get your analysts, PD, things like that, and so I think you know, a manager today has to be able to communicate and connect with more people, you know, and that's what I hope to do, and have that continuity and make sure that we're all on the same page. It's just, you know, it's just going to be so critical for myself, the staff, you know, to be connected with everybody, and I have to have the ability, you know, to do that, to connect with front office analysts. You know, I'm very open-minded. It's one thing that I want everybody to know. Sometimes they look at a manager that's a little bit older and hey, he's old school, whatever. But I want the input. I want all the information I can get. But probably more important is how you transfer it to make sure it's done in a productive way, and that's part of my job and the staff's job to make sure that we do that.
I can't hear that question.
Kennedy, can you hear me? Kennedy Landry, MLB.com. My question's actually for Chris. Last year when you signed all those free agents, you talked about how you're pretty honest about the hill they had to climb after the 100-loss season. How did you approach kind of that with Bruce going into this compared to maybe getting free agents?
Yeah, Kennedy, the exact same way, with full transparency and honesty of where we are as an organization, what we're looking to accomplish. We recognize there's a ton of work to do, but we believe in the vision we have. We believe in the people that we're choosing to be a part of this. It started last year with obviously the free agents we brought in, and Corey and Marcus specifically, and we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to build internally. We're going to look for the right external fits, but I think most importantly, having the right leader in the dugout to help us get that, and the environment to get the best out of everyone is critical, and we're very excited to have Boch in the dugout helping us do that.
Brad Townsend, Dallas Morning News. Welcome.
Thank you.
This question is actually from Mr. Davis. Both Bruce and Chris described your role in the hiring as integral. Why was it important to you to take an integral role, and what was it about Bruce that made him the guy to hire?
Why don't you go first, Chris?
Brad, I think you want Ray to answer.
Well, the process started with Chris. He called me and said he wanted to interview Boch, and I had a hard time getting over 2010. But then after I got over 2010, I thought that was a pretty good idea. CY went to Nashville and I think met for like 7 hours with Kim and Boch. And I can honestly say, and I haven't talked to either one of these two guys about this, but I don't know if there was a fire in Bochy to go back to managing or not. But if there was, I think Chris fanned it. He spent a lot of time going through our 27-man roster, our 40-man, our prospects, our vision, where the franchise is going. And I think if it didn't light a fire in Bochy, it fanned it and got it burning. So by the time that we went back to Nashville, I think most of the questions, my first question to him was, why do you want to do this? You got skins on the wall. And he went through the reasons why he was ready to take the challenge on again. And it didn't take long. in between CY's visit and my visit, he knew as much or more about our team and our prospects that I did. He'd done his homework. He's obviously very bright and very committed. And it took about 10 minutes into the process where I was sold.
Ray, this is Kevin Sherrington, Dallas Morning News. The teams that are in the playoffs this year and now going to the World Series all had payrolls approaching $200 million. You have said you want to win now, and that's one of the reasons why y'all have made the moves you have. Are you prepared to approach that kind of barrier?
It's interesting to note that the two highest payroll teams in baseball didn't play this weekend. So it's just not about the money. It's partially that. But I've made a commitment to CY that we're going to spend the money that it takes to put a competitive team on the field. And it's not just for 1 year. We're looking to put a competitive team on the year for multi-years. So to answer your question, I don't know where the payroll is going to end up, but we'll be competitive.
Joseph Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Chris, questions for you. Obviously, you know Bruce, and you've spoken fondly of him before. When it came to actually conducting a managerial search, though, in this role, how did you kind of maybe have to push out the past a little bit, or even consider it, going through the whole process?
Yeah, it's one of the things I told Boach when we offered him the job. I said, I'm not doing this because I loved you when I played for you. I'm doing this because we believe as an organization you're the right person to lead us into the future. I recognize when I played for Boach in 2006, that was a long time ago. I have special memories from that time. I've seen what he's gone on to do since then, but evaluating what our needs are right now and where we're headed as an organization, that's what this decision was about. And Boach fit every part of our criteria in terms of that. And I'm very, very grateful that he chose us.
Hey, Bruce, the 2010 Giants had a lot of homegrown talent, a lot of homegrown starting pitching. Do you see a lot of potential similarities between that ball club and the Rangers here in the next year or two?
I do, and that's why I touched on, not just the core players, but how deep their system is, and that's how you not only, win, but sustain winning is those kids come up through your system, and I think they've done a great job in their draft and developing these young kids, and you're starting to see it now. You saw it last year with Jung, and you got some that are really knocking on the door now, and I look forward to seeing them in spring training, and I'm going to try as much as I can to get these young kids out there during these spring training games so I can get to know them even more, but even on the lower level. But this system, it's known for how strong it is. So I think that's what excited me as much as anything is what can happen even beyond next year.
Bruce, Mac Engel with the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. A lot's been made how the role of the manager has evolved over the last 10 or 15 years. In your mind, is it really that much different today than it was when you were with San Diego or even San Francisco?
Yes and no, and I say that because you still manage your people. That never stops. It's the same as when I started in 1995, and that's what I'll be doing now. So I think that's the most important part of managing. But like I said, it's probably a little bit more collaboration, and you have to communicate probably a little bit more, with your departments. But it comes down to doing things in the right way in baseball, I think, and for me, I try to keep it simple. I think of three things. I'll start with fundamentals. I mean, we can talk about, what's happened in baseball, and it's been good with all the information stats that we get, but you still got to do things on the field that you did 100 years ago, and that's catch the ball, run the bases, make sure you're thrown to the right base, things like that. The second thing, and I know Chris is big on this, is you have to develop a chemistry culture for the club, and you want to inspire these players to unleash their talent and play as one, and that's never going to stop, whether back then or now. And I don't want to treat these players as numbers. They're not robots. You know, I want to know them. I want to know what makes them tick, read them, and so it helps me maybe put them in a better role to where they can succeed. And of course, the last one is preparation. That's never going to stop. You know, you want these guys prepared and not be surprised. And that's the same for me. You know, before every game, I try to think through every scenario. So, you know, that's why I say yes and no.
See why this one's a bit of a two-part question. First of all, how beneficial and what kind of a resource will Boch be for you in this role that you now take on? And then two, the staff, how will that be constructed?
Emily, it's a great question. I think a big part of this decision was me evaluating where I am and what my needs are, specific, also in addition to what the organizational needs are, and understanding that you know, while there were very good candidates out there who have never managed before, for me in this moment, having an experienced manager in the dugout not only suited me, but I think is what is best for our organization, our players. So it was a big part of the decision. In terms of the staff, we obviously have a couple open spots right now. We're going to start working on that this week with Boch, figuring out, starting with a pitching coach. We've got some good candidates on a list. We're going to start working through that, and hopefully in the coming weeks, start shoring up our coaching staff.
Ray, what message do you want your fans to take away from this hiring here and the moves that you've made this season?
Yeah, I think all positive. I think it was a big step in hiring Bochy. But I look at it like it's a big rock and a foundation, and I think we're building something very special. And he's part of that big rock. CY's part of that big rock. And as we build that wall, I think it'll be sustainable for a long time to come.
Yes, I'm Ozzie Garza with the Fort Worth Weekly. My question, Boch, is what's significant about number 15 that you're going to be wearing?
I don't know. That's a good question. I wish I had a good answer for you, but I was 13, and if you looked at my stats, I was trying anything to change that and become a better hitter. So I thought 13 was bad luck, and 15 became available, and that's what I got. You know, when you're a role player, it's not like you get the first choice anyway. So that was the one they gave me.
Chris, you said there was a short list of candidates. How short was the list?
Yeah, Jeff, I don't want to get in the weeds too much, but there were several, and we were willing to expand beyond that once. But once we identified Boch and he was interested, we narrowed it very quickly and knew that he was the right person for this job.
Okay, and then to clarify on the coaching staff, are the guys who have been invited back are all coming back?
Yes.
Alex Blink, Dallas Sports Fanatic. Chris, regarding pitching coaches, the last few years you guys have done with co-pitching coaches, is that still a possibility, or are you guys just looking for one guy?
We haven't worked through that yet, Alex, but I think we'll probably lean towards a head pitching coach, potentially consider an assistant pitching coach, but likely go with one pitching coach in charge.
Bruce, Stephen Hawkins with the Associated Press. One of the things that was talked about how much you missed the game, and then Ray talked about how if you hadn't had the fires going, that Chris obviously fanned those. At what point when Chris called you, how quick did you want this opportunity, and how refreshed are you after a few years away, both mentally and physically?
Yeah, you missed the game, you know, as the years go. And I had a wonderful time with my family for 3 years. I would like to say that, and but you know, the more time went and watching the games, the more I was missing it. Now I wasn't going out pursuing anything, and then when CY called me, just be honest, man, my interest perked up, and then we started talking, and you know, he's checking my appetite on doing this, and then listening, you know, to what, you know, he wanted to do here, his vision, and then coming out to Nashville, and we talked for hours, and I was done. I was sold after that, and of course, you know, Mr. Davis came out, and So it was an easy one for me, and I still had the fire. I feel great, and I'm thankful, that I was staying in the game a little bit, and I have to thank the San Francisco Giants for having a position for me the last 3 years. I did try to help out the French team, and I'm glad they didn't do a little more vetting because we didn't do very good there. But anyway, so I was excited. I was pumped. So I'm really, again, just excited and looking forward to, going to work after we're done here.
Couple more. Let's go to Kennedy.
Bruce, you said it was an easy decision once you talked to CY, but you also said it had to be the right opportunity to come out of retirement. What really made this one the right opportunity for you?
Well, again, just listening, to CY, Ray, his front office staff, looking at the team, all the things I talked about, the city here. I love it here. And I hadn't seen the ballpark, so that wasn't part of it. But if I were to come here, that would have been a slam dunk. Again, how nice it is. So, I think all those things, all the above things, is really what excited me. And and we've known each other for a while. Chris talked about it, and so it just had to be. I just felt like it had to be the right fit for this to happen. And after conversations, I knew it was.
Yeah, Chris, when you hire a World Series winning manager, the first word that comes to my mind is credibility, the credibility it brings to the franchise. In your experience, how much, first of all, what's been kind of the reaction from the baseball world in the last couple of days? And then in your experience with today's players, how much would that credibility matter in terms of maybe even attracting players here?
Well, Brad, I can't speak necessarily to the second part. Time will show, but I am confident that by having Boch in our dugout and leading our team, this is a very attractive destination. In terms of the first question, one of the things I did was I really reached out to a lot of executives within the game that I respect that have been very successful and got their opinions on this. And almost unanimously, Boch's name came up in every conversation. And given the relationship, given the familiarity, what we need at this moment, and where we're headed, it became very clear to me that he was the perfect candidate for this job. And I was grateful that they let me overstay my welcome in Nashville, and Boch and Kim didn't kick me out after a 7-hour visit. But nonetheless, I'm happy to know and hear that that excited him and got him ready to come back and consider this opportunity. But very grateful that it's worked out.
Anything else? Okay, we made it through the rain. Thank you.
There you go. They made it through the rain.
Take that, Astros.
There is the Texas Rangers press conference. Don't forget, at some point imminently, probably once they're done shaking hands and whatnot, we will have Bruce Bochy live on the show. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times for these number one overall picks. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Attention. Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so,
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right. That's why they never charge more than MSRP, plus they still pay full market value for your trade. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet, relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have Bruce Bochy on imminently now that he's wrapped up that press conference. In the meantime, right now, how about we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Oh, buttermilk biscuits on a rainy Monday.
And we start with a couple more Cowboys notes for you. What's that?
This segment's brought to you by Diamond Factory Dallas.
Okay, all right.
Don't you ever forget that.
Thank
Come on,
you.
Kevin.
I will never forget that again.
Forgot it like 3 days
Probably. All right, this is new Kevin. I'm not going to forget that, or maybe I was going to work it in spectacularly. Is the Cowboys won the coin toss yesterday, elected to receive just the fourth time in 23 opportunities that Mike McCarthy chose to receive the kickoff. Do you like that strategy?
How many times did you say again?
Four out of 23.
Okay. And Mike, I know that you killed Jason Garrett for this. Like you were like, come on, no coaches do this. Yesterday, I thought it was the right decision, although it didn't work out the way you wanted it to. Like they wanted to get Dak the ball quickly, get something like just get him out on the field.
Make sure to punt it first.
Yeah, and get all that stuff kind of out
Hurry
of the
up.
way.
You're like, all right, in 3 plays, we'll do it.
They wanted to go ahead and get all those jitters out of the way and everything. So, like, I approved of that one. And I think out of the other three, I'm interested to know how, like, why he decided to do those. But I'm betting it's because more of a game flow, momentum, like jitters kind of thing than it is like the strategical purpose of, hey, we like to have that halftime swing.
And then also, Dorrance Armstrong has now tied his career high with 6 sacks in just 7 games.
Should be one less.
That also tied Randy Gregory's career high.
Okay, well, that's
so
good.
I'm just saying.
So
like,
he's got the production of Randy Gregory and better.
I mean, and
on
he's
the way.
playing right now.
It should be
so
one less. Because one of them was
should've gone
Micah's,
Micah.
but the dude is everywhere. He's all over the football, so I can't hate that.
All right, let's go from that to, well, things are good for number 1 picks who are quarterbacks, and things are bad for number 1 picks who are quarterbacks. Do you want to start with the good or the bad?
The bad. T-Law.
My guy.
Trevor Lawrence.
God darn it.
In 24 games as an NFL quarterback, Trevor Lawrence and the Jags have been favored 4 times. They've lost all 4 of those games.
Why were they favored yesterday?
That is a great question. I mean, they were 1 yard away from
Why would
winning.
they be favored? Why would
They
any
still
team
wouldn't have covered.
be favored?
Couldn't have gone for
against
4.
That's true. I'm just saying they could have won the game, but you're right. Now, on the flip side, great things happening for the Bengals. In the first half, Joe Burrow, 21 of 25 for 345 yards, 3 touchdowns, and a perfect passer
That's a
rating.
number 1 pick, T-Law. Cut your hair.
He also ended the game with 481 yards and became
Cut those
the
sideburns.
first player in NFL history to have 5 games or 400 yards passing or more in the first 3 years of his career.
Really?
And we're like not even 2.5 years into his career yet. And yeah, already first player in NFL history to accomplish that. Joe Burrow getting work done. They beat the Falcons.
Man, and Tyler Boyd had a huge game. Jamar Chase, they both had 130 plus and a touchdown apiece at least. Jamar Chase had 2 on 8 catches. Like, those are big time throws and big time plays that they were doing out there yesterday. Falcons are more injured than they want to be right now, and somehow have been able to do what they've wanted to with covering the spread. This is one of the games, Kevin, that I was really considering pulling the trigger on. I'm glad I did not, because that team is, I think they're back. I think the Bengals are back in action, man.
Do you want to talk about injuries, or do you want to talk about Martin Lawrence?
Anytime I can talk about Blue
comedian?
Streak.
That's right.
Let's talk Blue Streak, baby.
Let's talk about Vernon Davis, who he just landed a role in a movie with John Travolta and Martin Lawrence, and he was just working on a project with with Morgan Freeman. Not Martin Freeman, that's the guy from The Hobbit and stuff. Morgan Freeman. So Vernon Davis was just in something with Morgan Freeman. Now he's been offered a role in a movie with John Travolta and Martin Lawrence.
Has he been doing a lot of movie work lately?
Yeah,
Because
man.
I Googled Vernon Davis, and I have A Day to Die, A Message from Brianna, Red Winter, Chariot, Stowaway, Like, he has a lot of projects under here.
Yeah.
This is interesting. I didn't know he was into all that stuff. But I guess, was this when he went to San Francisco, he made some connections and kind of grew into that? I don't know.
Could be. Of those three people, who would you most want to work with? Morgan Freeman,
Yes.
John Travolta, or Martin Lawrence?
Probably Morgan Freeman.
Okay.
I
I'm
love Blue
surprised.
Streak, but I would want to. That's all I would do is be like, hey, let's go do Blue Streak again. Like, I'm not asking him to like do a new movie. I'm just going to say, let's go do Blue Streak. Let me play.
What kind of questions would you have for John Travolta?
Let me play the Luke Wilson. The John Travolta questions. What was Sandy really like? You know, let's go back to Greece.
Does he still have Nicolas Cage's face? Is there Nicolas? Did you eat Nicolas Cage?
Oh my gosh,
It kind of
Mike.
looks like he did. Didn't
That
he?
is so rude.
Well,
holy cow.
And he changed his body in that movie to be Nicolas Cage.
How long ago do you think that movie came out?
94 would be.
It came
my
out in
guess.
97. That was actually closer than I
What's
thought
the
you were
best
gonna-
John Travolta movie?
Face Off's pretty damn good.
Probably, isn't he most known for
Pulp
Saturday
Fiction?
Night Fever? Or
Oh.
Saturday Night?
Yeah,
or
yeah, but would
whatever
you
it
not
is?
say Pulp Fiction?
Look Who's Talking To?
I would not. It would definitely.
He wasn't even a main character in Pulp Fiction. He was a major character, but not. Would you say he's the main character? Would you say him? And
I do think him and Samuel L. Jackson
Okay.
might be the two
All
main
right.
characters.
Yeah, Bruce Willis is more of a add-on, right?
Yeah. Not Swordfish.
Swordfish?
Yes. What?
Bolt.
The animated movie? No.
Look Who's Talking Now?
Okay, not that. All right.
Twitching faces.
Let's go with
FaceTime? What was that movie called?
Face Off. Did you think that movie was called FaceTime?
I couldn't remember.
The General's Daughter.
Bruce Bochy is never going to want to be on our show now. All right, let's go from that to injury stuff. And one of these is bad.
Oh.
I've not seen an update yet this morning. I know they're still going through testing. There's very real concern that Breece Hall's season will be over because of an ACL injury. The guy who had pushed himself back up to the forefront of the Offensive Rookie of the Year category, there is very real concern that it's an ACL injury that happened to him yesterday, and that's going to be a wrap for his
It
season.
stinks for him and the Jets, Mike, but it's also good for Michael Carter, who was a good running back last year and maybe more of a scat back kind of guy,
Right.
but he's going to get the majority of the carries again.
I'll tell you what, it just goes to show you, if you draft right, and I think the Jets really have. I know we make fun of their organization a lot, but they're not really getting a lot from Zach Wilson. I'll be
No,
honest.
they
I
are
didn't
not.
see anything, but his numbers don't look very good, but yet they're 5-2 because they drafted so well around him. They have the team that can kind of carry what right now is a young developing quarterback.
Have you looked at his overall numbers?
No,
Okay.
Yesterday wasn't good.
4 games. How many touchdowns do you think Zach? How many?
I'll guess 4. But
One.
He has 1.
Oh my God.
He has 1 touchdown pass in 4 games. To be fair, he did rush for another one. But
All
to
right.
your point, he has 1 touchdown pass in those 4 games. And then keep an eye out on this today. Initial x-rays were negative, but there are going to be more tests for DK Metcalf. He is another person who went off on the cart in that game against the Chargers.
I'm not going to make fun of Geno Smith anymore.
You going to start making fun of Justin Herbert at all?
He's 4-3.
Okay, that's true. Geno Smith, is that your
Wait,
guy?
why not?
What's that?
Sorry, go ahead.
Why not? Why not make fun of Justin Herbert?
Mhm.
I don't know. What should I?
I mean, they just got blown out by Seattle.
Seattle's not bad.
Do you think they're going to make the playoffs?
Wow, look at that.
I'm teasing for tomorrow. Right now, the Cowboys' opponent would be going to Seattle
Wow.
in the first round. That's what
Yeah.
it would be. They would be the 3 seed, and the Cowboys would be the 6 seed right now.
You picked the Cowboys to win that game, though, right?
I think I would.
Okay.
Even though, but then, will I just not get over Geno Smith? To me, I think he's not a good quarterback, but Reggie called it to start the year. I don't know how much Reggie was doing the bit and how much he believed in Geno Smith. That's for like an honest.
Yes.
I'm gonna let the bit carry over here.
But they are as good with Geno Smith leading that team as Russell Wilson. Like, there's really not much of a difference between Russell Wilson and Geno Smith, except Geno Smith is way better than Russell Wilson this year.
And yeah, Denver is starting to spiral. It's a whole weird thing that I don't entirely understand.
They're going to trade for Geno Smith. They're going to have to add more picks to Seattle to then go get Geno to go to Denver next year.
Let's go from that to the NFL. At first, I seriously thought this was a joke. Is investigating a pair of officials for going to get Mike Evans' autograph and also to ask him why he dropped the most wide open long pass
I don't
of the
think
season.
they asked him
okay,
that.
they probably
just
did
asked
not
the
ask him that.
autograph.
Okay. So they were just asking for his autograph. That's just something you probably shouldn't do in the tunnel, right? Where everybody can see you.
I mean, you're right. Mike, you say you want to go get Griffey's autograph. You walked over to him. You discussed it with him, but
yeah, during batting practice, and he's like, yeah, no problem. Send it over to our side. I'll sign everything when, the series is over.
Yeah.
But I also didn't talk to him till I faced him the day before. So my rule was this. If I'm pitching the last game of a series, let's say at the time it was Cincinnati Reds, if I'm facing the Reds the last game of the series, I am not getting an autograph from anybody on that team because I do not want... I'm not getting in the he's one of my heroes or favorite players. I don't care. I'm having to face you. I'm not asking for an autograph. But if I face you in the first game of the series, 2 more days left, then I'm okay with asking for an autograph because I'm done competing against you for a while.
They did lose, Kevin.
Right.
But I wonder how many calls went in his favor that now you're kind of side eyeballing those going, hold on, what's happening here?
Man,
wait, is that right? The NFL is investigating this for sanctity of their, those types of things of the game, trying to make sure that it does not appear that there's any nefarious stuff happening.
Yeah.
I do think that.
Well, Mike Evans probably smeared the autograph because he couldn't hold on to the pen.
Hey, you all saw. I saw the stat. He had 10.9 yards of separation on that play. We got a segment tomorrow I want to talk about, are the days of Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers being elite over?
Yeah, I like
that ain't on him, man. You have to catch that. We could have caught that. Now, I never would have gotten any level of that separation, but you have to catch that. Now, back to the Lions. Did you see that they gave their punter, Jack Fox, a 3-year extension, made him the highest paid punter in the league, $3.8 million per year with $7.5 million guaranteed. That's the good. The bad for them, they were held without touchdowns in back-to-back games for just the 4th time since 1970.
I know this is a little bit off topic, but on topic. That punt god guy's over, huh? His career's over. It doesn't matter if you can punt it 100 yards. If you do that and you're a quarterback, you're okay. If you do that and you're a punter, your career's over.
It would appear as though that just might be the case. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it is going to be a wild hour of radio. We've got Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Plus, we'll give away tickets to go see the Cowboys. Plus, we will have Bruce Bochy on the show. All of it is happening in the next hour, so stick with us. We'll do it all next right here on the Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
First and goal at the 1, straight I formation. They'll give it to Williams at right guard.
Goes out.
Fumble. Who's got it? The Cowboys recovered a fumble at the 1.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Stephen Jones coming up. We've got Bruce Bochy coming up and a Dallas Cowboys ticket giveaway. This hour is going to be wild, and we're going to start it like this. Cowboys thank you notes, 877-881-1053. Who do you think deserves that tip of the cap as the team improves to 5-2? A couple more things for you real quick on the general football front. Did you see that the Panthers rejected a supposed offer of 2 first-round picks for Brian Burns? So when they're tearing everything down, people are like, go get Brian Burns, and the Panthers are like, 2 first-round picks, not good enough.
Yeah, too far. We don't want to give up that guy. He's a building block of the foundation of this team.
And so
I tell you, I saw on Twitter one of the NFL people following this said, "Hey, when you turn down 2 first-round picks, if that's a true story, then that guy can ask for a whole bunch of money in free agency."
That is a good point that I had not considered. Now, speaking of money, Magic Johnson reportedly in talks to buy a minority stake in the Raiders, and for that stake, they valued the team at $6.5 billion. So just keep that in mind whenever we talk about valuations for the Cowboys. And then also, Russell Wilson has a partial hamstring tear. He could be out 3 to 4 weeks. Supposedly, he was pushing to play yesterday, even with the tear, but it looks like he might miss a little bit more time. Right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good morning, guys.
How we feeling?
Hello?
Yeah, I got you.
You got me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, no.
He might not be able to hear us. We might have to reconnect right there.
Okay, yeah, we'll reconnect.
Do you think it's the rain?
I think the rain
sabotaged.
We don't have any of our direct TVs up here today because the rain's been so effective.
It rains like once every 2 months.
Yeah.
All right, we got it back. Good afternoon, sir. Do you hear us?
Good afternoon. I do.
Nice. All right, fantastic. Now, I got to know, another win. Y'all are up at 5-2. Everybody wants to know, what did you think about the return performance from Dak Prescott?
Well, I thought he was outstanding. I mean, been off and obviously, feeling probably a little different than it normally does. The thumb, I thought he played outstanding. And, I thought the coaches did a good job of sticking, with our complimentary football game plan. And, we were able to protect the ball and not have the big turnovers, and ultimately that's what won the game for us. But I thought overall it was great to have Dak back out on the field. He's undisputed leader of this team. I once had a player, Michael Irvin, tell me that, you can't be a great leader unless you're a great player and out there playing. And certainly I think that holds true for Dak. I just think the team's just going to get better from here, and certainly will respond to having Dak present.
Now, everyone is excited that he came back. On the flip side, it seems as though at least the word we heard is that Jordan Lewis had surgery last night and he will probably be out for the rest of the season. Can you confirm that, or what can you tell us on that front?
Yes, he had surgery last night, and just, such a tough loss for us. And I know it's tough for Jordan, but he did have season-ending surgery last night.
The plan at this moment, I know Bland steps in there pretty well. Is that kind of the plan moving forward, is for him to stay there in the slot, or is there another thought on what y'all can do?
Well, there's several ways we can go there. Obviously, we have Kelvin Joseph, who's having a good year, and we'll look at that too as well. And but certainly, I know Coach McCarthy and Dan Quinn will make a great decision there. We're fortunate that we do have some really good cornerback depth. I know Nashon's been inactive most of the year. He's a hell of a special teams player, and it'd be nice to get him up as well. So I think we'll be in great shape, and don't necessarily, because of our depth there, and we were long there, shouldn't have to do anything other than next man up.
Stephen Jones joins us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. The complimentary style, that formula that y'all had planned out for this game, we kind of have been discussing that as a look, keep it the same, keep rolling that way. But do you expect to see this offense evolve and open up a little more throughout the season as you get closer to the end of the season?
I think you certainly want to be able to do that if needed. I think right now, like you said, our complementary football, as Mike says, is really paying dividends for us. But at the same time, I think as Dak gets honed in and gets back, each week getting more back in the swing of things, we all have seen what he's capable of if called upon. So I just think we'll move forward. I know we'll do it in a way that, certainly keeps our rhythm and what we're getting done, playing really good defense, running the football, and doing the things we need to do to win football games. But, I do think we showed it last year that we're capable of having a top offense if needed at some point in time. So I think we'll continue to work on that, but I certainly feel good about where we are right now. And as I said, I think we're only going to improve as we move forward as a football team.
Now, since you're talking about running the football on the offense in general, one of the narratives that has kind of popped up over the years that kind of agitates me is some folks assume that Tony Pollard can't get the tough yards or can't push the pile. What are your thoughts about folks who say that?
Well, I think he's very capable of it if called upon. I think they're a great yin and yang, if you will, Zeke and Tony. And certainly Tony's got that element of juice that very few backs in our league have in terms of, giving a crease, he can go to the house on you. But I do think I'm with you. I think he can get the tough yards when called upon. The good news is we got two really good running backs that we seem to do our best when those carries are right there pretty even with each other. So I know our guys are conscientious of that between Mike and Kellen and the offensive staff, but we're just so fortunate to have two really good backs in Zeke and Tony.
Do you feel the same way when describing the tight end position, as obviously we've seen the rise of the duo that we're calling Fergushot and then also Dalton Schultz? Do you feel that same level of fortune when it comes to having multiple tight ends?
Well, hats off to our scouting staff, to be able to find two young tight ends like that in the draft, college free agency. We've upgraded that room in a big way. And certainly the two guys, as you call them, Fergushot, have stepped up in a big, big way. And when Dalton was battling through some injuries there, it's great to see him get some confidence there yesterday. I think, that was a big part of it. And had to go out and certainly having Dak back. We all know what Dalton is for Dak and how important he is to Dak. But at the same time, to see Dak moving it around to the young guys. So I do think we've upgraded that room in a big way. And I think it'll be a plus, not only as we want to use, some 13 personnel, things like that. It'll give us the opportunity, to have guys out there who can help the running game, but at the same time, if you sleep on them, they'll make some plays on you.
Do you get the sense?
The passing game.
Do you get the sense that Dalton Schultz is still as good to go as possible at this point in the season after last night? Because there was the tackle where he got pulled backwards, and it looked ugly for sure. I know he bounced back out there, but do you get the sense that he's still rocking along and going to be good to go for the Bears?
Well, I was so impressed, and I think surely when he sees that on tape and sees that he's able to work through that, that's going to make him feel good about his knee and structure. As you said, that was an ugly shot on tape, but I do think he's gained a lot of confidence. You could see it in his body language as the game went on. You could see it in his body language after the game that he's really, I think, feeling good about where he is and where he's going.
Micah has been pretty vocal about the basically the fact that he gets held on every play, pretty much. Right. I think if we're watching too, we feel like it is, and I know it's tough for tackles to be able to stop him on every play too. But I'm kind of curious, what do you think gives first? The referees start actually calling all these holdings, or that Micah stops mentioning it, or the tackles just stop holding him?
Could be a combination of all the above, but that's just part of it when you're a great player. I mean, certainly they know where he is. They certainly know what they're up against, and probably pulling out all all their different tools in their toolkit to try to work against Mike. It's a compliment to him. We all know those officials. It's known in coaching you can't call a penalty on every play. But at the same time, certainly Jerry, myself, we're sitting up in the booth and looking and thinking, well, boy, they could have called holding on that play. Well, they might could have called holding on that play. Well, we know that's not going to happen on every play, and certainly, it evens out. I mean, we've, had our share of getting away with some, and that's part of the business that we're in. We just want consistency as much as we can from the officials, but we also know that they're going to miss some.
We're talking to Stephen Jones right here on 105 Through the Fan. Now, you mentioned the depth at cornerback. I feel like depth at defensive line has been a big deal for the team this year as well. I was kind of hoping you would walk us through the evolution and the development of Neville Gallimore as a player, because he's a healthy scratch. Where does he sit in this hierarchy, and what does he have to do to get on the field more?
Well, it's just it's game to game. Now, I will say he wasn't necessarily a healthy scratch. He was working through some things from a health standpoint, from a training standpoint, and just decided, but at this point in time in the season, all these defensive linemen and offensive linemen are banged up. So a lot of times you just go with, who's feeling the best and practicing the best on that particular week. And a lot of it depends on the personnel you're going against. All that plays into it. But I wouldn't necessarily say, I wouldn't read into that it was definitely, hey, Neville was a healthy scratch. It was just who's the most healthy at this point in time, and that's why you need the depth. I feel, that's one of the strong points about our football team, in particular on defense. Whether it's our defensive line, our linebackers, looks like we may get to see Damone Clark get on the field this week. Certainly, that linebacking core's got depth, and then as we've mentioned in the secondary, we feel good about it, and so it's a deep defensive football team, and a lot of this is matchups and, who feels the best that week.
Is that the same kind of general line of thinking when it comes to like availability or playability of Jabril Cox then?
Same type of things. It's just matchups, and, it could be injury issues at other positions where you want to go heavy because another guy's banged up a little bit. Yesterday we had to carry 4 tight ends, want to make sure we were, Dalton was going to be able to get through the game. So we moved McKeon up to be active. All those things play into it. So I think to read into week to week who may have sat that week doesn't necessarily at all mean the players got a down error or not playing well. I think it's more just matchups and trying to put, the most complimentary 48 players we can on the field on that particular game.
Steven, I'm kind of curious, how many teams have the luxury of having a Donovan Wilson type player on their football field?
Well, I think Donovan's unique in terms of, his violence at the ball. I mean, he is such a tremendous tackler, and he comes and he's bringing the business when he does come. So, to have those, 3 safeties that play at such a high level back there, normally we are playing with 2 linebackers and 3 safeties, in terms of where the NFL is going with the passing game. It's a wrinkle Dan's brought to the equation, and, between Hooker and Curse and Dono, it's a really solid group of safeties, and certainly got some guys that can help in behind them. We mentioned the depth and a Bell back there. Certainly can go in there and play good football for us if called upon.
Last thing for you, since you were mentioning another position with a lot of depth, is this the best you've felt about depth on this team, especially defensively, in I don't even know how long?
It's been a while. It's just, hats off to, the drafting that we've done with Will and his staff. Hats off to Dan being able to get his staff to work with our personnel and have vision for the type of players we want to have on that side of the ball. And then I do think we've got some, good depth offensively. As we all know, we got one of the best tackles in the league who hadn't played this year, who we're going to have the luxury of getting back at some point in time. So We've got a guy like Jason Peters, who's probably going to be a Hall of Fame type player, who's adding depth to that offensive line. So it's a really good group of players, in terms of our roster. There's a couple spots, you always looking for better, looking to improve, but really like where we are with this team right now.
Appreciate the time as always, and congratulations on being up to 5-2.
Thanks a lot, guys. Great being on.
There you go, Stephen Jones from the Dallas Cowboys right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it will go one of two ways, or maybe we'll just go all of the different ways in that segment as we go into the lunch rush and the expressway. More of your Cowboys thank you notes. Plus, we will hear from new Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy, maybe even some Mike Likes It, and we'll give away Cowboys tickets. Woo! All of it next right here on The Fan.
All day.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Permit Pier Foundation Repair, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will talk with Rangers manager Bruce Bochy at some point in the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. Also, hoping we get some time for Mike Likes It. We got a ticket giveaway, and we're going to get to those Cowboys thank you notes, 877-881-1053, and non-Cowboys thank you note. Thank you, FC Dallas, for a heck of a season, and thank you to the Stars for smashing folks left and right.
Let's go, FC Dallas.
Dang, well, they lost, but
I know.
do.
They just have to win the next game by more than however many they lost.
No, this was a
I've
one-off.
seen the Champions
the
League.
season
That's
is
how it happened.
over.
I just want to
for
point
FC
out.
Dallas.
Did they qualify for champions?
No.
It felt like that should have gone like a little shorter. It felt like that referee was like, just give him one more chance, one more run, right at the end of that game. And I'm like, because it feels like they do that a lot of times, and they're like, okay, you guys screwed it up. Blow the whistle now.
Let's go take on Wrexham.
We would defeat them. I'm going to go ahead and say that.
All right.
I feel good about that. Is my thank you note I want to throw out there is to Cavante Turpin. For somebody that you spent
Turpentine.
that you spent little to no actual assets on, he has the third longest kickoff return in the NFL this season, and now that 52-yard punt return that the offense wasted, don't worry about that, was the longest by a player in the NFL this season. So we already talked about he's top 5 punt return, top 5 kickoff return, and now he has the longest punt return and the third longest kickoff return in the NFL this season. That's a heck of an asset right there.
There's only one thing left for him to do, Mike. Actually, 2 things. Actually get into the end zone. Like, other than that, he's doing all the things we want. We were saying, okay, prove it. You know, what Gavin Dawson was saying, go prove it. His numbers are good. It's really good. And now, the question becomes, what more can he do, right? Isn't that the next thing is
running back?
What else? Yeah, well, maybe. Why not? Put him back there and see he can catch out of the backfield. He can find some seams. Yeah, let's go after it.
At least that would throw the defense for a loop if you just ran him right up the middle, as opposed to being like, hey, reverse.
Yeah, put him out there. Let's just see what's going to happen. Oh, yeah, it's the sweep. Yep, we knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, I wanted to shout out or a thank you note to Trayvon Diggs and an unthank you note to Tony Romo. Is Trayvon Diggs' thank you note for making the interception that changed the game, and the one that Tony Romo needs to shut up about. Do you think he's still talking about that today? Also, Tony Romo thought that game should have been 38-35. There was 3 plays in the first half alone that he's like, that's a touchdown right there. And he said it 3 different times. He's like, that's a touchdown right there. And I'm like, is it?
Your hate for Tony Romo.
No.
He's just bleeding.
I think we should know.
Right out of
New
all
Kevin
pores.
has no hate.
New Kevin.
I would just say
I don't believe New Kevin's real.
I'm hoping you might have a point on that. I'm hoping that we can all agree that Tony Romo wasn't very great yesterday. From not shutting up about the interception to there should have been 8 more touchdowns that he noticed.
So I was trying to do what Dick Ebersol did with the whole I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, I was trying to listen and go, where is a moment that it sounds like he doesn't care, and I can understand maybe on the front end of the preparation work that goes into it, because he was just kind of watching the game and kind of going through it, right? That's how I felt. Was I'm watching a football game and I'm telling you what I'm seeing, but I got a little bit of stuff to add to it, and that's about it. That's where I felt it was a little, lax. But other than that, it just sounded like a typical football game, man. I'll tell you, sometimes I get more excited with the dudes on Red Zone, where I'm like, man, that guy's giving me so much intense action leading into this thing. But it's a little bit different when you're sitting on one game. I would like to throw a thank you note out to DeMarcus Lawrence.
Oh, yeah.
I tweeted out the play. It was a highlight reel of a highlight reel, and it's add in the majors. And it is a play where he splits a double team very easily. Yeah. The tight end doesn't stand a chance on him. The tackle fell on his face in front of him. They were running another guard around. He gets in the guard's way, blows up the guard.
Right.
All right. And then the fullback that's blocking kind of just gets blown up by Tank too. This is a great move. It's almost a straight line
in the span of what, like a second and a half?
Yeah. I mean, it's almost a straight line that he blows up 4 different players and then stops the running back on the same play at the same time at the 1 yard line. It was awesome to see him do that. And like I said, there were a couple of different runs that he had an open field tackle on a running back on one play. He had another couple plays like that, just like that. They go unnoticed a lot of times, and Kevin, this is why you call him DeMarcus for the last few years, because
he's Tank.
He wasn't sacking everybody, but you keep watching what this guy does and what he contributes, and you get the sacks from elsewhere. It makes him a vital piece to what they do defensively.
From the 469, Romo was a Cowboys hater yesterday. I just didn't know why he got caught up with that interception so much, and yeah, that was definitely bothering me. I'm going to throw one more, and I know we're going to talk about it later, but one more shout out for Sam Williams, first 2-sack game of his career. And I know this is something we've all been excited about, but definitely something that Mike has taken note of along the way is you've seen flashes from Sam Williams, and given how early it is in his career, it is hard not to be excited about him as a player.
Oh, he's looked spectacular. And I'll just say, in his rookie year, I know you kind of look at right now, and he can help right now, but DeMarcus Lawrence has 2 or 3 more years left, and most likely his career comes to a close. That's just the way the NFL is when you get at that position and you get over 30 years old. There's just not much left at that position. So it looks like you have this great backup now who's going to be able to take, I know we're not thinking about it right now, but eventually 2 years from now kind of take Tank Lawrence's spot. And I just think you have a great 1-2 combination there with him and Micah Parsons in the future. Right now you have a great 1-2 combination with Lawrence.
And from the 682 to Corey's point, that's why I have 2 Tank jerseys. Hopefully I can get one signed eventually. So then would the idea be you take the signed jersey, you frame it and all that stuff, but you can continue to wear the other one?
Oh, you want to write a letter to this person, Kevin, from the 469? Homer Station won't be real and talk about how this team struggled for 57 minutes against a 1-5 team.
I mean, except for earlier in the show when I literally said it's really concerning that you had 10 points against the worst defense in the league 55 minutes into the game. So
was that old Kevin or new Kevin?
Is that, way to go. Feels a little bit like old Kevin. Is that regular Kevin?
That is new Kevin. Old Kevin reared his head on the drive-in, but we were able to get that taken care of.
Throw out they played as hard as they could and we played as hard as we had to kind of mentality. Like the Cowboys did enough to get the win and move on to Chicago, who they're probably going to steamroll too. And they might probably who we have Vikings or Green Bay.
Green Bay, then Vikings.
Yeah, and then it feels like there's a little more stress to it to deal with. But you just rolled through 2 different teams. Focus on the positive of it. You got wins, and you're continuing to match up with the guys in your division who you're behind right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. It's about time for some Mike Likes It, but first,
let's give something away.
877-881-1053. Caller number 10. There you go. Will win a pair of tickets, party pass tickets to the Cowboys-Bears game, courtesy of Miller Lite. 877-881-1053. We'll have another Cowboys ticket giveaway later in the week. But right now, caller number 10, party passes, 877-881-1053. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
Corey, help me out here real quick. When's Boach coming on?
It's supposed to be 7 minutes-ish is
what
we're looking at.
7 minutes. All right, so I'm going to talk just a little World Series and a little Jaw and Luka. Let's go real quick because the Bryce Harper moment was a screaming moment for me when he hit this ball. Let's go to either cut 21 or 22, Reggie. I want to hear the audio where the person calls the home run first.
He's taking
phone
calls.
There are lots of phone calls coming in on Reggie right now.
Suarez fires. Pop fly. Right field. Segura's out. Castellanos on. And the Philadelphia Phillies are going to the World Series.
Well, that's the one where they go to the World Series. Yeah. But, I mean, that was a big, obviously, the finishing moment. But the home run by Bryce Harper, and unfortunately, I've given up a lot of home runs. Bochy was there for one of them, I gave up a home run to Ryan Howard on my last pitch in the major leagues, the last day of 2007. And that day, when beating the Nationals, the Phillies went to the playoffs and it knocked out the Mets. And that place is the loudest place I've ever played a baseball game in my life. And what I'd like to say about why Texas will never be like Philadelphia, and it's okay, is just take your craziest fan friend that you have and then multiply that person times 50,000, and there's 50,000 of those people in that building. So when you're watching something and a person says something so inappropriate by calling that player some name, screaming and yelling, and you're like, dude, you got to relax. And then when something happens and that person is going crazy, you're like, you got to calm down. People are going to call the cops if they think you're murdering somebody in this place. That's 50,000 Philadelphia fans in that building. So this is the Bryce Harper home run, and maybe it won't capture it as much as also the video with the audio, but the quietness of the pitch, the sound of the hit, and then the anticipation of it possibly being a home run and then it going over the fence. Just listen to Philadelphia here, and this is what makes baseball great. It's an effing earthquake there. I'm telling you. I wish, look, and I love being here. I would never want to be in Philadelphia. Look, they tried to beat the crap out of my wife and baby daughter because John Lannon hit Chase Utley, and the fans wanted to fight the family section of the Washington Nationals. So I would never want to be like a real Philly fan.
Wow.
But when you are there and you're on a field and those people are cheering for that home team, whether it's the Eagles or the Phillies, it is an unbelievable environment when things go right for them that you just can't imagine. It goes the other way, too, where players don't want to play there because of how just brutal they are on their own fans. But anyways, you got Philadelphia, who makes it to the World Series, versus Houston. Houston is freaking 7-0 in these playoffs. They are a dynasty, and we're going to talk to Bruce Bochy in about 3 to 4 minutes about that, taking on the Texas Rangers. And
do they have to win, though? Because otherwise Houston, they won one.
They have to win. It goes to Jason Tatum. How unbelievable was Jason Tatum going into the NBA Finals, and then everybody crapped on his whole playoffs? You're like, dude, he carried this team to the NBA Finals. And
but then he was a bum.
Tatum sucks.
Yeah.
And you're like, what about all the games he had leading up to the NBA Finals? Like, nope, he sucks. And you're like, I think he's one of the top 5 players in the NBA now. Like, nope, he didn't have a good game against Golden State. Horrible player. So that's the way it goes. Like, Bryce Harper right now is everything, the best player in baseball. If he ends up going 1 for 15 in the World Series, he's going to be like, he's horrible. So now let's go to what I enjoyed the most, and that was Luka and Ja over the weekend.
Right.
And now Memphis had to play a back-to-back game, which they battled to beat Houston. But it's just amazing to me that it's such a young team like that Memphis, such a young team, struggled so much on back-to-back, but I do think Luka takes it very personal against Ja Morant. Is that Ja got the praise Friday from ESPN that he's the MVP from Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith had to pick a side. That's what they do, and he's picked Ja's way better than Luka. And so then it's just the way it goes. But I think Luka sees that, respects the heck out of Ja. I think they're friends, but he sees that and goes, I want to prove every time I take the court against Memphis and against Ja Morant, there should be no doubt on who the best player is.
Which is what you want, seeing as how you could see this as a consistent playoff matchup for some time, right?
If they both stay with their organizations for, let's say, the next 6 to 8 years, that they will probably...
Which I hope they do, obviously.
They'll probably face each other at least once, if not 3 or 4 times in the playoffs, and that's going to be just such a fun matchup to watch, because I do think Ja is right on that borderline of top 5 player. I think right outside of it, but really close. And Luka's in there, and they're both so young, both at 23 years old, that it could be a really fun Western Conference matchup for like that Duncan kind of Dirk Nowitzki type of situation.
Then do you hope Ja stays there too? Or we'll have to circle back around to that in just a minute. Right now, you heard him a little bit earlier in the presser. It is the new manager for the Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. It's good to be on with you, and I look forward to spending time with you.
Absolutely. We love having you here, and got to know already, do you like this interview better because rain is not going to derail our conversation?
How about that? That was a monsoon. And I kept hearing what a drought you guys were in here, and I just saw one of the worst rains I've seen in a while. So, I tell you what, it's all about adjusting on the fly, and we got through it.
And I know you got asked maybe a semblance of some of these questions, but for some of the folks who didn't get to hear it, I would really love to know more of your thought process, because when you got the job, you said, I didn't just take this job to take a job. It's because you believe in the Rangers. For a Rangers fan base that has been suffering through a tough stretch of baseball, I'm hoping that you can elaborate on what it is about the Rangers and their organization that you believe in.
Right. Yeah, and you know what? I'm going to start with CY, Chris Young, when, we started our conversations and listen to his vision, and as he was filling me in with the organization, because I'll be honest, it's not like I was watching just Texas all year, and and after hours of talking with him, as I said, man, you could just feel it from him how bad he wants to get this organization turned around, get back to playing winning baseball for the fans. And as he said, they deserve it. They deserve it, Bruce, and then that's his mission. And then talking to Mr. Davis, Ray Davis, he felt the same, and the rest of baseball ops. So that's where it started. Then we started talking about the team, and what a great core you have, a core group, with Marcus and Corey up the middle, and of course, Lowe. I mean, what a season he had, and your young kid at third base, Young, and so you got a good foundation there. We talked about the system. You got a deep system. Guys coming up, and kind of reminded me, my early years in San Francisco. When we had the young guys, Sandoval's and Bumgarners and Posies, and but you got some young ones, good young ones coming up there. So, I just saw great potential in this team, and I'm talking about next year and beyond. And of course, we got some work to do, some pieces to put in, and we talked about that, the pitching and things. So I just thought the timing was good for this organization, to keep making steps forward and hopefully get into the postseason and ultimately, try to get a championship.
Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy joining us right now. Boch, when it comes to the pitching development, I know right now it's probably maybe more Chris Young's job to find the AA, AAA pitching coach. When I was coming up, one of my favorite pitching coaches of all time was Carl Willis, and he helped me out tremendously to become a major league pitcher. So I know how important it is to have a premium AA and AAA pitching coach. How much, as the manager of the major league team, do you want to sit down with Chris Young and talk about who maybe you would want as a AA, AAA pitching coach to develop your Kumar Rocker, Jack Leiter, Cole Winn, all these guys that you really need to turn into, Matt Cain, Tim Lincecum, Mad Bum, and guys like that?
Yeah, it's funny you bring this up because, we've had, a big part of our conversation was to develop pitchers. It's the most important position you can fill, not just on the major league level, but I believe in the minor leagues, as you just mentioned. I mean, the impact they can make, and as far as your development, and I haven't been here, and it's hard to explain, why you haven't developed quite as many pitchers as you would like, but as you know, man, it's a difference maker. And to answer your question, we have a pretty good list. We've already started it, and it's a pretty long list. I've given them names that I know, and really throughout the front office, we've all put in names. So not just talking about on the major league side, but also on the development side. But even on the major league side, you're not done. And so I want whoever's here, is going to have that mindset that, hey, they can get better. They're not a finished product. And so we want to continue that from minor leagues up through, even when they get to the big leagues.
Bruce Bochy joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. How do you balance wanting guys to do their own thing versus having like a team structure and having those things coincide, or are they separate, or are they the same?
Well, I think you do have to balance it. I mean, you don't want to interfere with what you're trying to build in that clubhouse, the culture you're trying to build, and a big part of that culture is teamwork and and getting the guys to play as one. And I've been in situations, I won't mention names, where guys did have their own personal, whether trainer or hitting coach or whatever, and it just can't, to me, interfere with what you want to create in that clubhouse, the environment that you want to create to get them to play as one. And so it's something I'm big on, I'm aware on. Hey, you get your guy, whatever, but it's all about common sense and doing it in the right way, and that's my thoughts there.
And Bruce, that's one of the, like, Kevin and I've covered a lot of different baseball teams. Mike was in clubhouses his entire baseball career, and one of the things I always saw, like even when Wash was with the Rangers here, was the best clubs seem to patrol themselves. They can take care of themselves. Do you feel like you have to start that whenever you walk in? Like, you got to go to the Corey Seagers, you got to go to the Simeons, and you have to say, all right, y'all are going to be the leaders, or does that naturally happen?
You know what? I think both. You have to look at the player. If he wants to accept that role, some don't, and there's different types of leadership. One may be vocal, and one may be more by example. How they go out and play the game, how hard they prepare. That gets contagious. Now I know about Marcus. He does both. And I'm going to sit down with Corey, but I think if you're talking best case scenario, it's important for these guys to handle that clubhouse and hold each other accountable. Now, my job's to be in control, but I believe in being in control and let go. I think you can do both, and I think it's important that they do hold each other accountable to going out there and playing the game right and playing it hard. And if they don't, I want them to have the confidence to call out somebody if they don't. At the same time, I want them humble enough to know they might be on the other end of that conversation. I don't want anybody sensitive. So this is something I do try to promote.
Do you think over the years, maybe some organizations, not Rangers specifically, but just organizations in general, have ever made the mistake of thinking money equals leadership? Like, you get that big money deal, you obviously have to be the leader.
Yeah, I get what I do. There's some guys that, it's not in their comfort zone. They just have a hard time accepting that. But, with that said, it is something I would definitely promote. And but you don't want them, to come across as, it's not real, and you want them to be who they are. And trust me, I've had some really good players, but that wasn't their thing, and I would say, again, that's when they become more leaders by example.
Boch, back in July when the Rangers made the decision to let go of Chris Woodward, your name was brought up locally that Bochy could be a really good hire for the Rangers, and I thought, boy, that really could, but I bet a lot of other teams would be looking at Bruce Bochy if he wants to come back to managing. I was just wondering, did other teams at any point during kind of your retirement reach out to you and say, are you interested in coming back besides CY and the Texas Rangers?
Over the last couple of years, I had teams checking my appetite, but as I mentioned, we're the itch was getting there, but it was just important for me to go to a place where I thought it'd be a right fit, and so the conversations again start with CY. I knew this would be a great place to be, a great place to be for my family. As I mentioned, I have family here, and so you check all the boxes off basically, and that you need to check off, and this place really through every box, it was checked off.
When you talk about having family around here, our listeners, we carry the Rangers flagship station. They want to get to know you. What do you like about Texas, or what do you like about the Metroplex outside of baseball?
I will get to know it better. To be honest, I haven't been in this part of Texas a lot, except for the times I've been here, and I'm not going to bring it up.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
But anyway, you know what? I had a good time in the years I lived outside of Houston, and I've been here visiting my brother. He lives in Weatherford, and I'll be honest, I love country music. I live in Nashville, so it's a short flight too. It's convenient. But I've heard nothing but great things from anybody who's lived here. Of course, the venue here. You guys have seen this place. I mean, this. I'll be getting lost here the first month. I think I'm gonna need a guide. But what a unbelievable ballpark!
Since you lived in Nashville, is it true that place has been taken over and become the bachelorette party capital of the world?
Yeah, you can come out there and check it out. Yeah, it is. I'll be honest, I don't get downtown Nashville on Broadway, man. It's busy, and it gets a little sloppy too. I live actually just below a little town, Franklin.
Okay, yeah.
And, it's got everything I need, including music, great restaurants. And so it's kind of, like a lot of us, if we live in the suburbs, we really don't go downtown that much.
New Rangers manager Bruce Bochy joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Mike and I have a discussion pretty much every day about the way baseball's played now and the difference between, hey, we need home runs, and hey, getting on base is cool and it's helpful and it puts stress on pitchers. Have you blended the styles that are coming along in the new era of baseball, or is there a different way to look at that?
Yeah, I think you have to look at your club. You have to, and you're talking about hitting.
Yep.
I think you have to adapt to your club. I don't think you cookie cutter guys, and you're going to put a launch angle on somebody that's really going to make them not as productive. Just like we got to control the strike zone, which I'm a big believer in. On the pitching side and the hitting side, patient, whatever. Well, let me tell you, we won some championships with two guys in the lineup that swung at everything. I'm talking about Sandoval, and of course you had Pence here.
Yeah.
Hunter could expend some. So you know what? It's about working with their strengths and obviously trying to make them better with what you want to do. I like a guy that can also handle the bat at times. Times you want contact. It's nice to have somebody up there that you have confidence are going to do that. Don't get me wrong. I love home runs, and I'll be the first one to high five somebody with that. So, but I guess my point is, you look at your lineup and you have to adjust to it. I'm not going to ask somebody to do something that that they're not comfortable doing. But I will say, the patience, the strike zone awareness, it is a big part of the game.
Will left-handed hitters become more valuable next year with the lack of shifting?
No, I think so. I think that's fair to say. Sure. I imagine Corey. I saw where his numbers were as far as base hits taken away, and you know what? I'm good with it. I guess I should say that. I got Corey here who lost a lot of hits, but no doubt. The left-handed hitters are going to benefit from this, and but I will say, you're going to have your analysts. They're going to figure out ways still to be maybe a little bit more precise on where you're putting your second baseman or first baseman, and maybe taking some hits away.
When you were talking about cookie cutters, I really like that approach on the hitting side about not having that. What are you looking for from your pitching staff? What do you want your pitching staff to look like?
Yeah, you know what? More than anything, I love strike throwers.
Yes.
I mean, to me, that's what I look at, and not just strike throwers, but they can control the zone even on both sides. I mean, I got a chance to watch Perez, and man, it's a beautiful thing to watch. I know it's becoming a power game, and guys are winging it as hard as they can, but it's still you can't get away from somebody who's able to find a spot that they can control, whether it's down away or what quadrant. But hopefully they get to the point where they can work both sides or even all four quadrants. They have that great command, and that's my biggest thing. The deep counts and the walks. That's what catches up with you.
I was very fascinated by the person in the presser that asked what jersey number that you're going to wear. But along those uniform-based lines, how easy was it to find you a fitted hat for the press conference and going beyond?
I'm going to find out. I think there was a lot of scrambling going on, man. I tell you. they were a little worried, and they had an 8 for me, and I panicked. I went, "Oh no, 8's not going to work." And he said, "No, we got one a little bigger just in case," and it fit perfect. So, great job here by these guys.
Well, I've let all the managers know that have come through Texas while I've been in the media, Boach, that if you start having hitters struggling, I had to look this up real quick, but I did give up 41 home runs in 216 innings, so I'm always available to give your hitters confidence when you need it. You just give me an L screen, and they'll go to town.
Oh, man, you can't beat a confidence builder, so please, yeah, I'll be calling you, sure. That's funny. That's funny. I obviously you like pitching on that upper bar too.
Well, we appreciate the time. We're very happy to have you as part of the club, and we're looking forward to talking with you every single week once the season gets started.
Hey guys, back at you likewise, and again, I'm excited, and I look forward to seeing you guys at the ballpark.
There you go. Texas Rangers new manager Bruce Bochy. If the fan text is any evidence, people are already really digging him. And yeah, his hat size 8 1/8. So
the 817. Give him harder questions. Day one.
Man,
I love DFW.
What? We need that kind of intensity into the Rangers season. I support that as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, let's talk a little bit about this Sam Williams kid because he seems pretty good.
It was an interception. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Boomer Esiason joins the Fan to give you his insights on Sunday's action with his new show, Kickoff, Friday nights at 9 on your home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by FanDuel Sportsbook. Bryce Harper is really easy to dislike when he's on the other team. Maybe you were like me and enjoyed the Nationals winning the 2019 World Series after Harper signed with the Phillies. But now that Harper has those fills in this fall classic, I see him differently. Not only is he rising to the occasion, but he's enjoying every second of it, and that's good to see. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Season is underway.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC
Off
Masterpiece.
Under center. There's some play action. Rush from behind, sack. Donovan Wilson on the safety blitz from the blind side. Got there a heartbeat ahead of Dorrance Armstrong.
KNC Masterpiece, just like I got there a heartbeat before that clip. I'm just excited because we just had Bruce Bochy on. It was awesome. We gave away Cowboys tickets. We talked with Stephen Jones. This is the place to be for all of that. And the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Now we got a lot of other things to discuss here. One,
oh, man.
The boss just shut the door. He did it on purpose, too. Isn't that cool? Man,
I love
working
it.
for a boss like that's pretty awesome. All right, the other thing that popped up like just moments ago is that Frank Reich is replacing Matt Ryan with Sam Ellinger for evidently
the rest of the
season, as Matt Ryan has a grade 2 shoulder separation.
No.
What do you mean no?
That's not why he's replacing him.
What, you think it's more like a third grade
No,
separation?
I think he's replacing him because he's donezo. Like, I'm not disputing that he has whatever, but he's getting replaced because he ain't got it.
He's not good.
He's
and so
done.
this is a good, like, this is the way that you say, hey, we're letting this guy resign.
What happened,
Is that
Corey?
kinda what it is?
This was your Super Bowl team. What happened?
I don't know. I was very wrong about this one. I really thought Matt Ryan had more left, but I think what we're learning here, Mike, is like this could be potentially losing 4 potential Hall of Fame quarterbacks in one season.
What?
And
What
Tom
4?
Brady looks done. Aaron Rodgers looks done. Actually, Aaron Rodgers still looks good. His
who are
team
the other
stinks around
two?
him. Matt Ryan and Russell Wilson. All of them could be cooked by the end of this year.
Matt Ryan is not going to the Hall of Fame. Sorry,
I say
Choppy.
let Ryan cook.
Choppy's like, Matt Ryan's one of the 10 greatest quarterbacks of all time. My ass.
Hey, hold on, but doesn't
Stats.
he qualify? No, doesn't he qualify all the things that you've said? That he made it to the Super Bowl. He made it to an NFC championship game.
But remember, no, you're right. And he won an MVP? Yes, he did.
And an MVP. Those are all
remember,
qualities.
you need those to get into the Hall of Fame, but having those does not assure you of being a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
You think he's more of a Hall of Famer than Russell Wilson?
Absolutely
Yeah,
not.
this is a good question.
I don't either.
Not at all.
Because Russell won the Super Bowl versus losing his Super Bowl. Is that why? What's the difference?
I just feel like he's been at a higher tier for longer. I always thought Matt Ryan was a guy who put up stats in a non-winning environment.
And he has, like, he's a one-time All-Pro. Like, he had the one season where you maybe argued that he was great. Otherwise, he was like a good quarterback.
The only tough part about All-Pro is I'm pretty sure that Russell Wilson only has one All-Pro. But like,
Russell Wilson, actually, I don't think he has All-Pro.
I think it's his second team. But like, that's it.
Matt Ryan was Rookie of the Year.
Yep.
MVP and All-Pro one time. So yeah,
Which
he
are
does.
the 4-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
Compared to Russell Wilson's 9-time Pro Bowler. And I understand what we would have about Pro Bowls, but I mean, on a one-to-one level, if you're using that as a metric that is flat, like Russell Wilson would get over him on that. And I mean, look, this is a little controversial because I think people viewed Russell Wilson highly going into the season. I wouldn't put Russell Wilson in my Hall of Fame.
Would you have before, like, let's say for whatever reason he just would have retired? Because I think Mike is starting to convince me that he's played his way out of the Hall of Fame. Like, I thought he was going to be a Hall of Famer. Now I'm like, oh man, I don't know.
And again, I think it's controversial. Like, every time that I've brought this up to other people, they're like, yeah, I don't know about that one. But I didn't think he was a Hall of Famer previously.
61,000 yards for Matt Ryan.
His stats are there, but
sure.
I think you just start looking at it, and I don't think Phillip Rivers is a Hall of Famer.
Nope.
But I think Phillip Rivers...
But Rivers never could get past he couldn't get to the game.
Yeah.
You know, like...
He had a little bit of unfortunate luck, and it just is what it is, but he had Peyton Manning and Tom Brady in his conference for his whole career.
Yeah.
But, hey, that's the way life works.
Yeah, but if you talk about having Peyton Manning and Tom Brady in his conference, was he doing very much in, like, playing with them? Well, Phillip Rivers, I guess.
I thought he was good. I thought Phillip Rivers was really good, and I don't know if we look back at his stats. I bet they're way up there. Not
Yeah,
like
that's
not
true.
in the
They're like Romo stats.
Okay.
Very similar, kind of similar to the.
I thought he played longer though.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
maybe
he
I'm a
accumulate
little
lot
off here.
more?
Yeah, maybe I'm a little off on the last couple of years of what he
Also,
accomplished.
I mean, the Chargers, dog.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do with that?
You just knock them out.
I don't
because
know
that-
what to do, right? Like,
Okay.
it feels like for every year for like 15 years, you turn on a Chargers game and it is like the fourth quarter, 1 minute and 20 seconds left. They down by a touchdown, and there's no timeouts. Go get a touchdown because you need to win this football game.
So we could take. You want me to take Matt Ryan and Russell Wilson off my list of potential Hall of Fame quarterbacks?
At least Matt Ryan.
Yeah, I see.
That we could lose this year.
I think it's unfair for Russell Wilson because somebody said he's like Eli Manning without the stats. Up until, what did he miss the playoffs like twice in his career? And I know that the defense was there for a lot of the time, and that certainly helps. But I mean, they were in the playoffs time and time again, so I wouldn't compare him to Eli. But that's a whole different thing, is because I think because of the Super Bowls, Eli will make the Hall of Fame. I don't think Eli is better than either one of those two.
By the way, I'm just looking this real quick. Phillip Rivers had 63,440 passing yards and 421 touchdowns.
Yeah, and Romo was like 34.
Romo had 34,000 and
yikes,
248.
So he was more Matt Ryan than he was Romo.
When they played, I felt like they were the same.
Romo West?
Just the amount. Yeah, that's Romo West.
So, all right, I'll take out Matt Ryan. But I'll still say that we could potentially lose 3 potential Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
I mean, it's certainly the other.
In Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, and Justin Herbert. I think we can all agree on that.
I feel like Romo and Rivers were the same, except for the 30,000 extra passing yards.
Well, yeah, but that has a difference to do with like how long they played too.
And 180 more touchdowns. That's all right. Romo's the best ever. If he would have just had a decent team, he would have won 17 Super Bowls.
Wow, that's so many.
Corey, what were we talking about?
Sam Williams.
Oh.
Sammy time.
Now, there was one play in particular that really stands out to Kevin that I wanted to get to. But I don't know if you heard at the end of it, the audio where he was being interviewed and they were talking about the fumble recovery.
Right. The interception.
The interception. Yeah. Okay. The play is Sam Williams comes around the corner, runs up on Jared Goff, and then just takes the ball out of his hand.
Right.
Like he didn't even do much to get it from him. It was just more like he was like, oh, Jared Goff went, oh yeah, you're my running back. Here, take it from me. And
was there any consideration for that being an interception?
You have called it an interception. I kind of want to call it an interception at this point because it does kind of look like he just kind of tossed it to him just a little bit. And he was like, oh, thanks, appreciate it. But at the end of it, Kevin, I don't know if you heard when he was like, yeah, and then I fumbled it. So and they were like, hey, but you didn't know your butt was down. And afterwards he goes, yes.
So it doesn't count.
Yeah, he didn't have a fumble on his record, so that's cool.
And I realize why they count it the way they do, but you just think about it. Usually for a fumble, you think of like maybe quarterback strip sack fumble or running back or after the catch wide receiver or whatever. Very rarely do you think quarterback just gets the ball ripped out of their hands while they're still upright. And so my contention is I would like him to get credit for an interception.
Okay, I'll take that. And maybe we can call it an interception fumble recovery.
Ooh. Could that be an interception and a fumble recovery instead?
Yeah, I think so.
I know it won't be.
Shoes and Sports tweeted, what a game by Sam Williams. 2 sacks, 3 tackles, 1 forced fumble, 1 fumble recovery. And then Sam Williams quote tweeted that, 12 reps. I think he was on for 14 plays, is what they said. But I know players usually are going to. But he was like 12 reps. Sam Williams quote tweets it and said 12 reps. That's how efficient he was.
Wow.
He had 2 sacks and 14 plays on the field. And this is where we hear Dan Quinn talking like people.
It's like a Lakers 3-point percentage, 2 for 14. Keep going.
They're terrible.
That's a great shot, Mike.
They're going to turn it around.
I
like the Lakers. I got what you're saying.
Dan Quinn, you keep hearing he puts guys in position to win. He puts guys in position to not hurt themselves too. I don't know what Sam Williams can't do right now. I'm presuming that Dan Quinn does, and then whenever it's time for, I know that Sam Williams is going to win on this play, let's dial up the Sam Williams play. It seems like he says, all right, now it's time to go ahead and put him in because Mickey said it this morning. Every time I looked up at the screen in the second half, I felt like all I saw was Sam Williams.
And that's awesome because at best right now, would you say, like at best, he's your third most explosive defensive player, and depending on how you classify like Trayvon Diggs and Donovan Wilson, I would listen to 5th, 6th down the list. Now, clearly he is marching up the charts, but when you see what Micah's done, what Tank's done. You asked Steven about Donovan Wilson, Trayvon Diggs with another interception. And they have Sam Williams working his way up in the world in a very quick fashion. It's tremendous. This defense is tremendous.
Now, I don't know if you've ever heard of Skip Bayless. A lot of people don't know who he is.
Based on the TV ratings, I believe that.
He tweeted out, I questioned the Sam Williams pick in the second round because he just didn't flash enough for me at Ole Miss, which I'm sure he didn't know he went to Ole Miss. But he sure has started flashing as the Cowboys pass rusher. Congrats, Will McClay. And then Sam Williams quote tweeted that and said, I love Twitter.
Is that, but like, I will give him a little bit of credit for like taking ownership of a mistake.
Something he probably actually never said anything about.
Yeah, you might be right.
He's taking ownership of something that didn't exist.
Because there are some people out there who are like, well, if I just wait long enough, eventually something will happen that proves my point and I can claim that I was
wrong,
right.
just early.
Yeah, I was right all along. And so that I don't care for as much. Yeah, by the way, did you see the confirmation that Breece Hall is out for the year?
Yeah, I saw that immediately after our segment earlier during Gridiron Gravy, but I forgot to bring that to the table because we had so much chaos going on with talking with Stephen Jones and Bruce Bochy and so many giving tickets away to the Cowboys games. This is awesome.
Dude, Thursday, 100 level Dallas Cowboys tickets will be given away.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Wait, where?
On Thursday.
It's homecoming,
So
too.
But where are we giving those away?
Oh, I don't know the specific ticket seat or anything like that. It's in the 100s, though.
It's senior night.
It does very much feel like homecoming.
What show is giving those away?
All of our shows.
The show your mom likes.
So hold on, you're saying 105.3 The Fan is giving away tickets on Thursday for 100s level tickets?
And I do want to correct one
dropped that like
thing.
Mike Evans,
except for the Get Right. I don't want to leave them out. But Sean, RJ, us, G-Bag Nation will all have 100 level tickets.
Sounds like you're
on
leaving
Thursday. I love the Get Right. I want you guys to have that ticket giveaway.
Shouldn't the nosebleeds have 400 level seats?
Ooh, that's a good point.
They don't exist anymore. It's just the G-Bag Nation.
From the 254, can Sam bump Leighton? I don't know how that would. They're two different positions.
Huh.
I don't know that if he can play linebacker, which I don't doubt.
I would not rule out a Dan Quinn concoction in which they're like, I'm subbing you for you. And you're like, hold on, what are
Sam
we doing
Williams
now?
lined up at safety and
Yeah.
he's blitzing, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is going to kill somebody today.
It's your change of pace. Like you see that sometimes in basketball. You're like, we're going to take out a taller kid for a shorter kid, like at the youth level and everything.
Yeah, I was like, what are we doing?
Not in the NBA, like at the youth level. I've seen that many times. I'm like, fascinating strategy.
Also, I got about 15 seconds to explain
Felt
this.
that way when the Mavs started Dwight Powell for 6 years.
Go for it, Corey.
I thought,
I don't want to jinx
interesting
it,
strategy.
but I got to make it through today. If I make it through today, then all the stress I've had for the last couple of weeks might be off my plate.
How's it going so far?
Many years ago, my roommate / best man predicted that I would die on this date.
Oh, no!
And
Why didn't you let me know?
What
I'd
is
have gotten more
today?
security.
The 23rd? What is
Fourth.
Today's the 24th of 2022 and of October. And yeah, sorry about that. I've been kind of terrified leading up to this day, so I don't know if I'm jinxing it. So far, things are rocking along pretty well, but it's rainy outside. I'm a little concerned. I got to make it through today, guys.
Have
That's
you
all
been
I'm
more
looking for.
cautious today than usual?
I probably have. I drove a lot slower this morning into work because of traffic, but also, you know,
Also,
that
it was raining.
Yeah, it was raining too. So I'm really hopeful. So if I do wind up not being around tomorrow,
Oh, no.
I will, Kevin, I will leave the name of this person that predicted
Okay.
this so that you can call him for future bets.
Okay.
So that we can make sure that we're getting all the bets right against Bassett.
I think your priorities are in the right place.
Thank you.
Yeah, good plan.
Taking care of y'all.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we go around the NFC East. The teams that played went undefeated, and a scary thought about the unbeaten Eagles. Next on the Fan.
All right, let's talk about Men's Tea Clinic. Yes, I go there for testing.
Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades.
At the 48 of Detroit, play action, Goff is sacked. And it was Sam Williams who got in there leading a charge. And Williams with the Cowboys' second sack of the day.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go through the entire NFC East. Do you guys want to start with the Eagles, with the Giants, with the Commanders, or with the Cowboys?
Corey, I usually say we go with the best record, but the best record sat on their butts and refused to play this week.
Yeah.
So why would we talk about a team that refused to play football?
They didn't want to do anything for the NFL
Was it just
today
because it was
or
scheduled
Sunday.
for the bye?
Well, that's what you say.
So I don't want to talk about them. But then the Giants, somehow, some way, they have a better record than the Cowboys. This is amazing. But they got to play Jacksonville, so let's talk about how they beat old Sunshine there with his long farting hair who can't win a football game to save his butt and just ruining my card collection.
Which is really what's most important.
I know,
here
that's
on the
what
KNC
really makes
Masterpiece.
him
I believe in
mad.
the wrong guy. I should have bought Jalen Hurts cards.
Well, I mean, I think
Watch
we
him throw
all,
for
a
one.
lot of us really thought the same thing about him, and they're just not doing very well.
So-
Kevin, let's talk about
or Zach Wilson cards as he throws for
Okay.
110
one more time.
yards.
I actually will talk about him is
Say it.
like a group of
Say it, Reggie. Say Dave.
I can't. A group of fans went down to Jacksonville for the game, and after the game, the Giants head coach Brian Daboll,
Otherwise known as
Dabes. He
Dabes.
deserves it. He's 6-1,
does.
man. The guy can't lose.
Dabes, except for the Cowboys.
That's right, in your face.
He went around and shook hands and high-fived with people after the game, but the best part, somebody wanted him to sign an autograph. So he had to take his cigar and start puffing on it while he signed the autograph because he had it in one hand. It was like shaking hands. And he was like, okay.
Oh, yeah, his
Puffed-
victory cigar on a weekly.
Victory cigar. It was super cool. It went down to the 1 yard line. So the Jags got the ball at the 17 with 19 seconds to play. 2 incompletions. Then Trevor Lawrence hits Christian Kirk just outside the end zone. Fabian Moreau got the first hit, and then other folks converged, got him down like at the 1 yard line as time expired. No more time. Giants win. They are 6-1 for the first time since 2008.
All right, there's a lot to unpack there because I fear the time where we're going to have to look at Cowboys-Giants matchup, and I don't want to call them Dabes. You know, like I do feel
Right.
like fear that. But the autograph session, the high-fiving part, that's why when I listened to him give his first speech, and he was like, you can call me Coach, you can call me Dable, you can call me Dabes, and I was like, that's funny. Because he was talking to like the HR staff,
Right.
Kevin. So I thought it was funny, and now I'm like, wow, this dude really does know how to connect, and I think he did the smart thing by making sure that Wink Martindale was his defensive coordinator, and Martindale, I want to find out what his numbers against the spread are in his career.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they've been good. Anywhere he's gone, he's produced a good defense.
Now, there was some interesting Lawrence on Lawrence action yesterday that led to a penalty when Dexter Lawrence pulled Trevor Lawrence down with one finger, and he got called for roughing the passer. Now, I get it. The reason why he got called for roughing the passer is he had his finger like hooked inside the front of Trevor Lawrence's jersey, and he pulled him down like definitely after the play was over, but it was still a sad reflection. The Jags came up 1 yard short, and they got taken down with one finger.
Mike, I know we do this pretty much on a weekly basis, but I was listening to Choppy this morning because I do Tolo. I listen to Sean and RJ and then the G-Bag Nation, the Get Right, and Amy Lawrence. And I was listening to Choppy, and he said, the Giants will take care of themselves by the end of the season. Like, as in they'll get themselves out of the contention here. And I just can't find a loss on their schedule until they play the Cowboys.
So I will.
Maybe the Seahawks.
I know that's going to be a tough game. They're underdogs by 3.5 again.
No respect.
I do think that they're going to lose 5 games on the season, but I just can't believe they're probably going to be 12-5 here. At Seahawks, at Cowboys. They haven't played the Eagles yet. They have the Eagles twice, and they have at Vikings. So they do have some tougher games, especially late in the year. So I do think they're going to end up having 5 losses. And at this point, I do think the Cowboys can be 12-5 or 13-4. So I could see the Cowboys advancing to the best wild card spot.
Yeah.
And especially if you beat the Giants, is it head-to-head if you go 2-0? Would that be your first tiebreaker?
Correct.
So even if you tie the record, you'd have the tiebreaker. So yeah, I can't believe that they're going to probably, at this point, it's tough to see them not winning 10 games, being at 6-1.
Now, they do have some injury concerns. Is Azeez Ojulari went to injured reserve. And then Evan Neal, it was a really tough break for him. He's a Florida native. He said the whole city was coming to that game, and he had about 15 family members there, and then he had to leave the game with a knee injury that they now believe is a grade 2 MCL sprain. So tough break for him, but the Giants, they're rolling along just fine. You want to go to the Commanders, Cowboys, or the Eagles?
Us, the Cowboys.
Yeah, we're the next best.
Dallas Cowboys, Ezekiel Elliott ran for at least 2 touchdowns for the 13th time in his career.
Hall of Fame.
We lamented earlier, felt kind of bad about Tony Pollard, but Ezekiel Elliott, 2 more touchdowns, good for him.
Mike, you say that jokingly, but if Zeke averages 2 touchdowns per game for the rest of his career, should he be in the Hall of Fame?
Depending on how long his career is, but I would say overwhelmingly, yes. Like if he just finishes this season, I feel like he'll be like, wow, that was incredible.
Mike's over there processing the numbers.
Okay.
Let him process it.
He has 60 touchdowns for his career.
Okay.
I don't even know if he still would make the Hall of Fame.
Man, I'm going to go ahead and go on a limb and say if for the rest of his career he averages 2 touchdowns a game, he's going to make it. Now,
Well, he only has like 2 more years left in his career.
but still, that would be like 40 more games, so you'd have 80 more touchdowns.
Okay, I'll give it to him then. At that point, if he gets 34 touchdowns next year, that'd probably put him in good shape.
Yes.
And then he did it again, and then he retired.
Yes.
he has 80 touchdowns pretty much in the last 2 years, and teams are like, I think you're done.
I'm like, please God, don't retire. All right, now let's talk about Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs was fined $9,577 for taking off his helmet in the loss to the Eagles. Micah Parsons was fined $10,609 for flexing over Dallas Goedert in that same game. However, Micah Parsons got to go to the Post Malone concert before the game against the Lions. Post Malone was wearing a CeeDee Lamb jersey, and at the end of the show, he said, I love y'all, and I can't wait to be back in this effing beautiful place. I love you more than I could ever express. And how about them effing Cowboys?
And I think that somebody mentioned that he said that if they win the Super Bowl, he was going to tattoo 88 on his face.
I mean, that's good.
It won't affect his face.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think as well. Do you guys want to go to the Commanders or the Eagles? I mean, he's not wrong.
He has tattoos there already. So
we interviewed him up here on this
I
floor.
know. I can't believe
Chris Arnold brought him here, and his big break at the time, because
Bieber?
Yeah, is he had the White Iverson song at the time, and he didn't have a whole bunch else. He had a little bit, but Justin Bieber said, I want you to open up for me on tour, and that was like the start of Post Malone blowing up.
I bet Justin Bieber said that many times. All right, do you want to go? No?
New Kevin, huh?
No, you know what?
Oh, wow. Reggie, there you go.
That statement, that was not in good taste, as Jared would say. You want to go with the Commanders? He did. He said that on our show on Friday. That's fair.
I was sitting right here.
Do you guys want to go with Eagles or Commanders?
Let's go Eagles.
The Commanders won.
I know.
They beat Aaron Rodgers.
I know.
Did you know?
All it took was Carson Wentz going away.
So you want the Commanders?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Give it to me.
Okay. Did you know that final play of the game, they beat the Packers 23-21? It lasted 26 seconds, included 5 laterals, including Aaron Rodgers getting the ball back at one point. However,
wasn't it weird that he was the one that screwed it all up?
Yes. And he threw the ball too low, and it went between the guy's legs and out of bounds.
Went forward, too.
Yeah.
Come on,
I think
dude.
that's when the flag came out, because he was like, no, I throw the ball forward. And they're like, you can't do that anymore.
But I'm Aaron.
Did you see what Jace Sternberger tweeted out? He is the former tight end who got drafted 1 pick after Terry McLaurin, and his career wiped out pretty quickly.
Hasn't gone that well, huh?
No, he's done. He tweeted out, I can't believe the Packers didn't draft McLaurin, which I think is hilarious, especially in the game when the Packers are losing to the Commanders. They could have taken McLaurin, and they didn't. So I actually think that's hilarious. Now, the Commanders, they don't like Daniel Snyder whatsoever. So there was like this PSA message before. It's like, oh yeah, you should, I don't know, whatever, recycle, whatever you're supposed to do. There's a that's right.
I think it was voting because that's what they've been on.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, you should go vote.
And recycle.
Yeah,
it makes
recycle.
sense that Kevin wouldn't be pushing that out.
You should definitely, I don't know what that's supposed to be.
Sounds like he's really against recycling.
Early voting is open, so if you want to vote now, go vote now.
I know you're against voting, right? If you're voting for the wrong person.
No, you should be able to vote. You should absolutely be able to vote.
I've heard old Kevin likes suppressing votes.
Is Tanya Snyder.
But that's old Kevin. Thankfully, we have new
Kevin.
You're big on having an ID for stuff, right?
Stop putting that on me. I don't want to be associated with any of that. Is whether you support it or not, is Tanya Snyder was in the voting video, and it's like, hey, you should go vote. As soon as she popped up, everyone said, boo.
Oh, what did she do? She's just married to him.
Yeah, and she's quote unquote running the team. And then fans were chanting, sell the team. And then some security guards took away signs from people that were holding up saying, sell the team.
Wow.
So not cool.
The Commanders, otherwise known as the commies, really restricting free speech out there, huh?
How you feeling, Kevin?
You know what? I'm fine with all of that, and I do not want to smash my headphones or anything.
Kevin, remember what I said in the last segment about I got to make it through today?
Yeah.
Somebody just texted in and said, Corey, you could fake your death and freak that dude out.
Oh.
Plus, you shouldn't do that.
Okay.
Also, old Kevin would tell you that I do not hate recycling, and someone in the Majors family is like, just throw it all in there. They'll figure it out.
They will.
I don't know who said that. Also,
Corey said that.
Carson Wentz officially went on the injured reserve, meaning he'll miss the upcoming games against the Colts and the Eagles. So,
how come when pizza boxes get grease, you can't recycle them?
How many
These are the important questions.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure they tell you not to throw your pizza boxes in the recycle.
Oh, for real?
Well,
I have no idea.
Oh, crud.
Nobody's ever thrown my pizza boxes back.
Don't you mean no crust?
Yeah. I have an idea. It would be very sacrilegious, but do you think it would be a successful old Kevin had a successful pizza restaurant called Jesus Crust or Cheese's Crust? Do you think that would be...
Go ahead and talk about
Okay, Jalen Hurts. Hold on. Jalen, Jesus Crust. Is Jalen Hurts rung the bell at the 76ers game the other day? And by the way, we didn't have a conversation about how much they suck so far.
Right?
And did you know that if the season ended right now, that the Eagles would have the number 4 pick in the draft?
Oh, yeah, they did have a whole bunch of other people's picks, didn't they?
And one of those teams is the Saints. So right now...
Oh, is that the Gardner Johnson?
They are... I think that was for a second, maybe. But they have the Saints pick, and right now they're the only undefeated team left in the NFL, and they're in line to have the number 4 pick in the draft.
Good for us, because we got to deal with that.
We got Bruce Bochy. We're all right.
Next 6 years.
That's right.
It's a great point. I don't know exactly how that translates to the football field.
Today's a good day. That's
but Philadelphia 6-0, and their team's in the World Series. And the Sixers haven't won, so take that.
It is a weird dynamic.
And the Flyers are flying in. Yeah. What a stupid name. They're on ice.
And
can't fly on ice. Can skate on ice. They should be called the Skaters.
We're the KNC Master. I'm fine with all of that. We're the KNC
They're actually doing really good, by the way.
Right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Orlando Magic may have the favorite for Rookie of the Year in Paolo Banchero, but it hasn't translated to wins yet.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. True to Texas, Classic Chevrolet is driven to do what's right, and that's why they never charge more than MSRP. Plus, they still pay full market value for your trade. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for a chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Cowboys win another one, so I'm pumped up about that. I actually had a racing question real quick. Broadus, is it a big deal that Brad Pitt snubbed Martin Brundle down in Austin and did not want to answer his questions on the walk and talk?
Yeah, Martin Brundle is a guy that he doesn't know celebrities.
Oh, yeah.
So it's kind of a bit. It's kind of one
Brad
of the,
Pitt.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those bits. So, yeah, maybe something was probably, but it's kind of funny. Like, he'll ask questions of people, and he has no idea who's even talking to. So, yeah, it's I don't know. Brad probably didn't snub him on purpose. It's kind of a running bit that they have on Sky Sports.
I also couldn't tell if he had any idea who that was. Like, I don't know how into F1 he is and everything like that, but
Brad Pitt?
Yeah.
You know, it seems like he was touring around all the different garages and stuff like that. You know, he was with the McLaren guys and things. So, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of celebrities down there. A lot. I mean, you could walking through the garage area, it's entourages of people just all around. So it's kind of a cool thing, especially in Formula One.
Yeah,
a lot of those the movie stars, actors, soccer, David Beck, a lot of big time celebrities down there in that time.
So Brad Pitt's got a movie that he's doing. That's a Formula One movie.
What?
Right?
Yeah.
And he's like, I can't do it. And I guess, you should know who Martin Brundle is if you're doing an F1 movie, according to F1 fans. But I don't blame him for not knowing. I think Martin Brundle's best moment, though, is when he thought that Paolo Banchero was Pat Mahomes.
Yes.
Just based on the hair.
Yeah.
That's the funniest one. What was that, Miami?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Back in the summer.
That's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. That was the best. But you're right. I mean, Martin Brundle does this all the time, so Brad Pitt doing it to him, I think brought us onto it. It's part of the bit.
It's part of a bit they have with him. Usually the grid walk is one of those things where they just kind of randomly run into people, and it turns into a bit.
I did think it was funny. Now, Cowboys win, all stoked about that. I was curious about potential things that even when you win, you can still tighten up. Is the Cowboys talked about renewed focus on third down. The focus on third down didn't look super awesome. How do you distribute? I know you got to execute better. How do you distribute the blame for how to fix that up, and how much of it goes to the play caller?
Yeah, just execute
I
better.
know, you just got to execute better.
execute.
Let's assume that's not the only factor at play.
Brian, let me ask you this, though, because I was wondering.
Could you re-ask the question? Because I'm sorry, I was looking down at my phone on something.
Okay. Re-ask the question.
Yeah, re-ask the question because I probably could give you an answer.
Krusty wasn't paying attention.
The Cowboys said they were going to emphasize more on third down because they're...
Yeah, I've got that kind of taken care of for you. Yeah,
okay.
They've got some really bad issues on some of the things that happened to them on the point of attack play. For example, the 3rd and 1 play in the Dallas 29 when they said Elliott round right in to Dallas 27 for -2. I mean, they lose. The ball's going to the outside. Schultz loses his sustain. Brown and Lamb were also bad at the point of attack. They also had a situation with a 2nd and 1. Pollard up the middle for -1. Again, a running play. McGovern, Smith, Brown all beat at the point of attack. 3rd and 2, they're gonna. You think they're gonna run the ball again? No, that's when Prescott gets sacked for -7. Prescott got fooled on the play. He tried to read outside, inside, and then it took too long. He had a chance to throw the ball inside. They've had opportunities. I think on the last 3rd and 1 play where they did the flip, where they had both Pollard and Elliott in the backfield. What happened there is that you're probably trying to break a tendency buster there.
Yes.
So when they have that formation, it's usually hand the ball to Elliott as the fullback. But they tried to do the flip to the outside, and then what happens is that Hutchinson, Elliott, Anzalone, neither one of them bit on it. All 3 of them were right there. They couldn't block all 3 of those guys as the ball tried to go to the edge. So there's some things they're trying to do to break some tendencies, but they're also losing some play. They're losing some battles at the point of attack, especially when you're trying to put tight ends as blockers or wide receivers as blockers.
Now, Wolchuk, I had a question for you. Do you naturally have to support all Zachs? And if so, I know we're pretty stoked about the Jets, but what do you think about Zach Wilson?
I don't think you have to support all Zachs, especially if they spell it in a weird way. But I do support the MILF Hunter.
Okay.
I love everything
because of
he's,
that or because of the football
No,
part?
Eric knows this about me. I'm a big Gilf guy and MILF guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that what he's got going on and that 5-2 record, I'm a big Sauce guy as well. So I'm supportive of that, Zach.
I definitely get that. Do you think
But the ZAC's not very supportive.
Do you think it'd be cool if he could throw touchdown passes?
Yeah, and now that they don't have Breece Hall, he's out for the year.
Yep.
It's a massive injury, man. I loved watching that kid.
And then general football question for all of y'all since we saw it come down.
Eric, this one's for you.
Do you think that Matt Ryan will ever be a not injury replacement starter again?
Oh no! I think it's all pretty much over. This is a sad deal for Matt Ryan, but how old is this guy now? He got drafted in like 2008. This dude, this is where it starts to, for normal people, I know Brady has set a different precedent, but like for the most part, this is about the time where even if you were a really good quarterback, things are falling apart now. And what is it like? He's got a shoulder sprain issue. Like literally, your parts are going to start not working anymore, and he's turning the ball over at a rapid rate.
Even his parts aren't going to work anymore.
Men's T Clinic.
Yeah,
there you go.
Maybe that's how he got
Great
his
shoulder,
shoulder
separations. I don't think his shoulder's working correctly.
Properly.
Properly anymore.
Thank
So
you,
I think
thank
that's
you.
what he was talking about.
Nick
there.
Foles is still there too, right? So they're going to go with Ellinger.
Yeah, they're going with Ellinger.
And then if he fails, it would probably go to Foles. This seems pretty definite. Like Frank Reich has seen enough.
They said Ellinger for the rest of the season, assuming.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that goes. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't think they had a nice win the week before. Who did they beat the week before where Ryan was actually through the game-winning touchdown?
Oh yeah,
They had
probably Jacksonville.
Jacksonville.
Was it Jacksonville?
It was. Yeah, it was Jacksonville.
Get a haircut. Figure out how to play quarterback.
But I am surprised though that one, the Colts have been this bad, and two, Matt Ryan has been worse than even Carson Wentz was last year. And you're seeing it now where he's actually getting benched for Sam Ellinger.
Now, we've heard a lot of this during the day. I wanted to give you guys a chance to react, thoughts about Trevor Lawrence, who they continue to struggle mightily.
Sad deal for all Jaguars fans. Bassick,
that sounded like not. Much.
I feel a little bit bad for Mike, who had to pivot off of what is a 5-win team right now and go to whatever it is Jacksonville's sitting at. So that's a tough deal.
Luckily, they get finally home field advantage as they go to Europe next week.
London, yeah.
They're gonna. Oh yeah, that's their first official home game of the season. It felt like that New York took over Jacksonville yesterday, and that kind of is how it goes for them.
I mean, honestly, Jacksonville, probably 30% of their population is from New York or from.
It's
the East
I live
Coast.
there. It's very transient
Right.
group. Yeah,
Yeah, it's not
Absolutely.
really.
I thought they were like Philly fans in Jacksonville. They just like couldn't get
Well, a
enough
lot
of
of
it. They
people-
were
I mean,
rabid.
let's face it,
and
migrate.
huge
Yeah,
sports
Atlanta,
people.
Jacksonville are the two cities in that area. I know living there in Jackson, I live in Ponte Vedra, but yeah, you had a lot of people from the east. But it's that struggle. They struggle with home crowd because of the situation when other teams come in and play. There'll be quite a few other teams. Fans showing up for those games.
Let me get in here real quick, Hagee, because there's a really interesting stat. I don't know if we're going to get to it during the show, but it's mainly about like Russell Wilson, Matt Ryan, Dak yesterday, Trevor Lawrence, what's going on with these quarterbacks not throwing touchdown passes. There are currently 14 teams, that's 44% of the league, are currently averaging one or few passing touchdowns per game.
Wow.
Okay, over the last decade, it's been 3, 4, or 5 teams, right?
Wow.
There's one outlier that was a 6 season and one outlier that was a 1 season, but all 8 of those seasons, 3, 4, or 5. So we are nearly tripling the high end of the range. Quarterbacks are not throwing touchdown passes. It's happening everywhere.
Which is how you get the analytic breakdown of Dak being the third best quarterback in all of football yesterday, perhaps.
Yeah, I thought these, like yesterday the Jags ran for 143 yards. I thought great running game would run defenses out of it, but they're saying, fine, keep running it. We're staying back here. And that's how Dak drops back to pass and doesn't notice a safety coming over. There's a lot more dudes back there consistently than at any point we've seen, I think, in our football lifetimes.
And we are in a good time with cornerbacks, too. We have some pretty talented cornerbacks playing across the league right now.
Zach just mentioned Sauce, and he's already looking like unfreaking
fantastic. You got
I think they're going to have to change the rules. I think they're going to have to be like, no, you can only have so many guys dropping like that.
No like more shift. We can't shift it anymore.
Wow. No more defensive advantages for you.
Yeah. You can only double one guy in the secondary.
Because Lord knows how much they've played to the defense in the rules in the NFL over the years. Man, that would be fascinating. For you, what do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. Coach McCarthy at 3, and I believe Chris Young right after him.
Woo! Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on your home of the station that hopes Corey lives at least one more day.
Yeah, I appreciate that,
105.3 The Fan.
Say welcome to Texas, Bochy.
Welcome to Texas, Bochy.
Say old Kevin.
No, new Kevin.
Text away your from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. Let's do this. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on a victorious Cowboys Monday. Welcome into the show. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. He has a full film report coming up with your takeaways at 2:40 Krusty's Corner. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup here on a rainy Monday afternoon in the Metroplex. Look at that down there. Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 5-2 on the year. And going into a game with the Bears, they're heading for 12 wins, boys.
Let's go.
It's shaping up to be a mighty fine season, especially when you look at what's going on with Packers and Buccaneers. Holy cow! You know, this is it's really a fun season to be a Cowboys fan. I think the big question, it's the elephant in the room: will they become a good offense again? Do they need to become a good offense again? It's shaping up to look like one of the top teams in the NFC. You know, last year when we started to have doubts that they would show up and demolish a team and silence the critics, and I think that's where we are waiting now. But I do want to say I think Dak was better than some people say. Like I think he had a pretty good game. You know, shook off the rust in the first quarter. I thought second and third quarters really came around, but penalties and the Noah Brown fumble were there. But Brad said it best multiple times during the radio broadcast. The offense has a lot of work to do. So that's kind of where I am. I'm super excited to be 5-2. And I'm wondering, you know, what do you think this offense is going to look like by the time we get to December and stuff like that, guys?
I think you should be encouraged with the second half. And I think Dak had some moments in the first, that pass to CeeDee Lamb and the pass to Dalton Schultz, or that beautiful touch pass right over the linebacker. I think he showed reasons as to why, okay, he is your QB1, right?
Absolutely.
Certainly, he was rusty. I can understand fans, and if you were on Twitter, and I'm sure in the post game yesterday, Eric, you and Brian did a fantastic job. And we're going to see the text today as well, 877-881-1053. It wasn't what fans wanted. And does Dak need to be better? Of course he does. If you want to win a Super Bowl, he's got to be better. And I do think when you play against better teams in the playoffs, and there will probably be a game where your defense does not play up to expectation, maybe like last week against Philly, when you play a better offense, you're going to need more from Dak Prescott in the offense. So, no, it's not up to standard. It's not. But in the second half, he's 10 of 11. 103 yards and a touchdown. He's averaging about 10 a first down a completion. His passer rating was 136. What I think I liked, and I know some people might roll their eyes and be like, oh, the Dink and Dak offense, but sometimes it is good to take what the defense is giving you. And Detroit was giving you underneath all day. And there were times where it was a little frustrating where Dak's holding the football and Tony Pollard seems wide open in the flat. That 3rd and 2 play, specifically where he takes a sack, Tony Pollard, his man, gets completely cut off in traffic, and if Dak is just able to get the ball out, it's an easy first down. He can't, and he doesn't even look over at his way. In the second half, he's checking it down to Tony Pollard and to Zeke. Do that a little bit more, and you're going to be able to eventually get the ball down the field. I was shocked that Michael Gallup wasn't more involved yesterday. That's something you need to see more often down the road. But, yeah, I think that you will see this offense hopefully every single week continue to improve. If it doesn't, then you will get to the point where later this year, we're probably talking about you're not looking at an extension for 4.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the overarching conversation as, you know, we progress for the rest of this year and next year. But, I mean, it was better than any Cooper Rush game, I think, and he only missed 6 throws. So I know you're going to say, well, this ball was underthrown or that ball was overthrown, but you know, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you it was an all-pro performance or anything like that, but I thought for the first game back after 6 weeks, it was sufficient.
Yeah, absolutely. They didn't really ask him to do too much. When you look at how often they were running the ball, especially on the early downs, they were making that a point of emphasis. They did help him out using the play action stuff at a much higher rate than they usually do with Dak, and he was extremely successful with it. John Owning, Dak went 11 of 13, 121 yards and a touchdown with play action, and they did it on 50% of his dropbacks. Usually, he was in the 25% range on how much he was getting the play action opportunity. So there's one one step in the right direction where you can see, okay, this offense is going to try and help him out a little bit. And that's something that he's clearly really, really good at, and he was yesterday. I thought overall it was a fine performance. The advanced metrics will tell you it was a pretty dang solid performance, and you can't really ask for much more. I think the expectation was a little bit high because of how bad Detroit's defense is, and coming into it, we talked about just how bad it was, so we were expecting probably, or some people, more fireworks, but the game didn't really get itself that way, and you would have scored more points if you didn't fumble right there, Noah Brown, right before the half at the end zone. It's a nice drive they put together. So ultimately, it's nice to know that your team can win without your quarterback having to put up crazy, ridiculous numbers. And I'm expecting this offense to continue to rock and roll as the season goes on. You're going to have to get more out of them. There's no question. You're not going to win games like this, 5 turnovers in a playoff game, something like that. But for the first outing, I thought it was totally fine by me.
Yeah, they were in a situation, and Eric was absolutely right. I think the fact that we came in and we're talking about how bad the Lions were on defense, we were going through all the numbers, all the metrics, things that historically were bad for them. I think with a week off, I think they really did circle the wagons up there. I think that Dan Campbell said, listen, we got to go down there. We got to play better. I think there's some things defensively they did that kind of held them in that football game. I know this for a fact. The Cowboys didn't practice really at all. When we start to talk about, really Dak's first action or real action, not against air and not against people, in easy routes and stuff, and just, making sure that nobody rushes in on him in practice and hits his thumb or anything crazy like that. For just going out and really being his first live action, I thought he threw the ball well enough. There's some things that we're going to talk about today that when you look at things that he needs to do better, and the questions we have with him is, how does he miss some of these reads? How does he miss some of the opportunities that they have? And that's the one thing about Dak Prescott. I mean, I thought he went out there and played well, but there's some things you're going to ask about, hey, why did he do this or why did he do that? Coming off not really practicing, I think that was a good thing for him, though, how he played. But then again, I think the Lions, we all talked about how bad this thing was, and I think expectations were 30, 40, 50 points, whatever, on a bad defense.
I also think on that note, guys, we can't compare Dak to what was, because defenses have totally changed. It is now becoming a game more than ever where you have to dump it down. You have to continue to run. You have to remain patient. You look at these great offenses that are having the brakes slammed on them. And I think there's got to be some acknowledgement, we're going to compare Dak or whoever to the other quarterbacks in today's game. That's how you do that. You're not going to compare him to what was, even in the 2020 season. The amount of players in the defensive backfield, I think, is a tremendous factor here. And I think missing the reads is a result of that.
Yeah.
And, cool, I got a passing look, and all of a sudden they've dropped back again. Yeah. And there's more guys than I'm used to. It's not that they don't respect the run. They don't care if you want to take 4.5 yards. They're much more worried about the chunk plays because that's what the analytical data has told teams are getting them beat. Yeah. And now there's a pretty decent sample size of games with scoring being way down, passing touchdowns being way down. They're just getting started. It is now on to the quarterbacks and the offenses to come up with a way to counter. And I bet they will in the next 2 to 4 seasons. I don't know what it's going to be. I have my thoughts. It's got to be running quarterbacks. It's got to be giving up on the idea that you can have your quarterback play until he's 42 years old at an all-pro level and say, hey, it's football. Get out there and run if you want $50 million a year. I think that's my thoughts is, okay, you're taking away the passing game so much and dropping. How can I counter that? Well, shoot, there's about 80 quarterbacks playing college football right now that are dual threat dudes. Find a half dozen of them that are willing to take on that risk for the big paycheck in the NFL. This is the end result of years of engineering the game to be, dictated by a quarterback that stands in the pocket. And after decades, defenses finally got him. They're finally putting him in check in a serious way. Now Tom Brady looks like a jobber. Threw 50 passes yesterday. Not one single one of them was a touchdown. Averaging under 5 yards per attempt. It's like, crap, I don't know where to go with the football. And it's ending careers. Matt Ryan, they were saying in training camp, oh, Matt Ryan, it's so great to have this veteran quarterback. He puts it exactly where he wants it. He's the teacher out there. He's like another season starts. He's done. You're done, Matt Ryan. So I do think, back to my original point, it's going to take a lot of hard work to properly evaluate Dak Prescott. And I don't think you can say, well, where's the passing touchdowns? It's not like it was in 2020 or 2016 or anything like that, because it's a very significant league trend. And maybe the reaction is just to say, hey, we're going to have to go forward on the ground a little bit more. What was it? One run yesterday? That's all I saw. One run yesterday
from Dak? Yeah. And that first play where he overthrows Noah Brown, he said it in the press conference. That's one I probably should have kept. And he had room down that left sideline.
But he also, we saw the Lions run basically the same play, and you saw Goff throw the ball in front of his tight end.
Sure.
And that's what Dak just needed to do. Throw the ball to the outside and let Noah Brown run with it, and you're going to have a nice gain there.
And people wanted to shut down the Russ debate because we saw Dak look so good week 1 last year against Tampa Bay, and he hadn't played football after the ankle injury. I do think there's a little bit of a difference when you're playing week 1 and it's everybody week 1 versus, okay, this is week 7. Everyone else is in stride right now. They're basically almost midseason form versus it's week 1 for everybody else. Others can disagree with that, but I do think there's a little bit of a difference there.
Hey, if there was rust, I think it was gone by the second quarter. You know?
10 of 11 in the second half.
I mean, the second half, he came out and looked much better.
Yeah, and I agree with everything you're saying, Dawson, and it's kind of one of those deals now where when you do the evaluation, obviously it's your own evaluation, watching the game, rewatching the game, and seeing what you see, but then like the raw total numbers, they're not going to be as gaudy anymore. You can't use the 350 or 400 passing yards as the benchmark and 3+ touchdowns. That's not really the way of the world right now as it stands today in the NFL. You get the one-off Joe Burrow game, kudos to him. He's a headline maker because that's the first time he's done it all season. You're not getting these consistently insane quarterback numbers that we're used to. So you look to the advanced metrics to see, okay, let's really pick this thing apart and see how he did. And the advanced numbers are telling you that Dak played extremely well yesterday, and in most categories was top 3 to 6. And so you just have to feel pretty good about that. And the Cowboys are at a place right now where they can win in other ways, and they don't have to have a quarterback that's putting up all those numbers, which is nice. But there's no question that yesterday was the single best quarterback performance of the Cowboys this entire season. Dating back to Dak's terrible week 1 against Tampa and every Cooper Rush victory in between. Yesterday was the best quarterback performance the Cowboys have had all year, and it should continue to get better, you would hope and you would think.
Well said, and Broadus is going to have film takeaways again coming up at 2:40. The running game was pretty dang good. Do we know how Zeke's knee is? Are we hoping to hear about that coming up with Mike at 3?
Yeah, I don't think there was a problem. He went back into the game. I thought it was more of a thigh contusion. Zeke after the game said he didn't even get checked on it, so I think everything's okay there.
Right on, love that. Jordan Lewis feared, well, he is out for the year with the list, Frank.
He is done.
Turpin, he's getting quite close. That was awesome again. Longest return in the NFL so far this season.
And I got a breakdown for you how that thing developed at 2:40.
Okay, what else do we? Bruce Bochy introduced as skipper. Chris Young coming up at 3:20. The money quote from Bruce was, "I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to bring a championship to Texas, and I'm all in."
Hell yeah!
You do a nice limited fake Bochy. Nadell was right. Dude's got pipes.
He does.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, the alternate universe of Bruce Bochy is in a booth somewhere and just calling whatever he wants to call.
Oh yeah, like a voice actor.
Yeah. There's that as well.
Cartoons.
I wonder if he's ever dabbled in something like that.
I'd hire him.
He's got a future.
I think he walked right out of a Western movie. He'd be like an extra in Deadwood or Tombstone or something.
No question, but he does have a bright future here at North Texas.
North Texas? Yes, he does.
I love that clip. That is such a good joke.
I hate that clip.
It's so awesome.
Mavs destroyed the Grizz Saturday night. Jared Jackson Jr. and Dylan Brooks were out for Memphis, but the Mavs are too much to handle once again. That's 2 games in a row where they just blew the doors off the opposition. Obviously, they let the Suns come back, but there's something special going on with this team, and they're going to visit the Pelicans tomorrow. Zion may be out with a hip contusion. He went up for a dunk and got it blocked by Jordan Clarkson and fell down on his back, and it looked pretty bad, but luckily it's just a bruise. FC Dallas played like junk last night in the first half. They had a chance to equalize late. But Austin beat them 2-1, so they'll move on to face LAFC in the Western Conference Finals. Phillies and Astros is your World Series matchup. Houston gets the sweep. Bryce Harper gets the 2-run game-winning home run to put Philadelphia in the World Series for the first time since 2009.
That's hell. That's a rooting hell for Texas sports fans right there. Well, Dallas fans. I don't know that I really want to watch this.
I think Dallas fans might pull for Philly.
No.
It's a little different.
Gosh.
I think they hate. I think
pull for Bryce. Bryce is a good dude.
I think they hate the Astros that much. I think they hate the city of Houston that much.
Yeah, I don't.
Some will go with the Texas pride. Some will go with Philadelphia hate. You know, I think it'll be pretty well split.
I might have to boycott this.
Coach McCarthy coming up at 3 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night. And thanks for
Are falling and Texas soil is shifting. When shift happens, it's time to call the dirt nerds at Permapeer. Get a free no-obligation appraisal today. Permapeer.com. That's Permapeer, P-I-E-R.com. Serving DFW for over 20 years.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Can Academies.
Sean and RJ here with CarsForKids.org. You can make a difference in the lives of thousands of kids in our local community simply by donating your vehicle to CarsForKids.org.
Find us online at CarsForKids.org. That's CarsForKids.org. And remember, right off the car, not the kid.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Every Monday at this time, we do our Survivor Update. And gentlemen, one of us has a bet payoff coming up on Friday. Wasn't me. I took the Dolphins, who I guess I still think are the third best team in the AFC when healthy.
After that first quarter, man, you were feeling like $1 million on that one.
I was. And then I got progressively more and more nervous as the Dolphins secondary got more and more injuries. But they pull it off. 10-6, they beat the Steelers, so I am safe. Brian, how about you?
I had the Cowboys.
Right on.
Yesterday. So
nice,
yes,
dude. Congrats to both of you guys.
Worked out well for me at the end.
Super fake happy for you guys.
Can I make an amendment to what happened to me last Friday with the bet payoff stuff?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you champion you.
It rocked your ass later, didn't it?
Not at all. Not at all.
Not
at all.
He actually hasn't crapped in 3 days.
Yeah. Not at all. No, it's funny.
It's like chalk inside me.
He's been pounding Metamucil for 24 hours.
And having so much time on my hands lately.
But no, it's funny because I was worried about the thing with mustard in the milk.
Yeah.
So were we, brother.
That's
why I pulled the trash can over there.
Is that an old wives' tale then? It's not real?
On me, it doesn't work.
Not real.
Not real.
Might need more milk because I think he just had, he probably had
16 ounces of milk in that glass.
No, it's not 16 ounces of milk. It's 16 ounces total combined with all the stuff. The milk portion of that is probably what, like 4 or 5 ounces.
What are you like? Are you like a chemist or something like that?
I make a ton of smoothies.
Wait,
I worked at
why don't
Smoothie
you tell-
King.
why don't you tell everybody
hey,
how
I
you-
don't
what you
question
gotta
your
do?
football takes. I worked at Smoothie King, brother. Okay, like come on now. All right, this is my wheelhouse. I was literally the Smoothie King for like 6 months in high school.
So you're saying though, okay, if
my first job, dude.
I poured the
Show some
whole
respect,
I was a sponge at that time.
I poured the whole milk thing into.
Dude, you want some chia seeds in it? What's good, man?
Yeah, bro. Little chia seeds will get you going.
Dude, I got you.
Honestly, I'll tell you what, Broadus could use some right now if he's really clogged up.
Coconut milk, let me know, bro.
I feel. I
You
absolutely
looking good and lean, man.
feel great, man. Feel great.
What you doing for the pecs?
Yeah.
Sorry, brothers.
No, I'm sorry
He
about
left
that,
himself
Broadus.
open with that one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Smoothie King, dog. I'm sorry.
It's like he was bragging about it.
I know.
Yeah, he was. How do you think I got this figure?
Yeah.
Come on, bro. This is my wheelhouse, bro.
Yeah.
You do have a great digestive system, though, Broadus. That's been
there
well
was-
established
yeah,
on this show.
I'm not gonna lie. I was worried about the mustard milk thing because I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
And neither did I.
I did not know that was that's something they used to like get you to get sick if you poisoned somebody or something like that. So.
You had to throw up on command.
If you had to throw up on command, but the whole weekend, no problems at all.
Okay, and Wolchuk, you had Cowboys too.
I
You
did.
let us know before you went off on your boys trip up there with Sandler to Ohio.
And thank goodness the Cowboys pulled it off. I thought Cowboys by 100, and then that thing looked pretty close for a while. I was thinking, holy crap, this is not about to happen.
Yeah, 6-3 at the half. It was just what the crap is going on here.
It was a bad
They didn't do it this week. I was thinking, man, this is a good week to burn the Cowboys. I didn't think they were going to lose to the Lions. But hey, we're victorious, so we're partying.
And Micah saved the day.
I love you, Micah.
That was incredible.
What about the guy with their Smoothie King? What did he do?
Yeah,
this
what'd you
week?
do, Smoothie King?
Yeah,
I decided to take Tom Brady versus PJ Walker, and of course that ends in a 21-3 L that I'm taking.
Why didn't you just take them last week?
Carolina's gonna fire their coach and win the division the
I was
same year.
gonna say, bro,
they're
Carolina.
the Phillies of the NFL.
I'm pretty sure
Holy crap,
Carolina's
what
like
if
they're like a game out of first place
They
in that
are.
division right now.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Who would have thought the Falcons looked like the best team?
Not
And then they got
yesterday.
railed
And
yesterday.
they took an L.
Yeah, big L.
Well, they really did. I mean, that's factual.
This man said it's Come on,
Joe Burrow did disrespectful things to them.
Come on, bro.
They got railed.
Meanwhile, Burrow looks back.
And I got railed by PJ Walker and company. 21-3. I take the L. I have Mike Evans not only on my fantasy team, but also he was like my lifeline for this survivor pick. He's wide open, like 60 yards down the field to open up the game. This is just going to be fireworks galore. He drops drops it, and then that was just symbolic of what that game was.
Tom Brady cuss him out.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see. I was cussing
You're
him out.
so good at this, man.
He was so good. He was signing autographs in the
the
tunnel.
officials are chasing him down, asking him for autographs afterwards.
It's a sad deal. So I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do from a payoff standpoint. So I will report back to you guys. I was thinking about throwing in a new payoff option called the Quinsation, and you get to decide if you want to be Dan Quinn or if you want to be Harley Quinn. And I might go the Harley Quinn route there because I have a girlish figure and whatnot.
You do.
So you would basically get dressed up as Harley Quinn for the show?
Yeah, because it's Halloween season, it's easier to get your hands on some of these costumes.
I like it.
And the Harley Quinn thing's kind of popping right now. So I would do it up. I would have the makeup and the whole thing. Probably still.
Would you color your hair?
Keep the. I don't know. Yeah, I would have to figure out how to do. I would do the hair with the pigtail situation that she's got. I would, I'll let my wife kind of get creative with how
she's
she
just
wants to do
ruin
everything,
all
but-
my fantasies. Because Harley's up
Really,
there.
bro? You really turn it up over here.
Dang, I'm sorry about that, boys.
Hey, Mr. J.
Well, the Cowboys' fantasies might be coming to life here because we can now imagine the playoffs where the double kryptonite of the Cowboys, Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers, could both be out. Packers lose to Washington 23-21. Giants, Jets, Commanders, 3 weeks in a row. Your friends up there in Green Bay must be like, WTF is going on here?
Not too happy up there in Packerland.
And now the Bills are coming in. That's going to be 4 in a row. They're going to be 3-5.
Yeah.
They can't bounce back and beat Buffalo.
Nah, and then they got
thing is over.
Week off and then take Dallas on, right?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Commanders fans make a clear statement to team owner Dan and Tanya Snyder. When Tanya appeared in a PSA on the Jumbotron during the game, fans began to chant, "Sell the team, sell the team." A number of fans brought "Sell the team" signs into the game as well. That could be the start of something for the fan base, couldn't it? Like, that's what they do in Europe when they're ready for the manager or coach or whatever, or the owners to be gone. And they turn the entire game into a protest. Do you think we could ever see something like that, Brian, where it's just constant chants?
I don't know
Smoke bombs.
I don't know if enough fans will show up to protest that thing.
There
but
might not be enough passion left in that town for the football team.
Did you see what she did? They brought back all the old players.
Yes.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
They brought back all the old players. You said, "Welcome back, Redskins."
Well, she did the hail
to the Redskins. Yeah, kind of a thing. So okay,
it was
She
like,
did it on purpose, right?
I think.
Probably.
I think
She definitely did it on purpose. Let me get this off.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, she's using the excuse of like it was
At
showing
that
love to
time.
all the throwback players.
yeah, of course.
So
Sure.
that's her cop out right now.
I wouldn't
But
be
it really
offensive.
killed the vibe of the whole. Everybody was kind of like, ooh,
Yeah, not supposed to do that.
party really.
They
died.
continue to throw their fingers towards the league. And we shall see what happens here. Cannot wait for the latest developments. It is time now, though, for the G bag of the day. The best audio, curated by Lucius.
Sorry. I didn't realize what time it was because I was just getting ready to get into my Greek salad I opened up over here. Yeah.
They put
now
smell
look
like
who's,
the Olive
now look
Garden
who's
in there?
bragging.
Yeah, it
Not
smells
already.
like the Olive Garden. And
Now
when I opened up the aluminum foil part where the grilled chicken was, that's when all the fragrances kicked up, and
It's like when you're out to eat with a group of people and you get your meal first, and then they're like they start to slowly trickle in after that. Next thing you know, you've been staring at your meal for 12 minutes.
Oh, I'm
You
gonna eat
get
my
that
meal.
feeling?
No, I'm
You're gonna eat it?
Yeah, I'm gonna eat my meal. I'll take some few bites, I'll try to be polite for a while, and after a while, I'm just going to eat my joint.
See, if it's family, I'm eating.
Yeah,
right?
I'm eating.
But like, there's been a couple of moments, like at a charity dinner with donors or stuff like that, or like your boss,
We were at Jarrett,
and you're
that
sitting there
steak
like,
dinner, yeah.
crap.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, okay, but if the person says go ahead and eat, you go
I'm
ahead
eating.
and eat, right?
Yeah, I'm eating.
Yeah.
Most
That's
of the time.
exactly.
That's like the fool say, I'll pay for it. Oh, okay, cool. Coach McCarthy is still our winner and champ. He was on the RJ and Choppy show. He was asked where he gets his sports news.
Christian McCaffrey traded to a team you know pretty well in the San Francisco 49ers. Any thoughts on the McCaffrey deal?
Well, I mean, obviously an incredible talent, and I think that obviously it's probably a very good day in San Francisco. I'm sure they're excited about it.
When do you get your news? Like, how do you catch up on whatever you feel like you need to know around the rest of the sports world? When does that happen for you?
I just listened to 105.3 The Fan.
Right.
What a
walk off!
Boom.
What a walk!
He just boomed us.
Boom with the walk. That might go more
Drop the
viral.
mic.
That might drop the mic.
Drop the mic.
Salute to Mike McCarthy. Joins those guys every Friday, and there's viral moments every single week.
Yeah.
It's paying off. They got like a good routine going.
Marshawn Lynch, beast mode. Gavin Dawson, favorite running back right here.
That's right.
He was at the Golden Bears game for Cali.
Yeah,
University of Cali.
yeah.
The Cal in a situation. So ESPN decided, hey, man, we got to get Marshawn Lynch on the mic. Now, there's not a lot of people showing up to these Cal games right now. A lot of people showing up to a few college games, right?
Right.
Marshawn Lynch is not a fan of that, and he lets you know by dropping a F-bomb and then realizing he's cursed on live air and kept on cursing.
I'm from the Bay Area, but when I look around the stands and I see that these these stands, how they were when we were here, that kind of got me on tip. I ain't feeling that, but so if it's some California Golden Bear fan, they need to start packing out this stadium.
That's our guy. That boy Marshawn.
He said, ooh, and then went on to say,
This got me.
This ass got me on tilt, bro.
Let him know.
Nobody will ever accuse him of what's that called, Lucius? Code switching?
He doesn't code switch, He keeps he's Marshawn Lynch at all times. Yeah. People didn't like it at first, and they realized, oh, he's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Tony Romo said Dan Campbell's sideline interviews sound like wrestling promos, basically.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Dan Campbell. I'm talking about the coach of the Lions.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds like this, brother, when he's talking on the sideline.
Exactly.
All we got to do is get our team out there and get them ready to play some ball. I know Dak's back, but we're not afraid of that right there. Appreciate the interview. That's
awesome.
Yeah, that's what it kind of
Awesome.
sounds like.
Yeah.
Well, Tony Romo does the same thing, but he draws like from Hulk Hogan right here. Check this out.
Even though I believe each team should just pound the rock at the other, because you're having the best opportunity for success when you're doing that.
Did you say the rock? I think we're going to hear from the rock here in a moment.
I'm talking about all the Hulkamaniacs out there.
Let's go to Tracy with Coach Campbell.
Coach, the adjustments during the bye week, specifically in defense, seem to have been paying off. How have you been able to throw them out of rhythm?
Well, look, AG did a heck of a job, man. We knew we had to be able to stop their run game, and we knew we needed to get turnovers. We needed to be disruptive, and we needed to make them uncomfortable, and we've done that thus far.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. They open up with a 16-yard pass play to Hawkinson.
As you can see right there, the 21-inch Pythons are going to come out today as the Hulkster gets the giant over his head. I think right there you see his passion and energy, right? Dan Campbell's a great football coach, and I think he really inspires these guys. And you see they're playing with it today.
Dan Campbell, by the way, you got a little bit of a built-in Hulk sound, Hulkmania sound in you, Tony. There's Dan as a cowboy.
Mean Gene, you don't understand.
Mean Gene, that's what makes me the great Mean Gene, the late great Mean Gene.
They were having fun.
Gotta have fun doing broadcasts, man. Gotta have fun.
Tony was getting a lot of hate on the Twitters yesterday. I didn't get to hear the broadcast.
For the digs, INT.
Well, I guess just a genuine, kind of consistently hating on the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I guess
maybe he was being told he was a homer, so he went the Aikman route of trying to go the other way with it, where he's too critical. But he was constantly bringing up the digs, INT, which I don't know. I didn't see that ball necessarily hit the ground ever. Maybe that's just me.
I thought the right touchdown was in. I didn't think Parsons got him. Yeah.
When they slow-moed it on that second look, it did look it was short, but the spot was horrible.
Short. That's what I'm saying. They should have challenged the spot because you specifically have to tell them that. I'm challenging the spot, not the touch.
Okay, guys. Okay, that's enough. Jeez.
Thank you, Ole.
This is cheap back of the day. This is fun.
Yeah. No, fun it is.
Fun. You guys got serious.
Fair point.
You got real too serious.
Thanks for keeping us accountable.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying. I got more audio right here.
Okay.
I say that respectfully too, fellas.
No, of course you do. But we respectfully have ruled the right to be able to say what we need to say.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
And I haven't had my lunch yet, so I'm kind of,
respectively,
I'm under that right now. Power's in the tongue, right?
Yes, sir.
You can speak your future. Especially if you say positive things, negative things will come at you too. Power's in the tongue. Let's go to church right here, fellas.
Ask your neighbor on the other side. Tell them, say, neighbor,
what that mouth do, okay? You got to learn how to open up your mouth and let your mouth change your future. Let your mouth change your narrative. Let your mouth change your trajectory. Y'all ain't talking to me. Hallelujah. Some of y'all using your mouth for the wrong thing.
Yeah.
It ain't what go in your mouth, it's what comes out of your mouth.
It's what comes out your mouth.
What that mouth do?
What that mouth do? Neighbor, what that mouth do?
Man, if I was getting that kind of message, I might be in church more often on a Sunday.
I'm saving souls here every day. Have you not noticed this? I've gave so much promo to the church.
You have, buddy.
Great promo, too. I'm saving souls out here,
Doing
man.
the Lord's work. All right. Is it Mike McCarthy with Sean and RJ where he gets his sports news? 105.3 The Fan. Marshawn Lynch, Tony Romo, and Dan Campbell cutting wrestling promos. Or the power is in the tongue as we go to church. I'll vote for my guy Beast Mode, Chief. How about you?
I'll go with the pastor.
Okay, we're tied at 1, Lucius.
Oh, man. Shoot. Yeah, I'm going with the passer.
2-1. We'll check.
Yeah, shout out to Coach, but it's what that mouth do.
3-1, Brian.
That's the church.
By a score of 4-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it is the Pastor Man right there. Be careful what you do with your mouth. All right, Krusty's Corner's coming up next, and where are we headed with that, sir?
Yeah, let's take a look at this Lions-Cowboys matchup from the All-22. We'll do that next.
Well, I know what I'm doing with my mouth tonight. I'm putting that.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish, y'all. It is the Texas Authority in barricade rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Time now for Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout. Here he is with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Appreciate that. Where I want to start here, would you like to kind of go through something with Dak with that deep throw down the middle of the field? I mean, I want to be positive about things here, but I also want to talk about some things to some of the reads and stuff like that. I felt like that.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
I would love that.
Let's do that.
Okay. To me, that's one of the big things coming from the Tampa game. Like, it's like, are you seeing things properly?
Yeah.
And there was one or two moments yesterday.
But I'd also like to know if you think CeeDee Lamb could have helped him at all there. Because I think we're super critical on Dak Prescott.
I don't think, to answer your question, I don't think CeeDee
nothing CeeDee could have done.
I don't think he could have done anything to help you there.
Okay.
I didn't.
The only people that helped him was the Lions defenders who
dropped
didn't
the ball.
intercept it.
Yeah. With Dak, I think if you went back and watched with Dak, some of the turnovers he's had and some of the problems that he's had, to me yesterday, coming back and all that, I thought he did a great job, myself personally, of the underneath stuff, things he had to do. There was just a couple of times there where, like I say, that ball that went down the field to Lamb, I think he got fooled on the play. And when that's when I think Dak's at his word. I think anything other than that, you blitz him, he handles it fine. But when sometimes the coverage we talk about, the drop coverage and where guys like rotate from spots to other spots, and on that ball down the field, he saw single high safety, saw safety in the middle of the field. Kirby Joseph was down, like playing almost not like a linebacker spot, but he was down. So you get a single high look, but he's still in a position to where he could drop, so what happens at the snap, Dak's thinking he's got a single high look in the middle of the field. And he's thinking, okay, I could run a CeeDee up the slot and the ball, I could beat the safety over with the throw. But what he didn't see was he didn't see Kirby Joseph. He didn't see him drop, and that's the thing when you're like a quarterback, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to throw this ball here, but I didn't anticipate that safety being there and them rotating to a too deep look.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. And I think what CeeDee saw was, wait a minute, they're bringing that safety back. He's not going to throw me this ball.
Sure. So that's why CeeDee maybe didn't really come back and try to fight for that ball a little bit.
He really didn't have a chance.
Okay.
And like Dak threw it in a spot, it would have been fine if Joseph wasn't there playing the play. But I think that Dak got fooled on the alignment of the safeties, and then as they rotated, he lost track of where he's thinking, oh, I can put it here.
That's why the defense does that.
Yeah.
How big of a mistake do you think that is? It's a fairly common one by most quarterbacks.
Most
right?
quarterbacks, you almost have to anticipate. You almost have to anticipate that, like, okay, they're going to give me this single high look, but there's a chance that with my alignment with a guy in the slot over here, or that's going to run vertically, that they could drop that guy back to take that away. So you almost have to anticipate that. So yeah, quarterbacks get fooled, but that was one of those ones that, like, if he's thinking like, okay, if I throw this ball, maybe their safety could drop. I don't think he thought that at all.
See, like
he threw the ball thinking he was going to get single high the whole way.
Yeah,
Like
and it was a bad decision. But the one thing that, and going back and rewatching some of that, the one thing that frustrates me about CeeDee, and maybe it's because we had Dez that was so dominant at that, was we just don't see CeeDee Lamb attack the football in the air. Like when that football's up there, it's not CeeDee Lamb's ball.
Yeah.
Like CeeDee Lamb is let me wait. Ball come to me.
Yeah.
Right? CeeDee Lamb is not, I'm going to go up and high point the football.
And he was in college.
Right. And that is what is separating him from some of the elite receivers that are kind of running away from him in the top tier group, the Justin Jeffersons, the Jamar Chase. That to me is the next level of CeeDee Lamb. And I wondered on that play if he could have helped Dak Prescott out a little bit, but you're saying no.
I didn't think he was thinking the ball was going to come to him after what he saw with the way the rotation of the secondary.
But once you realize it is coming,
yeah, you could go fight.
Because the ball wasn't it was on target. Like
it was short.
there.
It was a little short. All right. Yeah, it was a little short. Okay, they're in a situation here where they're in that 3rd and 2, and I mentioned this. This is another one with Prescott that I kind of felt like, though, that to me, this is just making a quick decision right here to get. We're talking about troubles on 3rd downs, problems on 3rd downs. So the previous play is 2nd and 1. They run the Pollard up the middle, and it's a -1. So it's now 3rd and 2. So they go shotgun, and Dak Prescott gets sacked for 7 yards by Aiden Hutchinson. On the play, though, they're going to run a combination route where Lamb is going to go past the sticks, and Brown is going to curl behind it. And so it's an outside-inside read, and then you make that throw. And Dak, I felt like, had plenty of time. I mean, Hutchinson is getting a push on Steele. But the way his eyes went, he read it. He didn't want to go throw the ball to the outside because he didn't think that Lamb was going to be able to get it. Maybe that was be contested. But he had Brown hooking right in the middle of the field. He had him right there. Just throw the ball. It's a 1st down and you move on. But instead he doesn't throw the outside first read. He doesn't throw the second read inside. And he tries to come all the way back to the middle, and by that time it's too late. Hutchinson's on him.
Is Brown the second read on that one?
Second read.
So he gets to his second read, sees Brown is open, and then just decides not to pull the trigger.
There's 3 Lions within 3 yards, but it's all around Brown. It's just going to be a catch. It's a catch, and it's a fall down, and it's a 1st down. It's a gain of 4, and then you're moving on. You're moving the sticks.
So that's one of those sacks that's on Dak.
That's one of those ones where you kind of say, because I would sit there and say, well, what the hell is Terrence Steele doing?
Because he got worked. He got spin cycled.
Yeah, he got worked there, but that's what I'm saying. You blame these sacks on these offensive linemen, and then you look at the situation. The quarterback had the opportunity to fit the ball inside. Mm-hmm. Those are really the only 2 real negative things I saw with Dak Prescott in this game. I know the first pass was a little high and all that.
It was the drop from Brown on the first play was worse than the pass from Dak.
Yeah,
and the drop from Michael Gallup is worse than the a little bit behind him from Dak.
It was a little bit behind him on that throw. Gallup, I think, has got to make that play. Brown, the ball was high on him. They missed another slant. They missed. Actually, somebody on Twitter asked me, "Well, don't they throw slants?" They threw 3 slants. The slant that Brown caught that was when he got helicoptered and fumbled was a really good pass.
Okay, so question for you. I know after the Philly game, you felt like the receivers got locked down pretty good by that Eagles secondary.
Yeah.
Do you feel like they did better at creating separation?
There was not as much separation as there needs to be.
What do you think about Michael Gallup, and why did he only get targeted twice in this game?
I'll tell you what, to me with Gallup, that was the one where that he's not separating.
Okay.
They're not getting the separation from Gallup.
Was Akuda on him most of the day?
Akuda was moving around all over the place. He was playing linebacker.
Tackling everybody.
Yeah, he was playing linebacker. He was playing strong safety. He was playing, but they were in a situation.
Yes, he was. Shout out to the Nemo family. Nemo, Jessica, Nemo, Godwin. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Putting in work.
He was outstanding in that game. No, Gallup was getting covered. Gallup just is having problems separating. He just is. And I thought that this would be a game where he would be able to win, because I purposely said I'm going to watch him on the outside and I'm going to see where he's at. And he didn't have as good a separation as what Brown.
Is that the most likely position to get traded for?
I don't know. There's Nick Eatman and I had this discussion this morning on Cowboys Break. And do you feel like that you might need another guy? Do you feel like you need somebody that, how much do you really miss an Amari Cooper that can get open no matter what? He could separate.
See, that's the only thing you need. Like, it would take so much to find a better player than the ones you have.
Yeah. But see, I'm with you on that. There's a side of me I'm like, let these guys play. They'll figure, I don't know. That to me, if I look at, like, I was expecting Gallup to be able to separate. And I know the Eagles are not going to let you separate.
Yeah.
You should be able to separate against these guys.
I thought he was going to have a big game.
I did too. but it didn't happen that way. All right, I was teasing about the big punt return.
Yeah.
And I hope throughout the day we could talk more about some other stuff here because there's some other plays that were really, really good. The Tank Lawrence play, the Parsons play at the goal line, all those things were great plays.
Yeah.
But the punt that return was super in what they were able to do. And you got to give Godwin and then you got to give Kelvin Joseph a lot of credit because they did a great job. Usually those flyers or those gunners on the outside, they're usually the guys that are first down. They pinch, they make it difficult and all that. Godwin and also Joseph were able to keep their guys wide, really wide. And so that was, when I said Godwin, it's Goodwin, right?
Yes.
Goodwin, I'm sorry. Goodwin, they kept their guys wide. So those flyers, all that Turpin had to do was beat the one guy. And once he beat that one guy, they had everything blocked up downfield. So he was able to find the ball. That's what you have to do, though. You keep those gunners wide, and now all of a sudden it's a one-on-one matchup on the inside there. And Turpin's going to win every single time. But great job by the punt return team. Everybody getting blocks. They had double team blocks down the field that were also taken care of. So the way that the play works is just keep those guys wide, let him win one-on-one, and then he's going to find a way to get a big return. It went for 54 yards there.
Only a matter of time.
Oh,
great job.
So
it was
fun.
Seriously a great job by both those guys keeping everything wide on that punt return.
And by the way, thanks to Sean and RJ for capitulating this morning. They were giving me a hard time when I compared his return ability to Dion, and they did mention that invoking Dion's name probably isn't the best move with comparisons, but this guy is electrifying. He's the best return man in the game.
He's fearless when it comes to catching the football. But, man, I tell you what, his guys have done a great job for him, too, because we've seen some returns where they've been able to get hats on hats, and that's hard to do sometimes and not get blocks in the back and things like that.
Yeah, I can't wait. He's already, changed the field 4 different times?
Yeah, they just didn't get a score on it, though. They didn't take
so close. Because that's the drive where it ends it's 3rd and 2, and Dak's not throwing to Noah Brown beyond the sticks.
There is a point where he gets to midfield and his vision is faulting him just a little bit, isn't it? He running into his own guy. All you had to do was take that outside. That 6 last night. He keeps it inside.
Well, what happened was though they didn't they needed one more block, and what happened? Kelvin Joseph, after making his block, tried to get downfield to get a second block, and he just tried to lunge and just couldn't get the guy that tackled. The safety ended up getting the tackle for the Lions on that play right there. It was Elliott, the safety, makes the play. And, but to Joseph's credit, he tried to get 2 blocks on the play. If he'd have got the second block, they score.
Okay, we got to go. We're late, but the Mike McCarthy press conference is coming up next right here on your home of the Cowboys.
Commercial-free fellowship. from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. We are standing by for Mike McCarthy, the Cowboys head coach press conference coming up from the Star in just moments. We do have Chris Young, Rangers GM, joining you coming up at 3:20. As today they announced their new skipper. They introduced him to the media, Bruce Bochy. Everybody over there seems very excited about Bruce. And I see Newey did an interview with Marcus Simeon. He says he is elated. Obviously, he competed against Bochy for years. Was across the bay from him as well, so he knows all about this Bruce Bochy guy. But looking forward to that baseball storyline. Jared Sandler is going to join you coming up at 5:20, and he'll give us his top takeaways as Bochy takes over the reins of this local baseball team. Let me give you some Stephen Jones takeaways before Mike joins us. Stephen Jones on with KNC earlier referenced Tyron Smith when discussing the offense's depth. Quote, as we all know, we've got one of the best tackles in the league who hasn't played this year at the end of the day, who we're going to have luxury of getting back at some point in time. How'd our friend Tyler Smith do over there?
Tyler.
Yeah, over there.
Tyler. When I think they ran 58 plays, there were a couple times on the first sack, I know he gave up the sack.
He did.
To Hutchinson. Steele could have given up the sack on the same play. They both were beat on that play. The run stuff is really, really good. The pass stuff, when he gets tall, there's times where his technique will get bad, and it appears that he gets a little tired. And all of a sudden, his pass set becomes sloppy. And when he gets real upright, that's when he has the biggest problems. When he plays with his knees bent and in position and all that, he's a much stronger player. But when he gives up his chest, there'll be some problems there, but the run stuff has been really good for him. The pass blocking stuff I think has been good, but he's just got to be careful with the technique, because when he gets tall, he's not helping himself.
It's interesting the team keeps talking about Tyron, though. I mean, it's got to be the plan to move Tyler over to guard.
It's got to be right, especially since they're still rotating with Jason Peters and Connor McGovern. So to them, neither guy has really stood out and said, that's my spot.
Yeah.
So I think you're right, Gavin. I think this is, you just shift Tyler over to guard, and that's Tyron's spot when he's ready.
I mean, I guess the best possibility of getting Pro Bowl left tackle is for Tyron to come back and stay healthy for a couple of games to end the regular season plus playoffs. That gives you the highest potential. And if there is a setback because, Tyler doesn't get to finish the season or whatever, it would be a really small one, wouldn't it? It'd be worth giving up that development for the chance of getting elite left tackle play out there.
Well, you'd put Tyler Smith at guard in that situation, right? I mean, there's no question about that. Yeah. So, I mean, there's a part of you that wonders, man, I wish Jason Peters was looking respectable right now, and in a way that it made them feel confident that he could play left tackle. You guys are looking at me. What did I miss?
Well, thank you for listening to the show.
Yeah,
okay, very good. Well, I was just playing off of what Dawson said, where if we're going to stunt a development of Tyler Smith for the last few minutes or last few games of the season, inserting Tyron Smith. And I was taking that as is Tyler Smith going to the bench when Tyron Smith comes back?
No, we were just talking about he's probably going to guard then.
Yeah, okay, very good. But if Jason Peters, I'm sorry, Broadus, Broadus is very pleased with the fact that I wasn't paying attention just now. But if Jason Peters was dominant right now, and you would have him playing left tackle, because if you're ultimately going to go Tyler Smith at guard, now you're going to throw stuff at, by the time you get to the playoffs, now Tyler Smith, who's been playing left tackle all year, here we go again in a pinch, you're going to go right back to guard, and maybe it's not a big deal, but it's if he's going to be your closer at guard this season, you want to get him some guard reps.
Well,
I don't know.
They didn't get him any tackle reps.
No, and that's why you've got to feel great about this situation, because if Tyron comes back and he's really good again, at least Tyler has gotten reps at guard in the preseason and in training camp, so it's not an unfamiliar position. And then going into next year, depending on what happens with Tyron, if he retires or if he's still a Cowboy or not, you feel great that Tyler's already gotten reps as a left tackle, and he's looked good. And he's looked capable. So the Cowboys are in a great spot with Tyler Smith right now.
And they have options, man. It's great to have options. Okay, Steven also said Kelvin Joseph having a nice season in special teams, and they'll give him a shot at cornerback. That's interesting, because last time Jordan Lewis was out, Deron Bland just stepped right back in there. But
I think that's what they're going to do. I think that they're now going to get Kelvin Joseph ready, because Bland would be the backup at the corner on the outside too. But the thing about it is if they have a problem inside, it's always was going to be Bland playing inside, and then Joseph and Wright were going to play on the outside. So now that, they're in a situation where, okay, let's, we got to get everybody ready here for potentially what if something happens to one of the outside guys. That's where Joseph is going to come.
Bland was so impressive against Washington. Like, that's a guy that was getting better and better as the game went on, and then he closed out with that interception. I'm excited to see what Deron Bland can do.
Is it fair to believe that maybe they won't lose much with Lewis being out?
To me, the thing with Lewis is, man, it's one of those times where he makes a play like he did yesterday. Where
it's so far and few between, Brian.
I know, but to me, I've always seen him.
You've always liked him.
I always have liked the guy, and it's hard for me to say that.
Yeah.
But to answer your question,
yes,
you're not going to lose any. Bland is a damn good player.
Bland's the future.
Bland is tough. He's aware. I mean, for a rookie, he does a lot of great things. The guy that's got me worried is the guy on the outside is Anthony Brown. That's the guy that's got me worried because I was cheerleading for Anthony Brown. I was really cheerleading for Anthony Brown.
I'll never forget when you packed the pom-poms to Oxnard.
I did. And I
barely made him fit, but
man, he's just not playing with the aggressiveness that I thought he would. The third down
was embarrassing.
He was pedaling, and then he kept pedaling even when the receiver curled inside. I'm like, bro, you got to read that and drive on that. Don't go defend that. He's made throws way, way too easy for some of these quarterbacks.
Okay, the other thing is Stephen was asked about Neville Gallimore being inactive. Quote, he was working through some things from a health standpoint. I wouldn't read into that and say he was a healthy scratch. What is going on with Neville Gallimore, guys?
Neville had a bad start to the year. And Neville Gallimore is a guy I think we were all pretty excited about. Him and Osa Odigizua stepping up, having a breakout year. I think Osa's played well. Neville bounced back, played much better against the Commanders a couple weeks ago, but I think he struggled. Now, I liked what Calvin Watkins did last week. Brian, I wonder, looking at the tape, did you think Calvin Watkins was able to put together another strong game against the Lions?
Carlos Watkins?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was
not the beat writer.
Right, no, because Calvin, I thought maybe he'd written a story or something that I missed or something like that.
Calvin would be a hell of a hole plugger.
You know what, though?
How many tackles did I miss today, Brady James?
The whispers coming from the building yesterday were that they wanted to get Watkins active because I was asked the question in the pregame about his health, maybe, and we talked about it. And Christie said there was something with a wrist that he was dealing with a wrist. But you talk to people over there, I was getting the impression that it was more about they wanted to get Watkins on the active list in replacing for Gallimore. So he was dealing with some stuff, but they were more interested in getting Watkins back out there. So,
and do you think they made the right call? Did he?
He played
he did
well.
his job.
Yeah, the thing with Carlos Watkins is he's going to be physical at the point of attack. He's not going to show up in the stat sheets very much.
But he's a solid run defender.
He's a very solid run defender. That's the one thing that he can do. But
this defense needs that.
Yep. Well, there's something going on with Neville Gallimore.
Maybe in the doghouse.
I'd say not maybe. I'd say he's in the
doghouse.
I'd say, yeah.
All right, there we go.
Talented guy. If it doesn't work out for him here, I'm sure he's going to get another opportunity. But, man, he has shown flashes of ability with, quickness at that size that I was excited to see come together. So that is a little bit disappointing. Salute to Peyton Hendershot, his first touchdown. What do you guys think of the balls going back to Schultz, though? Is this okay? Are we okay with this? Yeah. Oh, let's hit Mike McCarthy, see what he's got to say.
Wonder why everybody's here today. So, David.
Mike, David Moore, Dallas Morning News. Talking to Dak after the game yesterday on the return, and it was like, well, it's about us, not me. And I saw how this team was playing when I was gone and respect that. How did he respect kind of the identity that developed while he was away, while not imposing too much of what he wants to do and coming back in that game yesterday? And did y'all talk about that going in?
No, we didn't have to talk about it because, my personal reality is he never left. I never viewed it as him being away. He was in every meeting. He was part of the game plan discussions. He's in the building every day. He worked the same hours. So I never really felt that he was disconnected where he wasn't totally in tune with exactly the plan, the preparation, and then ultimately the performance, the evaluation, and all that. So we felt like we just picked up right where we left off, and Cooper and Dak switched chairs. I think that would be my description of it.
Sam.
Coach, just to build on what David just said, Dak said yesterday that he thought it would be kind of fun if he didn't score a touchdown, just by the way the team was playing. How does that just speak to his selflessness, the fact that this is a team game, and where you guys are trying to go and build throughout the season? I just think it's another excellent example of who he is as a person and what type of teammate he is. He's as natural of a leader that I've had the pleasure of working with. But he's in, he does everything the right way, and I think that's a really cool outlook. Frankly, I mean, I wanted him to score. I know that, but but I think it tells you what kind of teammate he is.
Speaking of teammates, when guys like your leaders show selflessness and relentlessness, and I guess going back to Micah, and him chasing down that screen and stopping him at the one, just talk about that, what that means to the team. And that was a game-changing play because it could have been a touchdown. Next play, you get the fumble. And
I mean, there's so much to love about Micah, and you watch his career in just such a short time, the impact that he's made is stating the obvious. It's tremendous. But if you look at last week's game at Philadelphia, there was a self-scout moment, that he had with Dan Quinn, the coaching staff, and I think it really hit home for him because that particular play, to me, I thought that was the biggest play in the game because, you look at what transpired, because I thought that the tight end was going to score, frankly, from the view I had, and he flashed right past, in front of my eyes. So, what a great play, but. I thought he played with tremendous finish yesterday. I mean, he has a different gear. He's so disruptive. Obviously, the attention that he gets from the opponent is so beneficial to his teammates. But I thought he played at elite level yesterday.
You mind sharing that self-scout thing with Dan Quinn? What did y'all work on?
Just taking a little extra time, just talk about the fundamentals, the techniques, and just the things you can continue to work on. I mean, it's not anything outside of what you do normally, but just shine a brighter light on some focal points, and he's a very coachable young man.
Hey Mike, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Elite defensive outing yesterday, but you lose one of your best playmakers in Jordan, looks like, for the season. Can you talk a bit about what Ron Bland brings to the table and how the rotation would be impacting Kelvin Joseph, maybe Nashawn Wright?
Yeah, I mean, Jordan Lewis, I mean, he, to me, I look at him as one of the keystones of the football team. He's on our leadership council. Just love the way he plays. Detroit proud. I love everything about him. So, I mean, obviously, we're going to miss him on the field, but, his presence in the locker room is, just his professionalism, his toughness, his approach. He just, he does everything right. Jay Lou is a very valued member of our football team. So, obviously, a big injury there, but. Yeah, I thought Deron did a nice job against Cincinnati. So, we'll continue to build off that. And, Kelvin just needs to continue to work, too, for, Nashawn Wright will, probably have an opportunity to play this week. So, it's just, it's an opportunity for our young players.
With Bland moving in there, do you get Anthony Brown more? Like, if something happens to Deron, what's the next down? What's the trickle-down effect of losing?
Well, Todd, I think we usually, print off the game plans about Tuesday at 7. So just leave me your email.
Is there a trickle-down effect of losing Jordan that you have to?
Well, definitely no. I mean, Jordan, Jordan's a key player for us. I mean, it obviously changes the way we move forward. I think just like anything, you have to have different combinations, different personnel groups. So. We're frankly just getting into the Bears now. I know our quality control guys were, worked on them all last week. So this is another uncommon opponent. I mean, I look at the game yesterday. I mean, that was a good football team we beat, and there's some things in that game that you got to learn from. Different players, different looks. I thought they came in and their low tackling was exceptional. They tackled well, and so I'm more focused on what we need to do to win the game and. More importantly, grow. We grew as a football team, but there's some things, in our self-scout that we need to be better at, and that's what we addressed today in the meetings, and we'll continue to build off that, on Wednesday. But, our focus is on this group that we haven't competed against these guys in quite some time.
John Machota, The Athletic. Why don't you think Michael Gallup got more opportunities yesterday, and how do you guys get him more involved?
Well, I think when you take a hard look at the passing game, the first thing is attempts. Now I think I've said this almost too many weeks now. We need, our focus is more on third down because of where we are right now as far as our production, and you just look at our play numbers, our opportunities per game. But I think it was 59 plays in the game, but we had 85% as far as the runs and completions, which is. The goal is 75%. We always talk about 55 or more runs and completions, but that's based on a 70-play game. So we got to get our play total up. Is my point, and I think a lot of those, whether it's Michael or any of the other receivers, I just think more opportunities will come. But because the efficiency was definitely there yesterday. I mean, the ball was distributed in the 59-play. Volume. I thought Dak and Kellen and the way the game was called, the ball was definitely distributed properly.
There it is, the Mike McCarthy press conference here on your home of the Cowboys. We'll step aside and come back with Rangers GM Chris Young on the day they introduced Bruce Bochy as manager. What does this mean for the team going forward? All of our questions will be answered by CY coming up next here on The Fan. But I want to chat about my friends at Absolute.
Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Segment is brought to you here by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident, not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. It's a big Monday. You know, Cowboys got the victory, but also the Rangers introduced their new manager, Bruce Bochy. And joining us now is the Rangers general manager, Chris Young, to talk more about that decision and what it means for the team moving forward. And a good afternoon to you, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Oh, we're doing outstanding. So, tell us about your decision to hire Bochy. What do you guys like about him?
Well, I think there's a lot to like about him. First of all, he's just a great person, a great communicator. Obviously, his track record and success as a manager speaks for itself. But ultimately, as we really defined our criteria, addressed our organizational needs and where we are, we felt like he's the perfect person to lead the next generation, next era of Rangers baseball, and we're very excited to have him.
What did you learn from talking with Boch? I know you mentioned you'd played for him a year in San Francisco, but what do you think he can bring to the Rangers and help this team move forward and get back into the postseason?
Well, I think the biggest thing that stood out to me is still his competitive fire and drive. He wants to win. He's not doing this just to have a job. He's doing this because he wants to win. He believes in our organization. He'd studied up on our team. He knew what we do well, where we need to improve. His belief that this can come together quickly with the right people, and it's as much about finding the right people as it is the right talent. And ultimately, him just understanding and having an organizational alignment, him knowing what we're about and us understanding who he is and why he's going to make us better, I think it's a great fit.
Did you hire a guy that hates losing more than you?
I think equal. I think that Boch does not like losing. I remember that from playing for him, and I think that it came across very, very strongly in the interview process with him. He does not like losing, and nor do I, and really we don't want anybody here that likes losing.
So to me, when you hire a skipper like this and he's older, it must mean you told him that the plan is to get aggressive at building a contender. Am I right?
Oh, you're absolutely right. I mean, our expectation is that we are turning this around quickly, that we are opening up a window to compete, and when that window opens, we want to keep it open for a long time. And that's our expectation. It's what we go to work for every day, is to come in and have a chance to build a championship club. And, it may come together sooner rather than later is the hope, the expectation. But that said, I think there are a lot of good pieces in place. And I think Boch saw that when he evaluated the situation. And our expectation is it does come together soon.
As you continue to build this offseason, have you talked with someone to join you in the front office as an advisor, maybe a Dayton Moore, any other names?
We've been very focused on the manager search. I said this at the end of the season press conference that we'll address the needs of the front office as we go here, but the biggest priority, the biggest decision we would make, perhaps for the next 5 years really, is the manager. And so we focused our time and energy on the manager search. Now that that's behind us, we've got to shore up some of the coaching staff, specifically the pitching coach position, and then we get into free agency. So there'll be a time to address the front office needs, but we'll get into that down the road.
I know Bochy is your guy, but how wide, when you talk about the manager search, how wide of a net was really casted? How many people did you actually sit down with and kind of go through the interview process with?
Well, I think what we did internally is we casted a very wide net in terms of putting everybody on paper and then starting to vet those based on our criteria. We spent a ton of time defining what we're looking for. Then we started reaching out to all of our resources within the industry and vetting people and understanding exactly how certain candidates fit our criteria. And we've whittled that down to a shorter, more narrow list. And frankly, Boch was at the top of that list. And as we got into the conversations, it became clear that he was someone who was interested in the job, and conversations kind of expedited and picked up. And at that point, he became our sole focus, and everything worked out the way we wanted.
Chris, when I know in the NFL, when coaches, they like to bring their own guys along, the general manager generally lets them do that. Is this the same way in baseball, or do you have a hand in the staff that he's going to put together?
Well, it's a partnership, and I want Boch to have the people he needs around him, to have the support that he wants to be successful. And likewise, part of the relationship is the trust in each other, and him trusting that we have very good people here, and we're bringing a lot of our staff members back, and his ability to work with those staff members and bring out the best in them. So it is a partnership. We're very open to bringing in coaches that Boch has worked with previously, but we'll sit down together and talk about that this week.
What's your favorite moment playing for him? When did you know, like, wow, this is my guy?
Oh, I mean, this is an easy one for me. I had a special moment in the playoffs in 2006. I was pitching in St. Louis. It was Game 3 of a best-of-5 series. We were down 0-2, and I believe it was the 6th inning, and I had 2 runners on, 1 out, and Albert Pujols was coming up to bat. And we were winning the game at the time, I think 2-0 or 1-0. It was a close game, and basically the go-ahead run is at the plate. And Boch comes out of the dugout, and I can see him walking out to the mound. And I thought, okay, I'm done. Every time he's come out to the mound, he's taken the ball and gone to the bullpen. And with a very strong bullpen, I couldn't argue with him if that's what he wanted to do. But he got out to the mound, and he looked at our catcher, who was Mike Piazza, and he said, "Hey, Mike, how's this stuff?" And Mike says, "Boch, this stuff is so good." And Boch looked me in the eye, and he said, "See why? You're part of the reason that we're here. You helped get us here. You've got this guy. Get us back in the dugout." And he patted me on the butt and walked back to the dugout. And at that point, I was on cloud 9. There was no chance that I was giving up a hit. And I got Albert Pujols out. I got the next guy out. And then Boch came and got me the next inning.
I love that. Speaking of pitching, CY, you and Boch have emphasized that, the pitching this offseason. What are you specifically looking for other than just being good? Any specific traits, or what is it you guys are looking for in pitching?
Well, look, I think there's a lot of ways you can be good at pitching, and I think that we need to be better in our starting rotation. We were towards the bottom of the big leagues in our starting rotation performance. Martine and John Gray gave us great performances, but we didn't get enough quality out of the rest of the staff. And so some of those were young guys that were put in situations that maybe they weren't quite ready for. And I think for us, it's important that we shore up the starting rotation. We need to have better starting pitching if we're going to be competitive. And so by having better starting pitching, it will make the bullpen better as well. So it's a primary focus for us. But is it specific to one style of pitcher? No. There are a lot of good starting pitchers that do it in different ways. We're trying to balance the quantity with the quality. So pitchers that eat a lot of innings and give us high quality, but also give a lot of quantity, a lot of bulk. And, one of the statistics we really pay attention to is overall WAR and how a pitcher accumulates the WAR. And guys do it in different ways. Some it's shorter stints with high quality, and the others are it's just by bulk eating innings, and over time you accumulate some really positive stats.
Great stuff, CY. Appreciate your insights on all this. Give him heck this winter. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, appreciate you having me. Thanks for the support.
You betcha. There he goes, Chris Young, Rangers GM right here. He's been joining you every Monday during the baseball season, and now on this Monday as they introduce Bruce Bochy. And guys, it seems like they have a lot of work to do, but it's almost like the ownership has decided we're done with waiting for the farm system to come around. It's time to go for it. And when they went for it last year, I thought, well, that's early. But now they throw a manager on top of this. There was a report over the weekend. They're looking at Carlos Rodon.
Hell yes.
One of the Giants pitchers. He signed a 2-year, $40 million deal last year, but he pitched enough innings to opt out. And I got to think that's going to be a very significant amount of money. But if they're already talking to him, it shows a level of commitment. Like, we're not even going to wait for the farm system to come around. If the farm system comes around, it's going to be an incredible boost to a team that's already built to win now.
Well, heck yeah. And you're talking about a guy in Rodon, 30 years old, compared to DeGrom, who's going to be 35. DeGrom also with a ton of injuries, and that's going to be the most expensive pitcher on the market. So Rodon's going to come at a cost as well. But I think that's going to be less of maybe a long-term bad contract than you're risking with the DeGrom. He's also a 2-time All-Star, and I think the last 2 years he's got a combined 2.6, 2.7 ERA. So Rodon's been really, really good. And they've also cleaned house in terms of their minor league pitching coaches. So I think this is something, and Bochy's a guy from San Francisco. What did they do? They developed starting pitching. And I'm interested to see, and that was the questions when we aired the presser earlier, what kind of coaches they bring in to the minor league department to help the development of the Lighters, the Rockers, the Cole Wins, because that's going to be very important.
What else do you think they could do this winter?
Well, I think maybe an outfield bat would be interesting. I definitely do think they'll be involved in Aaron Judge. I don't know that that'll happen, and I wouldn't be surprised if you're having talks with the Angels about a Shohei Ohtani trade. You know, that was an article that Kevin Sherrington had in the Morning News. I think that there was chatter at the trade deadline. I do think that that's something that Angels ownership pulled back on, but I would not be surprised if those are two names that the Rangers are linked to.
And that sounds like another $65 million in payroll if you would combine a Rodon or a pitcher like him with Ohtani or Judge. That's just absurd levels of money, but I feel like this ownership has been creating a war chest by not spending money for years. Maybe it's time to get out and do this, but what is their payroll scheduled to be right now for the 2023 season?
And that's a great question, and anytime I bring this up and I'm talking with Jared or other people that are connected with the Rangers, I'm shocked at how deep it sounds like the ownership's pockets are willing to go. It's something that surprises even me. Like, I didn't think the Rangers would really be serious players for Jacob deGrom. And anytime I press back on that, I'm being told, no, you're wrong. They absolutely are going to be in those conversations. And yes, they can absolutely sign that check and write off on it. So deGrom will be in play. All these names that you will hear, the Rangers are certainly able to spend that money. The question is, will they get outbid by other teams? And is that the right fit for Chris Young and Bruce Bochy?
I think the first time they went to the World Series, their payroll ended up being like $65 million, and then it jumped to like $150 through the middle part of last decade. It would go to like $165, $185 as they were trying to get it done. And right now it's $80 million in players that are sitting on the payroll. So they could easily add $120 million.
Easy.
No
doubt.
And still be just under the luxury tax threshold.
Yes.
That would be like a reasonable amount of money to spend for a team that fancies itself to be a contender. And if they would do something like that, then I think, I don't know if that makes them a winner. You see it in sport all the time where they're like, okay, we're really going for it. And you add 3 or 4 guys and it just doesn't come together the right way. I think the Mets are notorious for having that happen to them. There's a number of teams that have that happen, but it would at least give them a shot.
Absolutely.
And 6 years since their last division, that's what I'd be pushing for. And it sounds like, Chris hates losing so much that he's managed to talk ownership into this idea of, hey, we can pull this off. And now you have a lot of high-end achievers and great baseball guys working to push this thing forward. Let's hope they can finish this fight coming up in the winter. Of course, we're going to be all over it for you. Best of the weekend's coming up next with Chiafalo. What are we looking at here, sir?
Yes, sir. We ask the age-old question, who is your daddy? And never big time the Brundle. That's next.
All day, every day.
plan on driving up prices? Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Fox hits an end-over-end spinner. Turpin, no fair catch at the 8, right to the 10. Little hole to the 20. Speed at the 30. Got to block 40. Turns left 50. Knocked down at the 41 of Detroit. 42-yard punt. 51-yard return to Sean Elliott. The Lions safety saved a touchdown.
Thank you, Lucius. It is time now for Best of the Weekend with Eric Giafalo. Here he is. Chief.
All right, that Turpin play was a hell of a bright spot this weekend, I would say. Now, what ensued on the following possession, we don't need to address, but that play alone.
Why'd you bring it up?
That was pretty outstanding.
What are you doing?
Yeah, the one block he needed, I was talking about, was Malik Davis.
Oh,
Malik Davis,
first game
active. If he could have got that one block. And Kelvin Joseph tried like hell to get over and help.
Yeah.
He was running, and he dove, tried to hit it, couldn't get
Did
there.
everything he could there.
Yeah, he
Turpin,
tried.
only a matter of time before Turpin finds pay dirt. Okay, lots to get to here. I want to start with the quote of the weekend coming from the NFL. Juju Smith-Schuster says that, and the Chiefs were outstanding yesterday. Pat Mahomes was on fire, and all these dudes, basically every skill position guy for the Chiefs felt like he had a dominant day. Juju Smith-Schuster certainly did. And he says that playing Call of Duty Warzone with Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce on Friday, they won 3 games in a row, and he says that is what was the difference in their chemistry on the field yesterday.
They were drawing up plays together in Warzone.
Where Call of Duty is just taking the legs out from under the Arizona Cardinals on a week-to-week basis, it's actually giving the Chiefs the boost they need, and it's just the tale of two teams. Now, I also want to play this sound for you. Got some good sounds here, and we'll answer the Who's Your Daddy question here momentarily, but we got to go to the Cavs radio broadcast, okay? It's their telecast, excuse me, but they are just sort of loving the idea that the Lakers and LeBron are kind of coming out of the gates terribly right now.
Understandably,
and everybody's kind of loving it. It's
2 for
hilarious.
1s was up by 1.
Yeah, so many good numbers and just things that you can point to show how bad the Lakers have been. But here's 30 seconds of the Cleveland Cavaliers telecast just relishing. This is not even a Cavs-Lakers game. They're just talking about the NBA in general, and then they go on a 30-second railing of the Lakers.
It's been a fun opening week, gentlemen. Some surprises. Yep. Some teams expected to do well, have done well. The Celtics off to a nice start.
Not the Lakers.
Not the Lakers.
Don't expect them to do well. They're not.
They're having a tough time.
They're horrible. I'm telling you.
They look bad.
They can't play dead in the West. My goodness. Boy, LeBron going to waste his 50th year in the league on that team. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
His
They're horrible.
50th year in the league.
They can't play dead in a Western was a line that got dropped right there. And then, he did reference LeBron playing his 50th year in the league. And, of course, the people in Cleveland are probably looking over like, yeah, this does feel good watching LeBron leave our team. Of course, they win the championship bubble, the bubble championship there with the Lakers, but certainly spiraling out of control right now. And the Cavs people are just eating it up, man.
I think that's sad. LeBron made them relevant. He gave them a championship.
Kind of lean your side there, Gavin.
Yeah, you're leaning my side?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
not okay with this. He left you guys because you're a pathetic organization.
Yes.
And
your owner continued to just jab. I mean, why did LeBron need to show you loyalty? And now look at what you're doing.
Broadcast is subpar for sure.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Very good. I like it. Now, we also need to do a little F1 action here. There was a race in Austin, Texas this weekend.
Did you say something rude?
And you guys are big F1 guys. I know Wolchuk and Broadus. I don't know how much F1ing you have going on in your life, Dawson.
More of a NASCAR guy myself.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Well, there was a big one in Austin this weekend, and I guess Brad Pitt is making an F1 movie. He's trying to be like an F1 guy now. And all these F1 events, it's kind of a who's who celebrity situation.
Oh, of course it is.
You get all sorts of big time celebrities there, and the biggest celebrity of them all is Sky Sports' own Martin Brundle. And he is like
former driver.
Former driver, and he's like the guy with the mic. He's like the sideline reporter for these guys, and he's running around getting great interviews. And
British accent guy.
Yes, and you don't want to stiff this guy.
No, he's the color commentary guy.
He's doing color commentary.
He does it all. Yeah, he's like not only does the grid walk, but he will give you the commentary as well.
Okay, I didn't know he was doing the commentary.
Him and Crofty, yeah.
I feel like he's most known for that grid walk where he just takes the mic and he just goes randomly finding celebrities and different people to interview for 30 seconds to 60 seconds at a time.
That's where the viral moments come from, is the grid walk.
Very, very funny. And F1 fans have nothing but respect for Martin Brundle. He's one of the legends, and he's pretty hilarious. Well, he sees, what is it called, the grid walk? He sees Brad Pitt on the grid walk. He's like, oh, I got to go get this Pitt guy. This is the interaction, and F1 people are just completely eviscerating Brad Pitt right now for big timing Martin Brundle.
Hell. Got, let's see if we can have a chat with Brad Pitt. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to talk to the guy behind you. Brad, Martin Brundle, Sky F1. How are you doing?
We gotta go. Thank you.
Can you tell us a bit about this movie?
No, not yet. Top secret.
You've enjoyed the weekend. I've seen you so much this weekend.
Thank you, man.
All right, good. Somebody grabbing hold of my shoulder. I think, obviously, they're known as pit stops if they don't want you to talk to Brad Pitt. But
yeah, it was just kind of a walk off there. Brad Pitt, he's like having to chase him with the mic the whole time. Brad Pitt is walking and not really wanting anything to do with this. But Brad Pitt right now needs to be making himself a man of the
F1
people.
Fans. Yeah,
yes,
come on, man.
He's trying to make this F1 movie. And
plant the seeds.
Yeah, not doing a great job selling it there. When you big time Martin Brundle like that, that's a big time no.
Oh, he's going to circle back to the next race when he has to promote the movie, and he's going to seek out Mr. Brundle.
Yeah,
he's going to apologize.
He's going to be the one with the microphone.
Oh, Marty, I'm so sorry.
He's going to be chasing Brundle down.
Martin's going to be the guy that's like one of the most unrealistic movies I've ever seen when it comes to formula. He's going to trash it. Yeah, get ready for this.
Speaking of trash, it was a pretty trashy weekend for the Yankees and all of their fans. So much so that they basically didn't even show up to Game 4. The ticket prices, they were basically giving them away for free before the game. Yankees fans wanted nothing to do with this Yankees team after going down.
Got the Jets and the Giants on, bro.
They got, but it's Yankees. It's like, come on, bro. It's Yankees ALCS.
There's 6-1 and 5-2, bro.
Yeah, come on, man.
You're about to get your ass kicked by the Astros again.
The Yankees fans
didn't that ass.
They didn't want to show up, and then there's a grease fire in the concession kitchen of Yankee Stadium. And one
Legends
of them,
had a problem?
There's a video. I don't know. Is it the Legends? I don't know who
Legends
it is.
is Yankees.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a grease fire, and you see basically everybody that works in the back there of that kitchen just barreling out and wanting nothing to do with it.
Geez.
So I don't know how long it took them to get that under control, but there was a literal grease fire there at Yankee Stadium. They, of course, get swept, and now their track record in these ALCSs over the last decade or so has been absolutely disgusting. But after the game, Pedro Martinez with TBS in the post game was pretty dang hilarious. And I hate to do this because the Astros are involved, but here is Pedro Martinez with hey, put the camera on me. I'm talking to you, Yankees Nation. Take it away, Pedro.
I have one question.
Yes.
For all of New York.
Yes.
New York. Who's your daddy now? I just want to know. I want an answer, and I want it quick. New York, who's your daddy? Should I say the Astros? It's not Big Papi anymore. It's not me. Who's your daddy? I want to ask New York.
And also, before we go,
He loved it. Wow. He was cheesing the whole time. He was absolutely loving it. It was just a solo shot of Pedro, and he wanted to let the people know that the Yankees, he was just wanting to kick them while they were down. And so it sucks that the Astros are involved in this at all. But
it is fun that
fun.
they continue a Texas-sized ass-kicking of the Yankees that started 12 years ago. It's just a continuation of the trend.
That's a good point, man.
Ever since Nefty struck out A-Rod, they can't get over on the great state.
They really cannot, and they can't get out of the ALCS.
No.
I think that this is outstanding. Yes, the Rangers were the genesis of this Yankees being cursed in the ALCS. So thank you to our Texas Rangers. Now, in sad news, we are going to have to wave goodbye, apparently. Now, this doesn't personally affect me, but I know it affects others, so I want to be respectful in this time of mourning. But apparently, it is a farewell tour for the McRib now. And McDonald's.
I saw this.
And I don't know if this affects you guys on a personal level. I'm not a McRib guy. Never have been. I've actually never had a McRib in my mouth. Not one single bite.
I haven't either. People swear by them, and I'm a rib guy, but I was never intrigued enough. You know, I've had like bad meat patty sandwiches from freezers before. So I was never intrigued enough to be like, oh, I got to try this out.
Yeah, tell us how you really feel there. I did try it. And
I co-sign everything you just said, by the way.
It's not worth it. You're not missing out on anything. And knowing how sensitive your stomach is, Eric, you should definitely not try it.
I don't know how anybody, I mean, I guess Broadus has shown he's got some type of iron stomach that could just handle anything. I don't know how anybody is built to handle a McRib.
I do love the Arby's commercial, though, that's really dunking all over the McRib.
Yeah.
Like, look at that rib sandwich.
Oh, they're bringing in Pusha T to do these different rap jingles of dissing McDonald's and the McRib, but that's what they're doing. It is the McRib is coming back, and they're saying obviously it's a limited time, but it's also allegedly the last time. There's posters on all these McDonald's. It's the McRib farewell tour is what they're calling it, and so I don't know exactly how long it's going to be available here before it allegedly goes away forever, but I know a lot of people are pretty heartbroken about this.
I mean, a buddy of mine has been talking about this thing probably for 25 years. I feel like. When did it start? The early 90s?
That's what I was looking up right now. 1981.
1981 the McRib started?
Yeah,
Dang,
1981.
It's had some staying power. I mean, I will say that.
I think they've gotten the last laugh then. It's been around since 1981.
Yeah. Sure.
We could all just crap on it all we want, but man, it's been around for 40 years.
There's enough crap on that sandwich already.
It disappeared 4 years after 81. Then they brought it back in 94. They did a farewell tour in 05. Then they brought it back in 07.
Yeah,
It's people. They want it back.
This is one of those.
I don't believe this.
I don't ultimately either. Like, you're telling me for the rest of time they're just not going to do McRibs anymore? Of course they are.
It's a gimmick.
Yeah, I think it is
they're
a
getting
gimmick.
people to buy it for the farewell tour, and then they're going to bring it back again in a couple of years.
That's
right. But it is probably going to be a hit the pause button for a couple of years here. So if you're somebody that is married to the idea of a yearly McRib in their mouth, you're probably not going to get that after this run, after this farewell tour is a bit over. I would love to get a scientific sort of experiment on what a McRib actually is.
Pork patty slathered in barbecue sauce.
Yeah, but
topped with pickles and onions.
It's like pork patty in quotations, though.
cat
Like
food.
we know it's not actually, right? I would love to get the details on that.
Thank you, Chief. Best of the weekend. One of my favorite segments of the week. It happens most Mondays at 3:40 right here on The Fan. The phone lines are open at 877-881-1053. How much are you actually thinking about the Super Bowl? Okay, do you want to bring that up? They got a formula. The rest of the NFC is down at 877-881-1053. Call or text, and we're back right here in the G-Bag Nation 1053 The Fan. I want to chat about Men's T Clinic before we do anything.
MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
At 877-881-1053. Okay, how much are you entertaining Super Bowl thoughts? Texts and phones are open. If you want to leave your name and city you're texting from, we'll make you famous right here in the G-Bag Nation. Do I need to apologize for even bringing that up? I know it's a little cringy maybe for some of you.
Hell no, it's not.
But if this was any other team, that didn't have the Cowboys' history the last 26 years, and you looked at them, considering what's going on in the NFC, you'd say for sure they got a shot at this. So, I mean, mainly I'm looking at Green Bay and Tampa Bay being way down. And, the 49ers, they got whooped pretty good. The Giants and Eagles, that's the best team in the division. The best teams in the conference. Is that what we're looking at? They beat the Giants. They could have beat the Eagles. So you can tell us, okay? Then sure, maybe things aren't ideal. Whatever you want to point out that's not great with the football team, I will agree. But I think the bar has been lowered enough. They have a winning formula and an identity. What goes in the playoffs? Defense and running game. What do they have?
Defense and running game.
And who knows? Maybe this passing game is going to come around pretty good.
Yeah, a little quarterback action in the playoffs wouldn't hurt either.
So the Cowboys are doing.
Trying to say.
Yeah, it could be better.
No, I'm just saying
it could be better. Yeah, no, it could be.
In the playoffs, when you're power ranking it, what do you want? You want some quarterback in there.
Yeah. Running game, defense, and a Hall of Fame quarterback, preferably.
Hell
but
yeah.
the Cowboys are doing some things they've only done in Super Bowl years. 5 takeaways in the second half. The last time Dallas had done that was Super Bowl 27 against the Bills. In the first half, they did it. The first 7 games of 2021, this marks the first time since 94-95 that the Cowboys have started off 5-2 or better in back-to-back seasons. So in back-to-back seasons, how you do something like that is you build a roster good enough to be consistent enough to put up really good winning starts and now they're going to go to playoffs for back-to-back years, which hasn't happened in almost 20 years. It's been a long damn time since
2007, right?
2007.
Yeah, that 06-07 season.
So what do you think at 877-88? Dak's the quarterback. They have no chance, says the 432. NFC, yes. Super Bowl, no. Just getting to the Super Bowl is all I'm saying. Would anybody scare you right now? The Niners have Garoppolo.
The Eagles are the best team right now in the conference, right? Unbiasedly, they've shown that. And you played with them and had a chance to win that game, and you didn't play your best, and you had your backup quarterback, and you can say what you want about Dak, but he has just crushed Philadelphia throughout his career. And Dak is better than Cooper Rush. I know some people want to say that he's not, but he is.
Yeah.
That's the fact of the matter.
Yeah.
So you like your chances in round 2 against Filthy.
Yeah, absolutely. Brian, where are you at looking at the NFC power here? We've seen quite a few of them already.
I want to throw dirt on Green Bay, but I'm scared about throwing dirt on Green Bay. I think they've got some big issues, especially at the wide receiver thing. I think you'll know a lot about this conference because then you will have played everybody, I believe, with the exception of San Francisco. Because then you have played, after the bye, you'll get Green Bay, you'll get Minnesota. You've played Philly and then the Giants. You'll have an understanding of that.
Tampa.
You played Tampa. You'll have an understanding of that one. You've played the Rams. We'll see if they'll crawl back into this thing at 3-3. Seattle? I think Seattle's got some problems on defense, but what they do is they score a ton of points.
Yeah.
They've got a quarterback that's playing very well.
So did the Lions, though.
Well, yeah.
Did the Seahawks really scare you?
The Seahawks scare me because for as bad as we all think they are, they win games.
Sure.
The Lions don't.
That's fair.
I mean,
you're right about that. They found a way to win.
I mean, I think I'll have a really, really good understanding of your chances after the Minnesota game because I think you'll have seen everybody and you'll say, okay, what do you have to do to beat Philadelphia? You've already beaten the Giants. The Giants have got, the Giants are, say what you want, luck, play, whatever they're doing right. I mean, the ball gets thrown to the damn 1 yard line and they're rallying to tackle to keep from losing the game.
They're a pretty good team.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. They're doing what you're talking about.
Yeah.
they're running the football and playing defense, and their quarterback's not effing it up.
Their game-winning drive was 10 plays. 9 of them were runs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daniel Jones ran for 100 yards yesterday.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm trying to kind of handicap. I don't think Green Bay's dead.
No, but that's the point of the conversation, right? And people want to text in and be like, we're being homers. The point is, the NFC is garbage.
Yeah.
The conference is bad. Even if you don't think the Cowboys are good, and they might not be, the conference is so damn winnable, you don't have to be that good to win it. You just have to be hot at the right time and maybe have the best defense in football.
The 49ers entered December last year below 500 and made it to the NFC title game. That's and it was really one play away from beating the Rams.
Maybe Green Bay is dead. I mean, they don't do anything. Green Bay forgot how to run the football and their receivers. I mean, I was watching Rodgers, and it seemed like every pass he threw was a drop or a miss or something like that. So, I mean, they've lost to some. They lost to the Jets, right? Packers lost to Jets. Jets playing a lot better.
They just lost to Washington.
That's got to get
who
your
apparently
attention
Aaron
now.
Rodgers has never defeated in his career.
Wow,
he's 0-4.
That's remarkable.
Yeah.
Okay, 903. I think with the level of play in the conference, it gives them a chance. But I truly believe they'll play somebody like Kansas City or Buffalo, and it would get ugly. Absolutely. Did Gavin just say we've already clinched a playoff berth, bro? We got to get to the playoffs first. I don't think I did say that, but yeah, I think they're going to win 12 games. Maybe 11 or 13, but I'm confident picking 12 with give or take 1. San Francisco saw the Rams, Bucks, and Packers struggling and decided to go all in this year with Christian McCaffrey. Why can't Jerry and company see and do the same? Well, maybe they will. I asked Steven about that on Friday, and he pointed out 3 years ago they added Amari Cooper. And they have cap space. They have picks.
Yeah, but San Francisco also got 3 third-round picks for front office members and coaches they lost because of the minority programs. So they can afford to move on from picks and things like that and go for it. They know they got picks in those rounds. They got 3 picks in the third round. So I mean, you can sure take one of my 2s, take my own 3. Here's a 4 just in case. They really just gave up a second-round pick for Christian McCaffrey.
203. The Cowboys' offense is garbage. If not for the defense yesterday taking the ball away, they would have lost. Well, you have to include the defense in your total evaluation. Like, they could go up against a lot of teams and not even need to score 17 to win the game. This keeps happening. They're holding teams down so much. Like, I think part of this is a mindset shift that you want to see a quarterback having an Aaron Rodgers MVP season to believe in them. And I don't think that's what it's going to take to at least get to the Super Bowl this year from the NFC. Line 1 is Polo. You're in the G-Bag Nation, Polo. We're asking, how much are you entertaining Super Bowl thoughts at this point? Have at it.
What's going on, fellas? First of all, today is October 24th, and it is my birthday. It would rain on my birthday, but I hope you guys say happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday, Polo!
Big happy birthday, bro.
Thank you, brothers. Thank you, brothers. I know you hate my guts. Anyway, with Dak as our quarterback, I'm not sure about us getting to the quarterback.
What is your deal, bro? What is your deal?
I mean, I love your brothers, but come on, dude.
What is your deal? Seriously, what is your deal? What is your deal?
I don't have a deal just yet.
Okay.
But I put it to you like this. With Dak as our quarterback, I already know we're going to get snake bitten by a team that's not dumb, that's going to continue to run the ball on us, because that's our only weakness. I mean, Jabal Williams formed at the 1-yard line, but they weren't just consistent running the ball, which they should have been in Detroit. But I just don't see us making it to the Super Bowl. Y'all not even talking about Minnesota. I know they may not make it, but get some props to Minnesota, too. And C.D. Lamb, quit giving out backpacks and stuff to people in Frisco, because they drive BMWs and all kinds of stuff. Come to South Dallas, bring some kids and stuff out there, man. But we ain't going to make it to the Super Bowl. I love us, but come on, dog.
Thank you, Polo, at 877-881-1053. Dak is the quarterback, snake bit. Okay, I could see that happening because you'd have to win 3 consecutive games, but I don't see any team as being snake bit proof. I think it's fair to say out of the 7 teams that'll be in, the Cowboys will have a good a chance as any to go 3 in a row. Now, winning 3 coin flips in a row is like a 12.5% chance, right? It's not. You're not thrilled about it. You're not the prohibitive favorite. I believe, maybe Steven and Jerry Jones are preventing you from that because they're playing the long game. But it's possible.
Yeah, right now the Cowboys on Football Outsiders, they are 4th in terms of odds to win the Super Bowl. It's Bills 1, Eagles 2, Chiefs 3. Cowboys 4. That's
go.
and even that is still a under 8% chance to do it. So winning the Super Bowl
No
is very
question.
very small. But their path to the Super Bowl does seem easier than anybody would have anticipated, because you were anticipating having to go through a vaunted Brady and a vaunted Aaron Rodgers Packers team, and that's not really the case right now. The reigning champs Rams, they're struggling. So you can't. I mean, you just mentioned the Niners last year, and no one would have thought of them, and then they go on the run. So you can't really count any of these teams out, especially with those quarterbacks. But as it stands today, the Cowboys have been the second best team in the conference. And when you get to the playoffs and you're taking on Jalen Hurts and Kirk Cousins and Geno Smith, you feel like you have the best quarterback in every one of those matchups.
Yeah. And the thing is about Kirk Cousins is outside of noon kickoffs, he's proven to not be a good quarterback, and that's why you can't quite take the Minnesota Vikings seriously. Otherwise, yes, offensively, they might be the best offense that the Cowboys are going to play when they see them in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. That's when, if you could get through that Green Bay and Minnesota game, I think you'll have a much better understanding of really what's ahead of you, because you've played these teams just like, okay, this is where we need to be a little bit more, better on defense or better on offense or better on the special teams. I think the thing that the Cowboys, if they could get this offense really going again, like it was humming last year with the points that they were scoring. This kid returning punts is great. They got a field goal kicker. There's a lot of ways that the Cowboys can beat you. And, offensively, though, they just got to kind of get it going and get the quarterback back on track.
Well, I'm just thrilled. Yeah, if that passing game does come around, it could become clear it's the best team if you get anything close to what happened in the high end last year. Line 2 is Jay. You're in the G-Bag Nation. You think we're crazy for entertaining Super Bowl thoughts at this point?
No. I'm entertaining the thought as well, but the only thing that gets me is just the slow starts. I think that if we can just put a little bit more points on the board in the first half, complement our defense a little better, then I feel like we can be unstoppable.
Yeah, I'm there with you, Jay. Appreciate the call. Appreciate you being open about it. I think some people are so bitter about this thing. Somebody said on Twitter earlier, like, a lot of people follow the team, but nobody wants to believe or admit to having some sort of positivity or hope. Like they're going to get made fun of it or something. It is a very interesting dynamic. Line 3, we go to John. You're in the G-Bag Nation. John, what do you think about the Cowboys and their Super Bowl prospects at this point?
Fellas, what I think, first of all, good afternoon, fellas. But what I think is, man, y'all, let's be realistic. We seen 3 games of Dak. You know what I'm saying? Trying to move this offense, and it's been trash, man. It's been absolutely trash. But I would say I would say this: glass half full. Dak, all you got to do, man, is put up 24 points. The defense gonna hold it down. All you got to do is put up 24 points, and we'll see what happens. You know what I'm saying? And we'll see what happens. But I'm gonna. I'm gonna sit back, man, and I'm gonna listen to you guys.
Thanks, John. I do think a lot of the hope has to be about the defense and the running game, and you don't even need Dak to be that much better than average, I think. Now, if he does go and play like a Pro Bowl level, then I think you're looking at something totally different. But I mean, last night the first half was a struggle, and it sucked to end up at halftime with only 3 points. But if Noah Brown doesn't fumble the ball, you're at 10. Right? If the drive doesn't stall because of penalties, maybe you're at 14 at the half. And then in the third quarter, it was really good football. Like, drives were happening, and twice penalties happen. You're like, what are we doing? Right? And a third time penalties happen, and Dak said, forget this. We're making it up in 2 plays. On 2nd and 20, he was like, watch this, first down. So I think the penalties were a problem again. I think the turnovers were a problem again. And still, after that first quarter, I look at that as the moment where maybe Dak shook off that rust and started playing in rhythm a lot more. So I do think that while there were some, like 19 of 25, he only missed 6 throws.
He was 10 and 11 the second half.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, line 1 back here is Thomas. You're in the G-Bag Nation. Are you entertaining the Super Bowl at all in your mind?
If they can get us a number 1 wide receiver, yes, absolutely. I don't know if that means they go out and sign a free agent like Odell Beckham Jr., or if the guy that Thomas that's waiting to get off the injury list, if he's going to be the guy. But right now we just have a good slot receiver and CeeDee Lamb, and Michael Gallup's a good deep threat, but he's not 100% yet, I don't think. Dak is not the problem. It looks just like they did before we got Amari. I wish we could get him back.
Thanks, Thomas. Pretty good call there. I don't think they're going to make a move for a big-time wide receiver.
No, I don't think so either.
I'm not interested in it either. I mean, you can't get the most out of what you have now. So what makes you think if they make a trade to give up assets, then you got to pay that player that it's going to be any different? And yeah, I think that the Amari trade is one of the worst decisions they've made in recent memory.
Made
but
it personal.
It is what it is. And I also do think it's tough for the fan base, and in their defense, because I'm with them, it is difficult to open up to allow the heartbreak when that's happened so often.
Yeah, I mean, you're coming off of one of the most pessimistic off seasons that I can remember from a Cowboys fan take the temperature standpoint. You are the biggest Cowboys fan in my life, Walchuk, and I'd never seen you this down and out on this team.
Yeah.
So
it's
I know that was
to-
a common theme for everybody. So then 5 weeks or 7 weeks into a season to immediately go, okay, now we're gonna do this thing. It's like, all right. Let's watch them beat some teams that we feel are pretty
But
impressive.
hell, just when you think you're out, they pull me right back in. Especially
no
when,
doubt.
but this is definitely a year where you look around at the conference.
Yeah.
I mean, this is as great a chance as you're ever going to have. One, because this defense is one that travels. This is legitimate. And then two, nobody is scaring you right now. And things can change. There's a lot of football to be played, but right now, this is a very winnable conference.
325 says, well, if the Lions don't drop interceptions, LOL, it was really one bad throw. Most quarterbacks make at least one like that, and most of the time the defensive backs don't bring it in.
And every week in the NFL, every game you watch, same thing happens.
Tua had 3 last night that got dropped.
Yeah, it is a thing.
Got to finish.
Hard to have hope after 25 years. No, you're right. 20 burger baby, says JT and Richardson. Thanks, guys, for participating. We'll take more of your phone calls a little bit later on in the week. It's time now for Wooly Bully here and the top 10 at 420. Where are we headed, sir?
Let's do a 5 and 5 equals 10. It is National Food Day. I got the top 5 Texas foods. What's your favorite Texas food? 877-881-1053, plus the top 5 thoughts from the Cowboys win yesterday. Do that next on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey.
GettyImages.com or head over to sunny South Fort Worth to see us in person and take a test drive from our large inventory of new Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram vehicles. The MetaWeb price is always the final price, and it's the same from quote to delivery. There are never any add-ons or surprises. Fort Worth family owned and operated since 1957.
We simply do it better at Meta.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
Are the current gas prices changing your travel plans? Are vehicle prices scaring you away from transitioning to a new or pre-owned car? The Flex Lease can calm your fears and save you money. Call AutoFlex at 234-1234 and let them show you how they're helping people save money every day.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
First and goal at the 1, straight I formation. They'll give it to Williams at right guard. Fumble. Who's got it? The Cowboys recovered a fumble at the 1.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Welcome back, Nation. We will have Two Guys, One Booth coming up at 6 o'clock. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that will not settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. Now here's the Wooly Bully with the top 10.
Thank you very much, General. Happy to be back with you guys. Ohio State was a blast over the weekend.
Do you remember it?
From what I remember, it was fantastic. I do remember the game. The game was great. And Ohio Stadium.
The game was great.
It was for Ohio State fans, for the Bucs fans out there. It was
absolutely
great. Iowa's got the worst offense ever. I'm sure I'll talk more about that tomorrow.
What did you think of Script Ohio?
Script Ohio was cool, but you see it once, and I think you're good.
That's it?
Yeah, I think you're good. Although it was,
tuba player dot. Who dotted?
It was actually the conductor that did the dotting.
Senior.
Yes. Yeah. It must have been a senior.
Yeah.
But it was really cool. So we watched the Iowa band walk in, and then Ohio State walked in. It was really neat. The tailgate setup was really cool. I'll talk more about that probably tomorrow. But it was an awesome environment going out there. We're going to do the 5 and 5 here. So I've got the top 5 thoughts from the Cowboys game. Then it's National Food Day. Shout out to all of you out there who are food lovers, such as all of us. We're big foodies. So I got the top 5 best Texas foods. What's your favorite food in the great state of Texas? 877-881-1053. Got a lot of love for the Frito chili pie. Chili's been texted in quite a bit in general. Chili's a big favorite here on the truckwreck.com text.
I mean, chili's nice on a cold day. It is. Don't get me wrong. But you're going up against Tex-Mex and brisket?
I mean, Tex-Mex and brisket for me would be ahead of the chili. I'm with you.
And chicken fried steak, fellas.
Chicken fried steak.
I'd like to throw that hat in the ring here.
Absolutely. And you know what was also very popular on a lot of the lists that I checked out, and we'll get to this, was the queso.
Yeah,
it's a good item.
Is queso a Texas or did
it's
we?
a Tex-Mex staple.
It is a Tex-Mex but did we create the queso?
Listen, I don't want to speak out of turn here.
I would like to say
I'm going to do
that
some
we did.
queso research. Okay.
I know in Wisconsin that it's known as the state up there is all cheese.
Right. But they can't do queso like we do queso.
They F it up so bad up there. It was hilarious.
Hell no.
Yeah.
And we put brisket in queso.
Yeah.
Brisket queso. Give it to me. Yeah. All right. So here.
Carney.
Oh, yeah. Let's do the Cowboys thoughts and we'll slide into the food.
Carney.
One thing we haven't talked about.
NFL referee John Carney just sprinkled inside of your melted cheese.
Would you like some John Carney queso?
Tastes like bad calls and a little bit of bias.
Gavin, you mentioned this play earlier, the Brock Wright touchdown.
Yeah.
Which wasn't a touchdown. You thought it might have been. Either way, spot was horrible. But let's give some love to Micah Parsons.
Unbelievable.
The hustle to chase down Wright on that play that then results in the DeMarcus Lawrence unbelievable, what he's able to do, split 2 defenders, get into the backfield there and force the fumble, which is recovered by the Cowboys. The one completely changes the game. I mean, Lions are getting back into this thing. Cowboys end up forcing the fumble there. But what you were, and Brian, you weren't able to get to that during Krusty's Corner. But if you just want to talk about what you saw on tape there,
right?
From D-Law.
Yeah. The thing was the play by Parsons was incredible because Wright had a 7-yard head start. And he took off running, and it was amazing how because there were Vander Esch was there were all these Cowboys just standing there, and it's like Parsons just, you talk about superhuman power, just the burst and the explosiveness to go and run him down. And again, he had a 7-yard running head start.
And Parsons had to weave a little bit.
Yeah,
it wasn't even in a straight line.
Yeah,
No,
he
had to kind of break his speed.
It was the fastest he ran all year, too.
You watch him, like they call it trash, when you're running through bodies. His ability to run through all that trash to get right before he was able to get that's the kind of stuff. Like I said this morning with working with the guys at DallasCowboys.com, when you can talk about all the great plays he's had, that might be the best play I've ever seen him make. Seriously, that everything about that play, everybody kind of gave up on it but him, and he said, "No, I'm not going to let him score.
Hell of a play.
I'm not going to let him score." And then the next play, you talk about it. Then Tank Lawrence said, "Okay, thank you very much, Micah, for making this play. So I'm going to beat both these tight ends blocks. I'm going to knife in there. I'm going to just kind of wiggle my way through, and I'm going to hit his elbow. Basically, hits the ball." But he's in a situation where he had to beat 2 blocks from both the Lions tight ends and then is able to make the play with his elbow.
Unbelievable. The sequence for both of them, it was beautiful defense right there for the Cowboys.
Absolutely. And that's what they talk about that, not your teammates, and they go out and they sacrifice, Parsons for the tackle at the 1 and then Tank for the way to not let the Lions score in that situation.
The other one I wanted to talk about, number 2 for the 5 Cowboy thoughts. How about Sam Williams? I mean, this kid is just getting better and better. The 2 sacks yesterday. I mean,
he's our player of the game.
Yeah, TFLs.
So good.
He suplexed a guy. I thought it was for sure going to be a flag. It wasn't, and I'm really glad that it wasn't. But it looked like it could have been. This dude plays with a type of aggression, and just like savagery that I think the Cowboys were longing for in the offseason, and you seem to have gotten a little nasty out of Tyler Smith. You definitely got some out of the second rounder in Sam Williams. This dude, and physically, he stands out amongst physical freak shows on the football field. The dude is special, and I love the way he plays where it's like teetering the line of crossing it.
Very reminiscent of what David Irving did that time playing against Green Bay with the number of plays he played. He made Defensive Player of the Week. The impact.
And he played 14 plays?
Yeah,
he said 12. On Twitter, he said 12, but less than 15 snaps, and his efficiency on that was
crazy.
insane.
Number 3, what do you guys, the 2-headed monster they've got going now with Zeke and Pollard? I mean, in the tandem, and they're really the balance is there. I think it was 15 carries for Zeke, 12 for Pollard.
Yeah, put them together. It's 27 carries for $142. That's 5.2 yards per carry.
Good balance.
Give me that. Everybody wants to talk about play Pollard. Until Zeke doesn't play well, fine. But together, that's what you want. That's 27 carries for 2 guys. Think about one ball carrier having 27 carries and how he's going to feel the next week. They're doing a great job of splitting this thing up.
Yeah, I think, Zeke's is skewed low because they ask him to run short yardage so much. And I don't think Tony Pollard would get those short yardage gains nearly as often as Zeke does. I think they have it mixed perfectly.
I agree. I'm glad you brought up the short yardage. So the third down struggles is where I wanted to go to next, my 4th takeaway. And specifically the 3rd and short plays. I talked to you about this off the air, Brian. For me, it seemed like that week off really helped the Lions. I think Aaron Glenn kind of studied the tendencies of what Kellen Moore and the Cowboys like to do, and they were ready for it. I mean, they had all the gaps, and the Cowboys didn't block them up.
No.
But they had everything filled to where Zeke's got to kick that thing outside, and I thought Detroit just defensively really executed well on those short yardage play, and it was less about the Cowboys and more about the Lions defense really playing well there. I even liked the pitch out to Pollard. I thought Anzalone made a hell of a play in space.
Yeah, that's and Hutchinson was out there too as well. They did a good job of. The tendency was when they went fullback with Zeke, halfback with Pollard was, I want to say, probably 100% run with Zeke. And so they went for a tendency breaker. They said, okay, we're going to play this and see if we can get the flip. Lions were ready for the play. They knew something was probably up there, and they defended it very well. The Cowboys in some of the third down situations have we talk about the run blocking, though. There was one time Smith wasn't very good. McGovern wasn't very good. They've had combinations where they both weren't very good on a third down play. Noah Brown, Schultz, they've had guys not be able to sustain blocks. That's been a problem.
The 5th and final Cowboys thought the takeaways by the defense. I mean, they weren't exactly getting a ton of turnovers, but we had talked about this leading up to it. We thought they were going to start coming in bunches here, and specifically against the quarterbacks who were starting to play. Jared Goff, the fumbles, the interceptions. Diggs had one. You had Lewis with one, and then Parsons with the strip, Sam Williams with the strip. The Cowboys only had 7 total turnovers. They had 19th in the league. They're raising way up in that with 5 yesterday. The turnovers for the defense outstanding yesterday in the second half. Huge.
Great job. That's what shows when you have a lead and what you can do to a quarterback that'll turn it over.
Absolutely.
They played some quarterbacks that'll do that. It's just a matter of building that lead so you can stick that pass rush on them.
All right, let's move into the top 5 Texas foods on National Food Day. At number 5, we've got Bluebell.
Yeah.
Okay.
The ice cream.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah,
It's
Bluebell
got
ice
texted
cream.
in.
Pretty delicious.
If I knew Bluebell was on the potential candidates, I'd have made him number 1.
What would you have as your top? It's probably the barbecue or the brisket of some sort.
Yeah, brisket.
Yeah.
Stupid good.
Yeah, it really is. And I don't think you're going to be disappointed with what ends up being at the top of this list. Jim.
Well, I'd like to just throw in all of Whataburger.
Absolutely.
As mine. That better be in the top 5.
And Whataburger's just, it's because I think it's just all encompassing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's too much to just throw in there as one specific food.
So they just went with like the patty melt or something?
Yeah, you could. It's too good to throw in there. So Whataburger certainly is a Texas staple. Same thing as like Dr. Pepper. It's a beverage. So we're not going to include you here.
Is the funnel cake a Texas item?
It's a fair food.
Yeah, but I don't
know if it's Texas specific.
I always felt like that was kind of a New Orleans thing, but that's beignets and stuff like that. It's a fair food. You're right.
It is.
Kind of all over the country.
Yep. Number 4, we got the Tex-Mex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the Tex-Mex is a staple.
Sure.
And that's, I'll throw the queso in there with the Tex-Mex. We got a lot of love for the queso. Lucius, do you have a number 1 when we talk about the Texas foods?
Texas foods, yeah, Tex-Mex. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah,
How
me
about
too.
that? Yeah. I'm going to let somebody on the fan text know, too. All Tex-Mex is just Mexican food. It originated out of Mexico.
Yeah.
And then we got to Texas and try to flip it, try to do something. Oh, remember that one thing we had down there?
Yeah.
Let's see if we can make it.
We
did.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh, it's so good. Number 3, here you go, Eric. Chicken fried steak.
Chicken fried steak.
Yeah.
Boom, there
Hard
it
to
is.
beat that one.
Dude,
So delicious.
You just smother it with the milk gravy, the little mashed potatoes, maybe some okra.
Yes.
The party's really started.
Yes.
Ooh, I like this idea. How about this from the 214, those bacon wrapped jalapeno poppers?
Oh,
if
I
we
love
do that,
that.
can we claim that?
Can
I
we?
would love to be able to claim
I'd
that.
love
That's
to
a
claim
resume
that.
booster right there. That's getting you the job.
I would. I absolutely would love to claim that. Breakfast tacos from the 512. Getting texted in. Dude, I don't know if we created the breakfast taco, but I'd like to say Texas did.
Huge
Probably
fan of
invented
that.
brisket breakfast tacos.
Probably did. Rudy's, by the way, they got great ones.
Wait, what? Say what?
The breakfast tacos.
Breakfast taco. Like a Mexican taco?
Like an egg,
can make
but with
it
breakfast.
Egg sausage.
Okay.
Put some chorizo in there. We'll call it Tex-Mex
Look at
taco.
Texas. Texas be Texican, don't
Hell
it?
yeah, we're Texican.
Yeah, we made that.
That's ours. The Czech Stop's getting a lot of love on here. And
That's
some
kolaches, right?
Oh, the kolaches.
Yes,
Yeah.
some other colored tacos.
Another great invention.
That I think at night I can
Kolaches
say.
are outstanding.
I don't think I can say that now. Number 2 is Texas chili with no beans, of course. And it specifically does say no beans, of course. That is an East Coast
That's
thing.
the Texas way.
That is the Texas way.
I prefer mine with beans.
So do
You know,
I.
you
A
do.
little extra
Yeah.
sustenance.
Yeah.
Some cornbread.
So that's more of a soup.
Cheese.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So
Oh, gotta have
beans
cornbread.
beans in a chili make it a soup.
I think it's a taco soup.
Oh gosh.
Fair. And I love it.
And I love taco soup.
I guess that means I'm a big soup guy. More of a soup guy than I imagined.
You're a big soup kitchen guy, too.
Of course I am.
But number 1, the number 1 Texas food on National Food Day.
Sweet tea.
I do love sweet tea, and that actually was an honorable mention on here.
Good.
Because they put the beverages separate along with Dr. Pepper. Number 1 is Texas barbecue,
Let's go.
a.k.a. the brisket.
Yeah, just all encompassing.
Yes.
Yeah, give me a good barbecue plate. Man, I was back up there again. We had another game in McKinney. I swung by the drive-thru at Hutchins.
But you
That
ordered
chicken?
chicken?
Another pound of chicken, jalapeno sausage,
Okay.
and some brisket.
Okay.
I asked for at least half the point. They gave me a little point, which I was okay with. But yeah, it knocked it out of the park. They cracked the code up there.
Is that a jalapeno cheddar
Yeah.
sausage that you're
Jalapeno
rocking with
cheddar
there?
sausage,
Oh
yeah.
my gosh, that's a must-have item for me.
I'm working on making that myself. I'm gonna get all the grinder and all that stuff like that to see if I can make the
You've
sausage.
been killing it on the grinder too, man.
Yeah,
Salute to you.
Thanks, appreciate that. I really have.
Is that where you and Polo had an issue?
I don't know where Polo thinks I hate him. I absolutely do not hate him.
I don't know. What's your
maybe
deal, bro?
I think he and I had a discussion one time on a post game show.
Oh.
So that's probably why he thinks I don't hate Polo at all.
Well,
I
you
don't
do
know
attack
why.
people on there. You're super aggressive.
I liked
I
how
am.
he said, I don't have a deal yet. And then continued with this point. That was a pretty fun moment, Brian. I know you went after him a little bit. Maybe
like
you
the
felt
fats.
offended, but I was entertained.
I think people are like they think things that they don't really know.
All righty. When we come back here in the G-Bag Nation, we got a little NFL True or Fart fired up.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. Ezekiel Elliott's going to be on the Cowboys Hour tonight, 7 to 8. But stick around. Then at 5 o'clock, we will allow you an opportunity to give your thoughts on Dak Prescott and where we are currently on that story arc. We'll spend a segment discussing that coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat with you about my friends at Diamonds Direct, though. If you are more price sensitive this year, don't forget Diamonds Direct is the absolute value leader. So we're getting close to the holiday season now here, guys.
specialize in a powerful IRS tax assistance program called the Fresh Start Initiative. And their clients that qualify are saving thousands. One call starts the process to stop the demand letters, stop aggressive collection actions, and stop the IRS from targeting you. But don't delay. It's important to act now while you still have options. Optima is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Optima has already resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Get your life back. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima now for your free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Mullen & Mullen.
Shane Mullen again with Mullen & Mullen. The numbers are out for 2021. We got our clients 19 of the top 50 largest settlements in the entire state of Texas, according to TopVerdict.com. Trust my family to fight for yours. Call 214-INJURED, online, mullenandmullen.com.
Boomer Esiason joins the Fan to give you his insights on Sunday's action with his new show, Kickoff, Friday nights at 9 on your home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Thank you, Lucius. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And now, brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. We'll do some NFL true or false type of stuff. Here's Wolchuk, though, with the real deal.
Thank you very much, Gavin Dawson. A segment that originated from the brilliance of Robert Flores of ESPN when he made this little slip-up live on air.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
I like the idea of going to another game, though, true or fact, where we go back and forth. We just try and decide, is it true or is it in fact a fact?
Which one is it? Maybe we can do that coming up later on in the week. But for right now, let's stick with true or false. I will give you guys a statement, and you tell me whether you think it is true or indeed a fart. And we begin with you, Gavin Dawson. General, the Seattle Seahawks, otherwise known as Brian Broaddus' pet team, are the team to beat in the NFC West.
Man, I have not looked enough into the Seahawks so far, but I keep seeing these stats where Geno Smith has almost all of his games at 70% or above. I think, he wasn't the best quarterback early in his career when they were asking him to do a lot and carry the team as a first overall pick. But I think with Pete Carroll, he has found, someone who understands what it takes to make him a winner. And at 32 years old, been in the league for 10 years, I think he's learned a lot. And, in an NFC that's down, playing decent defense, running the ball, and not making mistakes from the quarterback position is a winning formula. I don't think it's actual contender formula. But maybe this is a year where all those assumptions get proven wrong.
Sounds like a fart to me, Gavin.
I think so.
All right, Brian Broaddus.
I'm going to say that it is because it's San Francisco Rams. I'm going to say it's a fart as well. But the thing that really is interesting about the Seahawks is their ability to throw the football with the yards per attempt and then what they do running the football. So to me, they're capable. And the way they put up points, too, is another thing. Now, their defense is not that good. But the one thing that they can do is they can move the football and they can put a lot of pressure on you if you don't score right along with them. But I'm going to say that's far. I think San Francisco had a rough one against Kansas City yesterday. I think they're going to find a way to kind of rally back in this thing.
Okay.
I tend to agree as well. I'm going to go fart here. I got respect for what Seattle's doing. Geno Smith, their rushing attack, and one of the things that Geno Smith does a lot better than Russ did over the last few years is playing on script. Russell likes to look, and then, okay, let me kind of scramble around and do some backyard stuff. Geno is just, hey, this is the read, this is where to throw it, and I'm just going to do it, and it's working for him. And they are pushing the ball down the field. But I do think a healthy San Francisco 49ers team, and especially a healthy San Francisco 49ers defense, is better than this Seattle Geno Smith offense. So I still am going to ride with the Niners to be the best team in that division.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go fart as well on that. All right. Eric Chiafalo.
It's a quad fart on that one.
Even with Christian McCaffrey, The San Francisco 49ers still are not a real Super Bowl contender.
That's a fart. They absolutely are a Super Bowl contender in my mind. I think, but when the seasons when we get to the playoffs, they will be a team that is in the playoffs, and they are going to be a team that is going to have one of the best defenses in the playoffs. And Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy Garoppolo, they consistently win together. That is just a common theme between the two of them. So I absolutely think they are a contender in the NFC.
Brian?
Yeah, they've lost 2 bad games in a row. The Atlanta loss was bad, and I mentioned about Kansas City. They've got the Rams this week, so that'll be an interesting game. That game is in Los Angeles, and then they got their bye. I still like what they're doing on defense. I think they're going to figure out, that's a team that's been kind of banged up too, and dealing with a lot of that. I think they're clearly a team that's you're gonna have to deal with when the playoffs come. They proved that. All the games they played on the road last year with Jimmy Garoppolo, they had that kind of confidence in him. I'm going to say they're a true Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, that's a fart, right? Because I believe in the 49ers.
Yeah.
This team's going to be back in a big way.
Yeah, I'd probably lean fart there actually as well, just because the conference is so down, right? Can't rule anybody out. Okay, let's go back to Brian Broaddus here. Brady and Rodgers both missing the playoffs.
I would say that is I'd say that's true.
That'd be true.
I say one of them is the playoffs, right? You say
no,
both
it's
of them,
both. Both are going to miss it.
Okay,
Bucks and Packers not making it.
That's a fart, though. I think that's a fart. Yeah.
Which one do you think does miss?
I think it's Tampa.
Wow.
I think Tampa's got a lot of issues there. I think Tampa doesn't have things that, even as much as they're trying to throw the ball, they're not doing anything. They're not scoring. They're league low, like almost 3 yards a carry running the ball. I don't think that all of a sudden turns around. I think their defense is a little bit struggling right now, a little bit too. So I'm going to say that it's going to be too much. The weight of the world. Todd Bowles probably can't coach them out of this one.
Yeah, I think it's true. Both teams have major systemic issues, and right now you're looking at the NFC East sending 3 teams, the NFC West sending 2, and then 1 each from the North and the South. So I think that's bang on. I think they're both out.
Eric?
My head is telling me that they're both out, and that's true. But my heart is telling me there's just no way that a Rodgers and a Brady both are going to miss. So I'm gonna fart on that and just take the odds that one of those guys is gonna get it figured out.
I'm gonna fart on it as well, and it's weird because I do think that Tampa's not good, but it's like I can't trust any of those other teams to actually win that division. I just feel like somehow Tampa Bay, even if it's at 8-9 or whatever, they find a way to just squeak in there, and they're not going to be.
I thought
good.
Atlanta was that team that was going to start a little bit of a run.
Yeah, and then
yesterday
they looked horrible. Yeah. Well, okay, maybe it's because this other team, and let's go back to you, Gavin Dawson, the Bengals, who are looking really good, and Joe Burrow has put together back-to-back stud performances. They're back, and they're still a strong threat to repeat as AFC champs.
No, I don't think so. I think they've shown too much inconsistency to believe that they can match what Buffalo and Kansas City are putting down. I think they're still a team that's a work in progress that got super hot last year, so I'm going to fart on that.
How did you phrase that question?
The Bengals are still a strong threat to repeat as AFC champs.
As AFC champs?
As AFC champs.
I have way too much respect for the Chiefs and the Bills right now. I think I do feel like the Bengals are the 3rd best team in the AFC. Miami's kind of floating around there as well, but the gap between the number 2 team in the AFC and then the Bengals at 3, I think, is just a wide margin. So I'll fart on it.
We're going flatulence?
Yeah, I'm farting on that one myself.
Flatulence.
It was New Orleans and Atlanta, right? That's who they beat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That is right. And then they lost to Baltimore.
Yeah, they got Cleveland and then the Panthers and then they're bye. Yeah.
All right, let's wrap up with the Cowboys here. And this kind of coincides with the previous segment we did. And Eric, I'll go back to you. Cowboys right now, 2nd best team in the NFC.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They won games with their backup quarterback. Now they got the starter back in there. The defense has been dominant, and the NFC is weak, so it's a credit to the Cowboys. It's also a knock on just the rest of the conference, but consistently now, I think it's fair to say that the Cowboys have been the 2nd most consistent team in the conference. The efficiency numbers will reflect that. Cowboys right now 3rd in the sport in DVOA, and that's with an offense that is being skewed low right now because they've been hiding their quarterback for majority of the season. So, yeah, to me, Cowboys no-brainer, 2nd best in the NFC.
That's true. They're actually tied with Minnesota, though. It's a tie.
I think the Cowboys are better than Minnesota. I do.
That's why I said, I know a lot more about this conference after that matchup for sure. Because if you look at Minnesota, their offense is really, is very good.
Questions right now. You think the Vikings are better right now? You think it's the Cowboys?
I would take the Vikings right now.
Okay, so you're going fart.
I'm going fart.
All right, I'm going to go true. I'll take the Cowboys to beat the Vikings.
Man, they haven't really beaten anybody either.
No.
All righty. Thank you, sir. NFL True or Fart, most Cowboys Mondays here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. When it comes to the Dak story arc, what do you believe we are currently observing? The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053, and we're back with it here on The Fan.
Listen. Stream The Fan 24/7 all day, every day. Download the Odyssey app or listen live at 1053thefan.com. from the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day. As we have a Dak Prescott conversation for you at 877-881-1053. I know you guys have had your texts loaded all day. You've sent them. Maybe you want to resend them. But where do you think we are in the big picture with Dak Prescott? Where are we on the story arc? Is he just continuing a great career? Is he coming back from injury and adjusting to new trends? Are we evaluating if Dak should be the Cowboys' long-term quarterback, or are you thinking it's already time to move on? There's 4 ideas for you. Which one do you most closely fit into, or would you like to include another one? The truckwreck.com fan text is open. General at your service. Salute to you. If you see me, bear me. N.A. It's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are rocking along with you, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Now, I gave this stat in crosstalk. I'm going to come back around with it just in case a few of you haven't been listening nonstop for the last 3 hours plus. We go to Joe Marino here on Twitter. 14 NFL teams are currently averaging 1 or fewer passing touchdowns per game. Shockingly low. Yesterday, Dak had 1. I know. The average for the NFL over the last 10 years has been 4. Just 4 teams. It's been either 3, 4, or 5 almost every year for the last decade, as far as teams that were so bad with the passing game that they could only get 1 touchdown passing or less per game. Used to be rare. Out of a 32-team league, only 4 on average couldn't throw more than 1 per game. And now we're at 14. So what's that tell you? It's more difficult than ever to throw in the NFL. They see where all the trends have gone. And I think the defenses were in denial. We got to commit to stopping the run. Now they're like, let them run. And the result is more defenders on more plays. It's very difficult to get a favorable matchup. And in the 2 games that Dak has played, it doesn't matter that the defense is going for 4.5, 5.2 yards per carry. They're not coming up. And that's why they can be running that well, and Dak drops back to pass, and he's like, crap, where do I go with it? And then you see him throw it. It's like, man, there were 2 or 3 guys in that picture when the ball arrived. That's his best option, You know how a turnover averse Dak is? Do you think he's throwing into triple coverage while he has man on the other side? The answer to that is no. The reason is there are so many players within a close proximity that as soon as he sets his feet and looks in a direction, you have help coming into that area. And I don't think there's an answer for it right now as the game exists. I think this is going to be a competition committee adjustment as far as what is illegal defense in basketball, what is the shift in baseball. There's all sorts of different rules that govern how much personnel you can send to one part of a sporting surface or another. And I don't know, maybe the coaches will surprise me and they'll come up with the answer for this, but I think the competition committee is going to take a good look before too long and say, guys, we can't double everybody in the secondary. This is ridiculous. We're a game about big plays, and we need to have a certain amount of guys, within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. I don't even know how you legislate that perfectly. It's going to be a big challenge for them. But all that being said, Dak did put up a 113 passer rating, which I think is a continuation of the theme of him being very efficient, and that has been his career for the majority of the time. Although they were 3 of 9 on third down. And it's now 3 games in a row where you're sitting there at halftime going like, holy crap, where is our offense? So I'm not trying to, blow smoke, but I'm just trying to provide as much context as possible, because you can't evaluate Dak by what he's done or what Tony Romo did. You have to evaluate now compared to peers. And his peers being some pretty dang good quarterbacks who are having a horrible time trying to figure out what it takes to have a good passing game. Andy Reid, I think, is the best and most experienced offensive coach in the NFL. And it took him like 10 games last year. Now he and Mahomes and Kelsey are like, all right, we got it. Josh Allen and the Bills, very brilliant offensive coordinator, great quarterback, loaded offense, Stephon Diggs. It appears they got to figure it out, but they're not hanging 40 a game. Like Tony said, this is going to be a 24-20 type of game. Even the top quarterbacks going nose to nose, both under 25 points. I think that's very important context. But the truckwreck.com fan text is open. And gentlemen, you have the floor.
I think teams have figured out how to play 11 personnel.
Absolutely.
I think that's the thing. I think there's so much spread offense in college football that it's giving you ideas of how to attack people that play 11 personnel. And what they're saying is like, okay, fine, you can play with your 3 wide receivers. We're just going to drop 7. We're going to drop 8. And you can see if you can run routes. And you look at the teams like Buffalo and Kansas City, what are their big plays? Crossing routes, underneath routes, tight end based routes. Dawson Knox, what they're doing at Kansas City, at Buffalo. These guys have figured out how to, those guys, Kansas City and Buffalo, I think have figured it out a little bit better than everybody else. But I think that we're starting to see that these defensive coordinators have a beat on how to play with 3 wide receivers on the field. And that's the problem that they're running into right now. It's like, fine, put as many of those guys out there as you want. We'll cover them. We'll make your quarterback have to read, and either your offensive line is going to break down with a holding call or we're going to get a sack. That's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah. That's happened, right? I mean, the offensive line play hasn't been great for the majority of teams in the league.
It's not great. There's probably 1 or 2 per every team. Look at the Cowboys. They've been one of the great offensive lines for years, and they're down now to playing a rookie left tackle who gives up pressure. I mean, if you want to be honest, Aiden Hutchinson, he had 3 sacks this year coming into the game. We talked to Dan Miller, their play-by-play guy, yesterday. He says all 3 of the sacks were in 1 half against Washington. And then all of a sudden he gets 2 against you, So, that's if you don't have offensive line play and you can't hold up, and these quarterbacks are having, it's taking them long to read. They're looking at Mahomes, guys like that. Mahomes is great at extending the plays.
Yeah.
That's what makes them so difficult to deal
Dak's
with.
pretty dang good at it from time to time as well.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You've got to be able to extend the play if you're going to beat some of these defenses.
Yeah, and Mahomes and Allen do that really, really well. Mahomes made a throw yesterday that was so disgustingly insane that it's hard to wrap your mind around it, and it's like, okay, that is just a special dude, and obviously he's paired with a great offensive mind in Andy Reid. But what Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes are able to do, I mean, Mahomes is rolling to his left, side arming, and there's like 6 defenders of the Niners that he bends. I don't know. Yeah. He's defying all sorts of physics. You can't defend that. And so everybody else is having to play a little bit different of a game because they just aren't the alien quarterback that Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes are right now. And Dak is he's at a little bit of that crossroads a little bit when you laid out kind of the different options that you're on. It's definitely an evaluation period starting yesterday all the way up until, I guess, the end of next season. That's when the contract allows for you to really be able to make some decisions on what you want to do with Dak. I feel very comfortable with him, though, and I think especially with the way these quarterbacks are playing this year, you should feel confident that more often than not you're getting you're going to have the better quarterback on the field. I think the play that concerns me most after your breakdown, Broadus, is not even the triple coverage throw on 3rd and 20. Yeah. To me, it's the seeing an open Noah Brown on 3rd and 2 and deciding that you're not trusting what you see or you don't feel confident to pull the trigger there. Those are the plays that probably concern me more, and I wonder how many other quarterbacks deal with that right now.
What's the common thread of this? 6-0 Eagles, 5-1 Buffalo, 5-2 Jets, 4-3 Baltimore, 5-1 Minnesota. Let's go 5-2 Kansas City. What's the common thread with all those teams? Is there something that you think about when I name those teams?
Good coaches?
Maybe take Minnesota out of it.
Mobile quarterbacks.
Mobile quarterbacks. Every one of those teams, it's like your division leaders.
You're going to have to buy time.
Yeah, you have to buy time. You have to. While teams are, what's going to happen is the more time you buy, the more likely you get defensive holding.
Yeah.
While the quarterback was in the pocket, holding
illegal contact.
Yeah. That's what you're doing. You're buying time in order to potentially make a play or get a penalty on the play.
We can't get to the quarterback. Like, our only shot is a super fast edge rusher like Micah or Von Miller or something like that. And then QBs started getting rid of the ball under 3 seconds. Like 10 years ago, only 1 or 2 quarterbacks did, and now everybody does.
See, That's what Detroit did yesterday. I think, Eric, did you lean over and say something to me like this looks, or it might have been Chris Arnold, I'm sorry, one of you two, leaned over and said, hey, this game plan looks very similar to what the Commanders did. The screens, the running, the stuff like that. And then what happens then, all of a sudden, you don't get anything out of the screens and the runs and stuff like that, and you have to start throwing the ball. That plays right into Dallas's hand.
All right, so at 877-881-1053, where is Dak Prescott on that career arc? 254, Dak haters grade him on a play-by-play basis, and a couple bad throws will dictate their opinion. Then they watch SportsCenter and the highlights and think other quarterbacks don't throw bad balls. I think there's something to that. And I would challenge, everybody to go watch as much quarterback as you can and look at the scores that the other teams are putting up. And defenses have done a great job adjusting. You mentioned the 11 personnel, and 7 years ago, Sean Payton took over the NFL with running almost every play was 11 personnel, and it became very, very in vogue. Like, how do we counter this? There's nothing we can do. And I think their only answer was to let them run. We'll rally to the football, but we can't commit extra resources and let them make these big plays. They're carving us up.
I also want to include the Giants in that mix with the running quarterback, 6-1.
Yeah,
but you're right. I mean, that's the thing. I think that now when 11 personnel came in, it was like, God, you got to have a slot guy. You got to have this. You got to have that. And and then it turned into, well, everybody's real light on defense because they're having to rush the passer because because you weren't. I think corners are getting better in the league. I think teams. If you ask me, I think they're better corners and slot players in the league than there are offensive linemen.
Yeah.
For a team, teams might have 2 or 3 really good corners and maybe 1 or 2 only really good offensive linemen.
Indeed. 214, when Dak used his legs to move outside the pocket, he was decent at extending plays. Post-injury, Dak wants to be a pocket passer, and he's not good enough for that.
That's not true in a little bit because some of the best throws he made, that throw he made down the field to Lamb was a boot to the right, and he was able to extend the play, and then he got hit as he's throwing the ball. So some of his best plays are when he's actually throwing it on the move. But in the second half, he was 10 of 11, as I mentioned.
Yeah.
A lot of that was pocket passing stuff.
He was really good yesterday. I think what happened is the first quarter was atrocious, and at half you only had 3 points. So we really dug in on some opinions that were in the process of changing before we got to half.
Right.
And, did Dak play a great game? No, he didn't.
But the second half was much better, as we've mentioned. He had 136 pass rating. For me, I think a big thing for this is he good enough to get you over the hump and to be a Super Bowl caliber type of quarterback, right? And especially with this defense and this 2-headed stable of running backs, you kind of have the pieces in place here to where if you can be a guy that can just make a couple of plays in the game for you.
How about not turn over the ball?
Well, that's
huge. How they lost the Philadelphia game.
That's huge.
3 turnovers lost them that game.
But in the playoffs, you think you're probably going to play some teams where you're going to need your quarterback to make you a couple of plays.
And not turn over the ball.
Yeah. Not discrediting that.
Yeah.
But you're going to need your quarterback to step up and make some plays for you.
Maybe, but they also might be up 16-13. Like the Green Bay San Francisco game last year was super, super low. They held the Eagles for a long period of time before that one drive. They have one drive in the fourth quarter. They held the 49ers damn near scoreless in the second half last year. I think this defense is it, and we got to spend at least a segment talking about this defense at some point today. I think this defense is just so good that it will give you opportunities to win games, even if the offense isn't doing anything.
Yeah, and that's the position that you've got yourself in. Of course, you're going to need your quarterback to make some big boy throws. I'm with you 100%.
Yeah, I think even you pretend that you wouldn't in a playoff, to go multiple games in the playoffs.
Yeah,
you're going to
Cooper Rush, and playing that way of just being extremely safe is probably not winning you much in the way of playoff games.
I get it.
Need your quarterback.
The Niners certainly they didn't score an offensive point, but Jimmy G did have that one big throw to Kittle to get him in position to make that field goal to win the game. You're still going to need your offense to come up with some big plays for you.
Well, you needed Cooper Rush to score so you can win those games.
Exactly. Yeah, you did. Yeah. But you wonder if in the postseason, and Dak didn't play well against San Francisco. So that's fresh in people's minds. So can he go ahead and put up, and this seems like a team that will be in the playoffs. How does he perform when that time comes?
The other thing is he said after the game he doesn't want overconfidence to put the team in a bad position. I thought that was great leadership. He managed the game. He's not taking chances. And in the end, you win comfortably as a result. I really think their mindset is we're not going to go out and be aggressive with our play calling until the other team makes us.
Yeah.
And, if Dak's willing to accept that, there might be several more games coming, maybe even under 200 yards passing. And be a part of a winning formula.
And the schedule is going to allow for that.
Yeah.
And the good news is we're living in a world now, and we've discussed it plenty today, where the quarterback on the other side of the field is not dominating in a huge, gaudy numbers kind of way. You have the two in the AFC. It's Allen and Mahomes, and then everybody else outside of, I know Geno Smith has been doing some special things, but no one's really fully buying in on that in terms of playoff stuff. But you're not going up against a quarterback more than likely in these NFC playoffs that is just one of these monsters and putting up these crazy quarterback numbers. So again, I do feel confident that in the playoffs in the NFC, we'll see what happens with Rodgers and Brady, but for the most part, you're going to feel like you might have the best quarterback on the field throughout the playoffs.
All right, we have some really fun stuff going on. Bruce Bochy was introduced. Insiders are throwing around some insane names as far as who the Rangers could chase coming up this winter to make this team almost an immediate contender. We'll talk with our Rangers insider Jared Sandler about these storylines as we hit the expressway. Bobby Belt's going to join you at 5:30. Zeke is on with the Cowboys Hour tonight, 7 to 8 with Brad Sham. You're going to love that. It's winning time right now, though. Caller 10 wins a pair of party passes. That's standing room only tickets to see your Cowboys take on Chicago at AT&T Stadium on Sunday at noon, courtesy of Miller Lite. Okay, we're back with the Expressway, Sands, and Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about D&M Leasing. Do you want or need a new vehicle?